My Wife is a Beautiful CEO Chapter 298 to Chapter 358. Hearing Hui Lin's scary suggestion, Lin Ruoshi raised her hand to stop her. Enough. You're very outstanding. I'm starting to admire you. This was the truth. Lin Ruoshi felt that it was already very impressive for her to graduate from university at the age of 20 and take over Yulei International. There would always be someone better than her. Although Yang Cheng's cousin was shy, if she were to show off her achievements, a lot of people would be scared to death. Then what kind of job do you think I should do? Although it wasn't Hui Lin's first time living in the secular world, it was her first time looking for a job. Moreover, she was unfamiliar with Zhonghai and didn't have her own ideas. In Hui Lin's naive mind, it wasn't her concern whether her grandmother hated Lin Ruoshi or not. Lin Ruoshi was her sister by blood. Therefore, she would directly treat Lin Ruoshi as her sister. This was also the reason why Hui Lin behaved so intimately with Lin Ruoshi when they first met. Hui Lin felt that as long as she behaved well and was obedient, even if Lin Ruoshi knew that she was the granddaughter of her enemy, she would still accept her. Lin Ruoshi was a little surprised by Hui Lin's dependence. It was as if this girl wasn't Yang Cheng's relative, but her own. I think it would be a pity if your talents were wasted. If you like it. Lin Ruoshi turned to look at Yang Cheng, who was eating and drinking. You can go to your cousin's company and learn some knowledge about music and dance. You can consider becoming a singer or movie star in the future. If you don't like singing, dancing or acting, you can also come to our company's headquarters. I can arrange for you to work with another sister with the surname Mo in the Ministry of Finance. You can be her assistant and let her teach you how to do things. What do you think? Hui Lin thought about it seriously and asked carefully, Sister, I like singing and playing the piano. I don't like dancing or acting. Can I also be a singer? Sure, but pop music is different from classical music. You still need to learn systematically from your teacher, Lin Ruoshi said. Hui Lin thought of something and asked, Are we going to be like those women on TV, wearing only a few clothes and singing on the stage? A rare smile appeared on Lin Ruoshi's face. It seemed that Hui Lin's innocence had infected her and made her feel more relaxed. Not necessarily. Everyone's style is different. If you don't like the sexy look, you can use your music to conquer people. Many singers do nothing but sing, but people still like them very much. Then I'll go to Yang Cousin's company, Hui Lin said happily. When I was with my grandmother, she only allowed me to sing some old songs. Actually, I like pop songs very much, but I haven't had the chance to learn them. Lin Ruoshi smiled and said, You can spend about a year to learn. You're still young. If you don't think it's suitable, you can work behind the scenes or do something else. No, as long as I want to do it, I can definitely do it well. Sister, look, I earned all these certificates with my own hard work. Hui Lin was very confident. Lin Ruoshi nodded and looked at Hui Lin with a special affection and doting gaze. Initially, Yang Cheng wanted to ask Hui Lin if she really understood the meaning of being a singer. After all, she had lived in the mountains for most of her life. However, when he saw how Lin Ruoshi and Hui Lin were smiling at each other, his heart warmed up. He felt that it didn't matter anymore, as long as they were happy. Blood was thicker than water. Although Hui Lin didn't dare to reveal her identity and Lin Ruoshi didn't know that Hui Lin was her biological sister, the simple interaction made the two girls feel that they were connected to each other, and it was very easy for them to get close. After dinner, Hui Lin obediently followed Mother Wang into the kitchen to clean up the dishes. This scene made Lin Ruoshi even more fond of this girl whom she had met for the first time. Suddenly, she remembered the day when Yang Cheng talked to her about letting his distant cousin live here. He also promised something else. Lin Ruoshi reminded Yang Cheng with a cold face, Now, I'll let Hui Lin live here. Don't forget that you promised to bring Xianxia back to the orphanage. Yang Cheng was watching TV with a toothpick in his mouth. After hearing this, he nodded and said, I know, but I have to choose a suitable date. We'll talk about it in a few days. Lin Ruoshi said coldly, Just don't forget it. If you don't want to, just say it. I'll bring Xianxia back, so we don't have to waste time. Don't doubt me. I'll definitely keep my promise. Yang Cheng said. Lin Ruoshi suddenly felt a pain in her heart. Will he keep his promise? Does that mean that the divorce is set in half a year? Suddenly, she hated Yangqing even more. Lin Ruoxi glared at him fiercely, ran upstairs, and slammed the door. Yangqing looked at this scene in a daze. He didn't understand what he did to anger this woman. Ever since he became the director of Yulei Entertainment, it was difficult for Yangqing to bring breakfast for the girls in the public relations department every day. Therefore, after discussing with his female colleagues, he lightened his burden and only brought breakfast once or twice. As it was Hui Lin's first day in the company, Yangqing naturally had to bring her along. Therefore, after accompanying Hui Lin and Lin Ruoxi for breakfast, Yangqing drove Hui Lin to work at the company. Before Lin Ruoxi left, she said to Hui Lin, "Let this guy bring you there today. In the future, just sit in the same car with me. It's just across the road, so it's very close." Hui Lin didn't ask much and agreed. Although she didn't understand why Lin Ruoxi would make such a request, Hui Lin was very happy to be able to spend more time with Lin Ruoxi. Since young, she only had Abbess Yun Miao as her family. Most of the time, she couldn't call her grandma, but master. Suddenly, she could live and work with an older sister of the same generation. The simple-minded Hui Lin felt especially blessed. On the way to the company, Hui Lin sat in the front passenger seat uneasily. She glanced at Yangqing from time to time. This ordinary-looking but terrifying man beside her, Hui Lin liked him a little, but was also a little afraid of him. Yangqing saw that Hui Lin wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. He smiled weirdly and said, "If you keep looking at me like this, I'll think that you have a crush on me." Hui Lin blushed and immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. No, I just have a question." "What question?" "Just say it." "A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea." "Aren't you making things difficult for me by asking me to look for a needle in a haystack?" Yangqing pouted. Hui Lin hesitated for a while before asking, "Why does elder sister seem to dislike brother Yang?" After thinking for a long time, Hui Lin felt that it was more appropriate to call Yangqing brother. Hui Lin had a feeling that calling him brother-in-law would make Lin Ruoxi unhappy. Yangqing smiled bitterly and said, "Your question is very profound. I don't know why your elder sister always dislikes me. If you want to explain the reason, it seems like she started to be very cold towards me after I told her that I would divorce in half a year." "Oh, right, she saw me with another woman outside." Hui Lin seemed to have heard some explosive news. "Divorce? Why? Why does brother Yang want to divorce elder sister?" Suddenly, Hui Lin recalled that Abbess Yun Miao had said that she would be Yangqing's wife. Could it be that Yangqing wanted to divorce her before marrying her? Thinking of this, Hui Lin's fair face looked as though it had been dyed with rouge. Her watery eyes were filled with complicated emotions and nervousness. When Yangqing mentioned the word divorce, he couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. He didn't pay much attention to Hui Lin's strange expression and said faintly, "In this world, there are many things that can't be done just by liking or disliking someone. The word fate is very vague, but it's very important. I think I'm not fated to be with her. I'm indeed not a good man. When your elder sister wanted me to be her husband, it was just an act. To be honest, I still don't know if she has feelings for me or if it's just a responsibility. In short, I think it's a good choice for both of us to separate. I won't be a burden to her, and I'll be free." When Hui Lin heard this, she was a little disappointed. She replied with an "oh" even though she didn't really understand. "Oh right." Yangqing asked curiously, "Why do you want to work in Zhonghai?" Hui Lin said softly in embarrassment, "Grandma said that before she says that I can go back, I have to stay here. Moreover, she won't give me any living expenses. So, I can only work." Yun Miao, you're not a vegetarian abbess. You're a witch who eats raw meat and drinks blood." Yangqing screamed in his heart. They arrived at Yulei Entertainment. As soon as they entered the company, Hui Lin, who was dressed in a light-colored winter dress, attracted a lot of attention. Although Hui Lin wasn't as beautiful as Lin Ruoxi, she was still a beautiful and refined young girl. Especially the quiet temperament cultivated in the mountains, it made the nobility in her bones more approachable and likable. Zhao Ting was in charge of the internal operations of the company. Therefore, Yangqing brought Hui Lin directly into Zhao Ting's office. When Zhao Ting saw that it was Yangqing and that there was a beautiful girl behind him, he didn't know. The girl seemed to be very attached to Yangqing as she followed him closely. Zhao Ting immediately looked at Yangqing with an ambiguous gaze. Director Yang, good morning. Is this lady your girlfriend? Hui Lin, who had lowered her head and did not dare to breathe in this unfamiliar place, almost fainted when she heard that she was Yangqing's girlfriend. She clasped her hands together nervously and her palms were sweaty. Yangqing pushed Zhao Ting's forehead with one hand. What's wrong with your eyes? Do I look like an old cow preying on young grass? Director, you're not old at all. Zhao Ting said as he covered his aching forehead. This is my cousin. She's very talented. I've discussed with General Lin and decided to let her come to our company to receive professional vocal and dance training. I'll let you arrange professional lessons for her. Yangqing said. Zhao Ting suddenly understood. He looked at Hui Lin from head to toe. This girl indeed had the ability to become a superstar. Since Lin Ruoshi thought that she was good enough, she must be extraordinary. So he said, no problem. The musicians and choreographers we've hired are all master level. We're just worried that we don't have any outstanding students. The following matters were much easier to handle. Yang Chen let Huilin follow Zhao Ting's arrangements to go directly to Yulei Entertainment's recording studio and dance classroom for assessment. Based on the specific strength, they would determine from which level to start teaching. Yang Qing could not accompany Huilin all the time. So he said to Huilin, when you're done with your training, call me directly when you want to go back. Huilin said awkwardly, Can I call my sister? Yang Qing was depressed. Do you dislike me that much? You want your sister to send you back on the first day? No. All right. Do whatever you want. Yang Qing did not want to listen to the reason. He knew that this girl was thin-skinned. It would be more comfortable to be with Lin Ruoshi, who was also a woman. Indeed, Huilin didn't dare to stay with Yang Qing for a long period of time. Especially after Zhao Ting mentioned that she was his girlfriend, she became more and more shy and afraid. She felt that if others thought that she and Yang Qing were a couple, she would feel sorry for Lin Ruoshi. As for what Yang Qing said about having an affair and wanting to divorce, Huilin felt that it was a distant matter, and she wasn't too sure about it. Yang Qing returned to his office. Just as he was about to sit down and turn on the computer to play games, Wang Jia knocked on the door and walked in. Wang Jia, who was holding a stack of documents in her hand, asked with some embarrassment, Director, are you free at noon? Yang Qing shook his head. Nothing, what's wrong? Wang Jia said awkwardly, there's a social event at noon. Logically speaking, I can go with my driver and assistant, but there's an emergency meeting at Yulei's headquarters today, so I'd like to ask the director to go on my behalf. I don't know if it's possible. Social event? Yang Qing scratched his head. To be honest, he didn't really like this kind of thing. Wang Jia probably knew that too, so she looked at him helplessly and pitifully. Yang Qing asked, who's the other person? Wang Jia heard that there was a chance, and she immediately perked up. It's a rising director who's gotten a little bit of fame recently. His name is Huang Hai, and he's from Shandong. His last film earned 12 million at the box office with a production cost of 3 million, so he's a little bit famous. This time, he took the initiative to look for our company, hoping that we can invest in a small production film that costs about 5 million. Maybe he's also interested in our reputation, and other big companies don't have any positions for him. So, he's inviting us to talk, right? Yang Qing asked. You can say that we're negotiating on equal terms. After all, he has a certain level of capability, so he doesn't have to look for us. It's just that our company has just started, and many rising directors want to work with us. After all, if their first film is successful, they can become the head director of our company. This is very important in an entertainment company according to seniority, Wang Jia explained. Yang Qing roughly understood. The newly established Yulei Entertainment was a delicious cake in the eyes of rising directors and actors. Those who couldn't get high treatment from other big established companies all wanted to come to Yulei to get the treatment of a founding hero. Originally, I wanted to look at his script and see how his character and work ethic are. If there's no problem with his character and capability, I'll sign the contract with him. But the emergency meeting at the headquarters is very important, and I've always been in charge of that work, so I thought of you, Director. After all, you were the one who went to Hong Kong to negotiate with Muyun. This kind of work should be very easy for you, Director. Wang Jia also praised Yangqing at the same time. Everyone loved to hear compliments. Although the time in Hong Kong didn't give Yangqing any good memories, Yangqing still softened. After thinking for a while, he said, "Put the documents down, I'll go over at noon." Wang Jia heaved a sigh of relief. If Yangqing didn't agree, she really didn't know who to call. After all, the company was newly established, and there weren't enough capable people. After Wang Jia left, Yangqing picked up the documents and looked at the resume of that director, Huang Hai, as well as the project he planned this time. Finally, he saw the appointed location at noon. It was a slightly famous entertainment club in Zhonghai called Fragrant Coconut. Looking at this location, Yangqing frowned. If he remembered correctly, this place was near a bar street. Although it was called an entertainment club, to put it bluntly, it was also a place of pleasure. Many shameful services appeared there. This was probably one of the reasons why Wang Jia didn't want to go. But she couldn't turn down this kind of work just because she didn't like the place, so she used the excuse of the headquarters meeting to give it to Yangqing. After all, it wasn't easy for a man to get into trouble at such an occasion. At noon, Yangqing drove to Fragrant Coconut Club alone. This was a shop with a Southern Island-style exterior decoration. Although it was already winter, the two waitresses at the door still had their fair arms and legs exposed. It was just that they were wrapped in thick vests on top of their thin clothes. After entering the interior of the club, there was a corridor decorated with warm colors and 2 rows of private rooms. After Yangqing reported the number of the private room they had agreed on, he followed the attendant through 2 corners, and finally arrived at the appointed location. When he opened the door, the spacious room was lit with 3 floor-to-ceiling craft lamps. The lighting wasn't bright, but it wasn't dark either. The sofa was red, the carpet was gray, and a large LCD TV was playing a music video. He didn't know what song it was, but it sounded like a Korean dance song. The 3 people who were sitting on the sofa immediately stood up. One of them was a tall, middle-aged man in his 30s with a mustache. He was the director, Huang Hai. The other 2 were a middle-aged man with a slightly bald head and a pretty woman with heavy makeup. "Welcome, Director Yang. I'm flattered. I didn't expect you to come in person." Huang Hai extended his hand enthusiastically and walked up to shake Yangqing's hand with force. Yangqing knew that Wang Jia purposely said that she wanted to come. This was also a method to make Huang Hai feel respected. "You're welcome, Director Huang. Since we're working together, of course we have to show our sincerity," Yangqing said faintly. Huang Hai nodded repeatedly and introduced to Yangqing, "This is the producer who works with me, Luo Chanan. This lady is my wife and also a second-rate actress in the industry, Ailey. However, I don't think Director Yang has heard of her because she's not that famous." Yangqing understood. She was probably a small-time actress who bought the lottery to marry Huang Hai when she was successful. Now that Huang Hai was successful, she became the director's wife. After greeting Luo Chanan and Ellie, Yangqing sat down with the 3 of them. The waiter served some pastries and wine. The English afternoon tea style with 3 layers of pastries was indeed a unique way to treat the guests. "Director Yang, please don't mind me. I just feel that it's a little extravagant and inefficient to have a traditional meal on the table to talk about the movie. There are only 4 of us, so I chose to talk here. I hope Director Yang can understand," Huang Hai explained with a smile. Anyone would think that such an excuse was a good reason. Not only did it make people feel that he was efficient, but it also made people feel that he was more sincere and reliable. Yangqing smiled. "You're welcome, Director Huang. I'm a rather casual person. Let's talk business." All right. Director, you're a straightforward person. However, since it's our first meeting, we should have a drink or else it'll be too impolite," Huang Hai called out to Ailey who was sitting at the side with a smile. "Ailey, open the wine and pour some for us." Ellie answered with a sweet voice. Vaguely, she even winked at Yangqing before running to the side to open the bottle of wine. Luo Chanan took out the proposal of the new movie and the general outline from the folder and handed them to Yang Qing. He said with a flattering smile, "Director Yang, I guarantee with my more than 20 years of experience that this movie will definitely be a hit. As long as the investment is enough and the effects are good, it won't be hard for us to win the Golden Statue or the Golden Horse Award." Yang Qing took a look at the proposal. It was a low-budget comedy action movie. It was a popular comedy movie that exuded a bit of philosophy. However, when Yang Qing took a closer look at the estimated cost, it was different from the information Wang Jie gave him. The cost was actually 8 million, which was 3 million more. "Director Huang, in the proposal that our company manager showed me, the budget for this movie was only 5 million. Why did it suddenly increase by 3 million? Yang Qing stared into Huang Hai's eyes, not letting any detail go. Huang Hai was either honest in his heart or he was already prepared. He didn't seem to be surprised and said, "It's like this, Director Yang. We only calculated the budget yesterday. We underestimated the price of some CGI before, so this problem occurred. But Director Yang, please don't mind it too much. The theme and design of this movie are pretty good. You can take your time to watch it. I believe you'll be satisfied." After saying that, he took the wine glass that his wife, Ailey, brought over and handed it to Yang Qing. "Here, I'll drink first to thank Director Yang for coming here personally." Yang Qing took the wine glass, clinked it with Huang Hai and Luo Chanan's, and drank the entire glass. He sneered in his heart. CGI? Did these two think that he was a layman or a greenhorn? Not to mention that this kind of low-budget movie didn't need CGI. Even if it did, why would they suddenly increase the price by 3 million? Did they think that the investors were fools? "Director Huang, I feel that there's a problem with your budget. This is a problem of credibility. If it was 8 million, I probably wouldn't be sitting here today." Yang Qing put the documents in his hands to the side. Huang Hai smiled awkwardly and pulled Ailey over. "Ailey, quickly pour some wine for Director Yang. Let's toast Director Yang so that he can calm down." Ailey blushed shyly, but she skillfully squeezed her body to Yang Qing's side. Intentionally or unintentionally, half of her plump breasts were pressed against Yang Qing's arm, and her soft thighs were pressed against Yang Qing's thighs. Her body was soft and emitted the classic fragrance of Chanel No. 5. After pouring half of Yang Qing's wine glass and some for herself, Ailey whispered to Yang Qing, "Director, don't be angry. Let's talk about it slowly. Come, little sister will toast you." "Little sister?" Yang Qing almost laughed out loud. This woman was at least 30 years old, but she was dressed like a little girl and even called him little sister in front of him. If it was any other man, his legs would probably turn to jelly and he couldn't take it anymore. No wonder he chose such a place. It turned out that he wanted to make the most of his little celebrity wife. Feeling the scent of female hormones on Ellie's body, Yang Qing suddenly felt his blood heating up, especially in his dantian, where there was a warm current flowing through. At this moment, Yang Qing finally understood why he had no choice but to let the waiter open the bottle of wine and let Ellie open it. It was because he had drugged his wine. Unfortunately, although this drug could make him have some physiological reactions, because of his special physique, it basically only had a small effect of excitement. It couldn't achieve the desired effect. However, all of this made Yang Qing feel interested. In the past, when she watched entertainment news on TV, they always talked about unspoken rules and such. She didn't expect that one day, she would also be unspoken rules. However, this could be considered as forcing the unspoken rules. Ali's chest rubbed against Yang Qing's arm. She looked at Yang Qing coquettishly. "Director Gidge, are you hot? I think the heater in the room is a bit high. Do you want to take off your jacket?" Yang Qing snickered in his heart, and made a very cooperative and confused expression on his face. After drinking the wine that Ellie poured for him in one gulp, he nodded. "It's a little hot, it's making my head a little dizzy, help me take it off." Saying that, he turned his back to Ellie. Ali and Huang Hai looked at each other and sneered. Luo Chanan secretly used his phone to make a call. The next moment, Huang Hai's phone rang. Huang Hai picked up the phone and shouted a few words. Then, he stood up apologetically and said to Yang Qing, "Director Yang, there's an emergency and I need to go out with Chanan." We'll discuss something and we'll be back soon. Please take a seat first. Yangqing waved his hand. It's fine. You go ahead with your work. I'll eat something. Ali, take good care of Director Yang, Huang Hai said solemnly. Then, he led Luo Chanan out of the room. When the door was closed, only Yangqing and Ali were left in the room. Ali helped Yangqing take off his jacket, leaving only a sweater and thermal underwear inside. A cold, white palm suddenly slid across Yangqing's face. Ali said softly with a hint of infatuation, "Yang Gij, you're so handsome. Your figure is great too." As she spoke, Ali's hand caressed Yangqing's chest. Her lilac tongue peeked out from her lips. Under Yangqing's eyes, she revealed a kind of hunger unique to women. Unfortunately, because they were too close, Yangqing only noticed the thick layer of powder on Ali's face and the bumps under the powder. It seemed like time had eroded a lot of this woman's youth. Although she pretended to be young and pure, she was still a woman in her 30s. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a free labor, Huang Hai would have replaced her with a young lady. When Yangqing thought about how many times this woman had sold herself for Huang Hai's promotion, and how she had probably lost the chastity and emotions of a normal woman, he wasn't interested in touching her at all. He felt sad and bored at the same time. At this moment, one of Ali's hands had unknowingly reached Yangqing's crotch. Although Yangqing wasn't really affected by the aphrodisiac, he still reacted to the woman's provocation. The moment Ali touched Yangqing's weapon, her body stiffened. The ferocity of that thing was beyond her imagination. However, the more it was like this, the more excited Ali felt. Being able to get satisfaction after work was a very blissful thing in Ali's eyes. Unfortunately, Ali didn't manage to seduce Yangqing any further. She suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. Yangqing withdrew his hand from the back of Ali's neck and pushed this woman who wouldn't wake up for a while to the side. He stood up and put on his jacket. Then, Yangqing turned off all the lights in the room, causing the room to become pitch black. Even if it was daytime, one wouldn't be able to see their fingers in front of them. Only then did he walk to the door and quietly wait for Huang Hai and Luo Chanan to come back and check the results. After around 15 minutes, the door was gently pushed open. Huang Hai and Luo Chanan discovered that the room was pitch black. They could only vaguely see someone on the sofa, so they thought that it was done. "Damn it, little bitch. You didn't even inform us when you were done. Are you addicted to doing it with this youngster?" Huang Hai cursed. Luo Chanan laughed evilly and said, "It's not like you don't know that this bitch can't be satisfied even if the two of us do it together. 30 is like a wolf. This woman gets more and more energetic as she gets older. Damn it." Even the lights were turned off. Could it be that she made a big move and did it all over the room? That's weird. Logically speaking, there should be a smell. How long has it been? At most, it's just one shot. What smell? Eh? Why is this woman still lying there? Luo Chanan said in bewilderment. Why are you moving? Just maintain that position. It'll be convenient for us to take pictures. Huang Hai muttered as he walked to the nearest standing lamp according to his memory. Just as he was about to turn on the light. Suddenly, the light was turned on. Huang Hai was startled. He took 3 steps back in panic and almost fell down. They only saw Yangqing standing next to the lamp with a weird smile on his face, looking at the two of them in ridicule. Although they didn't know why Yangqing was fine after drinking the wine with the aphrodisiac, Huang Hai and Luo Chanan immediately understood that their scheme had been exposed. Ali, who was lying on the sofa, didn't succeed at all. Director Yang. You. Huang Hai didn't know what to say. His face turned green and white. Yangqing slowly walked towards the two of them. What about me? Aren't I waiting here for you to take pictures of me? Huang Hai and Luo Chanan's faces were ashen. It seemed that Yangqing understood everything. The two of them looked at each other. At present, they only had 2 paths. First, Yangqing would let them go and pretend that nothing had happened. Their cooperation would also fall through. Second, they could suppress Yangqing. Since their scheme had been seen through, they might as well go all out and think of a way to shut Yangqing up. Almost instantly, Huang Hai and Luo Chanan made up their minds. Luo Chanan closed the door, locked it, and pounced towards Xianxia together with Huang Hai. From their point of view, it wasn't difficult for two men to deal with one man. As long as they took off Xianxia's clothes and got Ali to cooperate, they could still take pictures of him and use them to threaten him. When a person got angry out of humiliation, they wouldn't be able to think things through calmly. The two of them didn't think too much about why Xianxia wasn't drugged by such a strong aphrodisiac. The two of them's attacks were naturally futile. Xianxia casually blocked them with both of his hands. Then, he easily grabbed the two of them by their collars and threw them towards the wall beside the sofa. Two muffled bangs resounded. Huang Hai and Luo Chanan were knocked against the wall and fell on top of Ali's fainted body. Ali was woken up by the two of them. She opened her eyes in a daze, but she didn't know what had happened. Huang Hai and Luo Chanan were completely scared silly. How could this man have such enormous strength? This time, they directly hit against an iron plate. They couldn't beat him, and they couldn't escape either. They could only endure the intense pain all over their body and throw themselves on the carpet, begging Xianxia for mercy. "Director Yang. We were wrong. Please be magnanimous and let us off this time. We didn't want this to happen. The market isn't doing well right now. Yeah, so you guys have your reasons. What should we do? You guys locked the door and brought all the equipment. I'm going to let you guys down today." Xianxia shook his head regretfully. Huang Hai's smile was uglier than crying. "Director Yang, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I've been in this industry for so many years, and it wasn't easy to get to this point. The three of us are just trying to make a living. In our industry, who doesn't have a gray background? There are many dirtier people in this industry than us. Director, please do us a favor and let us off this time. We won't dare to do it again." Xianxia knew what Huang Hai said was the truth. However, they drugged him and wasted his precious gaming time. He had to get some interest, so he extended his hand towards Huang Hai. Huang Hai was stunned and immediately reacted. He took out his leather wallet from his pocket and stuffed it all into Xianxia's hand. "Director, I'll give you all the cash and bank cards here. Please don't call the police, okay? Why would I want your money? I'm asking you to give me the camera," Xianxia said with a weird smile. Huang Hai said sadly, "Director, why do you want the camera? You didn't manage to film mine, so I'll film yours." Xianxia smiled playfully. "Just now, didn't you guys say that the three of you were playing together? I'd like to see it. Come, show me a scene and I'll film it. Then, I won't call the police." Luo Chanan had a heartbroken expression on his face. "Director Yang, isn't this equivalent to asking for our lives?" Xianxia's face turned cold. "Do you guys want to hand over your lives to me, or to the police?" This time, the three of them were speechless. Huang Hai took out his wallet in a daze, took out a digital camera, and handed it to Xianxia. Half an hour later, Xianxia walked out of the clubhouse with a small SD memory card in his hand. Even when he got into his car, Xianxia could still feel that his little brother was still holding its head high. It couldn't be helped. It had been a long time since he had seen such a real fight between the three of them. Xianxia suddenly remembered that when he had rescued Lu Mingyu from the hotel, he had also filmed a video like this. It was just that department head Ma was too old and didn't have much passion. The video this time was of high quality and was much more exciting. It had been a long time since he had a good time with Lu Mingyu. She was a woman who wouldn't contact you if you didn't contact her. Even if she had a lover, she was still reserved and prideful. Xianxia thought of that night facing the sea, hugging Lu Mingyu's perfect and mature body on a tall building and enjoying it crazily. He couldn't help but feel his heart burning. Especially since there were still remnants of the aphrodisiac in his body, Xianxia wanted to vent more and more. After taking a deep breath, Xianxia started the car and fiercely stepped on the accelerator. The car returned in the direction of Yulei's headquarters. Returning to Yulei International's HQ, Xianxia took the elevator to the PR department's office. Because it was afternoon, many of the PR people who were in charge of business were not there. The office was quiet. Xianxia walked softly to Lu Mingyu's office door, his hand turned the door was not locked, so he directly walked in and locked the door. Lu Mingyu, who was seriously correcting something in her seat, unexpectedly took off her contact lenses and put on a pair of black-framed glasses for nearsightedness. The appearance of wearing glasses on the bridge of her nose highlighted a seductive intellectual beauty, especially the sharp contrast between the black and snow-white skin. It was even more eye-catching. Lu Mingyu saw Xianxia suddenly burst into the office, her pink little mouth opened in surprise, her stunned expression revealed the unique cuteness of a mature sister. Xianxia walked behind Lu Mingyu, his hands wrapped around Lu Mingyu's neck, the white skin on her neck revealed a layer of captivating red. Lu Mingyu wanted to avoid, but was somewhat reluctant, but in broad daylight, in her own office, this man's 100-pound body was like a pagoda covering her. Lu Mingyu had a burden on her body, and even more pressure in her heart, causing her breathing to quicken, and her eyes to avoid eye contact. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Xianxia moved closer to Lu Mingyu's earlobe and asked. Lu Mingyu pursed her thin lips. "If I say it, are you willing to let go?" "No," Xianxia said bluntly. "You came here to do this kind of thing?" Lu Mingyu humphed and said. Xianxia smiled somewhat lewdly. If there was a mirror in front of him, Xianxia would probably feel embarrassed. Kissing Lu Mingyu's cheek, Xianxia let go of Lu Mingyu's neck. Taking out the SD card from his pocket, Xianxia inserted the memory card into Lu Mingyu's computer. "Open the video file inside and take a look," Xianxia said. Lu Mingyu was a little confused, but she still followed Xianxia's instructions. After opening the folder, she clicked on the video file and played it. In just 3 seconds, Lu Mingyu's jade-like face was like a ripe red fruit in autumn, tender and beautiful. On the computer screen, 2 men and a woman were facing each other with their bodies intertwined and doing some improper actions. The erotic sounds and words were not what Lu Mingyu could imagine at all. "They are. The client I met at noon insisted on putting on a show for me. Don't you think it's funny?" Xianxia said with a smile. Lu Mingyu turned her face and looked at Xianxia, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "It's all because of you, don't think I don't know. Back then, Department Head Ma was toyed with by you until he resigned." Xianxia recalled the day when he saved Lu Mingyu and messed with Department Head Ma and his little sweetheart, as if it was yesterday. He didn't expect that in just a few months, Lu Mingyu had already become his lover. The woman that Department Head Ma couldn't get after racking his brains had now become his. Lu Mingyu turned off the video on the computer, took out the SD card and returned it to Xianxia. "I watched it, you keep it for yourself. I still have to work, you can go now." One of Xianxia's hands suddenly reached out to Lu Mingyu's chest and grabbed her soft flesh with a little force. Lu Mingyu let out a soft moan and looked back at Xianxia. "What are you doing? This is the office." Although she knew that Xianxia had a reason for releasing the video, Lu Mingyu didn't dare to have a hot scene in the office. Xianxia breathed heavily and leaned close to Lu Mingyu's ear. "I watched that show at noon and drank something I shouldn't have. If you kick me out now, I'll suffocate to death." Lu Mingyu reached out her hand and moved Xianxia's face away. "You just want to vent, so you came to find me? Am I a plaything for you to vent?" Xianxia looked at the angry Lu Mingyu with her almond-shaped eyes and smiled awkwardly. "Why would I? It's just that I haven't been intimate with my Xiaoyu for a long time, and I miss her very much." "Flowery words, do you think I'll believe you? If you miss me, why don't you call me? Don't think you can take advantage of me today. Anyway, I'm not your only lover. If you want to vent, find someone else. I have to work, you can leave," Lu Mingyu said without buying it. Xianxia looked up and down at Lu Mingyu's black office suit. It had a low collar, revealing the white sweater underneath. In the middle of the sweater was a creamy white button, wrapping around 2 perfectly round peaks. However, it was a bit tight, causing the gap in the center to open and close, revealing a few traces of purple. It was just like Lu Mingyu's violet-patterned bra, very tempting. Even if it was just an impulse before, now that he was attracted by the beautiful scene in front of him, Xianxia couldn't control the male hormones in his body. "Xiaoyu, where did you buy this white sweater? It's too good. The color is good, and the size is also good." Xianxia licked his lips and said. Speaking of her clothes, Lu Mingyu wasn't in a hurry to push Xianxia out. "Isn't it just an old piece of clothing? It's comfortable to wear, so I've been using it." It's not a good brand, but the material is cashmere. Yangqing clicked his tongue in admiration and said, the biggest advantage of this suit is that it can make others have a thought. What thought? Lu Mingyu couldn't help but ask. She thought to herself, could it be that this bad guy wants to praise her beauty? Yangqing chuckled and said, every time I look at your clothes, I feel like ripping off all the buttons in the middle. Lu Mingyu's face of expectation turned into a face of shame and annoyance. She reached out her hand and randomly hit Yangqing's chest as she scolded, you're not a decent person. I told you not to harass me in the office. Get out, get out. Without waiting for Lu Mingyu to get up and push Yangqing out, Yangqing suddenly hugged Lu Mingyu's slender waist and lifted Lu Mingyu's entire delicate body. His two hands extended, one down and one up. His left hand stroked Lu Mingyu's lower abdomen, and his right hand moved up to grab a plump snow-white peak. Oh! With a slight need, Lu Mingyu felt as if her entire body had been struck by lightning. That mischievous devil's claw had pinched the little red grape on her chest and actually began to rub it. You! Let go of me. The woman, who had no strength left in her body, had a bit of pleading in her tone, but this kind of pleading was like pouring oil on a fire. Yangqing leaned his head over and kissed Lu Mingyu's lips from the side. After a few kisses, he said with a light smile, baby, why do you sound like you can't wait any longer than me? You're bullying me. Lu Mingyu was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to say. She spoke with hidden bitterness like a little girl who was being bullied. However, Yangqing's next action made her completely speechless. Yangqing's lower body pushed forward and Lu Mingyu felt a lump of something rising up between her legs. Under the professional skirt was a thin, flesh-colored stockings that were smooth and textured. Yangqing let out a soft moan of enjoyment. The thigh meat gave him an incomparably wonderful sensation. Lu Mingyu could even feel the heat from Yangqing's thing. Having experienced being intimate with Yangqing twice, Lu Mingyu could deeply feel the vigorous and explosive power in this man's body and the ferociousness of that thing. A mature beauty who was nearing her 30s was at the age where she was especially sensitive and desired this kind of man's scent. Lu Mingyu hadn't seen Yangqing for a long time. Although she didn't say it out loud, she had been complaining about it for a long time and scolded him for being a heartless man countless times. She had rejected Yangqing's flirtatious actions just now because of her pride. At this moment, as she smelled the familiar man's scent and felt the surging power below, Lu Mingyu felt her whole body go limp and she didn't have an ounce of strength left in her. What made her feel incomparably bashful down there was actually a feeling of emptiness. How could I be so shameless? Lu Mingyu muttered in her heart. However, after thinking about it, who cares? I already said that we're going to be lovers. Isn't he just a vixen? Doesn't this bad guy like me to be shameless? Thinking of this, Lu Mingyu suddenly turned over. Her two jade arms hooked around Yangqing's neck and she took the initiative to step forward and kiss Yangqing passionately. Yangqing felt the woman's suppressed crazy emotions. He couldn't help but move his hands nimbly. After fiddling with Lu Mingyu's chest, the jacket and sweater inside were unbuttoned, revealing the violet bra inside. The bra still had a hollowed-out pattern. The two delicate white and tender lumps trembled slightly, as if they were proudly expressing their desire to be ravaged. After grabbing one of them with one hand, Yangqing extended the other hand to Lu Mingyu's back and began to unzip Lu Mingyu's skirt. Suddenly, Lu Mingyu grabbed Yangqing's hand that was unzipping the skirt. Her two flowery lips also broke free from Yangqing's nibbling. She looked at Yangqing with watery eyes. Don't worry about the zipper. Wear a skirt. Yangqing was surprised. Lu Mingyu's sudden smile made a warm current rush to his head. He saw Lu Mingyu take the initiative to lie on the desk. The two snow-white lumps of flesh were squeezed into a round pancake. They all fell on the document paper. However, because they were too big, they were squeezed beyond the area of Lu Mingyu's chest. The soft pink flesh swelled on both sides of Lu Mingyu's chest. Lu Mingyu suddenly turned around. Her expression was a bit shy, a bit urgent, and a bit soft. Yangqing felt that the little tent below him was about to burst. He stepped forward and roughly lifted the skirt of Lu Mingyu's skirt, revealing the beautiful buttocks wrapped in flesh-colored pantyhose. After stroking the inverted triangle of buttocks with one hand, he rubbed it a few times. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the pantyhose down to her knees. Lu Mingyu suddenly felt that her paradise was exposed to the air. Not long after, a ball of boiling hot stuff came up to her, lingering at the edge of the stream, reluctant to leave. Stop playing. Hurry up. Lu Mingyu couldn't wait any longer. Although she felt that she was really like a coquettish fox, in front of the only man in her heart, what was there to be reserved? Yangchen smiled evilly, and looked at the office lady lying on the table with disdain like a king. Hurry up what? Make it clear. Lu Mingyu cursed in her heart. This bad guy, he still wants to humiliate himself at such a critical moment. However, this kind of joking malice made Lu Mingyu feel a sense of guilt. Hurry up, put your thing in. With her eyes almost closed, Lu Mingyu stammered out the words that she had never dreamed of doing in her life. This sentence finally made Yang Cheng's desire explode. Without hesitation, he straightened his waist and joined with the stunner under him. Like a raging wave, it engulfed every inch of the man and woman's skin and every cell. Because they were in the office, there was a risk of being discovered at any time. However, this kind of stimulation was especially enjoyable for the two. In the serious and clean office, Yang Chu wreaked havoc on the white body under him. After nearly an hour, he finally released Lu Mingyu, who was limp and half unconscious, from having a few consecutive orgasms. The air was filled with an erotic smell that could destroy one's desire. A lot of embarrassing liquid was scattered on Lu Mingyu's leather chair and the carpet beside the desk. Kissing Lu Mingyu's flushed face, Yangqing smiled and said, "Xiao Yuer, do you want me to help you clean up?" "I'll be happy to help you." Lu Mingyu's body was sore and weak. She felt as if her bones were placed on a cloud. It was extremely comfortable. However, when she heard that Yangqing wanted to help her clean up, she immediately thought that he was going to touch her there. She anxiously got up and covered her there. She pouted and said, "No, I'll do it myself. If you still want to do it, I'll die here today." Yang Cheng's little trick was exposed. He smiled awkwardly and let the woman do what she wanted. To be honest, he had only vented once, so he wasn't satisfied yet. However, at this moment, someone knocked on Lu Mingyu's office door. The knock on the door made Lu Mingyu's heart jump to her throat. If someone found out that she, a department head, was having an affair with a man in the office, how could she raise her head in the company in the future? Yangqing also slightly frowned and tidied up his clothes. Previously, he saw that the female PR staff outside were all dozing off and busy, so he didn't expect that someone would come in. Lu Mingyu hurriedly got up from the table and took a few tissues to wipe her body, the table, and the chair. Although it didn't look strange, Lu Mingyu knew very well that her face was full of lingering aftertaste. Anyone with a certain amount of experience would definitely notice that something was different. Moreover, in the middle of the day with Yangqing in the office, with the door locked, anyone would have special thoughts. I'm going to die, are you trying to kill me?" Lu Mingyu hatefully twisted Yangqing's arm. Yangqing smiled bitterly and said softly, "That's because of your cooperation. It's fine, just say that we're discussing work. What work needs to be discussed with you? If you want to make up a lie, make it more convincing." Lu Mingyu rolled her eyes at Yangqing. At this moment, a familiar soft female voice came from outside the door. "Mingyu, are you inside?" Yangqing's nerves tightened. It was actually Mo Qianni's voice. Lu Mingyu's legs went soft, and her watery eyes widened. She didn't know how to answer. After a few complex expressions flashed across Yangqing's face, he silently walked to the door. "What are you doing?" Lu Mingyu lowered her voice. Seeing that Yangqing was actually going to open the door, her heart almost jumped out. It was fine if it was seen by the general PR staff in the department, but it was seen by Mo Qianni. Not to mention that Mo Qianni was his former boss and was now the second in command in the company. If she saw him like this, wouldn't it leave a bad impression? Yangqing gave her a relaxed smile and then opened the door, leaving only enough space for one person to enter. He winked at Mo Qianni, who was standing outside the door. Mo Qianni thought that it was Lu Mingyu who hadn't woken up from her afternoon nap. When she opened the door, she realized that it was Yangqing. Why would this guy be in this place at this time? "Little Xianxia, don't be in a daze. Come in." Yangqing said in a low voice. Mo Qianni was in a daze. Yangqing let her in, so she walked into the office. Yangqing quickly closed the door. The tall Mo Qianni was as flirtatious as ever. She was wearing a white windbreaker with a bright red scarf tied around her neck. Her long hair was tied up, and she was holding a folder in her hand. She looked like a fashion model walking around the office, but at this time, she was obviously here to discuss some work with Lu Mingyu. As soon as she entered the office, she smelled a familiar embarrassing smell. Mo Qianni looked up and saw Lu Mingyu, whose clothes were a little messy. Her hair was messy, and her face was flushed. She was standing beside the desk with her legs in a mess. On the desk, the messy documents were scattered everywhere. Lu Mingyu's evasive eyes, and Yangqing's pretentious look, coupled with the smell of hormones in the air. Not to mention that Mo Qianni was smart, coupled with her understanding of Yangqing and her own experience, she knew what had happened just now. Two red clouds appeared on Mo Qianni's face. She felt that the situation was extremely awkward. Especially the man who was about to die next to her. He even grinned and winked at her. Previously, when she was in the public relations department, she felt that Yangqing was close to Lu Mingyu, Zhao Hongyan, and the others. But she didn't expect that Lu Mingyu, who was the most stable among them, had already fallen. However, thinking that she was also in the same situation, Mo Qianni felt sour in her heart. At the same time, she felt a bit resentful towards Yangqing. How many women had this guy harmed? Although she was only a third party and could only swallow her bitterness, she still felt very uncomfortable to actually see this kind of thing. Mo. Department head Mo, what's the matter? Lu Mingyu pretended to be calm and asked with a somewhat bitter voice. Mo Qianni came back to her senses and replied with an "Oh." She hurriedly replied, there's a problem with the financial integration of the public relations department at the end of the year. I wanted to talk to you about it, but it doesn't seem to be very convenient. As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Qianni realized that she had said something wrong. What do you mean by inconvenient? Of course, it was inconvenient when she found out that there was something wrong with Lu Mingyu and Yangqing. She wanted to pretend that she didn't know, but now she couldn't clear her name. Lu Mingyu really wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was over. In Mo Qianni's eyes, she had definitely become a witch. She did that kind of thing with a married man in the office in broad daylight, and she was even caught doing it. Did being a third party have to be so miserable? Just when Lu Mingyu and Mo Qianni had nothing to say, and both of them had heavy hearts and didn't know what to do, Yangqing walked to Lu Mingyu's desk and reached out to tidy up the scattered documents on the desk. As he was tidying up, Yangqing smiled at Mo Qianni and said, "Come over, there's nothing inconvenient about it. We're all on the same side." Mo Qianni was stunned for a moment before she understood what Yangqing meant. Was he going to lay all his cards on the table? Lu Mingyu, on the other hand, didn't understand what was going on. She looked at Yangqing in confusion before turning to look at Mo Qianni. Seeing Mo Qianni standing there indifferently, Yangqing bitterly smiled and said, "Little Xianxia, don't stand there in a daze. Is there any point in pretending that you don't know? We've already come this far, and I'm being hypocritical by hiding it from you. If you pretend that you don't know, you're lying to yourself. Furthermore, do you think that I'm the kind of person who doesn't dare to admit what I did?" Mo Qianni took a deep breath and seemed to have gathered her courage. She walked forward and glared at Yangqing. Then, she smiled at Lu Mingyu, who was frozen on the spot. "To be honest, I feel a little uncomfortable, but I also know that you don't feel good. Being a lover and a mistress must be tough, right?" Lu Mingyu felt that her brain cells were not enough. The situation in front of her was beyond her imagination. Listening to Mo Qianni's words, it seemed that she had some kind of relationship with Yangqing. Mo. Department head Mo, don't tell me, you and him. Without waiting for Lu Mingyu to finish, Mo Qianni nodded and said, "Yes, so you don't have to be so shy. Look at me, I'm so thick-skinned that I'm shameless." Yangqing quickly interrupted Mo Qianni's words. "Little Xianxian, what are you saying? It's so unpleasant and shameless. If you want to clear up the matter and solve it, you have to face it calmly. Look, I, the culprit, am standing in front of you righteously. If you really want to talk about thick-skinned, I should be the thickest. You also know that you're thick-skinned? It's daytime and the company is still working, but you came here to play with a woman. Can't you restrain yourself a little? If the person who came today wasn't me, but some other gossipy employee who saw you together with Mingyu and smelled this scent, what would you do? Mo Qianni said angrily. Lu Mingyu suddenly woke up. At this moment, the crime scene had not been completely cleared up. She quickly took out a bottle of air freshener from the drawer and sprayed it around a few times. Only then did she feel a little more at ease. Yangqing smiled bitterly and said, "It's all chemicals. Spraying too much will harm your body. If you didn't come, would I have needed to spray it?" Lu Mingyu gritted her teeth and replied. However, when she realized that she was still in front of Mo Qianni, and in front of another kindred that seemed so magical to her, Lu Mingyu was about to go crazy. Mo Qianni sighed. From the initial panic and excitement, she gradually calmed down. In fact, Yangqing had said before that he had more than one lover, so she was somewhat prepared in her heart. She smiled bitterly and said to Lu Mingyu, "We're not the real deal, so you don't have to be so nervous in front of me. To put it nicely, we're comrades who are honest with each other. To put it bluntly, we're both jackals of the same lair vixens, so we're equal. Don't feel like you're in the wrong. If you want to blame someone, blame this guy. Rabbits don't eat the grass near their nest, but he has eaten everything." When Lu Mingyu heard this, she felt that it was quite reasonable. Since Mo Qianni was also a mistress, then how was she different from her? The two women couldn't help but feel a sense of kinship in their hearts. Yangqing saw the bitterness and helplessness of the two women he loved, and he sighed in his heart. There was no fairness in this world. Since ancient times, no one could explain the feelings between men and women. The atmosphere was silent for a long time. Yangqing also didn't know what to say to break this atmosphere. In the end, he could only tentatively ask, "How about we go for dinner tonight? It's my treat. Anything is fine." Almost at the same time, Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu swept a cold gaze over, looking at Yangqing with an unfriendly expression. "Do you think the current situation is that if you treat us to a meal, everything will be fine?" Mo Qianni said. "Do you think we are so easily fooled? Do you think we are 3-year-old girls?" Lu Mingyu said. Yangqing scratched his head in distress. "My two aunts, can you not be like this? I am about to die from anxiety. Say your stance. Scold me a few times. I know that I am indeed beastly at times, but I have never thought of hiding it from you and deceiving your feelings. I don't know how I got to where I am today. I just followed my feelings to this point. No matter which one of you I cut off, in addition to hurting you, it will also hurt me. I don't know how to tell you. I'll just say it like this. You can hit me, you can scold me, you can hate me, but you can't hate me because I love you. I promise, other than the spouse's name on the marriage certificate, whatever you want, as long as I have it, I will give it to you." After saying this from the bottom of his heart, Yangqing really wanted to take a few deep puffs on his cigarette, but he remembered that he was in an office, so he could only retract his hand and walk around in circles. This was too suffocating. Thinking back to when he was abroad, when did he ever feel so depressed because of women? That was why love was really not a good thing. Not to mention humans, even if others called him a god, even a god couldn't handle it. After hearing this, Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu turned their faces away at the same time and wiped the corners of their eyes. "Do you think you are the director of the Women's Federation or a female psychologist? You still want to do psychological counseling with us? It's not like we are taking things too hard, why are you so anxious?" "That's right, we were just thinking about what to eat tonight. We have to drink together, right, Mingyu?" Mo Qianni winked at Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu nodded and said with a smile, "I know a good Italian restaurant, I will bring department head Mo there." "Don't call me department head, just call me Qianni," Mo Qianni said with a smile. "Alright, Qianni," Lu Mingyu pursed her lips and smiled, seeming to be a lot more relaxed. Seeing this, Yangqing knew that at least the knot in the two women's hearts had been untied for the time being, so he was a little comforted. He went up to them and said with a smile, "Bring me along, it's my treat." Mo Qianni glared at him, "Why are you interfering with a woman's meal? Why do we need you to treat us? It's not like we don't have money." If there's nothing else, hurry up and go back, we still have to talk about work. Hey, don't be like this, how can you disregard your man? Yangqing said unhappily and indignantly. You're the one. You're begging us to eat with you. Do you want us to serve you after the meal? If that's the case, of course it's great. Yangqing smiled and said a little embarrassedly. Lu Mingyu glared at him and made eye contact with Mo Qianni. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, forcefully pushed Yangqing out of the door. Get out, get out. We have to work. Don't push me, can't I walk by myself? Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was already starting to dislike him. After shutting Yangqing out of the door, the two women looked at each other and saw their own faces in each other's eyes. They both laughed lightly. After leaving Lu Mingyu's office, Yangqing was quite refreshed. Although he didn't know what the two women would talk about, at least he resolved the embarrassing crisis and didn't let the relationship between the three of them deteriorate. Although Yangqing was still calm before, in fact, his heart was beating non-stop. They were all clever people, so it was impossible to get away with it. He just said what he thought and didn't make too much trouble. Walking all the way to the elevator of the building, Yangqing pressed the button to go downstairs. It didn't take long for an elevator to come down. Opening the door, there were already two women standing in the elevator. Yangqing looked up and stopped his footsteps. It was Lin Ruoshi in a dark blue outfit and her assistant Wu Yu. He didn't know whether Lin Ruoshi was going out to work or going down to a certain floor to patrol, but she happened to be in this elevator. Seeing Yangqing suddenly appearing on the floor of the public relations department, Lin Ruoshi obviously frowned slightly and her face was cold. Although she promised Yangqing to keep a position in the public relations department, in fact, her work was all transferred to the new entertainment company. There was no other reason for Yangqing to appear in the public relations department at this time, except for coming here to do something unrelated to work. If you want to go in quickly. Seeing Yangqing stunned at the elevator, Assistant Wu Yu urged. Yangqing didn't lower himself to her level. He silently walked into the elevator and stood side by side with Lin Ruoshi. The elevator was silent. Yangqing felt that standing there without saying anything was suspicious, so he casually asked, General Lin is going to patrol? Wu Yu frowned and said, what does the president have to do with you? Yangqing sneered, you're just an assistant, I'm the director of the branch, you have the right to control me? Buddha also has 3 points of anger. This Wu Yu didn't like him, but she wanted to belittle him with a casual question, that was too much. Sure enough, Wu Yu suffered in silence. Her face turned red and she couldn't speak. No, I'm going to welcome the new vice president, Lin Ruoshi replied calmly. New vice president? Yangqing was puzzled. Ever since Lin Kuan's death, all the shares had been transferred to Lin Ruoshi. Yulei was basically a multinational company run by Lin Ruoshi alone. Therefore, the positions in the company were basically decided by Lin Ruoshi alone. The discussion at the shareholders' meeting was just a formality. Actually, whether there was a vice president or not depended on whether Lin Ruoshi was willing or not. Since this woman had always maintained the spirit of a workaholic, and the public relations department of Yulei was extremely outstanding, the vice president seemed to be redundant. Until last time, when Lin Ruoshi was recuperating for half a month, and Mo Qianni took over some of the responsibilities, Lin Ruoshi took the opportunity to make Mo Qianni the vice president. However, it was just a title, and most of the work was still done by Lin Ruoshi alone. Of course, Yangqing found it strange that she suddenly wanted a vice president. Could it be that Lin Ruoshi changed her mind and wanted to give him some freedom? It's for the new materials product operation and the cooperation with Muyun. We and Hong Kong have sent people to enter each other's companies, so it's easier to communicate and manage, Lin Ruoshi explained briefly. Due to the success of the new materials development, Yulei's market share would increase rapidly soon. Hence, the workload would also increase dramatically. With the meaning of mutual trust and cooperation, Yulei and Muyun exchanged a management talent for a high-ranking position in each other's companies, and they would be responsible for the management of the new materials market. After hearing this, Yangqing didn't ask anything else. However, he suddenly thought of whether he should also get a divorce in half a year and resign from his current job. However, when that happened, the cooperation that he was pulling strings for now would probably be affected. this was a problem. Xianxia felt that he should find some time to talk to Lin Ruoxi alone. After arriving at the first floor and exiting the elevator, Lin Ruoxi left silently with Wu Yu to the parking lot. Xianxia then returned to the entertainment company across the street alone. After returning to the floor of Yulei Entertainment, Xianxia walked directly to Wang Jia's office. Wang Jia was typing something quickly. When she saw Xianxia enter, she immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Director, how did it go? Can that Director Huang be trusted?" Xianxia took out the SD card from his pocket and placed it in front of Wang Jia. He said expressionlessly, "This is the result of the negotiation. You can take a closer look at it. Just watch the video file." Wang Jia looked confused. She didn't understand what was going on. She stuffed the SD card into her laptop and opened the video file. After a while, Wang Jia closed the video in a panic. Wang Jia blushed and didn't dare to look at Xianxia. "Director. What? What's? Oh, didn't you say that Director Huang can't be trusted? In the video just now, the one in front of that woman is Director Huang, the one behind is the producer, and the woman lying on the sofa in the middle is the director's wife. They insisted on putting on this show for me and asked me to be their motion director and cinematographer. Luckily they didn't ask me to be the dubbing. I don't even know how to dub for that woman," Xianxia said with a distressed expression. Wang Jia was sweating profusely. She was full of shame. "Director, I'll definitely take a closer look before negotiating next time. I didn't expect that Huang Hai to be such a director." Xianxia smiled relaxedly. "Wang Jia, before you came here, you didn't really come into contact with people in the entertainment industry, right?" "Yes, I do some public relations work, but I don't really come into contact with the entertainment industry," Wang Jia said. "That's it then. Take a closer look next time. It's not for me, I'm a man and I won't be taken advantage of. You should pay attention to your own safety and remember to bring more people you trust to avoid suffering," Xianxia advised. Wang Jia thought she would be scolded, but she didn't expect Xianxia to mean this. She was grateful and agreed with him at the same time. "Director, thank you." Xianxia smiled as he took out the SD card from Wang Jia's laptop. "Don't tell me you want to keep this?" "Of course not," Wang Jia quickly waved her hand. The thing inside was too ugly. Xianxia crushed the SD card and threw it into the dustbin. He then said to Wang Jia, "Don't feel burdened because of what happened today, especially in front of me. I won't think that you're neglecting your duty. The hardest thing to understand in this world is the human heart. When you go to work in the future, you have to relax. Otherwise, going to work will be worse than going to the grave." Wang Jia chuckled. "Director, you're exaggerating." Xianxia knew that his assistant was fine, so he didn't tease her anymore. He let Wang Jia continue working while he walked out of the office. He walked down the stairs and went to the music production room of Yulei Entertainment on the next floor. Due to the fact that the startup capital was extremely strong, Yulei Entertainment had its own recording studio and all kinds of music production rooms with all kinds of equipment. The artists and musicians who were contracted by the company could all conduct music creation and singing training here. Xianxia was a little worried about Hui Lin, who came to the company for the first time. After all, she was a girl who stayed in the mountains all year round and didn't see much of the world. She would probably be nervous for a while facing so many strangers all of a sudden. As soon as he arrived at the recording studio, Xianxia saw Zhao Ting standing together with a group of staff and musicians. A few sound engineers and musicians were wearing headphones and listening to something. In the recording studio, Hui Lin, who was also wearing big headphones, took off her coat and only wore a thin pink sweater. There were fine beads of sweat on her pure and lovely face. Her eyes were closed and she seemed to be immersed in some kind of emotion as she sang something. When Zhao Ting saw Xianxia entering the recording studio, he immediately patted the group of colleagues who were engrossed in listening to the music and introduced, "This is Director Yang. Some of you don't come here often, come and get to know each other." Xianxia smiled faintly and shook hands with them. Zhao Ting introduced the background of these people. They were basically producers and musicians who were contracted by the company. They were surprised to know that the young man in front of them was the highest-ranking officer in the company, but they didn't dare to underestimate him. Whether it was through background or ability, age didn't mean anything. Seeing that everyone is so engrossed in her singing, it seems that my cousin is quite good at singing? Xianxia asked. One of the musicians quickly nodded. Is she really your cousin, director? Like brother, like sister. Miss Hui Lin's voice can be ranked in the top 3 among all the singers I've heard in my life. More importantly, there's an ethereal quality in her voice that's rare for girls nowadays. This is definitely related to her temperament. That's right. Her voice is outstanding. As long as she goes through some polishing some of her falsetto and high notes, she can adapt to many songs, another musician said. Xianxia was slightly surprised. He looked at Hui Lin, who was still seriously singing in the recording studio. He took a headphone and put it on. A lyrical old song came from the headphone. Because Xianxia didn't know much about Huaxia's domestic music and movies, he couldn't tell who the singer was. However, when it was sung by Hui Lin with her refreshing voice, it was indeed pleasant. Xianxia took off the headphone and said to everyone, I think she's quite tired and she's sweating. Let her rest for a while. It's not good for her voice if she keeps singing like this. Haha, director, it's not that we don't want Miss Hui Lin to stop, but Miss Hui Lin is so engrossed in her singing that we can't bear to interrupt her, a few of the producers joked. At this moment, a receptionist walked in and asked in a crisp voice, Is Director Yang here? Xianxia turned around and asked, What's wrong? The young receptionist said respectfully, Director, there's someone waiting for you in the company's reception room. He said that. He knows you and wants you to meet Miss Hui Lin. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He asked the receptionist to go back first and walked into the recording studio to stand beside Hui Lin. When Hui Lin saw Xianxia walking in, she immediately stopped singing. Her cheeks were rosy and she felt embarrassed singing in front of Xianxia. She asked, Brother Yang, why are you here? Someone wants to see me and you too, Xianxia said with a smile. Hui Lin blinked her eyes. There weren't many people who knew her. Who is it? Is it my sister? Xianxia shrugged and said, If I'm not wrong, it's either your grandmother or your grandfather. He led Hui Lin to the reception area on the first floor of the company. In order to receive different customers, other than the front desk, there were various reception rooms of different sizes on the first floor. They were separated by fashionable soundproofing walls, which made the rooms look simple and beautiful. After walking into the room mentioned by the staff at the front desk, Xianxia saw the person whom he had guessed. Lin Jigua was wearing a slightly heavy black coat, holding a cup of hot tea that was served by a staff member. On his relatively young face, not many traces of age could be seen. He sat quietly in his seat. Even if he did not say a word, he still had a dignified aura without being angry. Grey Robe was still the same as before, standing quietly in the corner with his head lowered, as if he was dozing off. When he saw Xianxia and Hui Lin walk in, Lin Jigua's unsmiling face revealed a gentle smile. Of course, it was only directed at Hui Lin. Huier, come to Grandpa's side, Lin Jigua waved at Hui Lin. When Hui Lin saw Lin Jigua, a hint of joy appeared on her face, but then she looked conflicted. After hesitating for a while, she sat beside Lin Jigua obediently. Xianxia pulled a chair for himself and sat down. Crossing his legs, he yawned and didn't say a word. Lin Jigua didn't care about Xianxia. He held his granddaughter's hand and asked with a smile, Have you gotten used to Zhonghai? Is there anything you need? Grandpa will buy it for you. I heard that you're learning to sing and dance here. Do you want to be a singer? Hui Lin said softly, Grandpa, I might not be able to become a singer. I just want to find a job that I like. Hee, my Huier is so smart, you'll definitely succeed. Oh right, since you're working here, why don't Grandpa buy you a car? Lin Jigua suggested. Hui Lin hurriedly shook her head. No, it's okay. Grandpa, I don't know how to drive, and my sister said she would send me to pick me up. Lin Jigua's face lit up. You said you called Ruashi big sister? You don't hate her? Xianxia also looked at Hui Lin. He was curious as to how Hui Lin viewed Lin Ruashi. She had grown up by Abbess Yunmiao's side, so she should hate Lin Ruashi. After all, she was the granddaughter of a third party. Why should I hate her? Hui Lin said softly, sister is also very pitiful. Sister didn't do anything wrong. Even if grandma hated her, she should only hate her sister's grandmother. That was a matter between grandpa and grandma. I just feel that the same blood flows in my body as my sister. As long as my sister treats me well, I should like her. Lin Jigua's eyes were a little red. Even an old man who had been through hundreds of battles and held a high position couldn't help but feel emotional when he heard his granddaughter's words. Ruwashi. Does she know who you are? Lin Jigua asked. Hui Lin shook her head. I don't dare to say, Grandpa. I'm afraid that my sister will hate me. I'm sorry, Hui Because of Grandpa's mistake, both of you have to grow up so hard. Lin Jigua sighed bitterly. Hui Lin kept quiet, as if she didn't know how to answer. After all, she had grown up with Abbess Yun Miao. She must have held a grudge against Lin Jigua. After all, it was Lin Jigua who had wronged Abbess Yun Miao and caused her parents to lose their lives overseas. Grey Robe, who had been standing in the corner, suddenly said, Master, since Miss Hui is able to stay with Miss Ruwashi, there will be a day when that ill-fated relationship can be resolved. I believe that in the near future, Master will be able to hear Miss Ruwashi calling you Grandpa. Lin Jigua's eyes lit up with hope, but he suppressed it soon after. He turned to Hui Lin and said, Hui you're very pure, kind, and reasonable. This makes me very happy. However, your sister is more stubborn and tenacious than you. She can even do things by hook or by crook. However, there's one thing that's similar to you. She's a kind person, but because of the pain that Grandpa brought to her, she had no choice but to endure the pressure of the outside world and grow up stubbornly. So, if one day, she discovers your true identity and gets angry at you, don't argue with your sister. Because the one she hates isn't you, but me, your grandpa. Hui Lin nodded slowly and bit her lips, not saying a word. Emotions flashed across Yang Cheng's eyes. Although Lin Jigua didn't watch Lin Ruwashi grow up and had only seen her a few times since she was young, he understood this granddaughter of his very well. It was true that family members understood each other the best. After chatting with Hui Lin for a while more, Lin Jigua then said to Yang Cheng, who had been ignored for a long time, recently, you seem to have some troubles. Yang Cheng knew that Lin Jigua was definitely talking about the matter of killing Xing Xinlin and Su Jihong. He sneered and said, that's not trouble, it's just a small worry. If you insist on saying that it's trouble, then I feel that going to Beijing and killing everyone in the Xing family is quite troublesome. Humph. Lin Jigua snorted coldly. You should be very clear that that's not realistic. Although you have the capability to do so, there are millions of people in this world who hate you. Can you kill all of them? You're not an emotionless machine. The fact that you're willing to return to Xianxia and live a normal life means that you're still a person with feelings. Anyone who is killed knows that killing others will cause them pain, and so will the people around them. You won't do something so foolish. When Hui Lin heard the conversation between Lin Jigua and Yang Cheng, her watery eyes widened. She didn't understand what was going on and obediently didn't interrupt. Yang Cheng stretched out his finger and scratched his cheek. What else can I do? They're all thinking of killing your granddaughter. Although I can protect her, what about the people I care about? I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. I have no other choice but to eliminate them at the most crucial moment. Don't worry, what you're worried about won't happen. Lin Jigua revealed a profound smile. Yang Cheng frowned. What do you mean? At the very least, before Huaxia's general election ends next year, the Xing family won't dare to act rashly. Unless they don't want to have a foothold in Huaxia's politics anymore, Lin Jigua said confidently. Yang Cheng thought for a moment. Could it be that you pressured them? Although our Lin family has some influence, we never interfere with aristocratic families or politics. Anyway, someone with enough influence helped you out. Moreover, that person is much more useful than me, Lin Jigua said. Looking at Lin Jigua's secretive expression, many possibilities flashed through Yang Cheng's mind. In the end, there was only one plausible reason. However, as soon as he thought of that reason, Yang Cheng felt a strong sense of irritation. I don't like people who meddle in other people's business. Yang Cheng's breathing became uneven. I can solve everything myself. Yang Cheng. Lin Jigua suddenly raised his voice and said with a serious expression, I always thought that you're a man who's more mature than your age. Now, it seems that's not the case. In this world, not everything can be solved by killing. That's the lowest method. You know this better than anyone else. Also, in this world, there are some things that you can't deny even if you don't want to admit it. If it's yours, it's yours. Even if you want to escape, you can't. Yangqing squinted his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. If you only want to talk to me about this nonsense, I'm not interested in listening. Lin Jigua let out a long breath and drank a mouthful of tea before saying, all right, then I'll tell you something else. Hurry up, I'm getting off work soon. Yangqing was a little impatient. You should also know that during this period of time, our dragon team and water dragon team have both lost a lot of manpower. So, starting from the end of this month, we'll be recruiting a batch of elites from all over Xianxia to be the reserves of our Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. They'll be undergoing rigorous assessment and training. I hope that you can be the chief instructor in the training base in Zhonghai and give them practical guidance. Lin Jigua said. Yangqing raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you looking for trouble for me? If I become the chief instructor, wouldn't it be obvious that I've become a family with you guys? This won't do me any good. First of all, you're only the chief instructor in name. You can totally let someone else take charge of the daily teaching. Don't think that I don't know that the team you brought into the country the last time was the Sea Eagles mercenary group that stirred up trouble in the Mediterranean Sea and the Persian Gulf. In our training, we lack the tactical concepts of this international top mercenary group. Secondly, I can promise you that I'll provide you with the latest assistance in the future to protect those you care about. At the very least, you won't be caught off guard by opponents like the Xing family. After Lin Jigua finished speaking, he sipped his tea and waited patiently for Yangqing's reply. Yangqing was silent. Lin Jigua's conditions were indeed attractive, especially the fact that he was willing to provide protection. This was what gave him a headache. After all, he couldn't send a large number of mercenaries to Huaxia to protect the people around him. Even if those people were willing, it would be selfish of him to delay their normal work. That was why he only asked Sauron to send a small team of Sea Eagles over. Then, he thought that he would be divorcing Lin Ruashi in half a year. At that time, without this level of kinship, it would be better for him to be friendly to Lin Jigua. Thinking of this, Yangqing nodded. No problem. However, this matter must be kept secret. As much as possible, don't let the outside world know that I'm involved. Lin Jigua's face revealed a smile of understanding. Don't worry, I understand the importance of this. When you're needed, we'll contact you again. After the discussion, Lin Jigua didn't stay any longer. After telling Hui Lin to take care of herself, he left the company quietly with grey robe. Not long after, Hui Lin received a call from Lin Ruashi. She asked Hui Lin to go downstairs and go home together. Hui Lin seemed to be in high spirits. It seemed like she had a lot of things to say to Lin Ruashi in the car. As for Lin Jigua, she obviously wouldn't mention a word about it. Yangqing looked at the time. It was almost time, so he went downstairs and drove home. In the car, Yang Chen's mind kept recalling the person who pressured the Xing family to help him. Although he wasn't sure who it was, the vague possibility made the string that had been buried in Yang Chen's heart for too many years gently tremble. With a heavy heart, Yangqing returned home. Lin Ruashi and Hui Lin had just arrived. When they got out of Lin Ruashi's Bentley, the two women were chatting happily. However, when they saw Yangqing following them home, they didn't greet him. Yangqing smiled bitterly. It was one thing for Lin Ruashi, but Hui Lin was the same. It was obvious that she had learned from her sister. She didn't learn the good stuff, but she learned the cold and indifferent kung fu pretty quickly. When Yangqing entered the house, he said to Lin Ruashi, who was ignoring him. Ruashi, can we talk? I have something to discuss with you. Lin Ruashi, who was about to go upstairs to work as usual, turned around hesitantly. Seeing that Yangqing didn't seem to be joking, she indifferently nodded and said, let's talk in my study. After that, Lin Ruashi walked up the stairs on her own. Yangqing didn't care and followed her upstairs to Lin Ruashi's study. The room was still the same as before, filled with the unique fragrance of Lin Ruashi, which made Yangqing greedily take 2 deep breaths. Lin Ruoshi didn't notice Yang Qing's small action, feeling a little depressed. She walked to the French window and looked at the villa's quiet night through the gauze curtains. She seemed to be lost in thought, as if she was waiting for Yang Qing to say something. Yang Qing wasn't in a hurry to speak. Instead, he looked at the dazzling collection of books around him, as well as the stacks of heavy documents on the office table. With nostalgia, he said, "I remember the time when I went to buy books with you. The way you bought books was even more ferocious than other women buying clothes. At that time, I thought that such a woman should be a nerdy PhD student or a university mentor. How could she be the CEO of a multinational company? Now I seem to understand a little. Some things, when it falls on your head, even if you don't want to do it, you can unknowingly make some achievements. Some things are born, and some things, no matter how much you make up for it, will be incomplete." Lin Ruoshi's eyes revealed a pondering look. From the dark window glass in front of her, she could see the man's reflection behind her. He stood there with a smile, as if he was telling a story. Yang Qing was silent for a moment, and then asked, "Have you finished reading the books I bought last time?" "I have," Lin Ruoshi said indifferently. Yang Qing nodded and sighed. "Those books, teaching women how to deal with the relationship between husband and wife, have you also read them?" "I did, but I forgot," Lin Ruoshi said. He probably realized that it's useless. How can normal logic be applied to a relationship like ours? Yang Qing said self-deprecatingly, "An unexpected beginning, a marriage that has walked into a dead end from the beginning. No matter how much you struggle, you will only sink deeper into the quicksand. The more you struggle, the faster you will sink." Lin Ruoshi's shoulders shrugged and she bit her lips. "Is that all you want to say?" Yang Qing shook his head. "I was just expressing some boring emotions. What I want to say is a serious matter. You tried to accept me, worked hard to make our marriage work, let me go on business trips, took me to high society banquets, and now let me be the director of a new company. Although there have been many small troubles, I know you did it for my sake. I want to thank you." "So you also know how to say thank you?" Lin Ruoshi sneered. "I can say it, but not often," Yang Qing said. "So now you want to thank me and repay me?" Lin Ruoshi asked. Yang Qing looked at the back of the woman who had not turned around. "Although I want to, I found that there is nothing I can do for you except to keep you from getting hurt. So, I don't think I should affect the development of your company. Now I am the director of Yulei Entertainment, and I have just started some projects, and I am responsible for some core work. I am thinking, if I divorce you in 6 months, should I leave the company or continue to sit in that position? I should listen to your opinion. If you think it doesn't matter, then I will sit in that position. Although I can't guarantee to make a lot of money, I will let the company develop normally. If you don't want to see me at that time, then I will leave and hand over the work. This is what I want to discuss with you." Lin Ruoshi turned around abruptly. Unbeknownst to her, 2 streams of tears had already flowed down her cold, jade-like face. "Since you know that I have tried my best, and I don't look down on you like before, is your way of repaying me and thanking me by divorcing me?" Yang Qing didn't expect Lin Ruoshi to cry after saying this. He felt a faint bitterness in his heart, but he didn't know how to answer. After taking a deep breath, Yang Qing said, "That day, when Zhang Xinlin and Su Jihong came to my door, you already saw what kind of person I am. Although, Su Jihong said that you are the main culprit. But to tell you the truth, the reason why the Su family completely went on the road of no return was because I used some tricks to uproot their alliance with Dongxing, so that Su Jihong had no one to rely on. Also, the previous time, when you and Mother Wang were kidnapped, it was also because I was by your side. It hasn't even been a year since I came back to the country, and I have only been by your side for half a year. But because of me, you have already faced death more than once. I don't want there to be a next time, because I got close to you and made you suffer that kind of fate. I'm afraid that one day, I won't be able to save you in time. Do you think that I don't have any enemies when you're not here?" Lin Ruoshi asked in disdain. "At least, your enemies are people you can deal with, but the people I brought here can take your life," Yang Qing said. Endless resentment surged in Lin Ruoshi's beautiful eyes, and in the end, she was so angry that she laughed. "Yang Qing, do you know that the words you're saying now, the things you're thinking about, are really very childish? Yangqing quietly looked at the woman, who suddenly raised her voice, and didn't say a word. You're simply afraid, you're running away, and you're not willing to take responsibility. You're using a reason that isn't even a reason to divorce me. Lin Ruoshi said coldly, if you tell me, Lin Ruoshi, that I don't like you, that I don't have any interest in you, you don't need to ask for a divorce, I will take the initiative to leave you, and I won't think that you're wrong. But now, everything you're doing is telling me that you don't want a divorce at all. Why must you use this kind of lousy reason to avoid me? Is everything I've given so cheap? Yangqing closed his eyes in pain, it's not what you think. Lin Ruoshi's eyes slightly reddened, and she coldly asked, then what is it? Do you dare to tell me that after you divorce me, you will also give up on the other women around you? Don't think that I'm blind. I don't know how many other women you have outside, but I think it's definitely not just Xianxia. I'm not a fool, I didn't say it because I once said to myself that I wouldn't interfere in each other's private life. I know that I'm not good to you, and I don't have the right to say that you have an affair. But now, you want to tell me that you left me because you're afraid that I'll be hurt if I'm with you. Don't tell me that you'll also leave all other women. In the end, Lin Ruoshi almost shouted the last sentence. Her surging emotions made her chest heave up and down, and her beautiful face was full of resentment and unwillingness. Yangqing raised his head and met Lin Ruoshi's gaze. He didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. I won't leave them, but I will leave you, because you're different from them. Yangqing said. Different? Lin Ruoshi sneered, because you like them, but hate me. Is that what you want to say? Yangqing's two hands tightly clenched into fists, and then slowly loosened. He smiled bitterly, because, if they are hurt, I will cry, I will feel heartache, I will be angry. But, if you are hurt, I will not have those emotions. I think, I will directly go crazy. The last drop of Lin Ruoshi's tears fell onto the carpet. The expression on her face froze at this moment as she looked at Yangqing in a daze. I've already lost you once. I can't lose you a second time. Even if it's possible, I won't allow it. With that, Yangqing silently turned around and walked out of the study with heavy steps. Lose again? Why again? Lin Ruoshi stood in front of the window in a daze. Watching the door slowly close, she didn't know what to do. Downstairs, Yangqing calmed himself down. His face didn't show anything special. Hui Lin, who came back with Lin Ruoshi, was sitting on the sofa watching TV. There was a music gala on the TV. Yangqing didn't know any of the people in the show, but Hui Lin was really interested in music and dance. It seems that the future queen of singers will be born in our family, Yangqing said with a smile. Hui Lin blushed. Our family? Yangqing looked at Hui Lin's embarrassed face and found it rather interesting. We've lived together after all. You won't forget about me as your cousin once you become a singer in the future, right? Why would I? Hui Lin was a little embarrassed. Yangqing looked around and saw Mother Wang still busy in the kitchen. It seemed that she had come home early today, and Mother Wang was in a hurry to cook. Yangqing sighed in his heart. In the future, there might only be Mother Wang and Lin Ruoshi in this family. While thinking about these things, Yangqing walked into the kitchen and came to Mother Wang's side. Mother Wang, do you need my help? Mother Wang smiled and said, Young master, go and watch TV with Miss Hui Lin. I can do it. Dinner will be ready in half an hour. Let me help you. There aren't many opportunities, Yangqing said and walked to the chopping board. He picked up the peeled potatoes and the kitchen knife. He asked Mother Wang, is it shredded potatoes? Mother Wang saw that Yangqing was really going to start, so she didn't stop him. She nodded and said, it's fine. We're family. There's no need to be so particular. Yangqing nodded. He raised the knife and made precise arcs on the round potatoes. The potatoes were cut at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the whole potato became a pile of shredded potatoes, which were the perfect size for stir-frying. Mother Wang's eyes lit up. She praised, no wonder. Miss said that you know martial arts. Your knife skills are so good. You look like the chefs on TV. I only know these little tricks, Yangqing said casually. These were indeed little tricks. If it weren't for fear of scaring Mother Wang, He could cut them at an unimaginable speed. While talking to Mother Wang, Yangqing continued to cut the other ingredients. All the vegetables and meat were especially obedient under Yangqing's knife. Mother Wang was meticulously marinating a small basin of chicken wings, which were probably going to be fried in the oil later. Yangqing looked at Mother Wang's meticulous cooking. He felt warm in his heart. He had been in this family for almost half a year. He didn't know how much food Mother Wang made. If he suddenly left in a few months, would he be very unused to it? Mother Wang, the food you cook is really delicious, Yangqing said. Mother Wang smiled happily. Although there were a few crow's feet at the corner of her eyes, she looked more loving. People who cook love to hear this. Yangqing nodded in understanding and murmured in a low voice, Mother Wang, if one day I'm not in this family, I hope you won't be too sad. Mother Wang was stunned. She stopped what she was doing. Son-in-law, why do you say that all of a sudden? I'm just thinking, if one day I'm not in this family and go to a place where no one can find me, what will this family be like? It should be the same as the years when I wasn't around, Yangqing said. Son-in-law, what's there to think about? Mother Wang said mockingly. Yangqing smiled. Mother Wang, if that day really comes, you have to discipline that silly woman who only knows how to work. Tell her not to stay up late and not to skip dinner just because she's busy. Also, if she's not feeling well, go to the hospital immediately for a checkup. Don't go to the hospital to recuperate like last time when she fainted from exhaustion. People can't handle such torment. Oh right, if she throws a little tantrum and is unhappy, you can go to a glutinous rice ball shop on the street of Wenyi Road in Zhonghai to buy some glutinous rice balls. As long as you stuff it into Ruashi's hands, she basically can't care about anything else. She doesn't like to drink medicine, you can buy it for her too. That woman doesn't say it, but she's actually afraid of getting fat, so she doesn't dare to buy it herself. Mother Wang, go ahead and buy it for her. With her workload, it's hard for her to get fat even if she wants to. Also, if she doesn't come home at night, Mother Wang, bring a warm lunchbox to the office. She told you that she'll eat out, but she's actually lying to you. If she doesn't want to eat, Mother Wang, force a few drops of tears and complain. That way, she'll definitely eat it. Ruashi is actually very soft-hearted, she can't bear to see others sad. Mother Wang's hands froze. She opened her mouth slightly and looked at Yangqing, speechless. Yangqing realized that he had said a bunch of strange things and smiled awkwardly. Mother Wang, I'm just casually chatting with you, don't take it too seriously. Oh, thank goodness. Only then did Wang Ma calm down. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Son-in-law, what are you saying? My heart is like the filling of dumplings being chopped into pieces. Why is it like that Xianxia drama? Even an old person like me is about to burst into tears. Son-in-law, I can only say this casually. If you're not around, the two of us women will have a hard time. How can that be? Without me, Ruashi's money can build the Great Wall of China. It'll be easy no matter what, Yangqing said. Mother Wang sighed. Money isn't something you can bring with you when you're born and you can't take it with you when you're dead. It's fine as long as you have enough to use. Too much is a burden and also a responsibility. People might not be unhappy when they're poor, and the rich might not be happy when they're poor. After all, it's better for the family to be safe and sound together. After saying that, Mother Wang continued to pour oil into the pot and started cooking. Yangqing finished cutting the last green pepper in his hand and tidied up the vegetables before walking out of the kitchen quietly. Hui Lin, who was sitting on the sofa, saw Yangqing walk out. She quickly turned her head and pretended to be watching TV. Yangqing snickered in his heart. Hui Lin was taught by Abbess Yin Miao after all. She had some achievements in internal energy cultivation. She must have heard what he said in the kitchen. Yangqing didn't expose her. He sat on the other sofa, picked up a newspaper and started reading it leisurely. Seeing that Yangqing was silent, Hui Lin couldn't help but ask, Brother Yang, are you really going to divorce my sister? Didn't you hear it too? Yangqing said. Hui Lin pouted. I think, you don't actually want a divorce, right? Yangqing put down the newspaper and stared at Hui Lin for a while. He said seriously. Hui Lin, can you promise me one thing? Hui Lin nodded. Brother Yang, what is it? When I leave this house one day, can you live with your sister? At the very least, don't leave her like I did. Accompany her often, Yangqing said seriously. Hui Lin was confused. She didn't know what Yangqing meant. Your sister, although she seems to be doing well, she doesn't even know that she's actually very pitiful. There are many things that are crueler than what she's seen. Sadness flashed through Yangqing's eyes. He continued, I can tell that she's actually suspicious of your identity. You have to know that you're blood-related sisters. There are many similarities between the two of you. However, she didn't ask you about it. Instead, she treats you sincerely. This shows that she likes you as her sister. So, I hope that you can accompany her more. You know martial arts, and your temperament suits her. I think you're the most suitable candidate. Hui Lin lowered her eyes. She felt a little sour in her heart. Brother Yang, I used to think that you weren't a good person. So I was a little afraid of you. But now, I feel that you're actually a good person. If you leave my sister, I'll feel sad about it. Silly girl, life will still go on without me. The earth will still rotate without anyone. Even if I leave, your sister can still live well. Yangqing said with a smile. Hui Lin nodded. I understand. I'll keep this promise. After watching TV for a while, Mother Wang finished cooking. Yangqing and Hui Lin helped carry out the dishes. After that, Mother Wang ran up to the second floor and called Lin Ruoshi down for dinner. After a while, Mother Wang came down helplessly. I don't know what Miss is busy with again. She asked me to send some food up. She's really worrisome. Yangqing said casually, it's okay. Mother Wang, please send some food up. Okay. Mother Wang was already used to it. She quickly prepared some food and sent it to Lin Ruoshi. After dinner, Yangqing put on a coat and took his car keys. He said to Mother Wang and Hui Lin, I'm going to meet someone. Don't wait for me. I might be back late. After that, Yangqing went out and drove straight into the night. It had been a while since he went to Xianxia's stall to see this girl. Whenever he thought of that night when Xianxia took out her beloved crescent moon pendant and gave it to him, Yangqing would be filled with pity for this girl. When he arrived at the dark little street, the number of stalls on the road seemed to have slightly increased. After all, the weather was cold, and eating supper, especially mala tang, would sell especially well. Yangqing walked to the corner of the street and saw Xianxia, who was wearing a slightly old brown coat and a white and purple knitted hat, busying herself beside her cart. In front of her cart, there were 4 or 5 customers sitting there drinking white wine, eating fried rice cakes and mala tang. Yangqing was not in a hurry to go over. After waiting for a while, the customers all left. Only then did Yangqing leisurely walk to the front of the stall. Xianxia was wiping the table at the front desk. She raised her head and saw that the person who came was Yangqing. Her charming face revealed a trace of joy. Big brother Yang, it's so late. How come you have the time to come? Isn't it because I can see our increasingly beautiful little sister Xianxia at night? Yangqing lazily sat on the chair in front of the counter and said with a smile. Xianxia's white and tender cheeks blushed, taking advantage of Sister Ruoshi's absence. Big brother Yang came to bully me? How could that be? I was still hoping to get something to eat. I can't offend the host. Yangqing said as he picked up a skewer of meatballs and took a bite. It was scalding hot and very springy. Xianxia's small face became serious as she humped and said, a skewer of meatballs. Costs $2. Don't even think about reneging on the bill. Yangqing suddenly coughed and said with a bitter smile, so it turns out that we still have to pay the bill when we are close. Don't you know that I am a money grubber? Xianxia pouted and said, I'm just taking advantage of the cold weather to earn more money so that I can pay the rent and utilities. How can I have spare money to treat people? Yangqing picked up another string of kelp knots and said as he ate, what if the weather is hot? We can't possibly sell hot and spicy soup, right? Xianxia smiled indifferently. If it's hot, then we'll think of a way to sell cold drinks and popsicles. Xianxia. Swallowing the food in his mouth, Yangqing earnestly said, you're still young. You're only 18 years old. Kids of your age are still in high school or have just entered university. You're a smart kid. Why don't you try to study hard and get into college? If you are willing, Big Brother Yang can lend you a sum of money so that you can study hard and take the college entrance examination next year. When you become successful in the future, you can return it to me. Xianxia quietly listened as she used the spatula to stir-fry the Korean fried rice cake on the iron plate and did not reply. Yangqing frowned. Don't tell me that you're afraid of studying since you're so hardworking. If you feel that studying is difficult, then I can be your tutor. Science and foreign languages are no problem. You can just look at Mandarin yourself. Even if your foundation is only at the elementary level, as long as you're willing to work hard, half a year is enough. Xianxia finally stopped what she was doing and raised her head. Her pretty face, which appeared tired in the cold wind, revealed a bitter smile. Big Brother Yang, thank you. But that would be too troublesome for you. I'm not cut out for studying. It's better for me to do my small business. Xianxia brushed the hair on her temples. In any case, many girls around my age are living like this. We support ourselves. Although it's tiring, it's quite relaxing. Yangqing sternly said, I don't care about others. I only believe that since you and I met on the bus that day and I'm sitting in front of you today, I can't ignore you. Your youth is precious. When you're old and can't walk anymore, your mind won't be clear. Are you going to push a cart and sell fried rice cakes by yourself? Xianxia's face turned pale. She bit her lower lip and did not speak. At this moment, a familiar female voice came from the side. Xianxia, listen to him. He's right. You can't keep walking like this. Yangqing and Xianxia turned their heads together and saw a tall and graceful young woman wearing a brown leather trench coat. They didn't know when she walked to the stall. Her short hair was a little messy in the night wind. Her delicate oval face revealed a bit of coldness. It was Choi Yan. Sister Kai, you're here. Xianxia shyly smiled. She didn't seem surprised by Choi Yan's arrival. Choi Yan's watery eyes glanced at Yangqing. There was a bit of complicated emotions in her eyes. Then she gently smiled at Xianxia and said, Yes, I heard you talking to this person. Although he usually talks nonsense without any rhyme or reason, his suggestion to let you study for the college entrance exam was right. If you're willing, I can help you contact the high school class. I remember you're in middle school. Actually, your foundation is pretty good. You're also smart. As long as you're willing to work hard, you can at least get into a second-tier university. Yangqing was slightly surprised as he looked at Choi Yan. It seems like you're very familiar with Xianxia? What, only you and Xianxia are brother and sister, but I'm not allowed to treat Xianxia as my sister. Choi Yan said with dissatisfaction. Yangqing smiled and waved his hand. No, I'm just a bit surprised. You're so busy with work, but you still have time to come here and chat with Xianxia? Xianxia said, Big Brother Yang, Sister Kai is very good to me. Last time you asked her to take care of me, she would come here 2 or 3 times a week and ask me if anyone bullied me. She often told me stories about her catching bad guys. It's very interesting. Yangqing sighed and said, Fortunately, Miss Choi Yan is a woman. If she was a man, I'm afraid all the good girls would have been hooked by you. It hasn't been long, but Xianxia praises you as if you're her own sister. Do you think that aside from work, I'm only thinking about solving cases and catching people all day long, and I don't know anything else? Choi Yan gritted her teeth. In fact, Yangqing did think so in the past. After all, he had met Choi Yan several times, and they were always at loggerheads. This woman even came knocking on his door to give him pressure. However, thinking that Choi Yan actually often came to take care of Xianxia because of his words, and even became intimate with Xianxia, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't surprised. Of course, Yangqing didn't think that Choi Yan was just putting on a show, nor did he think that Choi Yan had so much free time. The only reason should be that he had once asked her to take care of Xianxia. Thinking up to here, Yangqing sincerely said, Thank you. I used to have some prejudice against you, but now it seems that you're actually a good person. It seems that it's reasonable for Ruashi to treat you as a good friend. Brother Yang, why would you think that? Sister Kai is a good person to begin with, Xianxia said unhappily. When Choi Yun suddenly heard Yang Qing say that she was good, her face slightly reddened, but she quickly restrained it. It's good that you know you're wrong. This lady is magnanimous and won't fuss over every little thing with you. Yang Qing smiled and turned to Xianxia and said, since your sister Kai already asked you to retake the exam, you should listen to Brother Yang, my good sister. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Yang, can you let me think about it carefully? Can I give you an answer in 2 days? Of course you can. Yang Qing said with a smile, there's one more thing. Do you still remember what you promised in front of your sister Ruashi last time? Xianxia replied obediently, I remember, it's about going back to the orphanage. Brother Yang said he would bring me back. How about the day after tomorrow? It's Christmas the day after tomorrow, you can go back and buy a bunch of small gifts for the director and the children there. If you don't have money, I'll pay for it first and you can pay me back later. Otherwise, I know you won't accept it. Yang Qing said. Xianxia pouted. Then I must be the one to choose the gift. Of course you choose. I'll drive here to pick you up at 9 in the morning the day after tomorrow, then we'll go buy the gift and go to the orphanage. Yang Qing said. Xianxia nodded excitedly, thank you, Brother Yang. After listening, Choi Yun suddenly asked, just you and Xianxia are going? Ruashi isn't going? Choi Yun had also heard from Xianxia that Yang Qing and Lin Ruashi had come to see her, so she wasn't surprised. Oh, she usually goes there often. I'll just bring Xianxia. After Yang Qing said that, he reached out and patted Xianxia's head, causing Xianxia to pout coquettishly before he got up. Remember not to sleep in the day after tomorrow, or else I'll spank you. I won't sleep in. Xianxia said angrily. Seeing that Yang Qing was about to leave, Choi Yun's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle, and she said, wait, I have something to ask of you. Yang Qing turned around, what is it? The last time I went to your house, I left a white leather bag on your sofa. Can you bring it out tomorrow and return it to me? Choi Yun asked. Yang Qing then remembered that when Choi Yun came to his house to talk to Lin Ruashi about Gao Guoxiong's case, she did indeed leave a bag at home. At that time, Lin Ruashi looked through it and didn't find anything important, so she left it on the counter at home. Yang Qing felt that there was no reason to refuse this small request of Choi Yun. After all, Lin Ruashi was much busier than him, so he nodded and said, no problem, call me tomorrow when you have time. I'll bring it out. Choi Yun said thank you, and a trace of joy flashed in her eyes. She smiled and said goodbye to Yang Qing, and her eyes followed Yang Qing's back until he disappeared around the corner. Xianxia saw this, looked at Yang Qing, and then looked at Choi Yun who was lost in thought, and faintly sighed. Early the next morning, Yang Qing had just woken up when he saw snow fluttering in the air outside the French windows. The falling snowflakes covered the grass, trees, and houses. The world was covered in silver, and it was dazzling. This was the second snowfall in Zhonghai, and it seemed to be an important part of the Christmas season. On the way to work, many shops were lit up with neon lights, and Christmas dolls and decorations were hung. Christmas trees had sprung up like mushrooms after the rain. This was the first time Yang Qing spent Christmas in Xianxia. He did not expect the atmosphere to be so festive. It was comparable to the atmosphere in Europe and America. He could not help but feel that the world had become a small place. There was a white leather bag beside the car seat. It was the bag that Choi Yun had promised to help her last night. Yang Qing did not forget about it, and he took it out when he saw it on the coffee table. When he arrived at the car park of Yulei Entertainment, Lin Ruashi had just arrived with Hui Lin. Hui Lin got out of the car and was saying goodbye to Lin Ruashi. Lin Ruashi rolled down the window and waved at Hui Lin. She looked tired, but there was a gentle smile on her face. When she saw Yang Qing getting out of the car, Lin Ruashi acted as if she did not see him. She acted like a stranger and casually rolled up the window and drove away. Yang Qing looked at the car driving away with a faint smile. It seemed that Lin Ruashi was no longer willing to talk to him because of what he said last night. This attitude of ignoring him was even more distant than her cold words. Hui Lin noticed this scene and looked a little worried, but she did not know what to say. When he arrived at the office, many employees were wearing scarves and more clothes than usual. It was obvious that the temperature had plummeted after the snow. Even the most gentlemanly employees were starting to feel warm. Yangqing suddenly remembered that the last time it snowed, he and Mo Qianni went hiking in the suburbs, and that was how they had that unforgettable night. Thinking of Mo Qianni's old legs, Yangqing was a little worried. After all, the weather was cold, and her legs might have a relapse. After entering his office, Yangqing closed the door and took out his phone to call Mo Qianni. After a few seconds, Mo Qianni picked up the phone. Her voice was still full of energy, and there seemed to be a hint of joy. "It's really rare for you to have the time to call a little whore like me," Mo Qianni said jokingly in self-pity. Yangqing asked straightforwardly, "How is your leg? Does it hurt?" Mo Qianni was silent on the other end of the phone for a while, then said with a smile, "Hearing you ask, even if it hurts, I can only say that it doesn't hurt." "Does it hurt or not?" Yangqing was a little anxious as he listened. The pain Mo Qianni suffered that night was still fresh in his mind. "It doesn't hurt, don't worry," Mo Qianni said softly, "I feel much better after you fixed me last time. It's snowing today, so I wore an extra pair of pants. I don't feel the pain anymore." Only then did Yangqing calm down. "Tell me if it hurts. Don't hold it in. I can take a look at it, or take you to the hospital." Mo Qianni nodded. "I suddenly miss you. It's all your fault for calling me so early in the morning. How can I work today? I'm so annoyed. I have so many things to do." "Are you very busy?" "Of course. I'm the head of the finance department now. Don't you know that the company has to do all kinds of settlement at the end of the year? Also, it's almost Chinese New Year. Many employees have gone back to their hometown for the holidays. Those of us in Zhonghai, of course, have to do more," Mo Qianni said sadly. Yangqing thought for a while. "Let's have dinner together tonight. I haven't been with you for a long time and you're so tired. I need to reward you." Mo Qianni giggled. "You know how to dote on me." Not bad, not bad. But I don't want to eat out. Come to my house tonight, okay? I'll cook for you. Can I sleep at your place?" Yangqing asked with a smile. "Do you want to die?" Mo Qianni said coquettishly. "Anyway, it's a deal. I'm going to work. Come to my house tonight. Bye." After that, she immediately hung up the phone. Yangqing's face was gloomy. She hung up too directly. She didn't even give him a goodbye kiss or something. Just when he was about to turn on his phone to play games, his phone vibrated. Yangqing looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number. It must be Choi Yun. When he picked it up, it was Choi Yun's voice. "Did you take the bag?" Choi Yun seemed to be in a good mood and asked lightly. "My memory is good. Are you at the police station?" "I'll give it to you. Do you come out at any time when you go to work?" Choi Yun asked. Yangqing smiled. "I'm just a small character. The work is done by others. I think you are too." Choi Yun didn't taunt him like before. She said, "Forget it now. Let's meet at the intersection north of Zhongnan Street at 11 o'clock in the afternoon." Yangqing was stunned. He didn't understand why Choi Yun chose a place that wasn't close to the police station and the company, but he didn't care too much and agreed. After playing the game for 2 hours, the snow that had been falling for half a day had finally stopped. Yangqing drove to the place where he had agreed to meet Kai Yin. Zhongnan Street was a pedestrian street. There were mostly restaurants and snack bars on both sides. Yangqing walked near the intersection and looked around, trying to find a woman in a police uniform. At this moment, Choi Yun's voice came from behind. "What are you looking for?" "I'm here." Yangqing turned around and saw Choi Yun behind him. She was wearing a beige tight-fitting sweater, which made the size of her breasts look especially impressive. She had a purple scarf around her, which made her look a little charming. She was wearing a pair of light-colored jeans, which made Choi Yun's slender and fit legs look even more attractive. It had to be said that Choi Yun, who had put on some foundation, attracted the attention of many men and women when she walked on the street. Seeing Yangqing looking at her in surprise, Choi Yun felt a little proud and happy, but she didn't show it on her face. She pretended not to know and asked, "Am I strange?" Yangqing smiled embarrassedly. I didn't recognize you when you're not wearing a police uniform, but it suits you well. We're not arresting a criminal. Do you think I'm addicted to wearing a police uniform? Choi Yan rolled her eyes at Yangqing. Yangqing shrugged indifferently and handed the white bag to Choi Yan. This is yours. I brought it for you. Thank you. Choi Yan took the bag. She didn't look at the things in the bag and smiled. What do you want to eat? Yangqing hesitated for a moment. Lunch? What did you expect? Choi Yan asked impatiently. Yangqing didn't expect Choi Yan to invite him for lunch. However, he remembered that he promised to be friends with her before, so he didn't have any reason to reject her. Plus, he was hungry. I'm fine with anything, Yangqing said. Choi Yan wasn't fussy. Let's go to that Shandong restaurant then. I've eaten there before, the taste is pretty good. Yangqing didn't have any objections. He followed Choi Yan into the nearest Shandong restaurant and found a table for two by the window. After Choi Yan ordered from the waiter, she asked Yangqing, what do you like to eat? Order more. No need, I think what you ordered is enough. I won't have an appetite for dinner if I eat too much at noon. Yangqing was still thinking that Mo Qianni was going to cook tonight. It would be embarrassing if he ate too much and didn't perform well at night. Choi Yan didn't think much of it and asked other questions. However, Yangqing didn't have anything to talk about with Choi Yan. There were many things that Yangqing didn't think he could tell Choi Yan. Choi Yan also noticed that Yangqing was guarding against her. She said unhappily, do you have to be like this? I'm just curious about what you've done in the past. Why are you so good at martial arts? Could it be that you've committed a crime and can't say it out loud? Yangqing sighed. Choi Yan, you said last time that you wanted us to be friends. If that's what you really think, then I hope you won't ask these questions. I naturally have my reasons for not saying it. Your sister should know something, but since she didn't tell you, you should know that those things can't be said casually. Choi Yan snorted and didn't ask any more. Not long after, the waiter came with a few dishes. Choi Yan thought of something and hurriedly asked, what do you want to drink? White wine or wine? There's good sorghum here. Yangqing directly said, no need. Give me 2 bowls of rice. It's just to fill my stomach. Choi Yan felt bitter, but there was nothing to say. Seeing that Yangqing ordered 2 bowls of rice and started to wolf it down, she had no choice but to eat. All the questions and topics that she had prepared were basically left unsaid. In less than 5 minutes, Yangqing patted his stomach and burped. I'm done eating. Take your time. Yangqing didn't leave immediately. After all, it would be impolite. So he took a toothpick and slowly waited for Choi Yan. Kai Yan suddenly stopped eating and swallowed the food in her mouth. She raised her beautiful face and stared at Yangqing with a cold and sharp gaze. She looked rather gloomy. Seeing this expression, Yangqing could naturally tell that Choi Yan's mood wasn't right, but he didn't understand what was going on. He asked curiously, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Tell me the truth. Do you think that eating a meal with me is a waste of your precious time? Choi Yan asked indifferently. Yangqing was stunned. He frowned and said, Choi Yan, what do you mean? Why did you say that all of a sudden? What do I mean? Choi Yan sneered, don't tell me that when you eat with other women, you finish your meal in 3 minutes without saying anything. Then, you bite on a toothpick and let the woman slowly eat by herself? Yangqing vaguely understood the reason why Choi Yan was angry. He smiled awkwardly and said, I'm sorry. I thought you're a police officer, so you talk about efficiency. Also, I don't know what to say to you. Actually, eating for 3 minutes is the speed at which I eat by myself. I didn't think much of it. I didn't think that it would make you unhappy. Choi Yan's face darkened. Police. In your eyes, other than being a police officer, am I not a woman? Yangqing was silent. Choi Yan's question made him feel a little weird. He really didn't treat Choi Yan as a beauty like the other women around him. Although Choi Yan's appearance and figure were 1 in 100 beauties, some bad memories in the past and Choi Yan's style of doing things and talking made it hard for him to equate this beauty with a beauty. I really didn't think about this. Yangqing said honestly. Choi Yun said faintly, before I left today, I specially dressed up and came here. I specially chose this restaurant. Do you know why? Yangqing wasn't an idiot. He thought back to the time when he had given him a Rolex watch, how he had tried his best to take care of Xianxia, and how he had behaved the last few times they had met. Today, he had specially dressed up for him, and even invited him to dinner. Although Yangqing found it inconceivable, Choi Yun obviously had feelings for him. Yangqing felt a headache coming on. In the past, if such a beautiful policewoman came knocking on his door, he would definitely not refuse her and would be overjoyed. But now, Yangqing was a little afraid after encountering such a beautiful woman who was willing to stick to him. He always felt that he owed the few beauties around him. If he was entangled with this beautiful policewoman again, or if he had a few more beauties in the future, Yangqing felt that he would have a mental breakdown. The guilt he felt towards each woman would make him feel like dying. Seeing that Yangqing didn't speak, Choi Yun bit her lower lip and said, "You can see that I did this. You must know what I was thinking. Don't try to escape." Choi Yun, today. I really just came to return your bag. Yangqing didn't know how to refuse Choi Yun, so he could only indirectly reject Choi Yun's feelings. Choi Yun's charming face first showed a sense of loss. Then, the resentment in her heart turned into resentment. She felt wronged and unwilling, and she wouldn't be happy if she didn't vent it. Choi Yun looked straight at Yangqing with tears in her eyes. She said with a sarcastic smile, "Yangqing, do you know? It seems that this is the first time in my life that I met a man I can't resist. In the face of such a man, my family background, status, career, and appearance that even women envy, are of no help to me. He can't even be sure if he can give me a complete love. Other women will definitely laugh at how stupid I am. Returning a bag? Humph, just how much is this kind of bag worth? Let me tell you, I've never paid attention to this. If you had even the slightest bit of consideration for my feelings, before sitting in front of me, before you said what you just said, you should at least test yourself. Should you say something so cruel that you hurt a woman who only wants to talk to you, who doesn't have much confidence in herself? I'm not the kind of person who would call you to a place like this just to get back a bag worth 2,000 yuan. Can I really not live if I don't see you? Don't I have a better bag? Don't I have time to get it myself? Don't the situation allow it? Or I don't even have the money to buy a bag. Answer me." Choi Yun's voice became a little loud in the end, but because the restaurant was on the side of the street, the other guests didn't pay much attention to the noise outside. Yangqing sat in his seat, his body a little stiff. Choi Yun's words were like nails, piercing into Yangqing's heart. Although he didn't have the same feelings for Choi Yun as he did for other women, Yangqing knew that regardless of whether he liked her or not, this woman who dared to love and hate had already left an indelible impression on him. Seeing that Yangqing still didn't answer, Choi Yun's eyes revealed a bit of contempt, and said with a smile, "You can't possibly think that I would be moved by a man who even values a bag worth 2,000 yuan more than me, for a whole day, a whole week, a whole month." Yangqing knew that he couldn't run away from anything anymore. Choi Yun's honesty made Yangqing feel that he was a little despicable, but if he asked himself, his feelings for Choi Yun were only limited to friendliness, and indeed, it couldn't be said to be love, and even liking her was a bit far-fetched. Moreover, she was Lin Ruoxi's best friend. Even if he wanted to divorce Lin Ruoxi, there was no reason for him to be in a relationship with her best friend for no reason. After sorting out his thoughts, Yangqing said solemnly, "Choi Yun, I feel a little overwhelmed that you have such feelings for me. But you should know that I'm already married, and Ruoxi is your good sister. We can't. You guys are just a fake marriage, a contract marriage, isn't that right?" Choi Yun said straightforwardly. Yangqing's scalp suddenly went numb, followed by his heart beating wildly. He never thought that Choi Yun would already know about the matter between him and Lin Ruoxi. "Do you find it strange? Because you didn't come back at night and had a conflict with Ruoxi, she told me all of this. Actually, even if she didn't say it, I've never believed that you guys got married because you really loved each other. Ruoxi isn't the kind of woman who would suddenly get married. She's calmer than anyone else, it's impossible for her to suddenly marry someone," Choi Yun said. "Now, do you still want to use Ruoxi as an excuse to reject me?" Yangqing smiled bitterly. I really didn't expect you to already know about this, but Choi Yun, even if Ruashi and I are fake married, I still can't accept you. This is unfair to both you and her. If I didn't marry Ruashi, if our first meeting wasn't in the police station, then maybe there would be a different result. But now, I really can't accept your feelings. I don't want to lie to you, and I don't want to lie to myself. Choi Yun held back her tears, not letting them fall. She turned her head away and said with a sad smile, If. The word if is the word I hate the most in the world. Since it's already happened, it's useless to say it, isn't it? But after I met you, Yangqing, especially after you saved my life in the building that day, I often think of this word. If I was given the chance to get to know you first, if Yangqing met me first, if I didn't foolishly treat you as a bad person, if you didn't marry Ruashi. If I was given another chance, then I definitely wouldn't give up a second to be with you. I think so. But if your marriage is just a transaction, just a piece of paper, then it's not too late for me now, right? If it's possible, can you give me a chance? After listening to Choi Yun's dreamlike words, Yangqing suddenly realized that he had really overlooked too many things about this woman. But what was the use of it? Feelings never existed. If it wanted to come, you couldn't stop it. If it didn't come, you couldn't even find its shadow. Yangqing apologetically said with a smile, I'm sorry. This isn't a matter of opportunity. We may be good friends, but I've never thought of making you my woman. This doesn't mean that you're worse than the other women around me. It's just that I can't force myself to have that kind of feeling, so I can't promise you anything. If that's the case, then why did you risk everything to save me in the building that day? Choi Yun asked unwillingly. Yangqing shook his head. I didn't risk everything. I saved you because you're Ruashi's friend and also a good policeman. Those bullets were not dangerous to me at all. You lied to me. You must hate me. Hate me for being so bad to you in the past, right? Choi Yun's voice trembled a little. I didn't lie to you. I don't hate you. I saved you, but it doesn't mean anything. I've saved a lot of people, and I've killed a lot of people. This is just a normal thing for me. Yangqing couldn't bear it and said, in fact, you can choose a better man. A guy like me who can't be faithful is not worthy of your tears. Choi Yun sneered a few times. No one knew who she was laughing at. It seems that I'm thinking too highly of myself. You can go. After that, Choi Yun picked up the bowl and chopsticks and continued to eat. Yangqing didn't leave. He frowned and looked at Choi Yun with some worry. Choi Yun wiped her tears, raised her head, and showed a bright smile. Do you think I'm a 16-year-old girl? Just because I was rejected by a man, would I jump off a building or cut my wrist? Go, I hate seeing you now. Yangqing knew that Choi Yun must hate him very much at this moment, but he couldn't say anything else to persuade her. It was so difficult to refuse a relationship. Yangqing couldn't imagine that if it was a woman who loved him and he also loved a woman, could he still refuse it? With a heavy heart, Yangqing got up and left the restaurant. When Yangqing's figure walked out of the restaurant, Choi Yun put down the bowl and chopsticks. Her whole body leaned on the table, her shoulders were shaking, and she was sobbing. After leaving the restaurant, Yangqing didn't directly return to the company. Instead, he aimlessly walked one round along Zhongnan Street. He didn't really think about anything, but he felt that his mood wasn't good. Thus, he slowly dragged his steps, bought 2 boxes of low-quality tobacco, and smoked them all before feeling a little better. Yangqing didn't think that he had done anything wrong, but he also didn't think that he had done anything right. Not everything in the world was right or wrong. For example, if you betrayed someone, or if you did it for someone else, nobody could tell. After the sky turned dark, Yangqing called home to tell his mother Wang that he wouldn't be home for dinner. Then, he drove in the direction of Mo Qianni's home. As if it was planned in advance, when Yangqing parked the car downstairs of Mo Qianni's house, Mo Qianni's red Audi just arrived home. Coming out of the car, Mo Qianni, who was dressed like a working girl, didn't look tired at all. She was carrying a light-colored Louis Vuitton bag and wearing stilettos, which made a few holes in the snow. A pair of slender legs were wrapped in mesh lace stockings, which was particularly fashionable and eye-catching. Seeing that Yangqing had also just arrived downstairs, Mo Qianni smiled sweetly, which was indescribably bright and moving in the snow. Yangqing suddenly had an illusion that the woman in front of him was a real husband and wife. The two of them came home from work together, got off the car in front of the door, and smiled at each other. Countless sweet feelings were self-evident. Seeing Yangqing staring at her and giggling, Mo Qianni's pretty face blushed, and she said coquettishly, "What are you looking at? Your eyeballs are about to fall out. Pervert, help me carry the things." "What did you buy?" "Vegetables and meat for dinner." "You have such a big appetite." "Besides tomatoes and eggs, there is some milk and bread in the refrigerator at home. There is nothing else, so I had to buy everything." Mo Qianni mumbled as she opened the trunk of the car. Sure enough, it was filled with supermarket paper bags. Yangqing gave Mo Qianni a strange look. "Did you carry so many things into the car by yourself? What else can we do?" "Just take it a few more times," Mo Qianni said with a smile. Yangqing looked at her reproachfully. "Didn't I tell you to be careful of your body? You're carrying so many things. What if your leg flares up? I'm not by your side. What if you suddenly fall down from the pain?" Mo Qianni pouted and said with a little grievance, "This is the first time I've cooked for you at home. I wanted to show off and let you eat better. I didn't think that much." Yangqing looked at the woman in front of him with her head lowered with a complicated gaze. He secretly said, "Idiot." He didn't say anything else and helped Mo Qianni take out all the things. He only used 2 hands to carry everything and said, "Let's go upstairs. I'll carry it." Seeing that Yangqing wasn't angry anymore, Mo Qianni smiled and said, "It's better to have a man. I can carry it for a long time by myself." Following behind Mo Qianni, they walked all the way into Mo Qianni's small apartment. This was already the second time he came here, so Yangqing wasn't too unfamiliar with it. However, he couldn't help but smile when he thought back to the first night he came here and the past that happened with Mo Qianni. Mo Qianni also seemed to remember that night when she secretly kissed Yangqing and Yangqing deliberately pretended not to know about the absurd past. She charmingly rolled her eyes at Yangqing, "Don't laugh. If you laugh again, I won't cook for you. You can just put the things in the kitchen and watch TV. You don't need my help? The more you help, the more trouble you will cause. I'm cooking Sichuan cuisine. You don't know anything about it, so don't worry about it." Mo Qianni said. "My knife skills are very good. I can help you cut anything you want," Yangqing said. Mo Qianni thought that Yangqing's skills were indeed very good. Thinking that his knife skills were also very good, she agreed. As a result, the two of them quickly got busy in the kitchen. Mo Qianni washed the vegetables and cut the vegetables. At the same time, she directed Yangqing to cut the various fish and vegetables into different shapes and put them on the plate. When Yangqing finished cutting all the neatly, Mo Qianni was very satisfied and kissed Yangqing's mouth to express her praise. Then, with a brisk rhythm, she began to stew and stir-fry the dishes. Yangqing didn't watch TV. He stood at the door of the kitchen and watched in a slight daze. Mo Qianni took off her coat, only wearing a sweater and a pink apron. She walked back and forth, busy cooking. This kind of scene Yangqing had dreamed before, but the woman in that dream couldn't be clearly seen. After tonight, if he had that dream again, Yangqing felt that he would definitely dream of the woman in front of him. After about an hour, Mo Qianni made 5 stir-fried dishes, a pot of soup, and a plate of hot and sour fish. Yangqing helped to bring all the dishes to the small western dining table outside. Mo Qianni took out a half-finished bottle of 10-year-old red wine out of nowhere and said a little embarrassedly, "There's only half a bottle of wine at home. I drink it before I go to bed at night to help me sleep. Just make do with it and drink a little." Yangqing smiled indifferently and said, "I don't really like drinking." "Why don't you keep it for yourself at night?" "No, I have to drink a little to make this meal complete," Mo Qianni said stubbornly. She took 2 small wine glasses and filled them up for Yangqing and herself. Yangqing took the wine glass and lightly clinked it with Mo Qianni, who still had some sweat on her face. "My dear little Xianxia, if you want it to be complete, I suggest you turn off the lights and light up the candles." Mo Qianni opened her watery eyes wide and said with a face full of annoyance, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I don't have candles at home. If you had reminded me, I could have bought them from the supermarket. I would have bought rose-scented ones. I really like that smell. Xianxia grinned and said with a depressed face, I was just saying it casually. Do you really want a candlelight dinner? Of course, don't you know that romance is a woman's right? Xianxia said proudly. Looking at the woman's innocent expression, Xianxia couldn't help but smile and shake his head. His heavy mood from the afternoon suddenly turned for the better. The two chatted happily as they ate. Xianxia's cooking was pretty good and Xianxia had a good time eating. On the other hand, Xianxia hadn't eaten such spicy food for a long time. She kept wiping her sweat with a napkin and her white face was flushed red. After picking up a piece of stir-fried chicken for Xianxia, Xianxia suddenly said, the company's shift will start in a week or so. You're going to Japan and I'm going to Hainan with a team. We won't be able to see each other for a while. You're going to Hainan? This was the first time Xianxia heard Xianxia mention it. That's right. The Ministry of Finance is going to Hainan. They said it's warm there and not as hot as summer. I think it's not bad. Xianxia asked in confusion, how come you didn't know? I thought you already knew I was going to Hainan. Ruwashi is going with us this year. You live with her. Didn't you hear? Xianxia was even more stunned. Lin Ruwashi is going too? He really hadn't heard her mention it. But thinking about the estrangement between the two of them these days and Lin Ruwashi's attitude towards him, it was normal that she didn't tell him. Xianxia sensed that there seemed to be a problem and carefully asked, did you quarrel with Ruwashi? Xianxia curled his lips, you know her personality. It's normal that she didn't tell me. It's fine. She works so hard all year round and needs a break. Xianxia didn't ask further. She sighed and said, that's right. I've been in the company for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen Ruwashi willing to take a break and travel with her employees. You didn't see it, but when I announced in the department that the president was going with everyone in the office almost went crazy with joy. I've become jealous of your wife's personal charm. She has so many people adore her even though she doesn't say a word all day. I thought it was you who persuaded her to go, but it doesn't seem like it. How can I persuade her? She doesn't say anything, but her temper is actually more stubborn than anyone else. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Xianxia nodded in agreement and didn't continue the topic. Instead, she chatted with Xianxia about other family matters and interesting things in the company. After dinner, Xianxia washed the dishes in the kitchen, while Xianxia sat on the sofa and watched the evening news. When Xianxia finished washing the dishes, she took off her apron and stretched. She obediently leaned into Xianxia's arms and asked with a smile, are you going back tonight? Xianxia lowered his head and pecked Xianxia's lips, it depends on your performance. If you perform well, I won't go back. If you don't, I'll turn around and leave. Xianxia narrowed her eyes and showed a hint of disdain. She stood up and glanced at Xianxia, if you want to go, then go. I won't see you out. But before she finished speaking, one of her hands was grabbed by Xianxia, and her whole body fell into Xianxia's arms again. This time, Xianxia directly turned over and pressed Xianxia under his body. He leaned close to the beauty's ear and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, your performance just now was what I liked. It was too outstanding. I decided not to go. Oh. Xianxia's earlobe was sprayed with a breath of hot air, and she felt like an electric current was running through her body. You don't want to go. Don't do this. How about it? Just like this. Then what do you want? Xianxia asked with a smirk. Xianxia blushed and said, I don't know. Let's do this then. Xianxia chuckled and kissed her lips that were inches away from his. The two were entangled together, and the sofa made a squeaking sound under the pressure. But just when Xianxia wanted to further remove the restraint under his body, the phone on the coffee table vibrated. Xianxia helplessly stopped and picked up the phone. He was happy. It was Tang Wan, who had ignored him for many days. Since the day Tang Wan mistakenly thought that he had an affair with her daughter, Tang, she hadn't contacted him. He didn't expect that she would call him at this time. Xianxia seized the opportunity when Xianxia got up and fled from the sofa in a panic. Like a runaway wife, she shouted, "I'm going to take a shower," and hid in her room. Yangqing smacked his lips and picked up the phone. When the call connected, there was no response from Tangwan. Yangqing thought that the phone was broken, but hearing the faint breathing sound, he knew that it was Tangwan who didn't know what to say. Yangqing chuckled, "What, are you testing my hearing to see if I can hear your breathing?" Tangwan finally opened her mouth, "You. Are you still angry?" "Angry? When have I ever been angry?" Yangqing asked. "I blamed you wrongly last time. I was too anxious at that time. I only found out what was going on yesterday." Tangwan spoke very softly, a little timid. Compared to her previous strong attitude, she was much more docile. Yangqing laughed, "It's good that you know, I'm really not angry." "Then how about I treat you to a meal tomorrow?" "It's Christmas, take it as an apology." Tangwan asked. "I have something to do tomorrow, you're not at fault." "I didn't know that Tang Tang is your daughter, or else I wouldn't have made such a mistake," Yangqing said. Tangwan seemed to feel that Yangqing still hadn't forgiven her. "Do you hate me? I was so reckless and said such unpleasant words." "You're not reckless at all, I can understand your mentality as a mother. Moreover, that girl is indeed worrisome. It's just that I've been really busy these few days. Next week, the company will take a vacation to Japan. I think we should wait until the new year," Yangqing said. Tangwan was a little disappointed. "All right, I'll contact you after the new year." "After the new year, I'll be 40 years old. Will you think that I'm too old and not want to talk to me?" "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think you look like a 40-year-old woman? If there's a gap between us, it should be Tang Tang's problem. You're Tang Tang's mother. To be honest, if there's really something between us, although we're both adults, it still feels weird," Yangchen said truthfully. "It should be hard for Tang Tang to accept." Tangwan smiled with self-reproach. "Fortunately, nothing happened with you that night. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have the face to see Tang Tang. I want to use this time to calm myself down and think about what kind of feelings I have for you. See you after the new year." Tangwan's generous expression made Yangqing feel helpless and relaxed. This woman would frankly say that she wanted to spend the night with you, but she would also bluntly say that she was hesitating. Yangchen didn't think too much about it. He couldn't say whether he loved Tangwan or not, but he liked her. He liked Tangwan's mature and beautiful body and her temperament. Furthermore, she was the one who suggested to have an intimate relationship without any responsibility. Yangchen admitted that he didn't have the strength to reject her. After hanging up, Jing aimed his spear at Mo Qianni's bedroom. Walking to the bedroom, he knocked on the door and asked, "Little Xianxia, why are you bathing in the bedroom?" Mo Qianni's voice came out after a long time. "I fell asleep." Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was like a wretched uncle seducing a little girl, and this little girl was even lying with her eyes wide open. "If you don't open the door, then I'll kick it open. You know that I have the strength to do so," Yangqing said. You can sleep on the sofa," Mo Qianni anxiously said. "Is this something you should say to your man?" Yangqing pretended to be angry. After a moment of silence, Mo Qianni cautiously opened the door with a pink pillow in her arms. She looked at Yangqing with a little fear and said, "I'm very nervous." "Can you just sleep? Don't do that kind of thing." Wasn't this asking for Yangqing's life? There was a charming woman beside him that he could only look at but not touch. "Why are you nervous? Didn't we do it in the villa last time?" Yangqing asked gloomily. "It hurt too much after that last time. It hurt for 3 days after that," Mo Qianni said in a low voice with lingering fear. Only then did Yangqing remember that last time at the farm, he couldn't hold back and pressed down on Mo Qianni twice. It was Mo Qianni's first time doing that, and after being hit by a torrential downpour, it might have left a psychological after effect. In this kind of situation, the more she didn't come into contact with it, the more afraid she would be in the future. Yangqing knew that the best way was to let Mo Qianni experience all kinds of fun, but he couldn't let her get hurt again. This way, the fear in her heart would be eliminated. Yangqing walked forward and hugged Mo Qianni. "Call me hubby." Mo Qianni felt the warmth of the man and smelled the familiar scent. Her heart was at peace, and she shyly called, "Hubby." Dear, try again, okay? If you don't feel comfortable, I won't do it again. Xianxia said gently. Mo Qianni struggled a little, and finally responded softly. Xianxia hugged the soft body in his arms and fell on the soft mattress. He turned off the light in the bedroom, leaving only a bedside lamp on. In the dim light, Mo Qianni's long hair was like ink, and her face was like jade. She bit her rosy thin lips, and her beauty was unparalleled. With gentle movements, Xianxia slowly pushed Mo Qianni's arms away and gave her a look to let her believe him. Only then did he start to remove the woman's restraints. After a period of gentle entanglement, Mo Qianni softly nestled in Xianxia's arms. She didn't wear any clothes, but a thick quilt, and the two were closely pressed together. Xianxia looked down and saw Mo Qianni smiling. Her eyes were closed, and her curved eyelashes were slightly trembling, as if she was enjoying it very much. You won't be afraid in the future, right? Xianxia asked. Mo Qianni answered in a daze, you have to do this every time. Don't treat me like the first time. I promise you will feel comfortable every time. Xianxia said, and thought to himself, as long as I'm not afraid, I can control what I do. After a day, Xianxia also felt a little tired. He hugged Mo Qianni and fell asleep. Because there was a warm and soft body next to him, Xianxia slept especially well. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. The sky outside was still dark, but Xianxia felt something falling on his eyebrows like raindrops. Xianxia moved his head and opened his eyes. In front of him was Mo Qianni, who had already put on her pajamas. Her bare face looked very fresh, and she was looking at him with a smile. Xianxia yawned and said with a bitter smile, "What's the matter? Why are you up so early? I remember it's the weekend today." 147, 141. Mo Qianni said with a bit of excitement. What 147, 141? Xianxia rubbed his eyes and asked. Mo Qianni was like a naive child who had eaten honey. She happily said, your left eyebrow, 147, and your right eyebrow didn't count all of them. There are still a few left, but I counted 141. Xianxia thought that he had heard wrongly, and asked in astonishment and helplessness, why are you counting my eyebrows? Mo Qianni looked at Xianxia's eyes in a daze. I read a book before, the woman in the book loves her man, and she even knows how many eyebrows that man has. I can't count it every day, so of course I have to seize the opportunity. The smile on Xianxia's face disappeared, and he stared blankly at the somewhat silly woman in front of him. He felt that whatever he said at this moment would seem so pale. Why do you always make me feel like I've let you down? Little Xianxia, a real vixen should be like you. Other women use their bodies to seduce men, but you use your heart to make me not even have a chance to breathe. Xianxia hugged Mo Qianni's body tightly, and said with a smile, do you want me to suffocate? It's not that serious. Mo Qianni pursed her lips and smiled, you're awake, I'll go make breakfast. Just as Mo Qianni was about to get up, she was pulled back onto the bed by Xianxia. Yeah, what are you doing? Mo Qianni's heart trembled, afraid that Xianxia would want to do that again. Xianxia said seriously, it's not fair. You counted mine, but I haven't counted yours yet. Obediently don't move, let me count your eyebrows. Only then did Mo Qianni react. She was both angry and amused. In the end, she simply threw herself onto Xianxia's chest and giggled. After having breakfast at Mo Qianni's house, Xianxia drove directly to the intersection where he had agreed to meet Xianxia. Because it was Christmas and it was snowing, the whole of Shanghai was filled with an atmosphere of singing and laughter. Many people pretended to be Santa Claus, promoting their shops on the street, and some gave some small gifts to attract customers. When he saw Xianxia, she was already wearing a purple coat with a fur collar and a knitted hat. She was standing in the cold wind, waiting for him. Xianxia rolled down the window and shouted, Xianxia. Only then did the girl timidly get into Xianxia's car, but because she had not been in a car before, it took her a while to even open the door. Didn't you say 9 o'clock? I'm already here. Why are you still standing here? Look at you, your nose is red. Xianxia said with pity. Xianxia smiled brightly, it's okay, I don't sleep late, and I don't have the habit of staying in the quilt in winter. Xianxia knew that this child also grew up with hardship, so he didn't say much and asked, What gifts do you think children like? Xianxia thought for a moment. Buy candy. The orphanage doesn't lack clothes, but there are not many snacks. It's Christmas, so buy some sweet snacks and candy. The children will like them. Yangqing naturally had no objection. He really didn't know how to communicate with children. The last time he went to the orphanage, he was ignored by the children. Therefore, Yangqing drove directly to the nearest department store and took Xianxia into the mall, which was not crowded yet. When passing by a shop selling electronic products, Yangqing held Xianxia's hand. Xianxia felt her hand being held by Yangqing, and her pretty face blushed. Brother Yang, what's wrong? Yangqing didn't think much about it. He just took Xianxia to a counter that sold mobile phones and said, I can't always go to your stall when I contact you in the future. I'll give you a mobile phone. Before Xianxia could refuse, Yangqing said, Today is Christmas, and it will be the new year in a few days. Just take it as a gift from your brother to your sister. Didn't you give me a platinum pendant last time? I want to give you one too. Pick a style that you like, and I'll get it done for you. You'll have to pay the phone bill yourself in the future. How about that? Xianxia saw that Yangqing was about to get angry if she refused. She was touched and didn't refuse again. She looked around and chose a small and cheap phone. After all, this was an era of advanced information technology. Buying a mobile phone, going through all the procedures, and connecting to the internet would take less than half an hour. When Yangqing saw Xianxia holding the first mobile phone in her life with a lovely smile, he was quite happy in his heart. Perhaps it was because they both grew up without parents, or because they grew up in adversity, or because of the series of fated encounters between the two of them. Yangqing felt that his fondness for Xianxia surprised even himself. It was as if this stubborn girl was really his younger sister. Brother Yang, can I call you in the future? Xianxia carefully closed the cover of the mobile phone and asked Yangqing with a red face that might have been blown by the heater. Yangqing smiled, Of course, otherwise, why would I buy it for you? Anytime? Xianxia asked softly with expectation. Yes. Yangqing nodded. Xianxia's big bright eyes turned into crescent moons when she smiled. Originally, Yangqing wanted to take Xianxia to buy a new set of clothes. According to the customs of Xianxia, people should change into new clothes during the Chinese New Year, but Xianxia stubbornly refused this time. She refused no matter what. Yangqing was afraid that the little girl would really get angry and not do anything, so he didn't force her. After buying candy and some small gifts, it was almost 11 o'clock. Yangqing put the two big bags into the trunk of the car and went to New Hope Orphanage with Xianxia. When they arrived at the old orphanage again, Yangqing saw that there was a medium-sized Christmas tree at the entrance of the courtyard. Stars, dolls, and other decorations were hung on the Christmas tree. It was beautifully decorated. Neon lights were hanging on the doorframe, flashing all kinds of colorful lights. White snow fell on a few old pine trees, bending the branches a little. On the walls of the house, the vines of the creepers were also stained with snow. Although the leaves had withered, they still gave off a special sense of hierarchy. Xianxia got out of the car and looked at the orphanage's gate that she hadn't seen for a long time. Her eyes were slightly moist. Go in. President Cha will be very happy to see you. Yangqing took two big bags of gifts from the car and said to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and took a big bag from Yangqing's hand. She carried it with both hands and said, I'll take a bag too. I'm grateful that Brother Yang came with me. I can't let you do this for me all the time. Yangqing was a little helpless at this girl's clear reasoning. He just let her be. The two of them walked up the stairs and were about to enter the gate of the orphanage. Unexpectedly, two tall, ordinary-looking women in black suits and earphones suddenly blocked the door. They were tall and slender, and had ordinary looks but a bit heroic. I'm sorry. Visitors are not allowed here for the time being. One of the women with a ponytail said coldly and emotionlessly. Yangqing furrowed his brows. If he wasn't mistaken, the two women in front of him had an aura of hostility from the military. They should be female soldiers who had undergone professional special forces training. However, they seemed to be the bodyguards of an important person. We're here to see the children. This girl came from this orphanage. Today, she's here to see the president and her siblings. Please make an exception. Yangqing knew that they were here for work. He didn't have any temper and wanted to talk to them nicely. The female bodyguard with a ponytail glanced at the big bags in their hands and shook her head. You can come back another day or in the afternoon. Xianxia was a little disappointed. She looked into the door and pulled on Yangqing's sleeve. Forget it, brother Yang. There should be some important person inside. Let's come back another day. Is it still Christmas? Yangqing said. It's okay. It's okay if it's later. Xianxia said faintly. Yangqing said to the female bodyguard with a ponytail, how about this? One of you go in and tell President Cha that it's Su Xianxia. Let's see if she's willing to see us. The other female bodyguard with short hair seemed to find it funny. Don't you understand? Asking you to come back in the afternoon or another day is not a matter of whether the president wants to see you or not. It's just that you're not allowed to go in right now. With that said, Yangqing was unhappy. He was being reasonable with them, not forcing his way in. It was a normal Christmas morning. Two people who wanted to visit the children of the orphanage rushed in without any knives or machine guns. They were holding candy in their hands and politely asking them to make an exception or inform them. In such a situation, even if they were not allowed to go in, they should at least go in and ask. Moreover, even if the leaders of the central government came to visit, there was no reason to chase them away like this. Yangqing's face didn't look good. I'll say it one last time. Go in and ask. Tell them that Su Xianxia is back. If you don't say it, then don't blame me for doing something that I don't like to do. The bodyguard with a ponytail frowned and didn't say anything. The female bodyguard with short hair seemed to have heard a joke. She asked sarcastically, oh? What is it that you don't like to do? Just do it. Yangqing didn't say anything more and walked directly into the door. When the two female bodyguards saw that Yangqing wanted to walk in openly, their faces turned cold. They wanted to step forward and grab Yangqing's hand at the same time. Each of them hooked their feet on the back of Yangqing's legs, trying to subdue Yangqing. But Yangqing's hands and legs were like reinforced concrete. He didn't move an inch when the two women's grappling skills hit him. The two female bodyguards were shocked. Their strength was not that of ordinary women. Even the ordinary male special forces soldiers in the military camp could not catch up to them. Their legs were at least 100 kilograms in weight, and the strength of their arms also had an explosive force of more than 100 kilograms. However, this man's weak body was bearing a total of more than 400 kilograms of weight, but he didn't react at all. He was still walking in. Danger! The two women immediately thought that this was simply a top assassin who intended to harm the people inside. Suddenly, the two female bodyguards withdrew their bodies and took out their guns from their arms. The two muzzles, one on the left and one on the right, instantly aimed at Yangqing's head. Put down the things in your hands. Raise your hands high and don't move. The bodyguard with a ponytail shouted. Yangqing glanced at the two coldly, then looked back at Xianxia, who was scared silly behind him. If it was according to my habits, you should be dead by now. But I really don't want to kill people in this place, and I don't want to kill you in front of this girl. I will count to 3. If you don't take back your guns, I can only do what I don't want to do. Humph, do you think we are scared? The short-haired bodyguard sneered. Obviously, she didn't take Yangqing's words seriously. Yangqing sighed. To kill the two silly female bodyguards in front of Xianxia on Christmas, in the orphanage, this day was really unlucky. As for how to deal with the aftermath after killing them, it wasn't within the scope of Yangqing's consideration. It wasn't recklessness, but some things of principle. He would do it first and care about the rest later. But just as Yangqing was about to kill the two female bodyguards without drawing blood, a clear female voice came from the corridor not far away. Stop. Little Wen, Little Li, what are you doing? Put down the guns. He saw a woman wearing a simple yet elegant winter dress and a white cashmere scarf walking over. One could vaguely see the traces of age on her smooth face, but her dignified and beautiful appearance still made the woman extremely charming. The woman's hair was tied up in a bun, clean and clear, without a trace of gray. She must have taken good care of her hair, and although there was a hint of reproach in her gentle eyes, it didn't make people uncomfortable. When Yangqing saw this woman, he felt that she was a little familiar. He didn't know where he had seen her before, but he couldn't remember. "Madam, it's dangerous. Don't come over first," the ponytailed female bodyguard called Little One said loudly. The woman didn't listen to them. "They are here to see the children, and they aren't holding weapons in their hands. What are you doing?" Before the woman finished speaking, Director Cha, who seemed old due to her age, followed up from behind and shouted excitedly, "Xianxia? Is that Xianxia?" Xianxia, who was standing at the door, was still trembling with fear. When she heard the familiar voice, she immediately ran up and threw herself into Director Cha's arms. "Still not putting them down?" the woman said to the two female bodyguards with a slight reproach. Little Wen and Little Li looked at each other awkwardly and put away the guns in their hands, but they still looked at Yangqing with vigilance. President Cha and Xianxia hugged each other. Tears streamed down his wrinkled face, and he couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Xianxia's eyes were also red from crying. She murmured grandma as if she wanted to pour out all the grievances she had suffered outside and how much she missed her family. "Principal, is this the child you mentioned who hasn't come back for a long time?" the woman asked with a sad tone. Principal Cha seemed to be very respectful towards this woman, but she couldn't say anything as she cried. She could only hug Xianxia's petite body and nod. The woman smiled and said, "It's good that you're back. You must have suffered a lot outside. You can be considered a sensible child." Principal Cha stroked Xianxia's black hair and comforted Xianxia, but she couldn't care about anything else. The woman turned around and smiled apologetically at Yangqing. "Young man, I'm sorry. These two children were just worried about my safety. Actually, they didn't mean any harm. Don't take it to heart. How could someone who is willing to come here to see the children be a malicious person? You won't hold a grudge against them, right?" Yangqing looked at the face that was like a spring breeze in front of him. The few traces of dissatisfaction in his heart unknowingly disappeared. He couldn't help but sigh that this woman was really amazing. Her words and demeanor were extremely gentle, making it impossible for people to get angry. It was like a huge force had fallen on a sponge ball, and it disappeared without a trace. If it wasn't because she was born this way, then it was because she had been cultivating herself for many years. "Forget it. I'm just accompanying Xianxia back to see the principal and the children. I don't want to cause any trouble," Yangqing said lightly. "Do you think we're afraid of you?" Little Li's eyes widened. The woman frowned and lowered her voice. "Isn't that enough?" Little Wen and Little Li saw that the woman seemed to be really angry, so they calmed down and lowered their heads angrily. The woman shook her head and sighed helplessly. She turned around and said to Director Cha, "Director Cha, I won't stay here and delay your reunion with your child. You two must have a lot to talk about. I still have to go to the orphanage in the neighboring city, so I'll be leaving first." When Principal Cha heard that the woman wanted to leave, he quickly let go of Xianxia and urged her to stay. "Madam, please eat before you leave. The children are very grateful for the gifts you sent." "No, my schedule is very tight. I really can't delay it. Please tell the children that I'll be back after the new year," the woman said kindly. President Cha seemed to know that the woman was telling the truth, so he did not try to persuade her to stay. He bowed respectfully and said, "Madam, I hope that your family will be healthy in the coming year. How can I accept this?" The woman smiled as she helped President Cha up. "I'm a junior. It's more appropriate for me to bow to you, President." "I'm doing this on behalf of the children," President Cha said with a smile. The woman smiled as she looked at the entire courtyard. She then turned around and nodded at Yangqing as a sign of farewell. She then brought the two female bodyguards, Little Wen and Little Li, out of the courtyard. Yangqing also nodded at the woman. As for the warning glances that Little Wen and Little Li gave Yangqing, Yangqing treated it as sand entering his eyes and didn't see it. "Sir, I didn't expect it to be you again. Every time you come, there's always good news. I didn't expect that girl Xianxia would come back with you," President Cha said emotionally. Yangqing picked up 2 bags of sweets and snacks and said with a smile, "President, let's put aside the matter of why I brought Xianxia back first. I think we should give the children gifts first." "Sigh, alright, it must be tiring for you to carry them," President Cha's wrinkles seemed to have widened from her smile as she led Yangqing and Xianxia into the courtyard. Outside the orphanage, beside a quiet parking space, the woman who was about to enter a white Infinity stopped in her tracks. She seemed to be thinking about something as she asked the two female bodyguards, Little Wen and Little Li, who were following behind her. "Did you guys ask the name of that young man just now?" Little Wen shook her head. "We didn't ask." "Why, madam? Is it important?" "If madam wants to know, I can ask him now." A trace of doubt flashed across the woman's eyes. Then, she laughed as if she was mocking herself. "Maybe I'm thinking too much. How could something like that be possible? Sigh, you guys didn't even ask who he was before you made a move and pulled out your gun. Do you think you can pull out a gun so casually?" "Madam, the chief told us to protect you, especially with the election at the beginning of next year. Your safety can't be compromised at such an important juncture," Little Li said, feeling wronged. The woman looked disappointed, as if she wasn't interested in the election. She didn't say anything else and slowly entered the car. At the same time, Yangqing, who was following President Cha into the courtyard, finally understood who that woman was. Wasn't she the portrait hanging in the largest corridor of the orphanage, the founder of the orphanage, the woman named Guo Shuihua? No wonder the president was so respectful towards her. She looked familiar to him. She must have been inspecting the orphanage that she founded since it was the end of the year. Coincidentally, she came here today. After seeing her in person, Yangqing realized that the portrait really couldn't express her true temperament. That kind of heartwarming smile couldn't be felt through the cold oil painting at all. Since it was lunchtime, President Cha let Xianxia and Yangqing have lunch together with the children. Everyone had lunch in a big dining hall. Afterward, President Cha naturally pulled Xianxia back to her office and talked for a while. Knowing that Xianxia was running a small business outside and didn't have to sleep on the streets without food or warm clothes, she felt a little better. She also asked Xianxia how she knew Yangqing and so on. As for Xianxia becoming a delinquent girl, playing with motorcycles, and becoming a pickpocket, Xianxia obviously didn't say anything. This wasn't a matter of honesty, but she was worried that the president wouldn't be able to bear it. Yangqing dozed off alone in the orphanage in the afternoon, but he wasn't bored. Naughty children often came to tease Yangqing. They either wanted to draw a turtle on Yangqing's face or wanted to tie a rope between Yangqing's feet, which made Yangqing dumbfounded. When the sun was setting, the children had to go to their evening classes. President Cha had to take care of the children, so she reluctantly said goodbye to Xianxia and reminded Xianxia to remember to come back often. Xianxia ran back to Yangqing. Although she had talked for the whole afternoon, her little face didn't show any fatigue. Instead, it was full of joy. "You had a good talk. Wouldn't it be better if you came back earlier?" Yangqing said with a smile. Xianxia pouted. "I was afraid of being scolded by my grandmother, and I also felt ashamed to come back here. If it weren't for Brother Yang, I would probably have to wait until next year. Come back often, the president is an elder." Yangqing didn't say anything more. Xianxia nodded knowingly, with a bit of sadness in her eyes. "Brother Yang, can you accompany me to a place?" Xianxia suddenly raised her head and asked. Yangqing thought that Xianxia was going to go back, but he didn't expect that there was a place she wanted to go. But since he accompanied her out, there was no reason not to satisfy her little request. The place that Xianxia wanted to go to was not a special place. It was just a small playground behind the orphanage. There were some slides, climbing poles, swings, and other large toys. It was a place where the children in the orphanage played on a daily basis. Xianxia's eyes were full of nostalgia as she touched the various equipment in the courtyard. Finally, she sat on a swing and swung it leisurely. Yangqing followed her and sat on another swing side by side. The gate of the orphanage could be seen directly opposite the swing. "When I was a child, I would sit here almost every day, watching the sun go down in the sky, waiting for my grandmother to call us for dinner." Xianxia seemed to be muttering to herself. "When I dream, I often dream of this scene, as if it happened yesterday." Yangqing listened quietly. At this moment, Xianxia didn't look like an 18-year-old girl at all. The sadness and vicissitudes between her eyebrows were not something that children under the love of their parents could have. It was not a very good thing, but it made people dare not ignore this girl's strong heart. Xianxia turned her head and asked Yangqing with a sweet smile, "Brother Yang, do you know what I thought about every day when I sat here when I was a child?" Yangqing pondered for a moment. "You're not thinking about what to eat for dinner, are you?" Xianxia pouted. "I'm not that greedy." "Then what are you thinking about?" Xianxia smiled bitterly. Her eyes were full of nostalgia. "I was thinking whether a couple, or a man, or a woman, would walk in from the gate. Then, they would turn to look at me and smile at me. When that person walked in front of me, he would say, 'Little girl, will you be my daughter?' At that time, I thought that I would definitely say yes. No matter what kind of person he was, as long as he was willing to adopt me, I would go with him. Because that was the only way I could have my parents again." Seeing that Yangqing was looking at her, Xianxia bit her thin lips. "However, most of my friends around me were adopted, and no one came to adopt me, so I didn't think about it anymore." Yangqing was silent. In his mind, the scene of a little girl sitting alone on a swing under the setting sun, looking at the empty gate appeared. Day after day, year after year, that kind of heart-wrenching days must be very hard to bear. "Brother Yang, do you know why I don't want to study or repeat my studies?" Xianxia said faintly, "When I was in school, other people knew that I was from an orphanage. The children would laugh at me for being born out of a rock and not having parents. After I grew up, my classmates in junior high were not willing to be with me. Some boys were unwilling to do their homework and asked me to do it for them. If I refused, they would bully me and even beat me. They would hide my lunchbox and not let me eat. To me, reading was not so much a study as a torment, a torture. Brother Yang, in fact, I used to ride motorcycles with those people, fight, and be a thief. It was during junior high that I became like that, because if I didn't fight back, they would bully me even more. I know that I can only rely on myself because I don't have parents to help me. If I want to survive in this world, I can only rely on my own fists." "Xianxia." Yangqing turned his head and looked at Xianxia. "Sit on the swing and don't move." "Huh?" Xianxia wondered what Yangqing was going to do, but she still sat on the swing obediently and didn't move. Yangqing got up and walked out of the courtyard. He walked all the way out of the orphanage. Just when Xianxia was confused, Yangqing walked in again. She saw that Yangqing looked around for a while, as if he didn't know this place. Then, he saw Xianxia sitting on the swing. Yangqing showed a slightly surprised smile and walked step by step towards Xianxia. He gradually approached Xianxia until he was in front of her. Yangqing squatted down, reached out a hand, and held Xianxia's white hand that was calloused from hard work. Xianxia's cheeks were pink, but she didn't know why Yangqing held her hand. Yangqing seemed to see Xianxia for the first time. His appreciative eyes lingered on Xianxia's face for a long time. "Ah. What a beautiful little girl. I can't bear to let you go when I see you. Little girl, come home with me, okay? Although I'm a bit too young to be your father, can you be my sister?" Xianxia's heart seemed to be covered by a wave of sweetness. She wanted to laugh because of the sudden happiness and touching, but when her emotions reached the peak, it all turned into tears of joy. She couldn't help but drop her tears on the snow like a broken string, and the hot tears melted the snow. "Why are you crying? You won't look good if you cry." Yangqing said softly, "Answer me. Are you willing?" Xianxia nodded vigorously, "I'm willing. To be my sister, it's not enough to just be beautiful. You also have to have good grades. If I send you to study, you have to study hard. Can you do that?" Yangqing asked seriously. Xianxia held back her laughter and said in a childish voice, "But brother, what if someone bullies your sister?" "If anyone dares to bully my sister, I'll beat him to death," Yangqing said methodically. Xianxia finally couldn't control her emotions that were on the verge of collapse. With a cry, she threw herself into Yangqing's arms. Her tears instantly soaked Yangqing's chest. Yangqing gently patted Xianxia's back and said softly and solemnly in Xianxia's ear, "Xianxia, if you think that in this world, everyone has wronged you, then you must remember that there is such a person who will let the whole world down for you." Since it was Christmas Eve, Yangqing didn't want to see Xianxia spend the holidays alone in her rented house. Thus, despite Xianxia's refusal, he brought Xianxia back to the villa in Dragon Garden. Lin Ruoxi probably hoped that he would do the same. After all, Lin Ruoxi had watched Xianxia grow up, although she wasn't much older than Xianxia. When he brought Xianxia home, the three women were busy chatting in the kitchen. It was rare that Lin Ruoxi had returned home early. Naturally, Hui Lin followed her back home obediently. Lin Ruoxi didn't forget the cooking skills she learned from Li Jingjing. She was smart to begin with, so she was more reliable in learning anything. Hui Lin lived with Abbess Yin Miao on the mountain all year round. Although she was a vegetarian and chanted Buddhist scriptures, she still knew some basic cooking skills. At the very least, it wasn't a problem for her to do some menial work. Thus, the two women helped Mother Wang in the kitchen happily. Hearing the sound of Yangqing's return, Hui Lin was the first to run out. She treated Yangqing as her brother-in-law. Due to her good upbringing, she knew to greet Yangqing when she went out. "Brother Yang, you're back." Just as she said that with a smile, Hui Lin saw a petite girl standing beside Yangqing. She was looking around nervously. When she saw Hui Lin, she immediately lowered her head to greet her. Her voice was so soft that she couldn't hear it. Yangqing helped Xianxia forward and introduced her. "This is a younger sister I know." "Your sister knows her too. Her name is Su Xianxiu. Since she's alone, I brought her home to celebrate the holidays with us." Hui Lin was smart and immediately smiled kindly at Xianxiu. However, she was a stranger and didn't know what to say. In the kitchen, Lin Ruoxi didn't want to talk to Yangqing. However, when she heard Yangqing mention Xianxiu's name, she immediately wiped her wet hands and walked out of the kitchen in a pink apron. Without looking at Yangqing, she walked to Xianxiu and held Xianxiu's hand. She smiled and asked, "Did you go back to see the dean today?" Xianxiu saw Lin Ruoxi and relaxed slightly. She smiled and nodded. "Yes, Brother Yang brought me to buy a lot of gifts for the children and the dean. We had lunch there." "That's good. The dean must be very happy. It's your first time coming to my house. Sit down and watch TV. Don't stand on ceremony. You can eat later." Lin Ruoxi didn't care about Yangqing at all. She was clearly in a cold war with him. Yangqing smiled bitterly in his heart. He had no choice. Since he had chosen this path, he was prepared to accept this kind of treatment. Hui Lin saw the cold estrangement between the two. She couldn't bear to see it, but she didn't say anything. Lin Ruoxi pulled Hui Lin back to the kitchen. Yangqing pulled Xianxiu to sit on the sofa. He took out some candies and beef jerky that Mother Wang always prepared at home. This made Xianxiu feel uneasy again. For a girl whose monthly income was only enough to pay for rent, utilities, and 3 simple meals, snacks were very extravagant. It wasn't that Yangqing didn't know that Xianxiu lived a hard life and didn't care about her. However, Xianxiu's self-esteem obviously wouldn't accept Yangqing buying her good food and clothes for no reason. It was already a great decision for her to accept a loan from Yangqing to retake the college entrance examination. In less than half an hour, the hot dishes were carried out from the kitchen. Xianxiu sensibly walked into the kitchen and helped carry the dishes. Lin Ruoxi saw Xianxiu holding the steamed plate with her small hands and said anxiously, "Xianxiu, don't carry that. It's too hot and it will hurt your hands." Xianxiu didn't feel anything. She smiled and said, "It's okay, Sister Ruoxi. It's not hot." Lin Ruoxi was also surprised that Xianxiu didn't feel hot at all. She didn't even dare to touch the plate. This child, her hands are full of calluses. She must have done a lot of hard work. Mother Wang had sharp eyes and saw that there were many yellowish bulges on Xianxiu's hands. "It's so distressing." Lin Ruoxi had talked to Mother Wang about Xianxiu before. Mother Wang didn't feel that Xianxiu was a stranger. Xianxiu smiled indifferently. She didn't dare to speak in such a luxurious villa. Soon, the 5 of them sat down. Yangqing sat alone at the head of the table. On one side were Mother Wang and Hui Lin, and on the other side were Lin Ruoxi and Xianxiu. Facing the 4 women at the table, Yangqing felt like he was in a female dormitory. It suddenly occurred to him that if one day in the future, all the women around him could get together to eat together, in a row on the left and a row on the right. How spectacular would that be? However, it was just a thought. Although Yangqing was a bit overbearing and possessive of the women he liked, he didn't think of himself as an ancient emperor. He didn't think that these women would be concubines in the palace. Therefore, he didn't think that these women who treated him well would be friendly to his other women. They were all beauties and had their own pride. They all wanted to be loved completely. They were all the same. How could they tolerate each other just because they wanted to? On the surface, it was good enough that they didn't fight each other in front of him. If he really wanted to build a harmonious relationship, he still had a long way to go. However, at this time, Lin Ruoshi was probably not by his side anymore. Halfway through the meal, the four women chatted happily. Even the shy Xianxia gradually relaxed and became more talkative. However, at this moment, the doorbell rang. Mother Wang stood up and walked to the display at the door. She looked at the person outside and was stunned. She said to everyone, "It's the eldest daughter of the Kai family." Then, she opened the door. The eldest daughter of the Kai family was naturally Kai Ning. Yangqing was a little surprised. He knew that Choi Yun was Lin Ruoshi's best friend. Kai Ning shouldn't be familiar with Lin Ruoshi, so she was most likely here to look for him. However, what matter would require her to look for him on Christmas night? Kai Ning was wearing a black trench coat. Because she practiced internal energy, the cold of winter didn't affect her. Her tall and graceful figure was still very eye-catching in the trench coat. She had a cold and elegant face similar to Choi Yun. At this moment, it was as if frost had just fallen, and it was cold. Walking into the house, Kai Ning didn't look at anyone else. She just stared at Yangqing with a piercing gaze, as if there was some deep hatred between them. Yangqing was puzzled. Lin Ruoshi and the others were also surprised. They didn't dare to greet Kai Ning. "What did you do to my sister?" Kai Ning asked a question that stunned Yangqing. Lin Ruoshi and Mother Wang both had strange expressions on their faces. Hui Lin knew that Kai Ning was Flower Rain, but she didn't know who her sister was. Xianxia was completely confused. "What did I do?" Yangqing shook his head. "I had lunch with her yesterday. We talked for a while, but I didn't do anything to her." Kai Ning was extremely agitated. She asked aggressively, "What did you say to her?" Yangqing hesitated for a while. He walked in front of Kai Ning and used a volume that only Kai Ning could hear to briefly explain what happened yesterday. It was more or less about rejecting Choi Yun's favor. Kai Ning widened her watery eyes and stared fiercely at Yangqing. "How could you treat her like this? Do you know how hard she has been suffering because of this? I have no other choice. This kind of thing can't be forced. You don't want her to go the wrong way, right?" Yangqing said helplessly. You don't understand what I'm talking about." Kai Ning's eyes were slightly overflowing with tears. "Do you know that you are cruel?" Yangqing was silent. He was cruel, but was accepting Choi Yun not cruel? Kai Ning took a deep breath and said coldly, "Yang Chen, if anything happens to my sister, even if I'm no match for you, I'll still come after you. I won't let you off easy." "What happened to her?" This was the question that Yangqing wanted to know. Kai Ning glanced at him. "You don't need to know. You don't deserve to know." After saying that, Kai Ning turned around and left. Yangqing's face was a little heavy. Could it be that after he rejected that woman, she did something stupid? Thinking about how Choi Yun had cried stubbornly at noon yesterday, Yangqing suddenly realized that he was actually worried about her safety. At this moment, Lin Ruoshi walked up. She was expressionless, but it was obvious that she was suppressing her anger. She asked Yangqing, "What happened to Yonyan? What did you do to her?" Yangqing sighed. "I don't know. I also want to know what happened to her." Lin Ruoshi looked at Yangqing distrustfully. She walked to the phone and called Choi Yun's phone. The caller's phone had been turned off. Lin Ruoshi's face became more and more ugly. She looked at Yangqing with eyes that were originally cold, but there was also a trace of hatred. Mother Wang saw that the warm family dinner had become so serious, especially between Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi. Anyone could feel the awkwardness between them, and her eyes were filled with worry. In the end, Christmas Eve ended on a sour note. There was no dining atmosphere. Whether it was Hui Lin or Xianxia, they ate hastily and wasted most of the food. Yangqing sent Xianxia back to her rented place. Xianxia seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she only said, "Goodbye, Brother Yang." Then, she walked back to her house. When Yangqing returned to the villa, the three women were already asleep. In his room, after taking a hot shower, he laid on the big bed. Yangqing felt a heavy pressure on his chest. There were too many complicated thoughts in his mind, and he couldn't fall asleep at all. Because it was the end of the year, Yulei International had a lot of things to do. In addition, a few days later, it would be a rotating holiday. Almost all the employees in the head office would be away for half a month to a month, so many things had to be done as soon as possible. As a result, in the next few days, Lin Ruoshi didn't have much time to meet with Yangqing. The two of them didn't even have to meet with each other. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. It was time for the holiday. Lin Ruoshi and Mo Qianni brought the people from the Ministry of Finance to Hainan for a holiday, while Yangqing followed a group of girls from the Public Relations Department to Japan. Before leaving, Yangqing specially asked Qiangwei and the Sea Eagles to pay attention to the situation in Huaxia. At the very least, he couldn't let anything happen to Mother Wang and Hui Lin. Although Hui Lin was good at fighting, it was hard to guarantee that no enemies would take advantage of Yangqing's absence. There were still no leads on Choi Yun's matter. Yangqing asked the bald pirate Maekdan, who was the best at intelligence investigation and had eyes all over the world, to conduct a search, but there was no news in a short period of time. Under such circumstances, the biggest possibility was that Choi Yun had entered some hidden area, and it was a place that Maekdan's eyes couldn't reach. However, while he was searching for Choi Yun, Anshin, who had been keeping an eye on him, appeared in a place that Yangqing felt was extremely fated. Anshin had always been on international flights, flying all over the world. She did not expect that on the day Yangqing went to Japan, she would also be a flight attendant on that flight. This news made Yangqing's mood, which had been slightly gloomy because of Choi Yun, slightly better. Although strictly speaking, he had only met an Xian twice, this rebellious yet adorable seductive vixen had left a deep impression on Yang Chen after their two passionate encounters. Such a woman may not always stay by your side obediently. She yearns for independence and freedom, and even treats marriage as a real piece of waste paper. But when she decides to put you in her heart, she will not let go even if you beat her to death. She will always cling to you and not let go. Even if she is not by your side, she will always be thinking about you in her heart. Yangqing liked the time he spent with Anshin. It was relaxing, warm, and stable. Of course, he could also enjoy the kind of happiness between a man and a woman. Since there was already a beginning, Yangqing would certainly not let go of the ending that should belong to him. Back then, Anshin hoped to use the word fate to determine her and Yangqing's fate. Yangqing felt that when he met her on the plane, this somewhat crazy woman would definitely open her cherry mouth wide and not be able to say a word. It was a sunny morning when all the snow in Zhonghai had melted. After Yangqing drove to the parking lot of Yulei International, he looked for the address and arrived at the place where the travel bus was parked. The dozen or so women from Yulei's public relations department who had decided to travel were already chattering in the bus and touching up their makeup. Their faces were beaming with happiness and there was no sign of the tiredness of the morning. In fact, there were far more than a dozen people in the public relations department. It was just that some of the female public relations staff chose other travel routes, and some chose to stay at home with their families until the spring festival. Therefore, the number of people going to Japan was limited to a dozen or so. As the new head, Lu Mingyu was naturally there. Zhao Hongyan and Zhang Kai were also good sisters, so they decided to go with Lu Mingyu to have fun. Speaking of the entire team of men, Yangqing was really the only one. However, because of Yangqing's amazing foreign languages, of course, it included Japanese. Yangqing also acted as a translator on this trip. After all, there were many people who knew English, but there weren't many people who knew Japanese. The Japanese were famous for hating English. The use of English in Japan was even less important than in Huaxia. Lu Mingyu was wearing a white casual sportswear and a pair of light-colored sunglasses. Her black hair was naturally loose, and her skin was especially fair and tender. When she saw Yangqing get on the bus, she picked up a magazine and immediately pretended not to see anything. Yangqing knew that she was shy. After all, they had a relationship that couldn't be seen in public. Therefore, on this trip, Lu Mingyu obviously didn't want others to find out that she was close to Yangqing. However, Yangqing didn't care about this. He minded his own business and sat next to Lu Mingyu. One of his hands even grabbed Lu Mingyu's elastic thigh when no one was looking. "Don't be like this, it's not good if others see us," Lu Mingyu said anxiously. Although she was purposely avoiding Yangqing, she was honestly happy that Yangqing was sitting next to her. Women were always so contradictory, even she herself didn't realize it. Yangqing smiled and said, "The more you act like this, the more people will think that there's something wrong with us. Naturally, it'll be easier. Didn't you say in a cool manner that after we're done, you'll still be you and I'll still be me? Why don't I sound cool now?" Lu Mingyu took off her sunglasses and rolled her eyes at Yangqing. "You're the only one who knows how to talk. Forget it, I'm already a mistress. You can touch me if you want. If others see through it, I'll just ruin my reputation with you. How about it, I have the professional ethics of a mistress, right?" Yangqing smiled, but he didn't hesitate to grab her again. Finally, Lu Mingyu didn't have the slightest bit of temper. More than an hour later, the group boarded the plane at Zhonghai International Airport. Everyone bought economy class, which made many female public servants complain. After all, it was still very tiring to sit in economy class after sitting for more than 4 hours. Yang Chen, on the other hand, was thinking whether an Xian would only serve business class. If that was the case, it wouldn't be as convenient to communicate with her as it was when he went to Hong Kong previously, let alone doing something that would make his blood boil. As the long line slowly walked into the Boeing 747, Yangqing sat down according to his seat. He didn't see Anqing's figure in the plane. Fortunately, he was sitting on the aisle. Yangqing planned to wait for the plane to take off before looking for her. After another full half an hour, the international flight finally took off. After the plane stabilized, the Japanese and Xianxia flight attendants also took their positions and served drinks to the passengers in each cabin. Yangqing saw that it was about time, so he unbuckled his seat belt and walked to business class. When he came to business class, he walked around and even looked at the flight attendant service area. Yangqing was stunned to find Anqing's figure. A kind Japanese flight attendant was the purser of this plane. Seeing that Yangqing seemed to be looking for something, she stepped forward and asked in broken Chinese, "Sir? Do you need anything?" Yangqing felt that he might as well ask someone else. He directly asked in fluent Japanese, "Miss, is there a flight attendant named Anqing on this flight?" The purser was slightly surprised by Yangqing's native Japanese. She smiled and said in Japanese, "Anqing?" She was originally on this flight, but last night she had something to do, so she changed her flight in the early hours of the morning and flew to Tokyo early. Early? Why? Yangqing frowned. No wonder he couldn't find that crazy girl. The purser shook her head, "I'm not sure either. It was an order from the headquarters." Anqing seemed to be unwilling, but in the end, it was changed. Oh right, it seems like Anqing's father also left on that flight. Yangqing immediately felt that something was wrong. And Zaihuan brought Anqing to Japan? One had to know that Anqing became a flight attendant in order to escape her father. Now that she was being escorted by An Zaihuan, nothing good would come out of it. However, the plane had already taken off. Yangqing couldn't contact MacDon to help him find Anqing's latest whereabouts. He could only wait patiently until he arrived in Japan. However, Yangqing wasn't too worried. After all, An Zaihuan wouldn't harm Anqing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to escort his daughter to Japan. After taking a nap on the plane for more than 4 hours, the group of people finally landed at Narita Airport in Tokyo. After going through the customs procedures, Yangqing led the group of female colleagues to the exit of the airport. Since it was a group tour, they naturally had a tour guide and driver. From afar, they saw a young lady with a good figure, wearing a pink sweater and carrying a small bag. She was holding a banner with the words "Yulei International" written on it. After Yang Chen and the others went up to introduce themselves, the Japanese tour guide named Kawanako used passable Mandarin to say a bunch of welcoming words to everyone. Following that, she led everyone to the car and headed to the hotel where they were staying to rest. After getting on a minibus, Kawanako began to talk about the rough route of the tour, as well as the general situation of Tokyo. In fact, even if she didn't talk about it, this international financial center that had one of the highest consumption standards in the world, the second largest city in the world, was enough to open the eyes of the group of female public relations staff. The endless flow of people and vehicles, as well as the densely packed skyscrapers, gave off the vibe of a fashionable metropolis. The total length of the tour this time was about 10 days. They would go from Tokyo to Nagoya, Kyoto, and Osaka. Finally, they would take a plane back to Shanghai. The group of women wasn't most concerned about the places to play, but they immediately asked Kawanako about the places where they could buy cheap branded bags and cheap branded cosmetics. Even Lu Mingyu, who seemed mature and steady, had a look of anticipation on her face. Her eyes were gleaming with a wild and aggressive gaze, making Yangqing rather helpless. It seemed that shopping was the biggest deciding factor for these women to come to Japan. Do you women always want to buy a nice bag whenever you see one? Why can't you control yourself? Yangqing asked Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu blushed, but she still nodded. Yeah, I've had the experience of overdrawing my credit card in the past and I almost couldn't pay it off. Yangqing asked in bewilderment, don't these bags only come out 4 seasons a year? Even superstars and entrepreneurs might not be able to buy all of them, let alone you guys who are getting paid. This is a bottomless pit. Although we can't buy all of them, we can try our best. Lu Mingyu answered. Yangqing rolled his eyes, completely convinced. Kawanako, we're foreigners. Will we be cheated if we buy branded goods? What if it's fake? Zhang Kai asked excitedly with stars in her eyes. Kawanako smiled humbly and said, don't worry, as long as it's a legitimate trading company, it won't be fake. In Japan, if someone discovers that someone is selling fake goods, they will report it immediately and the punishment will be very severe. The group of women cheered again and immediately became intimate with tour guide Kawanako as though they were sisters. They arrived at the 4-star hotel that they had booked. Although it didn't look particularly luxurious and the area wasn't big, it was clean and tidy, giving off a warm feeling. As the only man in the team, Yangqing realized at this moment that he was indeed a little different. He didn't think much before he came, but at this moment, everyone was sharing a room in pairs while he had his own small room. He couldn't help but feel lonely and was mocked by his female colleagues. When they arrived at the guest room on the 27th floor, Yangqing had just entered his room and put down his simple luggage. Just as he was about to turn on his laptop and contact MakeDon, other than confirming Anshin's location and situation, he also needed to find out if there were any movements from the Yamada sect, which was headquartered in Japan. After all, he had come to their nest this time, so he had to take precautions. However, before he turned on his laptop, he heard someone knocking on the door. Yangqing thought to himself, could it be that Lu Mingyu couldn't help but want to get intimate with me so soon? He felt that it was possible and secretly felt proud for a while before walking to the door and opening it. Sure enough, Lu Mingyu was standing outside the door, but in addition to her, Zhang Kai, Zhao Hongyan, and a few other female public relations took up 5 or 6 people. Seeing a group of women looking at him delicately, Yangqing felt as helpless as a male antelope being stared at by a group of lionesses. What's wrong? What's the matter? Lu Mingyu said, we want to go to Akihabara to buy a camera or something. I heard that the things there are cheap and good. A few of us didn't bring a camera here, so we want to go buy it now. This way, it'll be convenient for us to go to the scenic spots tomorrow as a souvenir. Akihabara was a famous electronic business district in Tokyo, so Yangqing could understand it. However, this group of women had just arrived and they already planned to go shopping. It was really an eye-opener for Yangqing. When he was dozing off in the company, he didn't see them so energetic. Can't you just go find a tour guide? Don't tell me you want me to follow you as an interpreter? Yangqing said gloomily. You can't trust a tour guide, they take a lot of commission. Zhao Hongyan said immediately. Yangqing couldn't help but laugh. Weren't you guys very intimate with that Kawanako just now? Have you forgotten what our profession is? We are all public relations. Building a good relationship with a person and how you really feel about that person are 2 different things. You really don't have a good eye. That Kawanako looks like a stingy person, so she definitely knows how to accumulate money. We won't fall for her trick. Zhang Kai, who was still chatting with Kawanako just now, said. Yangqing felt a little dizzy. He couldn't handle these women. He had no choice. He couldn't possibly say that he was tired of being a man with so many beautiful faces, so he could only follow them as an interpreter and follower. After calling for 2 old Toyota taxis at the hotel, 6 to 7 of them headed to Akihabara. In fact, they could have taken the railway, but none of them were familiar with Tokyo, so calling a taxi was more convenient. When they arrived at the electronic business district of Akihabara, the women were dazzled by the dazzling array of electronic products. After entering the shops, all kinds of exquisitely designed and colorful cameras, as well as the latest mobile phones, became their targets. The Japanese's service attitude was famous all over the world. As long as they passed by or entered a shop, the waiters would bow and welcome them. And no matter if they bought it or not, they would smile and thank you for your patronage when they left the shop. With such a service attitude, other than being extremely polite, it also made many customers feel that if they didn't buy anything, wouldn't they be letting down the other party's 90-degree bow? Hence, after visiting a few shops, the women bought what they wanted. Yangqing looked at the few public relations ladies playing with the newly bought electronic products and asked helplessly, "Are you satisfied? If there's nothing else, let's go back." The women looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. "I haven't walked enough yet, let's look around more." "It's not dinner time yet anyway," Zhao Hongyan said. Yangqing was helpless, but he really couldn't stand following a group of people, so he found an empty chair and sat on the side of the aisle of the shopping mall and said to the women, "You guys go shopping, I'll wait for you here. When you're done, come find me here. Anyway, the entrance of the shopping mall is here." With regards to Yangqing's laziness, the women fought to look down on him. They made a few faces and didn't force him, so they went their own ways. In Japan, communication was a very magical and stingy situation. Mobile phones couldn't be used, and if they wanted to make a call, they had to buy a Japanese phone card. Thus, Yangqing let them walk together, in case they couldn't find each other. After the women left, Yangqing yawned and prepared to take a nap, waiting for them to finish shopping. But at this moment, from the corner of Yangqing's eyes, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure. It was a woman wearing a simple and elegant water blue dress. It was a cotton dress without any embellishments, fresh and natural, revealing a pair of white and slender arms, and a pair of white and tender legs. She was wearing flat white cloth shoes, and even in winter, she was still dressed in a cool summer outfit. The woman's black hair hung down to her buttocks. She was tall and slim, and her posture was as graceful as a willow. In the eyes of ordinary people, this woman had an elegant figure. At most, her clothes were a little out of place. Her back could be considered beautiful, but there was nothing special about her. However, in Yangqing's eyes, that long hair that naturally hung down to her buttocks, that cool and elegant dress, that strange white cloth shoes, and the faint sadness that filled her beautiful figure. In an instant, Yangqing's brain almost stopped working. His entire body felt as if it had been electrocuted, and his entire body froze on the spot. He even forgot to breathe. Yangqing's ears could no longer hear any noise from the outside world. Yangqing's eyelids didn't even blink, and he could only hear his own heart beating crazily. It was like a thunderclap in the bottom of his heart. "It's her. It's her. How could it be her?" Yangqing suddenly stood up, completely forgetting that he was in a crowded shopping mall. His movement speed was so fast that it made a large number of customers' eyes blur, and they doubted if they had seen wrongly as they looked at Yangqing in a daze. In an instant, Yangqing moved from his original position to a corner that was more than 20 meters away. That figure had disappeared from this corner. However, when Yangqing walked to this corner, there was no trace of her. Yangqing gulped, and his eyes widened. He looked around, but he couldn't find the figure of the woman just now. Is it an illusion? I haven't been like this for a long time, why is it happening again? Yangqing closed his eyes in pain and sighed bitterly. He laughed at himself sadly, that's right, how could I still be in this world? Slowly walking back to his original seat, Yangqing was like a deflated ball, soft and powerless. He waited silently with his eyes without any spirit. As for those customers who felt that Yangqing's speed seemed to be very fast, seeing Yangqing's disappointed look, they didn't dare to come up and talk to him. Most of them suspected that they had seen wrongly. After all, that kind of speed didn't seem to be what a human should have. In the huge shopping mall, Yongchen closed his eyes and sat alone on the chair. He didn't move at all, like a decaying statue that was hidden in the darkness. The untraversed moss-covered tundra and karst landforms had forged a huge underground world with uncanny craftsmanship. There were only a few kerosene lamps, spreading the warmth in the large space. On the ceiling and walls of the cave, the metals and ores reflected a faint glow of various colors. Damp, cold, silent, and oppressive. In this untraversed underground space that seemed to be another world, fine steel pillars that were as thick as an arm connected the ground and the ceiling, firmly encircling a square iron prison that was hundreds of square meters. On the only door of the iron prison, a heavy and rusty huge lock was firmly fastened. This was a place that was isolated from the rest of the world. It was a place that did not see sunlight all year round, and one could not even breathe in fresh air. The cold underground humidity could continuously corrode and devour anyone's soul. But in the iron prison, dozens of thin and small figures were curled up in various parts of the iron prison. Some were lying down, some were hugging their legs as they sat, and some were pouncing on the iron prison's steel pillars. This was a group of boys and girls who looked to be around 10 years old. Their thin and weak bodies were all wearing thin gray short-sleeved shirts and shorts. Without food, the only thing that allowed them to survive was the underground water that occasionally dripped from the stalactites on the cave ceiling. After many days of hunger and cold, most of the children were already on the verge of collapsing. What was even more terrifying was the underground world's empty, silent, yet mysterious atmosphere. Even an adult would feel pressured and uneasy in this isolated space, and even more so in the cold iron prison. Despair was constantly growing. 2 days ago, there were still children who could not bear the fear in their hearts and cried. But now, the children who cried and wailed had already exhausted most of their energy. Among the dozens of children, most of the ones lying on the ground were already cold corpses of children. But because the underground temperature was extremely low, the corpses' decay was exceptionally slow, and they were only in a rigid state. Being underground without any sun, moon, or stars, it was impossible to know how many days had passed. Gradually, the remaining dozen or so children became the last chance of survival. In the huge iron prison, no one spoke. Everyone's breathing became extremely quiet, because they knew that if they wanted to live, they could not waste any energy. At this time, a slightly larger child, after enduring an unimaginable hunger, finally moved. Using the most energy-conserving posture, he slowly moved to the body of the child closest to him. In the darkness, the boy bent down and opened his mouth. Slowly and firmly, he bit down on the neck of the child's corpse, which was about the same size as him. Not long after, the unique sound of teeth tearing and chewing on raw meat rang out in the silent prison. This was a sound that ordinary people would never hear in their entire lives. In the ears of the remaining dozen or so children, it seemed so ordinary and unsurprising. As the first child searched for food, 3 more children began to search for corpses and gnaw on them. The children's teeth were much sharper than he had imagined. When they swallowed the cold, raw meat, they did not make a sound. The only thing that could be heard was their heavy breathing. After eating a few mouthfuls of meat, the child gradually regained his strength, and the sound of his chewing became louder. In a corner of the cell, another boy couldn't help but move his limbs and crawl to the 2 corpses closest to him. 2 corpses, a girl and a boy, were lying on the ground. They had not moved for more than a day. The girl's body was especially thin, but at a time like this, there was no difference between a boy and a girl. There was only food. The boy did not choose much. He just swallowed his already bitter saliva, opened his mouth, and pretended to bite down on the girl's corpse. Suddenly, the boy felt that something was wrong. However, the moment he felt that something was wrong, it was already too late. The girl's corpse, which was originally thought to be dead, suddenly turned around and angrily slapped the boy's temple with her bony palm. The girl had rather long fingernails on her fingers. At this moment, she used all the strength in her body to claw, and her fingernails sank into the boy's head. The original diner became the prey of death in the blink of an eye. The girl turned around and pounced on the boy's corpse that had just died. Like a crazy, hungry lioness, she began to tear at the boy's flesh. A corpse that had just died still had body temperature after all, and its blood was also warm. Such food could obviously give the predator a greater chance of survival. Less than 10 seconds after the girl started eating her first meal in many days, the boy's corpse that was closest to the girl also slowly sat up. The boy silently approached the corpse that the girl had just stabbed to death. Without any communication with the girl, he opened his mouth and bit down on the spot that the girl had not bitten before. He did not look where it was either. The girl did not seem surprised. Obviously, she knew that the boy was also faking his death. He was waiting for the warm prey to come to him, so he bit down on it fiercely and drank the hot blood. After all, it was raw meat that was extremely difficult to chew. Even though most of it was swallowed, the boy and the girl still ate for almost an hour before they stopped with their faces covered in blood. The corpse that had been warm just a moment ago was now emitting waves of stench. However, because there were corpses everywhere in the iron prison that had been bitten, the stench had long since filled the air. The two of them returned to the corner of the prison. In the darkness, the two of them could only vaguely see each other's blurry faces. They both had disheveled hair, but their eyes exuded the vigilance of wild beasts, ready to pounce. The two children knew that the other was the best at surviving in this kind of survival training. As long as the other party was given the slightest opening, the other party's next prey would be themselves. In a situation where there was no need to fight with such an opponent, it was obviously unwise. Therefore, being on guard was the best choice. As they sat down, their gazes never left each other's face. After an unknown amount of time, when a beam of light shone through the iron prison's door and illuminated the two of them slowly turned their heads towards the dazzling light. A pale and indifferent voice recorded the training results in Russian. 57 test subjects. 2 survived. Number 13, number 17. In the dense primitive rainforest, a colorful poisonous snake coiled around a towering sequoia tree. On the side of the sequoia tree, there was a youth wearing a tight camouflage short-sleeved shirt and canvas camouflage pants. His muddy face made him look young, and he looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. He had a strong and healthy body, and he was sitting on a pile of soft fallen leaves with his back against the sequoia tree. In his hand was a cold short military knife with a blood groove. The military knife was stained with blood that had yet to dry. The sound of cicadas rang out incessantly in the rainforest. The youth seemed to be asleep, with his eyes closed and his head tilted. At this moment, a figure wearing the same camouflage short-sleeved shirt slowly walked out from a pile of banana leaves. He held a short knife in his hand and approached the youth. When he was a foot away from the youth suddenly pointed the military knife in his hand at the approaching figure. The youth's eyes had already opened. It was a pair of cold and numb eyes, but there seemed to be surging lava hidden in the emptiness. "It's you," the youth said faintly in English, but he recognized the figure in front of him. The one who walked in front of him was a girl who was also 13 or 14 years old. The girl's hair was short to her ears, and her skin was snow white. Because she had been exposed to the sun for a long time, it was obvious that her face was not ordinary. Given time, she would definitely be a beauty that could turn all living things upside down. However, that ice-cold expression that was like the winter in the 12th month, and the same numb and tenacity in her eyes that were similar to the youth's, made it difficult for people to get close to her. "I want to cooperate with you." The girl didn't beat around the bush and said straightforwardly. "Why?" the youth asked. "You are the strongest of everyone. I want to live, and the success rate of cooperating with you is the highest," the girl said concisely. The youth sneered, "You should know that the enemies are not only poisonous snakes and fierce beasts, but also people in the rainforest." "Are you afraid of me?" the girl sneered in disdain. "Don't try to provoke me childishly. Show me what you have," the youth sneered. The girl suddenly revealed a charming smile that did not match her age. A pair of watery eyes exuded a strong female charm. "There are already 2 stupid men who thought they could eat me, but I killed them instead. You are stronger than them, but there is one thing that you are the same as them." The girl paused, and with an incomparably seductive and hoarse voice, she said, "You are also a man. You are the same as them. You want women, you want to vent." The youth's eyes had a slightly strange look. After a moment of silence, he said, "You are not the only woman here." "That's right." The girl's mouth revealed a trace of pride, "But you know very well that I am the best looking of them." After the girl finished speaking, she began to elegantly take off her tight short sleeves. Gradually, from her slender and tight waist, her white and alluring skin was revealed. The girl had obviously received professional training. Every movement was extremely seductive. It was hard for anyone to imagine that this was done by a 13 or 14-year-old girl. When the girl's immature body was completely presented in front of the youth's eyes were no longer calm, and a flame was ignited. I want to live, and you also have to live. As the weaker one, I will use my body in exchange for your help. The girl did not show off any more women's weapons. She stood in front of the youth, completely naked, and solemnly asked, 13, do you dare to take me? How can I believe you? The youth was obviously suppressing something. He already understood the relationship between men and women. After suppressing the madness for a long time, he indeed needed a channel to vent, to prevent himself from collapsing because of the huge load on his brain. However, he was also very clear that the owner of the body in front of him was a beautiful poisonous scorpion. The girl bit her thin lips. Her eyes were so resolute and cold, and she said in a clear voice, I don't have any evidence, but I can tell you, this is my first time. The youth did not ask any more questions. Like a leopard, he pounced on the girl, who had already given up all strength, and threw her to the ground. After a violent storm, the pile of dead leaves returned to peace. What is your name? Number 17. Your original name? I don't know. Why do you want to live so stubbornly? Death is actually also a release. I want to go back home, I want to see my parents. Why? I want to ask them, my name. He had too many dreams that he hadn't had for a long time. When Xianxia woke up in the morning, he wanted to sleep a little longer. However, he was on a trip after all, and he had to bring his female colleagues to the tourist spot in the morning. Hence, he could only wash up slowly and go downstairs for breakfast. Sitting beside Lu Mingyu and the rest listlessly, Xianxia didn't have any appetite as he watched the women eating Japanese grilled eels early in the morning. After drinking 2 bowls of miso soup, Xianxia didn't eat much else. What's wrong with you? You're usually the biggest eater, why are you only drinking soup today? Zhao Hongyan couldn't help but ask curiously. Xianxia naturally wouldn't tell them the truth. He rubbed his stomach that wasn't hungry at all. Going to the mall with you guys yesterday was a huge blow to me, I don't have a good appetite. What has this got to do with going to the mall? Don't try to find an excuse to avoid it, we still have to go tonight, Zhang Kai said while stuffing sausages into her mouth. Xianxia rolled his eyes. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have provoked them. The main itinerary in the morning was Sensoji in Tokyo. This temple was the oldest temple in Japan, with a history of close to 700 years. Every year, a large number of tourists and residents would go there to pray for blessings. Japanese temples didn't necessarily worship a particular deity, it could be an object or a plant. Anything that they thought was spiritual, they might build a temple for it. Therefore, temples in Japan were usually very strange. However, Xianxia wasn't interested in these. What made him more excited was the news about Anshin that he asked Maekdan to investigate last night. Maekdan sent a report through the internet, it was about Anshin's situation. Xianxia found it funny after taking a quick look at it. No wonder Zaihuan brought Anshin to Japan, it was the Liu family's doing. From Maekdan's investigation, he found out that the Liu family didn't seem to have the patience to wait for Anshin to return home. Under Liu Kongbai's instigation, Liu Yun directly chose to hold a grand wedding in Otaru, Hokkaido, Japan. At that time, celebrities from all over the world would come to Hokkaido to attend the wedding between the Liu family and the Yin family. Regardless of whether Anshin was willing or not, she was caught by Zaihuan and forced to marry Liu Yun. Xianxia looked at the time. There was still 1 more week. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to play with this group of female colleagues to the end. Although it wasn't kind of him to quit halfway, if Anshin really became his bride, wouldn't he really let Liu Yun be proud of himself? He reckoned that Anshin would also be disheartened by life. With her crazy personality, it was hard to say if she would commit suicide. Xianxia sent an email back and asked Maekdan to send someone to keep an eye on Anshin. As for how to deal with the Liu family's elaborate wedding, Xianxia was not in a hurry. The higher they stand, the harder they fall. Let them be happy for a few days. After breakfast, Kawanako, the tour guide who was talked about by the female public relations staff to the point that she couldn't even be considered a human, led a group of women and set off with a smile. Walking into the Thunder Gate of Sensoji, there were all kinds of traditional Japanese handicrafts shops and snack bars on both sides, attracting a large number of tourists. The group of women looked here and there, and very soon, they started playing on their own. Kawanako explained for a while and let everyone walk around freely. When it was time, they would gather by the car. Xianxia didn't expect that he would have to go shopping with women so early in the morning. How could he stand it? After visiting a few shops, he pretended to be hungry and bought a bunch of takoyaki. Then, he ran to a secluded staircase and started eating by himself. Lu Mingyu and the other women rolled their eyes at Xianxia. They were dissatisfied, but they couldn't do anything to this thick-skinned guy. Other men would chase after beautiful women like them, but this guy would run far away when he was asked to walk with them, as if he was fed poison. Xianxia leaned against a stone platform leisurely, munching on the traditional snacks that didn't taste that good while looking at the various tourists by the roadside. Many locals in Tokyo came to pray for blessings. After all, it was Chinese New Year. Many Japanese wore kimonos and wooden clogs, sincerely coming to the temple to ask for a fortune stick. After asking for a fortune stick, there was a Chinese poem written on the wall of Sensoji. Different poems had different meanings. After the Japanese read the Japanese translation, they would know if they would have good luck in the coming year. If their luck was bad, they would leave the fortune stick in the temple and pray for bad luck to leave. The female public relations staff who were busy shopping didn't know or care about these things. Although Xianxia often came to Japan in the early years and knew a lot, he was too lazy to say anything. After all, it would be weird, and it wouldn't be easy to explain if someone asked. After eating a pile of bought food, Xianxia was about to throw the paper bag into the trash can next to him, but at this moment, in the crowded area in front of him, a figure flashed past from the corner of his eyes. It was a group of people who were about to leave the temple after praying for blessings. In the crowded crowd, such a figure was actually not easy to notice. However, for Xianxia, even if this figure appeared at the tip of the iceberg, it could instantly awaken a strong reaction. It was still the blue off-shoulder dress he saw last night, and the long black hair hanging down to her hips. What was different from yesterday was that the long hair was casually tied with a pink ribbon, revealing a bit of Japanese style. But in the cold winter, such a cool outfit that made people feel cold, how could it be someone else? Xianxia couldn't care less about throwing away the trash in his hands. He quickly rushed into the crowd below. Because there were too many people, he squeezed and stumbled. When Xianxia ran to the place where the figure was, he lost contact with the figure again. Xianxia looked around. There were so many people, but he couldn't see the figure anymore. Throwing the trash in his hands onto the ground with all his might, Xianxia couldn't be bothered about the despising gazes from the people around him. He walked out of the temple with a gloomy face. If I saw it the first time, it might be an illusion, but why did I see it the second time? Xianxia suddenly felt like God was playing a huge joke on him, but this joke wasn't funny at all. His heart felt like it was overturned with a jar of mixed feelings. All sorts of sourness and bitterness made Xianxia want to shout at the sky, but he held it in. When Xianxia walked back to the tour bus, Kawanako wanted to greet Xianxia, but she immediately shut her mouth when she saw Xianxia's frighteningly awful face. When he sat back on the bus, the group of women hadn't returned yet. Xianxia closed his eyes, and the figure he saw just now appeared in his mind. His heart contracted, followed by a twitching pain. 17. Could it really be you? Are you really still in this world? If it's you, why are you hiding from me? If you're hiding from me, why did you appear in front of me twice? When the group of women returned to the bus almost half an hour later, Xianxia had already returned to his normal state. He was leaning against the chair and dozing off. Such a situation made the tour guide Kawanako, who had returned to the bus, feel baffled. The afternoon's itinerary was decided at the last minute. As the group of women weren't interested in modern skyscrapers, they were only interested in shopping and beauty, so the plan to visit the Tokyo Tower at night was cancelled. Instead, they headed to Kanagawa Prefecture, which was 1.5 hours away from Tokyo, to the famous Tangahara Onsen. onsen hotels, tatami mats. When they talked about these, the women couldn't stop chatting in the bus. After chatting with them for a while, Lu Mingyu noticed that Yangqing didn't seem to be in a good mood. She asked worriedly, "Why do you look so listless? Are you sick?" Yangqing smiled in relief. "I'm fine, it's just that I can't get into your conversation, so I'm a little depressed." "Of course," Lu Mingyu said with a smile, "you're not a woman, you wouldn't understand what we're thinking." "Yeah. I really don't understand," Yangqing mumbled. After having lunch at a famous barbecue restaurant in Tokyo, they arrived at Tangahara Onsen in Kanagawa Prefecture after another 2 hours of driving. When they entered the slightly old onsen hotel with a wooden structure, they were surrounded by elderly waiters. However, all of them had makeup on, and they looked like young waiters, welcoming Yangqing and his group with a smile. Zhang Kai, who had a more active personality, pouted and complained, "The Japanese are too wicked, letting so many old people be waiters. Are all the young people dead? What should I do, letting these old people serve me? I'm embarrassed to death." "It's not that all the young people died, it's just that Japan has a serious aging population, and the young people don't have the energy to be waiters. You'll get used to it once you experience more, it's almost the same in Western developed countries," Yangqing explained. Zhang Kai nodded, not really understanding, but it's still awkward. Because it was more suitable to soak in the onsen at night, and they were tired from the long journey, they followed the waiters to their reserved rooms. When they arrived at the guest room department, a vending machine placed at the entrance of the corridor attracted everyone's attention. This was because the packaging of this machine was obviously decorated with adult colors. It was a strong man and a naked woman. "Hey, what's this?" Zhang Kai pulled on Yangqing's sleeve, blushing as she asked. The other female employees also wanted to know, but they were too embarrassed to ask, so they looked at Yangqing eagerly. Although Yangqing was thick-skinned, he really felt embarrassed when he encountered this kind of thing, so he explained, "You put in a 1,000 yen note, which is a 1,000 yen note, and it will give you a card. The card's number can be used for the TV program in your room. After entering it, you will be able to watch that channel." What was that channel? Needless to say, the female employees also understood. Japan's industry in that area was extremely developed, so adult TV stations were naturally very common. 1,000 yen to watch for 24 hours, this kind of consumption was not expensive. "So it's that kind of thing, I was wondering what it was. I don't want to watch any more, let's go." Zhang Kai immediately ran away, blushing like a tomato. The other women also had a serious look on their faces, but they acted as if nothing happened. Yangqing touched his nose, and coincidentally saw Lu Mingyu, who was beside him, casting a shy look at him. Suddenly, a ball of fire surged from below. "I'll look for you tonight," Yangqing whispered in Lu Mingyu's ear. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Lu Mingyu glared at Yangqing. "I'm sleeping in the same room with Hong Yan, don't you dare mess around." "Little you're too ruthless, at least once." Yangqing smiled bitterly. Lu Mingyu pursed her lips, somewhat moved, and quietly said, "Then when Hong Yan is asleep, I'll look for you." Yangqing laughed, like a fox that had successfully stolen a fish. "Remember to wash yourself in the hot spring, I'll wait for you." As night fell, the air in Japan was unusually fresh, and one could see the dazzling Milky Way in the sky. After eating a light Japanese dinner, Yangqing didn't follow the women to the hot spring. Instead, he went back to his room and turned on his computer. He discussed with Maekdan and Solon about the Lu family's wedding in a week. The two unscrupulous old men came up with a bunch of dirty tricks to ruin the wedding. Yangqing realized that he didn't need to participate in the planning, so he left it to the two of them. He only wanted Maekdan to protect Anshin and monitor her secretly. Sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, Yangqing looked out at the night sky and thought about the time he saw 17's back during the day. There were too many questions that Yangqing couldn't figure out. Seeing the same figure twice in a row, Yangqing felt that it wasn't a coincidence. However, if 17 saw him and followed him, then he should have noticed that someone was following him. It wasn't a matter of how good the tracking skill was, but an instinct that he had developed over the years. Yangqing was confident that unless it was an opponent of the same level as him, there was no way he wouldn't feel that he was being followed. As for why 17 only followed him and didn't want to see him, Yangqing wasn't too surprised. After all, he didn't have the face to see her, so it wasn't strange that she didn't want to see him. A few hours passed, and the wind chimes on the balcony jingled in the cold wind outside. Xianxia's thoughts were interrupted. He looked at the time. It was almost midnight, but no one knocked on the door. Did Lu Mingyu forget to say that she was coming to his room? Or was she too shy to come? As Xianxia was feeling depressed, the door finally knocked a few times. He rushed to the door and opened the traditional Japanese wooden door. As expected, Lu Mingyu was standing at the door. After taking a bath and changing, Lu Mingyu was wearing the kimono-like pajamas in the guest rooms of the resort. Her black hair was simply tied behind her head. The collar of this kind of beige pajamas was very loose. Even so, Xianxia could see Lu Mingyu's turbulent breasts. Moreover, she didn't wear any other underwear. "Stop looking, let me in," Lu Mingyu saw Xianxia staring at her collar and said shyly. Xianxia smiled as he pulled the woman into his arms and closed the door. Without waiting for Lu Mingyu to say anything, he flipped her over and pressed her down on the tatami covered with a soft quilt. The natural fragrance of the tatami and the fragrance of a woman filled his mouth and nose. Xianxia enjoyed a few breaths and said with a smile, "Baby, if you didn't come, I would have gone to your room to look for you. You're so horny. Can't you bear it for a while?" Lu Mingyu charmingly rolled her eyes at him. "Of course I will bear it without a woman by my side, but you won't let me eat the meat in front of my mouth. Isn't that too cruel?" Xianxia said. Lu Mingyu's expression suddenly turned serious and asked, "Xianxia, in your eyes, am I a lover who sleeps with you and satisfies your desires?" Xianxia was slightly stunned. "Why do you suddenly ask that?" Lu Mingyu took a deep breath and moved away from Xianxia's body. She got up and tidied up her messy hair. She said, "I'm just a little curious, what position do I have in your heart?" That day, I went for a drink with department head Mo. Oh, I should call her Qianni now. We talked a lot, most of it was about you. I know you're not an ordinary man. There must be something extraordinary about you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have saved me. Although I was surprised that a woman like Qianni was also your lover. She told me that you had another woman. I was struggling in my heart at that time. Although I never thought that one day you would have an open relationship with me, I really wanted to know what you thought of me. I'm not a little girl anymore. Since I gave my first time to you, I won't regret it. I want to hear the truth from you. Whether you say that I'm your lover or just a plaything, I won't blame you. Because today's path is my own choice. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed by Department Head Ma. But I have to at least give myself an explanation." Xianxia thought for a while and stepped forward to hold Lu Mingyu's warm and soft hand. "Have you ever thought of leaving me?" Lu Mingyu was startled and immediately shook her head. "No, I resent you for being so affectionate, but I've never thought of leaving you. This makes me feel strange." "Me too. I've never thought of letting go of you. Sometimes, I also hate myself for always provoking women. When I see someone I like, it's hard to reject them. I'm especially possessive. I'd rather have you first before thinking about how to deal with the relationship between women. I feel that I can't change this in this lifetime. It's easy to change mountains and rivers, but it's hard to change a person's nature. That's why I've never thought that I'm good. I told you this not long after we met. That night when you said that you wanted to do that thing with me, I told you to think about it carefully." Xianxia sighed and said with a smile, "You're not my plaything. I'm sincere to you. But I can tell you very clearly that you won't be the woman I love the most. Because we've only known each other for a short time, my understanding of you is limited, and you know even less about me. In this aspect, for example, Qianni and I have a much deeper relationship because we've been through a lot. But since we won't let go, we'll gradually get to know each other better in the future, and our relationship will also gradually deepen. Even if our relationship is a secret for the rest of our lives, as long as we're happy together, isn't that a life worthy of envy?" Lu Mingyu looked into Xianxia's eyes. Her slightly confused expression was reflected in them. She said sweetly, "I really don't know why I fell for you. You're really an ungentlemanly man. In front of your own woman, you said that you have a better relationship with another woman. Can't you even lie to me?" Xianxia smiled bitterly, "You told me to tell the truth. I told you to tell me, you're really an idiot. Lu Mingyu said. Angrily. Seeing Yang Cheng's helpless look, Lu Mingyu covered her mouth and laughed, but I like idiots like you. Yang Cheng felt like he had been tricked. He pounced on Lu Mingyu like a wolf and threw her onto the soft blanket again. He kissed her until Lu Mingyu's almond-shaped eyes sparkled. You won't let go of me, right? Lu Mingyu asked in a soft voice. Yang Cheng nodded. You already said that I'm not an ordinary man. If I can't even do this, then wouldn't I be too ordinary? Lu Mingyu's face revealed a satisfied expression. Then, she closed her eyes, looking like she was at his mercy. Yang Cheng couldn't hold it in any longer. He hugged such a soft and elastic body and even asked himself a question. How could he bear it? Seeing that Lu Mingyu didn't have any more questions, his hands immediately reached into the woman's loose pajamas and gently pulled it to both sides. After more than an hour, the continuous moans in the room finally stopped. Lu Mingyu, who was drenched in sweat, lay in Yang Cheng's arms. Her eyes were half closed and her pajamas were messily draped over her. She looked lazy but exhausted. Yang Cheng, on the other hand, was full of energy and seemed like he wanted to do it again. I finally concluded which part of you isn't ordinary. You're good at doing this kind of thing. Lu Mingyu was quite resentful. Every time she finished with this man, she had the urge to sleep for a few days. Yang Cheng didn't know whether he should be proud or shy. He didn't know whether his talent was because he cultivated the endless resolve restoration scripture or because he narrowly escaped death when he was 10 years old. As his strength rose, although he had the chronic disease of his brain, this physiological function became more and more powerful. Yang Cheng also knew how ferocious he was on the battlefield, so even if he wasn't satisfied, he didn't force Lu Mingyu to do it a few more times. Sleep, sleep. We still have to get up early tomorrow. Yang Cheng said. Lu Mingyu shook her head. What if Hong Yan finds out that I'm sleeping here? How would I have the face to see others? Yang Cheng thought about it and agreed. Although he said he didn't care, she always had her own reservations. Lu Mingyu straightened her body. She was a little tired, but she could barely stand up. After fastening the belt of her pajamas, Lu Mingyu stood up unsteadily. However, before she could stand up, the whole room suddenly shook. Ah! Lu Mingyu's body swayed and she fell into Yang Cheng's arms again. Following that tremor, the whole room began to shake. The TV, the chandelier, the books on the cabinet, the doors and windows, everything began to shake. Is it an earthquake? It was said that earthquakes in Japan could be felt more than 1,000 times a year. This meant that earthquakes were as common as 3 meals a day in the eyes of the Japanese. Although Yang Cheng was no stranger to earthquakes, it was the first time for most of the guests in this hotel to experience such a thing. For a time, there were screams of women and children everywhere, and the sound of running footsteps in the corridor was endless. Yang Cheng hugged Lu Mingyu with one hand, telling Lu Mingyu not to be afraid, and moved to the corner of the room. This is just the most common earthquake. The earthquake-proof structure of the houses in Japan is very good. As long as it is not a major earthquake, it will be fine. Lu Mingyu was held in his arms and felt the warmth of his chest. She calmed down slightly and realized that although the house was shaking, she was not in any danger. She finally let out a sigh of relief. With a flushed face, Lu Mingyu exclaimed and said nervously, "It's over. Hong Yan must have woken up. She is alone in the room. Seeing that I am not here, what if she looks for me? And if I go out of your room, I will definitely be seen by a lot of people." Ugh. Yang Cheng smiled and said, "I will go out with you later and check everyone's room. Just say that we are going to see if anyone is injured. Wouldn't we have an excuse to explain why we are together?" Lu Mingyu thought about it and thought that this was the only way. The earthquake continued, and the room was shaking, so it didn't seem very eye-catching. The earthquake did not last long as Yang Cheng said, and it subsided. The furnishings in the room were not damaged, and everything was calm. Many guests who fled in the corridor felt very embarrassed, and most of them hurried back to their rooms. When Yang Cheng and Lu Mingyu walked out of the room together, Lu Mingyu didn't look out of place. After all, she was a public relations person, and she was very good at hiding her emotions. She walked to the door of the nearest companion's room, and the light in the room was off. Lu Mingyu knocked on the door, and after a while, there was no response. Did they run out? Lu Mingyu asked with a frown. Yangqing shrugged, and the two went to the next room. As a result, there was no one in the second room, which was quite strange. When they walked to the door of Zhang Kai and another female colleague's room, Yangqing and Lu Mingyu found that the lights in the room were on. They knocked on the door, and Zhang Kai's timid voice came from inside. Who is it? They knocked on the door, and Zhang Kai's timid voice came from inside. It's me, Zhang Kai. The door slowly opened a crack, revealing Zhang Kai's round face. Her complexion was a little pale, and she nervously called out, Sis Mingyu. Seeing that Yangchen was also here, she didn't feel surprised. Lu Mingyu saw that Zhang Kai seemed to be shocked and quickly asked, Are you alright? Why do you look so pale? Zhang Kai shook her head, and didn't open the door. I'm fine. Go back and rest, Sister Mingyu. It was obvious that she was in a hurry to get Lu Mingyu to leave. Lu Mingyu felt that the atmosphere wasn't right, and she frowned. Are you hiding something from me? Why didn't you open the door? What are you doing with the gap? Zhang Kai blushed, and she explained, There's nothing like that. Sister Mingyu, I'm just tired, so I want to sleep. There was an earthquake just now. How can you calm down so easily? You must be hiding something from me. Lu Mingyu was not willing to let it go. She went forward and held on to the door, ignoring Zhang Kai's attempts to stop her, and pulled the door open. Unexpectedly, the scene in Zhang Kai's room stunned Lu Mingyu, and Yangqing, who was standing behind, didn't expect it either. All she saw was the few female public servants that she couldn't find earlier. They were all sitting on the tatami in Zhang Kai's room. The group of women were wearing hotel pajamas, and they were gathered together. There was a huge pile of snacks, drinks, and fruits on the floor. That wasn't all. The television in the room was on, and the volume was turned down very softly. It was obvious that it was purposely turned down. As for the reason, Lu Mingyu only took a glance and immediately understood. The channel on the television was Japan's midnight adult TV station. At this moment, on the screen, there was an erotic and exciting scene of a man and a woman entangled with each other. You guys. Lu Mingyu's face instantly turned red, and Zhang Kai and the other female public servants lowered their heads in embarrassment. Yangqing was delighted. No wonder he couldn't find them. They were all gathered to watch a special program. During the day, Zhang Kai had asked him what the vending machine was for. When he told them about its function, they all unanimously said not to watch it. He didn't expect that they would secretly watch it together in the middle of the night. They even enjoyed it and ate a huge pile of snacks. As for why he didn't ask Lu Mingyu and Zhao Hongyan to watch it together, it was mostly because of Lu Mingyu's status as a department head. Although they were like sisters, it wasn't appropriate to ask their superiors to watch this kind of program together. Moreover, Lu Mingyu was the big sister among the group of women, and she usually didn't participate in such topics. Since he didn't ask Lu Mingyu to watch, then Zhao Hongyan, who shared the same room with Lu Mingyu, obviously couldn't be informed. Yangqing was a man, so he definitely wouldn't tell them. Lu Mingyu saw the group of sisters lowering their heads and blushing faces. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, she slapped Zhang Kai's plump butt. I really have to give it to you. You're acting like an underground intelligence organization. I thought something was wrong with you. You're scaring me to death. I'm sorry. Sister Mingyu, I will definitely let you watch it next time. Oh no, do you want to watch it together now? Zhang Kai immediately said to please her, it's very cheap. It's only 1,000 yen, and you can watch it for the whole night. Who said that I blame you for this? Lu Mingyu glared at Zhang Kai angrily and said to the group of female public relations, you guys continue watching. Don't act like a thief. After that, she turned around and said to Yangqing, let's go and see if Hongyan is alright. Yangqing touched his nose, gave a thumbs up to Zhang Kai, and followed Lu Mingyu to her room. The night ended like a farce. Early the next morning, everyone got on the bus with a tacit understanding and headed to the next stop, Nagoya. However, Yangqing always felt that Zhao Hongyan would look at him with a strange gaze from time to time. This made Yangqing suspect that Zhao Hongyan had noticed something about him and Lu Mingyu the night before. However, Yangqing couldn't ask her about it. Moreover, he didn't really care. The tour guide, Kawanako, didn't know where she was staying that night. This ordinary-looking Japanese woman used her weird accent to talk about Japan's local customs and practices the moment they set off. She was doing her best. However, as the things that Kawanako talked about were not attractive, the women fell asleep in the bus again after less than an hour of driving. The following schedule was more compact. After playing in Nagoya for a day, they headed to Kyoto the next day. Kyoto was a city designed according to the ancient Shogun of Xianxia. It had a large number of World Heritage Sites and historical sites, so they stayed for a longer period of time. After visiting the famous Kinkakuji and Yinkakuji on the first day, Yangqing accompanied the group of women to walk around the mall for half a day. In comparison, the scenic spots on the second day made Yangqing heave a sigh of relief. They went to Seiho Temple and its courtyard, followed by the famous Nijo Castle in the afternoon. Nijo Castle was built during the Jianghu period and occupied a large area. It was built by the first shogunate general, Tokugawa Ieyasu, who ended the Warring States period and unified Japan. As there were many places to visit, Yangqing wasn't afraid that the women would say that they were bored and wanted to walk around the mall. After visiting a few scenic spots, Kawanako noticed that the group was a little tired, so she suggested to look for a small tea house to rest. The women, whose legs were sore and wanted to sit down, were naturally happy to do so. After entering a Japanese-style tea house, the group of people sat down and chatted while drinking kung fu tea. It was quite relaxing and pleasant. After Kawanako ordered tea for everyone, she brought the tea to the driver who accompanied them. This made a few gossipy female colleagues start to discuss whether Kawanako was having an affair with the driver. Yangqing sat at the door and heard the discussion. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Women are indeed talkative. Just as Yangqing finished his third cup of tea and was about to close his eyes to take a nap, a familiar figure that had been lingering in his mind for the past few days and couldn't get rid of appeared in Yangqing's sight again. He saw a figure wearing a blue dress with long hair as black as ink walking past the crossroad 2 streets away from the tea house, as though it was by accident. It was only for a moment, but Yangqing was sure that he didn't see it wrong. Seeing that the figure that made him unable to calm down and almost go crazy flashed into an alley again, Yangqing ran out of the tea house without saying a word under the astonished gazes of the women. There weren't many pedestrians in Nijo Castle, and the structure wasn't complicated. Yangqing was confident that he wouldn't let the figure escape again. Lu Mingyu and the others stood up and shouted for Yangqing, but in the blink of an eye, Yangqing had already gone into an alley in front and disappeared. The classical buildings of the Edo period were arranged in picturesque disorder. Yangqing searched for the figure. After passing through 2 narrow alleys, a garden surrounded by walls appeared in front of him. Because it was winter, most of the plants had withered. The red and yellow leaves had withered on the tiles and stone slabs that had experienced the vicissitudes of time. Some branches poked out from the mottled walls of the courtyard. A few old, disheveled, and round Luohan pines were evergreen all year round in the courtyard. Their careful pruning made them look like the only verdant green in winter. There were no other tourists on the bluestone path in front of the courtyard. He didn't know if this was a scenic area or if there was no one around. What made Yangqing excited was that he didn't lose her this time. The figure in the blue dress pushed open a wooden door in the courtyard and quietly walked in. Yangqing followed closely to the door. The iron bars on the wooden door that had been around for God knows how many years had already rusted. However, the thick texture and the dark wood made people feel the solemnity of an ancient noble's residence. When he realized that the person he wanted to see might be inside, close at hand, Yangqing suddenly hesitated. His footsteps stopped at the door. Yangqing clenched his hands into fists, took a deep breath, and slowly pushed the door open. What came into view was a man-made rock garden and flowing water in the courtyard. The water should never freeze, and it trickled into a small pond. Around the pond were lush plants that had been pruned for a long time. They nestled around the old houses. The elegant design didn't lose its grandeur, and one could feel the majesty of the shogunate generals in ancient times. But all of this was no longer attractive in Yangqing's eyes. Because Yangqing's gaze, from the moment he entered the door, was already locked on the corridor in front of the mansion. The corner of her dress fluttered, and a pair of snow-white bare feet were faintly discernible. Her hair brushed against her face in the cold wind. She was as cold and serene as ever. Her eyes were still as calm as before. The face, the figure, and the aura that he hadn't seen in a long time made Xianxia stand there in a daze, his mind blank. Soon after, there were too many complicated scenes, like the surging waves of the sea, instantly causing Xianxia to fall into the past. In the world of ice and snow, there were pine and cypress trees that were buried in the snow all year round, and the gloomy sky was filled with flying snowflakes. A young man dressed in martial arts attire covered his arm that was constantly gushing with dark red blood. He leaned against a towering tree, and the snow in front of his feet had already been dyed red with blood. The young man's lips were pale and his face was ashen. Only a fierce and sharp aura condensed in his eyes. However, due to the excessive blood loss and the bitter cold, coupled with the exhaustion of running and fighting for 3 days, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. In the snowy forest that stretched as far as the eye could see, one could occasionally hear the howls of snow wolves. At this moment, more than 10 soldiers wearing snow-colored capes and holding heavy firearms drove 2 armored vehicles over the mountains and stopped on a small slope not far away. The young man recognized them. They were one of the enemies that surrounded them. They were the Snow Fox Special Forces that were secretly trained in Northern Europe. Having fought in the snowy forest and snowy mountains all year round, they were more adept at fighting in the snowy region than anyone else. The Snow Foxes jumped off the armored vehicles in an orderly manner, loaded their guns, and started a carpet search in the forest using a fast but extremely complicated running method. The young man exhaled a mouthful of white mist, and the scarlet color in his eyes appeared again. This was already the 15th wave of enemies that he had met. The previous 14 waves of enemies were all killed by him alone, but he had finally suffered a significant injury. The enemy's bullets had been specially treated, and it was difficult for the wounds to heal quickly. Even forming scabs was extremely difficult. Blood kept flowing out, and this also meant that his physical strength was constantly being depleted, and he was gradually losing his vitality. However, he still didn't want to die. A cold long blade slipped into the young man's hand from his sleeve. He only had this weapon in his hand. At this moment, one of the Snow Fox soldiers that was closest to him suddenly let out a muffled groan. The soldier's neck was slashed by the sharp weapon, and blood splattered everywhere as he fell onto the snowy ground. From behind him, a slender young lady appeared. The young lady was wrapped in tight snow camouflage clothing, and only her long black hair was dazzling in the snowy ground. Before the other Snow Fox troops could attack the young lady had already used the numerous trees around her, and continuously circled around them like lightning. From time to time, she would appear, and the short blade in her hand would always leave a brilliant splash of blood on the throat of a soldier. It was as enchanting as a dance of death, but it was fatal. When the small team of Snow Foxes was completely destroyed by the young lady walked to the front of the young man. Without saying a word, and ignoring the young man's intentions, she pulled the young man's hands over, bent down, and carried the young man on her back. "Didn't you leave? Why did you come back?" The young man's arm was still bleeding, and it slowly soaked the young lady's chest. The young lady ran quickly, but she was not out of breath. She replied coldly and emotionlessly, "I came back to save you. This time, I'm in charge of bringing up the rear. That's the mission, you don't have to save me. You saved me in the rainforest, and I'll pay you back," the young lady said. The corner of the young man's mouth rose slightly. "You let me vent, and I let you live. That's a deal." "That's right, that's a fair deal, but I still owe you something." "What?" "You're the one who told me that I can still trust others, at least I can trust you." The young lady's voice was very weak, and it was as cold as ever. In the snowy plains, it was like cotton floating in the wind. Midsummer night. The congested traffic lane and the bustle of the night made every pedestrian seem impetuous. On the rooftop of a 5-story building, the young man had a poor-quality cigarette in his mouth, and his eyes were misty as he looked at the smoky street. There were people fighting there, and there were city guards chasing away hawkers. There were people who had crashed into cars, and there were all kinds of people arguing. It was like another world. The young man had just learned to smoke, but he quickly fell in love with the feeling. The hot gas rushed into his lungs, and he could feel his own existence for a short period of time. Suddenly, a ghostly figure landed on the rooftop and slowly walked towards the young man. The young man turned around and saw a girl in a blue dress. Her hair was flying in the wind, and her face had matured quite a bit, but it still looked like a lifeless puppet. "Did you see your mother?" the young man asked with a smile. "Yes," the young lady replied plainly. "Ah, you finally found her after so much trouble?" the young man asked curiously. "Did she tell you her real name?" "Don't tell me your real name is 17? 17's eyes were emotionless, and she looked at the dark sky in the distance. "I don't have a name, and I killed her." "Who?" "The woman who gave birth to me," 17 said. The young man coughed a few times and choked on his words. He asked in confusion, "You finally found your mother, why did you kill her?" 17 replied quietly, "She was a prostitute, and she was doing business when I found her. I asked her who my father was, and she said she had so many customers every day that she couldn't remember. She said there was someone who liked to spend a lot of money to play with pregnant women, so she kept me. But she didn't have enough money, so she didn't want me, and just left me by the side of the road, so she didn't give me a name. She asked me if I had money, and I said no. She asked if I wanted to do that kind of business with her, and she was old, so she wanted me to make money to support her." The young man flicked the ash off his cigarette and remained silent for a while. "Don't you think it's a bit rushed? It's more suitable for her to be dead, at least she doesn't have to worry about money, and she doesn't have to worry about getting old. It should be happier than being alive." "You know, I don't feel pain when I kill people," 17 said, and turned around to snatch the half-burnt cigarette from the young man's hand. A cold glint flashed across her eyes. "Let me tell you, 13, don't smoke this in front of me, I hate seeing you like this." With that, the young lady turned to leave, but the moment she turned, a crystal fell down. 13 tilted his head and smiled as he watched the ghost-like figure disappear into the night sky. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it up. "Silly girl, even if you hate it, it's better than having no feelings at all." Hainan Xianxia, the warm sunlight shone on the white buildings of the seaside resort, the tall coconut trees swaying in the wind. Here, one could not feel the winter, nor could they feel the cold. Outside a luxurious sea-view suite was a spacious balcony. On the balcony were 2 lounge chairs with 2 umbrellas. At the front of the balcony, there was a 10-square-meter swimming pool. The clear blue water reflected the light. 2 slender women were wearing pink and light blue swimsuits respectively. Their hair was still slightly wet, and they were wearing sunglasses. They were lying on chairs and enjoying the quiet afternoon sunshine. It was Lin Ruashi and Xianxia who came for a vacation. "Ruashi, this is so comfortable, we haven't had afternoon tea together in a long time, basking in the sun," Xianxia said softly. Lin Ruashi picked up the white porcelain teacup on the small table beside her, took a sip of the bright English black tea, and softly said, "N." Xianxia also knew Lin Ruashi's personality. She was always so calm, and said indifferently, "Tonight, the others said they want to go to the bonfire party by the seaside, are you going?" Lin Ruashi put the teacup back down, shook her head and said, "Forget it, you go, I won't go. Although I feel that with your personality, you don't really want to go to that kind of occasion, but since you came with everyone, why not participate once? I think the others will be very happy to have you participate." Xianxia said encouragingly. "No, you know my personality, going will only make everyone nervous, I don't want the atmosphere to be too awkward." Lin Ruashi smiled lightly. Xianxia faintly sighed, "All right then, I won't go either, I'll stay with you." "You go, you're the head, this time you're the leader, I just came out to relax," Lin Ruashi said. A strange expression flashed across Xianxia's face. She hesitated and asked worriedly, "Ruashi, you seem to be in a bad mood. Did you quarrel with that person? If it was the old you wouldn't travel with us for no reason." No expression could be seen in Lin Ruashi's eyes under the sunglasses. She bit her thin lips and did not answer. Xianxia sighed softly. "It's okay if you don't want to tell me. I don't mean anything else. I'm just worried about you, so." "I know." Lin Ruashi suddenly said, "Xianxia, I'm fine." "It's good that you're fine." Xianxia forced a smile. Lin Ruashi turned her head, looked at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, if you like Yangqing, marry him in the future. I think he likes you a lot too." Mo Qianni's whole body trembled, thinking that she had heard wrong. She took off her sunglasses, her pair of watery eyes were filled with astonishment. She stared at Lin Ruoxi's beautiful face and asked, "Ruoxi, what did you say?" When the two of them were together, they had always avoided the topic of Yan Chen, because they cherished their friendship of many years. Even if their feelings had clearly changed because of a man, the two of them still carefully protected each other's friendship. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruoxi suddenly said that she wanted to divorce Yangqing and even suggested that Mo Qianni and Yangqing be together. Lin Ruoxi didn't seem to notice Mo Qianni's agitation and said indifferently, "He said that in a few months, he will divorce me. I think the reason he said is ridiculous. Since he has nothing to miss, then I have nothing to miss. After we divorce, he will be free. If you like him, then I will give you my blessing." It was Mo Qianni's first time hearing this news. Normally, hearing such news, even if she wasn't happy, it wouldn't be bad. After all, the man she loved might officially be together with her. However, for some reason, when Mo Qianni saw Lin Ruoxi's cold and indifferent expression, she couldn't feel happy at all. Instead, she felt a wave of pain in her heart. "Ruoxi, what's going on between you and Yangqing? Why are you suddenly like this? You're not the kind of person who is so casual about relationships." Mo Qianni couldn't help but ask. Lin Ruoxi lowered her head, "I don't know what's going on either. Anyway, let's just divorce. From the beginning, I didn't think that there would be any good results between us." After saying that, Lin Ruoxi stood up from the chair, turned around and walked into the room. "I'm a little tired, I'm going to rest." Before Lin Ruoxi walked back to the room, Mo Qianni also stood up, looking a little serious. "Wait." Mo Qianni stopped Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi paused and didn't look back. She asked softly, "Is there anything else?" "Ruoxi, no matter what the reason is, I hope you won't give up so easily. If you didn't love him and he didn't love you, you wouldn't have come this far. At least that's what I think. I've been the third party from the beginning, but I've never regretted it, because I believe that everyone has the right to pursue love. Of course, I won't destroy your relationship. As long as he wants to go home and be with you, I've never stopped him. I didn't even take the initiative to call him, and I tried not to see him in the company. Sometimes I wonder why I'm suffering to help you maintain your relationship even though I want to have him. But I've been doing it so stupidly, even though I despise my own weakness. But today, you suddenly told me that you want to divorce Yangqing, and you didn't even tell me the reason. I feel very sad, for you and for me. I feel like I've done everything wrong from the beginning." Mo Qianni's eyes were already full of tears when she said that. Lin Ruoxi raised her head and remained silent. "Lin Ruoxi," Mo Qianni's eyes flashed with a hint of determination, "if one day, you and Yangqing divorce, and then Yangqing gets together with me, and I become his wife. I hope you know that it's not because you quit, but because I used my own efforts to fight for my own love. That's not a form of charity, that's mine, spoils of war." Lin Ruoxi turned around and smiled brightly, "Qianni, back then, you said that if you were to become the CEO of Yulei, you definitely wouldn't do as well as I do. Because, you said that you're not as good as me, but today, I feel that I'm not as good as you." After Lin Ruoxi finished speaking, she turned around and walked back to her room. In the sky, a few thick dark clouds floated over, gradually covering the sun, and the air started to become damp and cold. In the courtyard, Yangqing looked at the gloomy sky, then walked into the simple and elegant mansion. "Sit down, I'll make you some tea." A woman in a blue dress slowly knelt on the short table. Her pair of snow-white arms and beautiful calves were particularly eye-catching in the dimly lit room. On the table, there was a neatly arranged tea set and a selection of fresh tea. Yangqing suppressed his wildly beating heart and calmly knelt down, facing the woman. His gaze occasionally drifted to the woman's cold and elegant face, and occasionally to her skillful tea-making skills. The fragrant tea emitted a delicate fragrance that refreshed the heart. "I didn't expect that apart from killing, my 17 also knows how to make tea," Yangqing said. "In the year in Japan, I forgot to kill, but I learned how to make tea." 17 placed a small bowl of tea in front of Yangqing. "Also, I'm not your 17. Yangqing laughed at himself, "You still have the same temper. You must hate me, or even hate me." "That's true, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have gone through that." I thought you had left me forever. I didn't expect to meet you here. I also didn't expect to survive in that situation, nor did I expect to see you again. 17 lowered her head and said coldly. Why didn't you want to meet me the first 2 times? Yangqing asked. 17 raised her head and looked at Yangqing, who was suppressing his excitement. I didn't decide if I wanted to see you again. What about now? I feel that there's nothing for me to run away from you. I didn't do anything wrong, and seeing you can actually resolve all my worries, 17 said. Yangqing let out a long sigh and nodded. That's right, it's all my fault from the start. You're just a victim. The two fell silent. Before they met, Yangqing was so eager to meet her, but now that they actually met, Yangqing realized that he didn't know where to start. The tea is getting cold, drink it first. 17 said. Yangqing nodded, memories of the past appeared in his mind. He picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. This is tea tasting, not for you to drink like this, 17 frowned and said. I'm not in the mood. Yangqing put down the teacup and stared at 17's indifferent face. He seemed to have gathered his courage and asked, since you're alive, where's our child? 17's body trembled and her eyes reddened. She turned her head away. Now you're thinking about your child. Why didn't you think about your child back then? Yangqing closed his eyes in pain and spoke after a long while. My brain was like a pile of paste at that time. I couldn't control it. 17 sneered, you couldn't control it? Have you ever thought of controlling it? I really feel sad for my child. With a father like you, he left before he was even born. Yangqing's body stiffened and he felt his scalp go numb. If someone else was there, they could even see the veins on Yangqing's forehead. Left? Do you think that I survived the explosion and fell into the sea without any injuries? 17 lost control of her emotions and questioned him angrily. The room fell into a dead silence again. Memories of the past flashed through Yangqing's mind and his eyes reddened. On the blue sea, the waves were turbulent. A warship that was stolen from the military slowly sailed into the international waters. Under the sunlight, the sharp steel beast was untamed. On the deck of the warship, there was a large group of men of different skin colors wearing different clothes, but all of them had a murderous aura. They were all gathered together. Their faces were filled with resentment and hatred. There were at least 50 to 60 of them, and they all glared at a young man who was sitting lazily on a chair in front of them. Behind the young man stood a few officers who looked solemn and respectful. It was obvious that they respected this young man. Since you took someone else's money to deal with my men, you should have expected this day to come. So, don't look at me with such dissatisfaction. I'll give you a chance to kill me together. I don't need to shoot you with a machine gun either. You should be satisfied. I advise you to do it quickly. The young man said with a smile. One of the white men roared in German, only a small team from our Braze's mercenary group participated in the battle. Why do you want to exterminate all of us? You won't even let off our relatives in the headquarters? You are simply a bloodthirsty devil. You are just using your insignificant excuse to satisfy your desire for blood. Another big man angrily said. As a master, don't you feel ashamed when you swing your butcher's knife at children and women? You will suffer retribution. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, and a scarlet cold light surged in his eyes. I asked you to use your hands, not your mouths. In the blink of an eye, the young man had already left his seat. When he reappeared, he had already rushed into the crowd. The two burly men who were still talking a moment ago suddenly had their heads smashed by a huge force, exploding into 2 clouds of blood mist. Then, like a whirlwind of death, the young man's body shuttled back and forth between the 50 to 60 prisoners of war a few times, leaving a ground full of broken limbs. Blood flowed like a river, and the dark red blood flowed down the deck into the ocean. After killing everyone, the young man showed a satisfied smile on his face. He took out a white silk handkerchief and wiped his hands. Then, he turned around and walked back to the cabin. At this moment, a young woman in a blue dress walked onto the deck. She glanced at the pool of blood in front of her and frowned. She said to the young man, 13, stop killing. Haven't you killed enough? 13 stopped in his tracks. My dear 17, it's not that I haven't killed enough, but there are always people who want to die. 17 shook her head in pain. 3 years ago, you told me that you wanted to eliminate Zero and live a life without killing people. But now that you've eliminated Zero, why do you always want to kill people? Those people didn't offend you, and their families didn't offend you either. 13 You weren't like this in the past. 13 smiled nonchalantly. 17 Do you remember when I asked you why you like to wear blue dresses all year round? 17 was silent. You answered me that you felt a sense of accomplishment when you wore clean clothes and saw blood staining your body. 17 turned her head away. That was in the past. I don't want to kill people now. I just want to live a peaceful life. You don't like it, but that doesn't mean I don't like it. 13's eyes flashed with excitement. 17 Every time I kill someone, I feel an incomparably wonderful feeling. The sense of accomplishment of having someone die in my hands can only be experienced by killing more people. You're the person I trust the most and the woman I like the most. If you object to me killing people, I'll be very angry. So, I won't allow you to object to me anymore. With that, 13 walked straight into the cabin without looking back. 17 stood at the cabin door and silently cried. Early in the morning, 13 drowsily sat up on a huge soft velvet bed. After a night of alcohol, 13's head felt heavy. He touched his side, but there was no one there. In his daze, 13 felt something hard. He picked it up and saw that it was a letter. After opening it, there was a piece of paper with a few words written on it. The familiar handwriting made 13's eyes clear. 13 I'm leaving. I can't persuade you. You've become frightening. It's not that I want to leave you. It's because I'm pregnant with your child. Our child can't grow up in the midst of bloodshed and slaughter. I want him to grow up ordinary. If I told you that I have a child, I wouldn't have the chance to leave you. So, forgive me for only telling you after I left. If one day you become the original 13, I'll bring the child and return to your side. 17. 13's hands trembled and the piece of paper slipped from his hands. He suddenly remembered the look in 17's eyes when she left the bar last night. He didn't feel anything last night, but now that he thought about it, her eyes were filled with determination, disgust, pain, and sadness. It was as if her entire soul was suffering in this beautiful body and was trying to escape. Was she actually saying goodbye to him? On a steep cliff on an island in the Pacific Ocean. A few heavily injured men and women were forced to the edge of the cliff. Below them were the turbulent waves and cold reefs. 13's eyes were filled with arrogant anger. The scarlet light was like the flames of hell, causing the arrogant men and women to retreat. I don't care if you are psychics or mercenaries. If you want to take revenge on me, I'll accept it at any time. But you kidnapped my woman, so I'll make you suffer more than death. 13's voice was like the grinding of gears. Even though the sea breeze was howling, it still entered their ears. At the bottom of the cliff, a large number of blood-stained corpses showed the brutality of the battle. However, 13 was still standing. The last few people were forced to walk up the cliff. One of the coquettish women laughed sharply. Pluto, even if you kill all of us, your woman and the child in her stomach will be buried with us. All of us together aren't your match. But so what? We'll die, but you'll live. It'll be worse than death. 13 clenched his fists. He couldn't wait to kill these people instantly. However, not knowing 17's exact location made his heart feel like it was being stabbed by a knife. The coquettish woman took out a pocket-sized walkie-talkie and said in Japanese, "Mission failed. Explode." 13 suddenly realized what order it was. However, it was too late just as he was about to shout for it to stop. With a loud rumble, another cliff in the distance was blasted into rubble by the high explosives. A black object that looked like an iron cage fell into the sea along with the explosion. It was annihilated in the tides and swallowed by the waves. No. 13's shout couldn't stop the instantaneous explosion a few hundred meters away. He couldn't stop the cage hidden under the cliff from falling into the sea. The coquettish woman laughed. We formed an alliance to kill you this time. Although we failed, we'll make you suffer the pain of losing your beloved woman and child for the rest of your life. This is also our success. After saying that, before 13 could vent his anger on them, the psychics jumped into the sea at the same time. They collided with the reefs and became blood splatters before being swallowed by the waves. 13 knelt on the cliff in a daze. He looked at the rising and falling tides of the sea. The unforgettable gaze of 17 from the night she left appeared in front of his eyes again. The scarlet in his eyes finally faded. Recollecting his thoughts, Xianxia looked at the woman in front of him with a complicated expression. It's right that you're unwilling to see me after experiencing those things and losing your child. I'm indeed not worthy of you seeing me. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot. He smiled bitterly. However, I'm already satisfied that you're still alive. Go. Seeing you today is the last time we'll see each other. 17 stood up and combed her messy hair expressionlessly. Xianxia stood up shakily. His heart ached as if it was bitten by a snake. He looked at the woman who was less than a foot away from him. 17, I know that it's useless to say anything. When you fell into the sea, I suddenly understood many things. It's a pity that I didn't understand when you were by my side. Don't say any more. I don't want to hear it. 17 rejected coldly. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Do you know, in the year I've been back in China, I met a woman who looks very much like you. Her appearance, her personality, the way she speaks, and the most similar thing about her is her gaze. I once thought that she was sent to my side by God to replace me. But I realized that she is she, and you are you. You're 17. No one can replace 17. Xianxia turned around silently. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He strode forward and was about to leave. 13. 17 suddenly called out. Xianxia turned around and looked at her blankly. 17's eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She suddenly pounced into Xianxia's arms and hugged Xianxia tightly. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he understood what was going on. He felt warmth in his heart and hugged the crying woman in his arms. Don't go. 17. Xianxia heard the mournful murmurs and felt a sense of loss. He was about to comfort her when he felt that something was wrong. How could it be? 17, who was in his arms, slowly left Xianxia's side and took 2 steps back. She still had the familiar tear-stained face, but she looked at Xianxia with a playful gaze. Xianxia lowered his head in a daze. A dagger with golden threads wrapped around it was stabbed into his chest. A beautiful flower of blood bloomed on Xianxia's chest. Xianxia couldn't wrap his head around it for a moment. The sudden change of events had completely exceeded his ability to think. First of all, why did 17 stab his heart with a dagger? Secondly, how could his body be so easily pierced through? Moreover, he didn't feel any killing intent at all. Even if he was caught off guard, his sharp senses wouldn't allow anyone to take out a dagger to stab him. Your Majesty Pluto, has it been too many years since you felt the pain of being injured? 17 asked mockingly. She wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. How is it? The feeling of having your heart pierced isn't bad, right? No wonder you're called a god. You can still stand with your heart pierced. Xianxia woke up abruptly. He looked at the woman in front of him who had a completely different expression and roared, You're not 17. Ha 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 ha. 17 laughed loudly as if she had heard the funniest thing in the world. Of course I'm not that bitch. That woman fainted more than a year ago and sank into the sea. The woman said proudly. Xianxia's lips started to turn pale. The dagger that pierced his heart obviously had a strong chemical component. What made Xianxia even more terrified was that his body's super strong self-recovery ability was weakening. If it was in the past, even if his heart was pierced, he could still recover normally. This was the miraculous ability of his strong body after being illuminated by the divine light and cultivating the endless resolve restoration scripture. But now, Xianxia clearly felt that his body's recovery was extremely slow. Because of this, if he pulled out the dagger hastily, he wouldn't be able to stop the bleeding in time. The high pressure in his heart would definitely cause a large amount of blood to spurt out. If that happened, it wasn't impossible for his body to be completely destroyed. However, compared to his own miserable state, hearing this woman say that the Real 17 was already dead was a bigger blow to Xianxia. Perhaps this was the feeling of going from heaven to hell. When he saw the living 17, he was still immersed in a kind of ecstasy. Who would have thought that this was all a trap? It was a trap to lure him into a trap so that he could assassinate him. However, even so, there were still too many questions in Xianxia's mind. After all, to plot against him so precisely required more than just acting skills. How could this fake 17 follow me without being discovered? After all, to be able to grasp his whereabouts 3 times in a row, appear at the right time, and hide well was definitely not an easy feat. Also, how did she know so much about 17? How did she disguise herself so well? He even knew what had happened between them in the past. What was even more unbelievable was that he couldn't acutely sense the other party's movement to assassinate him. What was that drug that weakened his self-recovery ability? One had to know that ordinary poisons posed no threat to him at all. It was definitely not as simple as poison. Also, when was he poisoned? I know you must have a lot of questions. Before my partner arrives, I can answer some of them for you. The fake 17 giggled and walked 3 feet away from Xianxia. Then, she turned around leisurely. In the blink of an eye, the 17 who was dressed in a blue dress changed. Kawanako. No matter how calm Xianxia was, he widened his eyes. Kawanako giggled and said, Mr. Yang, now you know why I can grasp your whereabouts and you can't find me. Xianxia came to a sudden realization. No wonder I didn't see 17 when Kawanako was explaining to us, but met the fake 17 when we went to the mall in private and had our own free time. Today at Nijo Castle, Kawanako pretended to send tea to the driver. She actually had a plan. She purposely changed into 17 to lure him here. Come to think of it, the so-called "no one is outside" in this courtyard was arranged long ago. However, his longing for 17 and all kinds of excited emotions made him unwilling to think about these weird details. Besides, he subconsciously thought that no one would be a threat to him, so he let his guard down. Such a deep plan. However, your disguise is really perfect, but how did you? How did I know about that bitch's past with you? You want to ask about this, right? Kawanako sneered. You better watch your mouth. If it wasn't for the unclear situation, Xianxia would have already gone forward to kill Kawanako, although he didn't know how much of his strength he could use. Kawanako pretended to take a few steps back and said with a smile, Your Majesty Pluto, do you still remember a gorgeous woman among the people you killed on the island in the Pacific Ocean a year ago? Xianxia squinted his eyes and recalled. He immediately remembered that it was the woman who gave the order to explode the bomb while laughing. What's her relationship with you? Xianxia had already noticed something. The smile on Kawanako's face faded and she said coldly, She's my elder sister, Yukiana. I'm her younger sister. You can call me Nine-tailed. Xianxia suddenly realized, Takamagara, Nine-tailed white fox. Ah, I didn't expect your Majesty Pluto to know my name. Kyubi clapped her hands and turned around again. In an instant, Kawanako was no longer there. What was left was a seductive woman wearing a pink Japanese kimono with a fox fur scarf around her neck. Her every frown and every smile was swaying beautifully. Every movement she made exuded a natural charm. So Takamagara was involved in that incident. Xianxia smiled bitterly. If Yamada sect was the strongest ninja organization in Japan, then Takamagara, which had very few members, would be the other strongest organization with the ability to conceal themselves. Legend had it that Takamagara was the realm of gods where the sun god resided. All the Japanese gods lived there. After the emperor died, he would ascend to Takamagara. On the other hand, the real Takamagara was an organization formed by a group of monsters with supernatural powers. Although they had very few members, each of them had extraordinary abilities. The nine-tailed white fox in front of him. Xianxia had heard of her before. She was most proficient in illusions. She could disguise herself into various characters, and her voice and smile were exactly the same. The scariest thing was, this woman could even read minds. So, she could even understand some of the memories of the person who was disguised. A sharp light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He asked, Since you can imitate 17 to the point where I can't recognize you, you must have read 17's memories. Nine-tailed white fox didn't mind at all. She smiled proudly and said, That's right. I'm not afraid to tell you that after my sister Yuki Anna gave the order, I was the one who controlled the detonation of the bomb. In fact, before that, I was the woman who had been watching over you. So, I've read a lot of 17's memories. So, you're the most direct executioner. Xianxia laughed strangely. Ninetailed looked at Xianxia mockingly. Your Majesty Pluto, it seems that you still don't understand. The reason why your woman died was because you killed too many people who shouldn't have been killed. You became everyone's enemy and a threat to everyone. Not to mention, you have the God Stone in your hands, but you refused to hand it over. You blocked everyone's path, so you're the executioner who killed your woman. Just as she finished speaking, the door of the courtyard was slowly pushed open. Several men and women in different attire walked in. Ninetailed's face revealed a rather proud look. You guys came really late. Were you worried that I wouldn't be able to succeed? Xianxia turned around. He only took a cursory glance, and his face turned solemn. Ninetailed, you coquettish fox, I didn't expect that there would be a day where you could get things done. An Asian woman with short blonde hair wearing a sexy black leather jacket said to Ninetailed Arctic Fox with a mocking smile as she walked around Xianxia with an incomparably hot body. Ninetailed snorted, silly cat, do you think everyone is like you, only knowing how to fight and not use their brains? Speaking of using their brains, how can they compare to Tokugawa-kun? The woman called Silly Cat's gaze flew to a man with white hair and beard who led the way in. Although this man looked old, his face was ruddy and his skin was smooth. There were no signs of aging at all. His eyes were like a pool of cold water, staring at Xianxia without any ripples. Xianxia looked at the white-haired man, then looked at the man and woman following behind him. They were the two great Jinins that he had clashed with several times in the past, Xianxia and Tanuki, but Tengu was nowhere to be seen. Xianxia didn't know that Tengu had already been killed by Xianxia. When Xianxia saw Xianxia, there was a complicated look in her eyes, while Tanuki couldn't help but laugh sneakily, as if he had seen something funny. As for the others who came, 3 of them were wearing blue leather jackets. They were America's Blue Storm mutants. Among them was Judy, who had been released during the battle in Tibet. Judy's beautiful face was burning. It was obvious that she was overjoyed to see Xianxia injured. Back then, Blue Storm suffered heavy losses because of Xianxia and suffered great humiliation. She relied on Venus protection to save her life. Now, she brought 2 other members and cooperated with 2 major Japanese organizations to plot against Xianxia. As for the other 3 people, Xianxia was rather puzzled. It was a red-robed cardinal of the church and 2 Knights Templar armored swordsmen. Xianxia didn't know why the Vatican suddenly wanted to participate in the plan against him. Your Majesty Pluto, we meet again, Judy said with a charming smile. Xianxia leaned back. The gradual weakening of his body made him realize the potency of the drug in his body. He could not even stand properly and could only lean against the door frame. I knew it. Even Takuma Jiehara wouldn't be able to concoct a drug that I can't deal with. So you're involved as well. Xianxia smiled wryly. If there was anyone in this world who could concoct a poison or medicine that was effective against him, it could only be Blue Storm. It was not impossible for an organization that had amassed the most advanced technology in the world, which was a combination of Esper abilities and technology, to develop a medicine that targeted him. Sure enough, Judy nodded and admitted, Your Majesty Pluto, the medicine we prepared for you is unique in the world. Because of your special physique, ordinary elemental poisons are unable to harm you. Therefore, after various studies, we chose to use the radioactive element, polonium, as the main element. A total of $40 million of concentrated polonium, plus $200 million of other elements and research costs. It's all in the cup of tea you just drank. Polonium, huh? Xianxia lowered his head and looked at the teacup he had just drunk. The characteristic of polonium was that it was completely colorless and tasteless in water, so it was normal for him not to be able to distinguish it. You spent nearly $300 million just to develop a medicine to deal with me. Isn't that too wasteful? It's not wasteful. Judy walked forward and stared at the dagger in Xianxia's chest that had pierced into his heart. She sneered, Your Majesty Pluto, haven't you noticed that your perception has become very slow? You can't feel Miss Ninetailed's killing intent, and you can't sense that she wants to stab you with a dagger. More importantly, your body is no longer so tough, and your wound. There's no way for it to heal itself. These are the effects of radioactive elements. Alpha particles can effectively inhibit your body's regenerative function, and through the constant collision of particles, your body's tissues are no longer as strong as before. Only then did Xianxia realize that his so-called inability to perceive and Ninetail being able to succeed so easily was also due to the influence of the medicine. In other words, this medicine not only affected his physiological functions, but also inhibited his perception and brain thinking. Actually, I also have to thank Your Majesty Pluto for not killing me last time. After I returned to the headquarters, I was able to provide a lot of direct information to the headquarters, Judy said. The strength of a main god lies in the dual combination of body and consciousness. As for the legendary ability that is restricted by the Treaty of Gods, we are not god-level characters, so we are not afraid. After all, in the face of non-god-level characters, can't be unsealed. I think Your Majesty Pluto will definitely not violate it, unless Your Majesty Pluto wants to become the common enemy of the other main gods. Therefore, this drug that was designed for you was born. Xianxia sneered, it's really hard for you to use nuclear weapons technology to deal with me. However, do you think that you can kill me like this? No. The one who spoke was the white-haired man, who was also the leader of Yamada's sect, Ground Ninja Noriko Okawa. The entire setup this time seemed to be his doing. Pluto, you and I used to be Zero's assassins. Although you are not familiar with me, I know more about you than anyone else, Noriko Okawa said in Japanese in an extremely flat and lifeless tone. Although most people don't know, I'm very clear that you obtained the position of Pluto from the leader of Zero by killing a god. The old leader of Zero, who was also the first Pluto, once told me some information about the main gods. I know that theoretically, the main gods are immortal, but if the main god's body is destroyed, he definitely can't be reborn immediately. As far as I know, if the main god's body is destroyed, he can only choose the path of reincarnation, and reincarnation is definitely not a matter of 10 years or decades. Xianxia's pupils shrunk. This Noriko Okawa's understanding of the god level had actually reached such a level. Noriko Okawa continued, so, regardless of whether we can get the god stone from you or not, as long as your body is destroyed today, you won't be a threat to us at all. Xianxia sneered, didn't I give you the god stone long ago? Why are you still asking me for it? That's fake. Noriko Okawa almost squeezed out a few words from the gaps of his teeth. He said with hatred, you're really good at deceiving all of us. I initially thought that you would exchange the real god stone for your beloved woman, but it turned out to be fake. The real god stone must still be hidden in some corner by you. Your Majesty Pluto, Chief Tokugawa obtained a fake god stone and has attracted many enemies. Even if he tells others that his god stone is fake, they won't believe him. This is really a sinister move, Judy said with a sigh. Xianxia looked at them playfully. Your blue storm should be one of the forces fighting for the god stone, right? Otherwise, I reckon you wouldn't have colluded with Yamada sect. That's right, but so what? As long as the result is beneficial to us, we don't mind wasting more time, Judy smiled. Xianxia looked at the 3 members of the Vatican who kept quiet. I'm curious, are the people of the Vatican here to snatch the god stone too? The cardinal spoke in Italian, Your Majesty Pluto, I'm Bruno from the Japanese diocese. I'm here today because you've agreed to the alliance agreement with the Dark Parliament. This isn't good news for the Vatican. Therefore, we've decided to participate in this plan. Xianxia was depressed. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have signed the agreement with Lilith. Now that he was exposed, he wouldn't have been afraid. However, with his current body condition, he might really fail miserably. I think Lord Bishop doesn't have to do anything. Noriko Okawa extended his hand, and an ancient Japanese samurai sword suddenly flew into his hand from a nearby sword rack. Pluto, do you recognize this sword? Noriko Okawa then pulled out the blade from the sheath. A ray of autumn light flashed in front of Xianxia's eyes. On the samurai sword, there were dense scriptures written on it. On one side of the sword, there was a lifelike ancient dragon carved. Demon sword, magical samurai? Xianxia immediately thought of this name because this sword was too famous in the world of assassins. Before Xianxia officially became an assassin of Zero, the number 1 assassin of Zero, the legend of the assassin world, was the one who used this magical samurai. As for who it was, there was no specific explanation. The samurai was the most famous type of sword in the Edo period. However, because other weapons would be damaged when they collided with it, it was called the demon sword because of its sharpness. Later, the descendant of the Tokugawa shogunate, the ancestor of the Tokugawa family, was killed by the samurai. Because of this, a large number of samurai demon swords were destroyed. However, the strongest samurai demon sword that was cursed by the bloodthirsty curse was left behind. The magical Lotus Sutra was engraved with dragon patterns. As long as it was soaked in blood, the dragon patterns would be dyed red, and it would be able to unleash infinite power. No wonder Nariko Okawa could gain the trust of the first Pluto. It turned out that he was once the most powerful person in Zero. Seems like you know him. Nariko Okawa caressed the blade and said with pride, "The reason why we set up the trap here is because this is the ancestral home of our Tokugawa family. It's an honor for our Tokugawa family to slay a god here. Our Tokugawa ancestors were harmed by the devil blade, but the strongest devil blade is still in the hands of the Tokugawa clan. You're an opponent worthy of my sword. Even though your true strength has been suppressed by a special drug, you're still worthy of me using the samurai to kill you." After Nariko Okawa finished speaking, he placed the blade in front of Yangqing. "I'll ask again. Where's the god stone?" Yangqing felt pain even when he breathed. If it wasn't for his strong body and pure endless resolve restoration scripture, he would have died 100 times over after his heart was pierced. "Even if I reincarnate today, I won't tell you." Yangqing smiled. "Moreover, you might not be able to kill me." "Ignorant!" Nariko Okawa shouted. The demon sword in his hand was swift and graceful. Yangqing's face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked down in disbelief. Half of the demon sword had already pierced through his heart. Other than the poisonous golden silk dagger, his heart was pierced through by the demon sword at the same time. The drug developed by Blue Storm actually made his brain slow down. He didn't even have time to think about dodging and his body had lost its ability to move. Yangqing felt dizzy. The strength in his body was draining rapidly, and the scene in front of him started to blur. Finally, the world turned dark. On the desolate Gobi Desert, endless yellow sand and small hills, weathered oddly shaped rocks formed a desolate and tragic world. Behind a small slope covered by rocks, a middle-aged man and a child were leaning side by side against the stone wall. The man was holding a half-empty bottle of Remy Martin XO. His unkempt face was unshaven, his eyes were half-closed, and the wine red on his cheeks made him look lazy, as if he was going to fall asleep at any time. "Uncle, what kung fu did you teach me? Why is it so magical?" The boy asked casually. At the same time, he was playing with 2 stones in his hand. In this boring place, when he wasn't training, he could only play with these little things to relieve his tiredness. The middle-aged man snorted and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "What's wrong? How is it magical?" "After I finished training this morning, my leg was cut by someone, but once I practiced the kung fu you taught me, the wound is almost healed now," the child said proudly. The man laughed a few times. "You're still far from it, practice well." "Uncle, what's the name of this kung fu?" the child asked curiously. "Name? I forgot." "It's fine if you don't know, anyway, in this world, only you and I know it, you can call it whatever you want," the man said casually. The boy's curiosity didn't diminish, he continued to ask, "Uncle, what do you think will happen if you practice this kung fu to the 9th level? "Uncle, what level are you at?" The middle-aged man closed his eyes. He seemed to be a little sleepy. He said in a daze, "I don't know. I've only practiced to the 7th level, separation. I haven't understood the 8th level, life and death. Not to mention the 9th level, the last level, rebirth." The boy looked disappointed. "Uncle, you're so old and you've only practiced to the 7th level. Then if I want to practice to the 9th level, I'll have to wait until I become an old man?" "Nonsense. This has nothing to do with age. If you understand it, then you understand it. If you don't, it doesn't matter how old you are." "Then how can you understand it?" the boy asked. The man didn't speak anymore. He had actually fallen asleep and started to snore thunderously. The boy sighed helplessly, his little face facing the deserted Gobi Desert. He revealed a deep look that didn't match his age. He was in a daze. At some point in time, gloomy raindrops began to fall from the sky. In the imperial court, Nariko Okawa looked at Yangqing, who was no longer breathing, and slowly retracted the mystical technique Muramesa. Without support, Yangqing's body softly slid down from the doorframe and lay on the ground. His blood stained the floor. The flood dragon carving on the demon blade, after absorbing the essence blood, had become scarlet and ferocious, as though it was about to leave the blade. A surging murderous aura spread out from the blade, causing the surrounding people to frown. It's a good blade. It's rumored to be cursed by bloodlust. I didn't expect it to really exist. A strange look flashed in Cardinal Bruno's eyes. I wonder if this blade or the heretic's demonic weapon, the butcher's blade, is more savage. Nariko Okawa didn't answer and kept his blade. He just looked at Yangqing, who was no longer moving on the ground. A hideous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even a true god can be slaughtered, let alone a human who picked up a god position by killing a god. He's overestimating himself. You can't say that. If it wasn't for the radioactive drug we developed, coupled with Miss QB's superb acting skills and her magical mind-reading ability. Oh, of course, we also needed Leader Okawa's understanding of the god position and our meticulous cooperation to defeat him. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's a god. Judy's words sounded like a compliment, but there was no admiration on her face. Instead, there was a hint of mockery. No matter what, from now on, there won't be another Pluto within 100 years. As for where he will reincarnate to and when he will wake up, it has nothing to do with us. We only need to investigate the specific location of the god stone. Without him guarding it, it won't be difficult to get it, Nariko Okawa said proudly. Even if he comes to seek revenge, we might be able to become gods with the god stone. If we can't become gods, he won't be able to vent his anger when we're no longer in this world. Leader Okawa is right, but who's going to look for the god stone? Who's going to own it after it's found? Judy asked with a charming smile. Nariko Okawa sneered, why? Does Blue Storm want to dominate the world? Let's not talk about who's going to find the god stone first. If I don't let you leave today, you won't have a chance to live. As soon as he finished, Nariko Okawa's martial arts suit fluttered even though there was no wind. The demon blade in his hand started to vibrate on its own, faintly letting out a sharp metallic sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. Feeling the terrifying murderous aura coming towards them, Judy and the other 2 members of Blue Storm, as well as the 3 people from the Vatican, took a few steps back vigilantly and looked at Nariko Okawa with fear in their eyes. Hanya and Tanuki had seen their leader's ability before. He was at the peak of ground ninja. One more step and he would be a legendary super powerhouse at the level of heavenly ninja. How could an ordinary person imagine that? For the 2 of them to reach the level of Jin Nin, their combat power was already extraordinary. However, the higher they went, the more they felt the huge gap between Jin Nin and ground ninja, and how difficult it was to cross. As for QB and the short-haired lady from Takamagara, they had already retreated to a corner and looked like they were watching a good show. They weren't afraid of Nariko Okawa's murderous aura. Leader, the 2 of us are enough to kill them, Hanya bowed and said. Nariko Okawa snorted coldly. Trash, there's no difference whether you kill them or not. Now that Pluto is dead, the 2 of you will head to Xianxia in a few days to search for God's stone. You must find it this time. Nariko Okawa said this in front of Blue Storm, the Vatican, and Takamagara. It was clear that he didn't mind killing anyone who stood in his way with the demon blade. Being looked down upon, Judy and the rest were furious. However, they couldn't say it out loud. They didn't expect Nariko Okawa, who was at the level of ground ninja, to have such terrifying ability. The experts of Yamada sect might not be as many as the elites of other organizations. However, the ninjas of Yamada sect had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, their ninjutsu and illusions were ever-changing. They were definitely not to be trifled with. Now that the biggest obstacle to obtaining God's stone was Pluto's death, the God's stone had become an item without an owner. Whoever had the strongest fist would be the biggest winner. The headquarters of Yamada sect was in Japan, which was adjacent to Xianxia. They had a large number of people, and Nariko Okawa's ability was unfathomable. Mutants like them couldn't resist him at all. It was obvious that Yamada sect had a higher chance of obtaining God's stone than the other organizations. What was more difficult to guard against was Noriko Okawa's understanding of the deity position and God's stone. After all, when Zero obtained God's stone and experimented on it, Noriko Okawa was already a core member of Zero. His understanding of the usage of God's stone far surpassed the others. However, compared to these worries, Judy and the rest wanted to survive more. If Noriko Okawa really wanted to kill a few of them, it would be hard for them to escape. Leader Okawa, we're only here to help you kill Pluto, not to snatch God's stone from you. The Vatican only fights against heretics. Since Pluto's body has been destroyed, we'll leave now. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Blueno decided to escape first regardless of whether he would fight for God's stone in the future. However, before he could turn around and leave, two ghost-like figures blocked the door. Tanuki and Hanya blocked the way from the left and right. They had already revealed their sharp shurikens in their hands and looked like they were about to attack at any time. Why are you two so stubborn? Blueno frowned and his nerves were already tense. The two holy knights beside him seemed like they were about to draw their swords. Noriko Okawa snorted in disdain. Hanya, Tanuki, let them go. Yes. The two of them immediately dodged to the side. Leader Okawa still knows right from wrong. The cold sweat on Blueno's back stopped. Right from wrong? I just don't care about the lives of ants. Noriko Okawa laughed mockingly. When I get God's stone, I'll be able to become a deity. By then, organizations like yours that use the name of deity to deceive others won't even be considered as ants. You. Blueno wanted to reprimand him, but he immediately remembered that he was still in the tiger's mouth. He knew that he and the two holy knights wouldn't be able to withstand that terrifying murderous aura. Perhaps only the two crusade army leaders of the Vatican could exchange a few blows with him. Even the Vatican's secret techniques might not be enough to defeat him. Thinking of this, Blueno swung his sleeves angrily and turned around to leave. Judy and the other two members of Blue Storm also knew that it would be dangerous to stay. Seeing that the Vatican that was closest to them was about to make a strategic retreat, they quickly decided to leave as well. At least, they couldn't wait for Noriko Okawa to humiliate them. Both parties had the same thought. Let the lunatic Noriko Okawa be happy for a while. Once they gathered enough strength, they could even plot against Pluto. How could they not be able to kill him? However, at this moment, a voice that made their scalp numb and hearts tremble rang from behind them. I didn't say, you guys can leave. The 6 people from the Vatican and Blue Storm turned around at the same time. Their faces instantly turned pale. Even Noriko Okawa seemed to be shocked. He took a few steps back with a weird expression and stared at the door hesitantly. As for the 2 demonesses of Takamagara, their mouths were half open as if they had seen something horrifying. Yangqing, who was originally lying on the ground and had lost all signs of life, had regained his breath. His body was trembling like a willow branch that was about to be pulled out. He staggered from the ground and then stood up again weakly. Yangqing's blood-stained face was still pale, but his eyes gradually became clear. There was a faint smile on his lips, as if he was in a good mood. Lowering his head, Yangqing smiled as he looked at the poisonous dagger in his chest. He grabbed it, pulled it out, and casually threw it to the corner where the white nine-tailed fox was standing. The sound of metal colliding with the wooden floor could be heard. Once the dagger was pulled out, there was no sign of blood splattering out from Yangqing's chest. Yangqing shook his head and took off his jacket and underwear. His upper body was bare, and he casually threw the blood-stained clothes to the side. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that the wound on Yangqing's chest that was pierced by the 2 sharp blades had actually healed completely. How is this possible? Judy and the others from Blue Storm were the most incredulous. Their medicine should have been able to completely prevent Yangqing's regenerative ability, but now, it seemed like Yangqing's self-recovery ability was even better than before. Noriko Okawa finally furrowed his brows, and his expression was uncertain. The Muramasa demon blade in his hand began to tremble slightly, and a murderous aura spread out majestically. Hanya and Tanuki followed closely on both sides of Okawa, and they looked at Yangqing with a complicated gaze. Under the various gazes of the crowd, Yangqing moved the muscles in his neck, as if there was no one around him who was staring at him fiercely. Instead, he began to mutter something to himself. So that's how it is. On the day 17 died, I cultivated the 8th level of life and death to the great perfection realm. The so-called life and death is to break through the separation of life and death, the separation of yin and yang, and understand the boundary between life and death. Only then can one be considered to have cultivated life and death. I was wondering why I couldn't cultivate the last level, rebirth. Rebirth. Rebirth, isn't it death? But suicide is too stupid. Who would think that they can only cultivate martial arts after dying? Hee hee. How brilliant. No wonder there's no way to cultivate the 9th level. That's not right. Most people, even if they mastered the 8th layer, might not be able to think of the 9th layer after they die. Looks like the 9th layer is really difficult to master. Seeing that Xianxia turned a blind eye to them, Noriko Okawa's eyes were filled with hatred. What are you mumbling about? Only then did Xianxia lift his head and reach out to touch his chest. He laughed and said, Tokugawa, this stab of yours really makes me love and hate it at the same time. What should I do? You're the one I want to kill, but you're also half my benefactor. Noriko Okawa had already realized that Xianxia seemed to have undergone some sort of transformation through this death. However, he dispelled this thought as soon as it appeared. Are you kidding me? The guy whose heart was pierced by the demonic blade actually became stronger. No one knew that this situation that was supposed to kill him eventually became the stepping stone for Xianxia's endless resolve restoration scripture to break through the 8th layer and reach the highest realm of the 9th layer, rebirth. Back then, 17's death made Xianxia understand a lot. At the same time, he mastered the 8th layer, life and death, to the highest realm, rebirth. However, for more than a year, he still had no clue about the 9th layer, rebirth. This made Xianxia feel helpless and depressed. That was because Xianxia desperately hoped that he could use the endless resolve restoration scripture to suppress or even cure the stubborn disease in his brain. After all, this disease would make him go berserk if he killed too many people. It was like a ticking time bomb, even more terrifying than a bomb. If he lost his mind, the number of people he killed would be incomparable to the power of a bomb. Just now, his self-recovery ability was weakened by the radioactive drug, and his body became weak. Xianxia's heart was pierced by the poisonous dagger and the demonic blade Muramasa. Such fatal attacks could be said to be hanging by a thread. However, at the moment when he was about to die completely, Xianxia's strong physique and consciousness finally brought a spark of life. This also made Xianxia finally understand the true meaning of the 9th layer of the endless resolve restoration scripture at the moment when he was about to die. Break through the life and death of others, and finally break through the life and death of oneself. Just as Xianxia once said, there were 2 types of people in the world that were the most terrifying. One was a lunatic because he didn't know what fear was, and the other was a person who wasn't afraid of death. However, in the past, Xianxia thought that he wasn't afraid of death, but he restrained his instincts in his heart. Now that he had reached the 9th layer, rebirth, he finally understood what death was. This was a kind of magical understanding that could only be understood but not expressed in words. Just like what the drunk man always said in his memory, if you understand it, you understand it. If you don't understand it, it's useless to say it. At the moment when Xianxia understood the last layer, the inner force of the endless resolve restoration scripture that had been restrained in his body suddenly surged. The radioactive elements that had suppressed his self-recovery ability were all imprisoned and couldn't play any more role. Moreover, Xianxia felt that his physique and consciousness were many times stronger than before. Even if he pulled out the dagger from his heart, the blood wouldn't even be able to spill out before it could completely heal itself. Xianxia had a strange feeling that his true chi of the endless resolve restoration scripture had reached a peak state, and above the peak, there seemed to be an invisible barrier blocking it. Xianxia had a hunch that the 9th layer might not be the true peak, because the strength of the true chi at the 9th layer was even comparable to the strength of his ability after he unsealed it. This meant that when inner force was cultivated to a high level, it was actually a power that could be compared to God power. However, since inner force cultivation that had been passed down from the ancient East had such power, could there be existences in this world who could cultivate inner force and become as powerful as the Lord of Gods? Too many thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind in an instant. At this moment, the existence of the people around him didn't seem so important anymore. This was because he felt that he had entered a whole new realm. Just as Yanqing was pondering these thoughts that he had never had before, the 6 people from Blue Storm and the Vatican, who had been watching nervously, looked at each other. Seeing that Yanqing didn't seem to have any intention of moving, they turned around and planned to escape as soon as possible. No matter what changes had happened to Yanqing, they felt that it wasn't something they could handle. However, even if Yanqing was thinking about other things, the situation in the outside world, including every drop of rain, couldn't escape his senses. I told you not to leave, but you insisted on leaving. Then, don't leave forever. As soon as Yanqing finished his sentence, his body suddenly disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Judy and the others. The rain poured down, but when the raindrops fell beside Yanqing, they were actually blocked by an invisible air shield. This was the protective true energy that could naturally be used after one's inner force reached great perfection. Yanqing looked at Judy and the others whose faces were pale and whose hair and clothes were starting to get wet. He laughed weirdly and said, "Judy, you had Aphrodite's protection last time, which allowed you to escape. This time, don't tell me there's a bubble talisman again? Your Majesty Pluto, please let us go this time. The ones who planned everything against you were Noriko Okawa and the 2 from Takamagara who wanted to take revenge. We only provided some technological." Judy couldn't finish her sentence because she felt a murderous aura that was even more majestic than Noriko Okawa's. It was as if an army of thousands of men and horses was sweeping towards her, suppressing her to the point that she couldn't even open her mouth. This wasn't the murderous aura that she felt when she met Yanqing previously. This was a more solid and heavy aura than murderous aura. However, it was harder to resist than murderous aura, as if it had the power to make one crawl and beg for mercy. Not only her, but the other 2 members of Blue Storm and the 3 from the Vatican had almost forgotten to escape and resist. Yanqing's true energy from the endless resolve restoration scripture was circulating freely in his meridians. As he had broken through the realm of rebirth, killing no longer had the concept of violence and mercy to him. All that was left was the purest and most noble aura. I'm only asking you if you have a talisman. Since you don't, then all of you can die. After Yanqing finished speaking calmly, he walked slowly towards Judy and the others as if he was buying vegetables on the street. Judy and the others didn't move at all. When Yanqing's figure passed by Judy and the red-robed cardinal, Bruno, his footsteps were as if he was taking a stroll in the park. There was nothing special about him as he continued walking back into the house. Just as he stepped through the door, Judy and the other 5 fell to the ground with a loud thud while maintaining their terrified expressions. Soaked in the cold rain, it seemed like they were going to die. Okawa and the others in the house were all shocked. None of them could understand how Yanqing managed to kill them just by walking past them. Moreover, he didn't even shed a single drop of blood. Actually, Yanqing didn't think that it was special even though it was a magical and horrifying scene to others. Now that his internal strength had reached great perfection, he was finally able to release and use his true chi freely. When he walked past Judy and the others, on one hand, the strong pressure made it hard for them to resist and even made them forget to breathe. On the other hand, the strong true chi that Yanqing was emitting formed an aura that was similar to a domain. In this aura, Yanqing only slightly released the restoration scripture's inner strength. The extremely pure true chi produced a penetrating pressure that directly caused the 6 people to suffer internal injuries that were hard to detect. The 6 people's internal organs were shaken to pieces and they fell to the ground dead. As for why they didn't vomit blood, it was because they collapsed before the blood reached their mouths and noses. After playing such a miraculous move, Yanqing wasn't too proud. It was just a normal move that he could perform at his current realm. It wasn't exquisite and was merely using his strength to suppress others. Noriko Okawa brought Hanya and Tanuki with him and waited solemnly. Even the 9-tailed white fox and the short-haired lady who were smiling earlier stood on the other side of Yanqing with a solemn expression. They were very clear that the speed that Yanqing displayed was beyond the scope of their understanding. Other than fighting, there was no other way out. Legend has it that among Huaxia's ancient Qinggong, there's a technique called shrinking the ground into an inch. When it's practiced to a high level, the user can reach the level of teleportation. It seems that Your Majesty Pluto is almost the same as the legendary technique, Noriko Okawa said with a heavy tone. The Devil Blade ingenious spell Mirasame that was still flickering with a bloody light was constantly trembling in his hand as if it was waiting to enter the battlefield again. Oh, I've never heard of it. But my speed is still far from teleportation, Xianxia said. Noriko Okawa raised the Mirasame and pointed at Xianxia from 2 feet away. Even so, I still need to go all out to have a chance. Xianxia did not take it to heart that he was being held at knife point. He glanced at the remaining 5 people and said to the short-haired lady who had not revealed her skills, "You should be the other sister of the 9-tailed white fox, the 9 lives cat demon, right?" The yellow-haired 9 lives demon cat's pupils shrank, and his dark brown pupils turned into a dark green color. He smiled evilly and said, "So, you already know who I am." Although Takamajiehara is an organization, it doesn't have a leader. You must have come here to take revenge on your older sister, Yukiana, and made a decision on your own, right? Xianxia asked. That's right, but unfortunately, you seem to be much stronger than we imagined. This makes us sisters very afraid. The cat demon patted her chest and laughed strangely. Xianxia looked indifferent. His upper body was bare, and his hands were in the pockets of his pants. He said with great interest, "I've fought with most of the secretive organizations. You people from Takamajiehara are more creative. Everyone has their own inheritance. I'm looking forward to seeing something new from you." A hint of anger flashed through the 9 lives demon cat's green eyes. "Do you think we'll be afraid of you just because you can stand up again? Don't play tricks. Take this." As soon as he finished speaking, the cat demon appeared in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye, like a black shadow. A sharp cat claw appeared on one of her hands, and there seemed to be a faint electric current flashing through it. She suddenly exerted force and grabbed at Xianxia's throat. Xianxia's body was much stronger than before. Although the cat demon was fast, she easily dodged to the side. On the other hand, the cat demon's sensitivity was extremely high. Since her attack missed, she turned around and swept her leg, and a spiraling gale appeared on her leg. The gale created a ripple in the air, and the door frames of the surrounding old mansions were all shattered by this gale. Only then did Xianxia realize that the cat demon's methods and movements were very fast. Facing the incoming gale kick, a large hand slapped down. The cat demon grunted. Her leg, which was surrounded by a strong gale, was slapped by Xianxia's palm. It did not gain any advantage at all. Borrowing the strength of Xianxia's hand, the cat demon retreated. At the same time, she supported herself with one hand on the ground and shouted, "Rise." While Xianxia was still thinking about what it meant, he felt the wooden floor shake. Boom! With a loud sound, several spikes of stone and mud that looked like bamboo shoots broke out of the ground and stabbed at Xianxia's lower body. Damn! Xianxia dodged immediately, but he was still splashed with mud and was in a sorry state. Legend has it that the 9 lives cat demon gains one more tail every 9 years. With each additional tail, she can gain an additional ability to control nature. When she has 9 tails and 9 lives, she can use the 9 techniques of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. It seems like you've mastered at least 3 of them. Xianxia was not anxious at all as he praised. Seeing that she couldn't do anything to Xianxia and was even treated as a plaything, the cat demon knew that Xianxia was teasing her. She was furious. It's not over yet. With that, the cat demon's sharp claws extended again. They were 5 inches long, and lightning appeared everywhere. She suddenly pounced at Xianxia, and her speed was much faster than before. Seeing that her sisters were already fighting to the death with Xianxia, the 9-tailed white fox glared at Noriko Okawa. "Okawa, if you want to live, you have to cooperate with us. Are you waiting for us to die before you die? If you want to fight, then fight. You don't have to drag me into it. I'll naturally fight with him." Noriko Okawa was unmoved. The white fox glared at him hatefully. She hated that she didn't have the time to dig his eyes out. She was an expert in disguise, illusion, and mind reading. She had no confidence in a fight. If she were to join the battle hastily, she would only be a hindrance to the cat demon. Therefore, she could only be anxious at the side. Just when the white fox was hesitating, wondering if she should escape with her illusion while Xianxia was fighting, she didn't expect that the battle between Xianxia and the cat demon would suddenly change. The cat demon used her lightning claws to cover Xianxia's forehead. However, Xianxia suddenly raised his left hand and blocked her claws. The purplish-blue electric current kept crackling on Xianxia's hand, but Xianxia didn't move at all. There was nothing unusual. Seems like your cultivation is only this much. Xianxia sighed in boredom. Then, he flipped his left hand and pushed. Ah! The cat demon screamed in pain. The sharp claws on her right hand were actually broken by Xianxia's seemingly light flip. Fresh blood spurted out from her fingertips. The cat demon quickly retreated to a corner and looked at Xianxia with hatred. She didn't look like a cat, but a ferocious female leopard. However, just as Xianxia was about to attack further, the cat demon's sharp claws immediately grew out again. The blood was also stopped, as though she wasn't injured at all. No wonder you're a 9 lives cat demon. Your recovery ability is very strong. Xianxia laughed. The cat demon was about to counterattack again when she heard the 9-tailed white fox shout, "Help!" Xianxia's facial expression changed as he glanced around. It was unknown when the 9-tailed white fox had turned into 17. She wore a blue dress and her black hair fluttered. Her expression was sad, especially when she looked at Xianxia with resentment. It was as though 17 had come back to life and was standing in front of Xianxia. 13, don't kill anymore. Xianxia was stunned. Even though he knew that this wasn't the real 17, but the 9-tailed white fox's illusion, Xianxia was still stunned for a moment. However, in a fight between experts, a moment of distraction was enough to cause a huge turnaround. Not only did the 9 lives cat demon see the opportunity and pounce towards Xianxia's heart, even Nariko Okawa, who was unwilling to attack just now, had a flash in his eyes. The demon blade Muramasa was like a dragon emerging from the sea, stabbing towards the back of Xianxia's head. One from the front and one from the back, the pincer attack with all their strength instantly caused 2 of Xianxia's vitals to be attacked. However, just as the 2 thought that they were about to succeed, 17 who was standing there suddenly widened her eyes and revealed a look of disbelief. Why? Xianxia, who was originally standing there, suddenly disappeared and became an afterimage. As for Xianxia's real body, he had already moved behind 17. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of 17's mouth. She knelt on the ground and slowly fell to the ground. Her eyes were wide open as she died on the spot. Following the death of 17, Nariko Okawa and the cat demon's attacks all missed. They looked at the 9-tailed white fox on the ground again. Without the support of the illusion, she had already returned to her kimono form. Xianxia turned around. His expression was emotionless as he glanced at the woman on the ground who didn't even know how she died. My 17 is already dead. Seeing the 9-tailed white fox die just like that, the 9 lives demon cat's eyes turned red. Nariko Okawa also knew that his life was hanging by a thread, so he shouted to his remaining 2 subordinates, Hanya and Tanuki, if you want to live, go all out. Hanya and Tanuki looked solemn, but they didn't move after hearing the order. Even an expert like Nariko Okawa couldn't do anything about it, so what could they do? As Xianxia approached, Nariko Okawa finally stopped holding back his strength. He raised the demon blade in his hand, and the dragon pattern on the blade that was dyed red by Xianxia's blood came alive again. You might not know this, but the stronger the blood, the more it can activate the power of this demon blade. I'll let you have a taste of the demon blade's energy activated by your own blood. Nariko Okawa's murderous aura burst out, and the demon blade's blood-red light scattered everywhere. He looked like an azure from hell, and his white hair became mottled under the light. Xianxia quietly watched him condense his murderous aura, but he didn't move. You'll regret this. Nariko Okawa didn't make any fancy moves. He just raised the demon blade high and slashed it down vertically. He didn't need any techniques. At Nariko Okawa's realm, he had already simplified the complicated into the simplest. The most direct move was the best to display his powerful cultivation. All the murderous aura condensed on the blade, and the dragon pattern on the demon blade let out a faint roar. The mystic Dharma Lotus Sutra shone brightly. The 9 lives demon cat and Hanya could see it clearly. Was this still the demon blade Muramasa? When Tokugawa swung his demon blade at Yang Chen, a gigantic scarlet blade of light that was more than 5 feet in height struck Yang Chen's head with a thunderous roar and as swift as a clap of thunder. Because the blade was too violent and overbearing, and it was 5 feet tall, its majestic aura spread in all directions. When the wind from the blade slashed across the faces of the 3 people, they actually felt a faint pain. Demon Cat and the other 2 were shocked that Tokugawa had actually hidden such a powerful killer move. At the same time, they felt a sense of hope for survival. Perhaps, they could really kill Yangqing again. At the same time, the blood-red light blade chopped down, and the roof, which was not high to begin with, was also split open. The opposite wall was also completely smashed. The entire Tokugawa family's century-old house had been cleaved into 2 by Noriko Okawa. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, falling on everyone's faces. The dust brought up by the huge light blade was quickly washed away by the rain. Yang Chen, who hadn't moved or made a sound, quietly waited for the light blade to land on him. Suddenly, he let out a sneer. It was this sneer that caused everyone's hopes of getting lucky to be shattered once again. Killing aura condensed into a saber. Not a bad move. It's a pity that I'm no longer the same as before. Under the overcast sky, Yangqing, who was the only one who wasn't stained by the rain, stood unscathed. He looked mockingly at Noriko Okawa, who was slightly panting after using all his strength. Behind Yangqing, half of the wall had collapsed, and the roof above had been blown away. However, the place where Yangqing was standing was the only one that wasn't affected at all. Noriko Okawa's face was ashen. He took a few steps back in panic. His original calm expression was long gone, and he obviously didn't know what to do. Go. 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 Noriko Okawa immediately commanded Hanya and Tanuki. At this moment, he wished he could gather all the ninjas from Yamada sect. Although he knew that it wouldn't help even if he gathered all of them, as only the real masters could participate in a battle of this level, it would be better to have one more person to block Yangqing. Tanuki was the most tactful one. Seeing that the timing wasn't right and that Noriko Okawa couldn't fight back, he thought that it would be better for him to escape. As for the others who were good at hiding and speed, he thought that Yangqing might not be able to catch him. Moreover, Okawa and Cat Demon were also present. Thinking of this, Tanuki took a step back and seized the opportunity. He suddenly moved stealthily and disappeared from his original spot. However, he didn't know that the entire area was already under Yangqing's control. How could Yangqing not see through Tanuki's intention? Without waiting for Tanuki to leave the house, Yangqing waved his hand behind him. A shapeless inner force forcefully blocked Tanuki, who was trying to escape, in the air. Bang! Tanuki's body was inexplicably blocked by an air wall that was difficult to pass through. His body shook violently and he fell from midair onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yangqing walked in front of him with an evil smile. Back when we were in Xianxia, I already didn't like you. It wasn't convenient for me to take action then, but now, it's convenient. After finishing his words, he didn't wait for Tanuki to say anything. He directly stepped on Tanuki's head, who had a terrified expression on his face, and crushed it into minced meat. Due to the great progress of the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture, Yangqing didn't feel uncomfortable after killing a few people. He turned around and looked at the remaining 3 people. Noriko Okawa's hand that was holding the devil's knife started to tremble. He focused all his attention on Yangqing, but his forehead was full of cold sweat. Only when one was really close to death would one feel fear. Even though Noriko Okawa had killed countless people in his life, he was still afraid of death. This wasn't a matter of courage. This was the most primitive instinct of human beings. Hanya, attack together with your father later. Fight to the death. Okawa said to Hanya, who was behind him. Hanya's expression was cold. She pulled out the short knife that she always carried with her, and a cold light flashed. Yes, foster father. Yangqing was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Hanya to be Noriko Okawa's foster daughter. It was no wonder that when they came to Xianxia, Hanya was the leader even though Tengu was the strongest. Cat Demon, don't even think about escaping. Let's fight together. Noriko Okawa said to the hesitant Cat Demon. He knew that if he didn't remind her, she might want to escape. Humph. Cat Demon was indeed considering whether to escape. After all, Xianxia's combat power was too strong, and the chance of winning was close to zero. However, it didn't seem feasible to escape. After hearing Noriko Okawa's words, she knew that she could only brace herself and fight with her life. Noriko Okawa's expression was solemn. He stared at Xianxia and didn't dare to relax for even half a second. The Muramasa in his hand lit up in red again. However, this time, he obviously didn't have enough murderous aura to wield the light blade. He could only use his cultivation and assume a fighting posture. Xianxia, you attack first. Noriko Okawa's idea was simple. He would make Xianxia the vanguard first while he and Cat Demon would find a chance to launch a sneak attack together. This was his only chance. Xianxia responded expressionlessly. A murderous aura gathered on the cold dagger in her hand and her body suddenly exerted strength. Poof! A piercing sound was heard. The cold dagger suddenly pierced through Noriko Okawa's chest from behind. This change caused the situation to become strange once again. Noriko Okawa was originally staring at Xianxia attentively. However, he didn't expect that Xianxia would suddenly launch a sneak attack from behind. The dagger pierced through his heart from the back and a bloody blade came out from his chest. You! Noriko Okawa turned around slowly and saw that Xianxia had retreated a few feet away. It was obvious that she was guarding against Noriko Okawa's counterattack. Resentment flashed through Xianxia's eyes. Her classic oriental oval face revealed a ruthlessness that didn't match her graceful temperament. Is it strange? I've been waiting for this day for 10 years, Xianxia said coldly. Noriko Okawa was already old. His extraordinary skills were based on the accumulation of his cultivation. At that moment, he had just exhausted a large amount of murderous aura and was stabbed in a fatal spot by Xianxia. His eyes rolled back and he finally died unwillingly. The demon blade Muramasa fell to the ground and the red light dissipated. Xianxia didn't expect that there would be such a drama of an adopted daughter killing her father. However, he didn't care too much about it. He smiled strangely at Xianxia and said, "If you think that I'll let you go after killing your adoptive father, you're thinking too highly of me. I'm not that generous." Xianxia shook her head. "I have nothing to say if your Majesty Pluto wants to take my life. I'm just taking revenge on him for killing my entire family and humiliating me since I was young. I'm not asking for your Majesty's forgiveness." Xianxia came to a realization. It seemed like it was a blood feud. Coupled with the fact that she was humiliated by Noriko Okawa, her nominal adoptive father, she had been looking for a chance to take revenge. It was a pity that Noriko Okawa was too strong. Fortunately, he was forced into a dead end by Xianxia, which gave Xianxia the chance to sneak an attack. At that moment, Xianxia's figure flashed again and appeared on top of a wall in the courtyard. Under the wall, the 9 Lives Cat Demon, who was about to escape, was shocked. She saw Xianxia talking to Xianxia and wanted to take the chance to escape. However, she was stopped by Xianxia again. "Your sisters are dead. Noriko Okawa is also dead. I think you should die too." Xianxia smiled brightly as if he wasn't going to kill her, but sent her to a good place instead. The cat demon retreated in panic and kept shaking her head. However, she couldn't think of resisting. She turned around and wanted to escape again. This time, Xianxia didn't talk nonsense with her. He flashed and landed in front of her. He turned around and hit the top of the cat demon's skull with his palm. The cat demon's body shook violently. Following that, her limbs and chest swelled. With a loud bang, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. His entire body was smashed into pieces by Xianxia's slap. There was no other way. Xianxia knew that this cat demon had a strong self-recovery ability. Although it was an ugly way to die, he could only use his internal energy to smash her into pieces. Xianxia, who was in the house, saw this scene and her face turned pale. Even though she had killed many people, she couldn't stand such a bloody and horrifying way of dying. Xianxia didn't care too much. He turned around and walked back into the house. The dangerous but dramatic battle was finally coming to an end. Only the shivering female ninja was left. Xianxia walked into the house. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with Xianxia, who didn't dare to move. Instead, he bent down and picked up the Muramasa, playing with it with some interest. This blade was once something he yearned for when he was young. After all, he was born in an assassin's nest. A divine weapon in the hands of an assassin would naturally be something highly respected. However, now that this bloodthirsty and ancient blade was in his hands, Xianxia didn't have much desire to possess it. Once an idol, once a dream, now one had become a ghost under his feet and the other a toy in his hands. Who said that life wasn't a joke? After looking at it for a while, other than the fact that the blade itself was tough enough to cut through gold and jade, it could only be said that its design was unique. As for the surging murderous aura, Xianxia didn't think that anyone would be able to use it. This blade was actually made extremely well. The curses and the like were all deified by it. The true power still depended on the user. With a casual toss, Xianxia threw the Muramasa in front of Xianxia. Xianxia, who was kneeling on the ground, saw that Xianxia had thrown the blade in front of her. She didn't look surprised. She took the demon blade in her hand and placed it on her neck. "Thank you, Your Majesty Pluto, for allowing me to commit suicide." After Xianxia finished speaking, she made a gesture of cutting her neck. Xianxia was wondering what this woman was going to do with it. She actually wanted to commit suicide. While he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, a finger force shot out and knocked the blade in Xianxia's hand onto the ground. "I didn't let you die. Why do you want to commit suicide?" Xianxia laughed. Xianxia was stunned. She raised her head. Her slightly dim face was filled with confusion. "Then, this is..." "Keep it, it's useful to me." Xianxia looked at Xianxia from head to toe. He seemed to have found a good prey. Xianxia saw that Xianxia was looking at her and thought of something else. Her face turned slightly red, but she didn't hesitate. She shyly untied her belt. This time, Xianxia was stunned once again. After Xianxia tied the belt, her dark purple ninja clothes were loosened. Xianxia's fair chest was exposed to the air, and her pair of ample breasts were bound by a piece of cloth. But even so, one could still feel the scale of its prosperity. There was also a beautiful purple rose tattooed on Xianxia's left collarbone. Against her delicate skin. It was like a bud that was about to bloom, very lifelike. After taking off her clothes, leaving only the cloth wrapped around her chest, Xianxia raised her head. Her fine black hair fell to the ground, her eyebrows were like peach willows, and her eyes were like almonds. Her watery eyes were full of charm. "What do you want?" Xianxia groaned in his heart. "Your Majesty Nether King, no matter what you want to do. I am willing to accept your grace." Xianxia clearly thought that after the battle, Xianxia wanted to find a woman to vent his frustrations on, or directly use her as a spoil of war. This was also the usual way of thinking of Japanese women like her. Experts could burn, kill, and pillage, so it was normal for women to be a spoil of war. Xianxia was raised by Noriko Okawa since she was young. She was already beautiful at a young age, so Noriko Okawa treated Xianxia as his adopted daughter and his own plaything. Although Okawa was dead, Xianxia's servile nature didn't change. She didn't think that it was inappropriate to submit to a strong person like Xianxia. Instead, she was nervous and shy. Xianxia swallowed his saliva and coughed twice. He turned around and said, "Do you think I'm your brainless adopted father? I'm not interested in your body. I'm keeping you here because I want to ask you if you can control the entire Yamada sect if I give you the Devil's Blade." Xianxia couldn't help but let out an ah and realized that she had lost her composure. She quickly said, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty Nether King. I thought you wanted that. I didn't mean it that way." Xianxia smiled bitterly. This woman seemed to have been trained to the bone by Noriko Okawa to have a dependent nature. She killed Okawa merely because of the flames of revenge. If she were to meet an expert who could subdue her, this woman would easily become that person's slave. "Your Majesty Nether King, even without the Devil's Blade, it wouldn't be difficult for you to obtain Yamada sect." Xianxia finally understood that Xianxia was actually interested in Yamada sect, a huge ninja organization in Japan. She replied, "Now that Okawa is dead, I'm the strongest person in Yamada sect. Ninjas are extremely loyal. As long as I spread the news of Okawa's death, the position of Yamada sect's leader will naturally fall into my hands." It's actually that simple? Xianxia didn't expect it to be so easy to take over Yamada sect. He wanted the power of Yamada sect mainly because he was worried that if Yamada sect fell into the hands of others in the future, such as being controlled by other countries, it would cause inconvenience to his life in Xianxia. Instead of that, he might as well think of a way to destroy or occupy it now. After all, if he had Yamada sect in his hands, he would be able to do as he pleased in Japan. Many things would be much simpler. At the very least, Yamada sect would be a great help when he went to cause trouble for the Liu family next week. Xianxia said, if that's the case, I'll spare your life and hand the Devil's Blade Muramasa over to you. You'll replace Noriko Okawa to manage Yamada sect in the future. I don't need you to be loyal to me. I just need you not to be silly when I need you. Of course, if someone tries to chase you away and take Yamada sect away, I'll help you. Xianxia felt like she was dreaming. Not only did she not have to die, but she could also become the leader of Yamada sect for free. More importantly, from Xianxia's words, it seemed like he wanted to help her stabilize her strength. Your Majesty Pluto, then, what should I do now? Xianxia asked confusedly. Xianxia curled his lips, put on your clothes first. Only then did Xianxia realize that she was still in a coquettish position. She immediately put on her clothes again and shrunk there. Xianxia actually felt slightly regretful in his heart. Speaking of which, he really hadn't played with this female ninja before. It was a pity that he made himself sound too righteous earlier. If he were to go and enjoy it now, it would seem that he was too thick-skinned. He could only give up for now. With a clear voice, he said, this place has already been sealed off, so I believe you should know how to deal with the aftermath. My clothes are dirty. Help me find a set of similar clothes immediately. Xianxia had already calmed down. She listened to Xianxia's order and immediately left the courtyard. After a few minutes, Xianxia came back with a new set of clothes. She wanted to help Xianxia change his clothes, but she was afraid that Xianxia would blame her again. She could only put the clothes in Xianxia's hands and retreated to the side. Xianxia changed into the new clothes and said to Xianxia, the tour guide Kawanako that nine-tailed Arctic fox transformed into, can you replicate it? Xianxia nodded, although I can't imitate her as vividly as nine-tailed Arctic fox, I can roughly imitate her. Xianxia remembered that Xianxia had once disguised herself as Emochini. That was why he mentioned this. After all, Kawanako was already dead. There had to be a reason to suddenly change the tour guide. It was most suitable for Xianxia to disguise herself as he could tell the real from the fake, but those women couldn't. After that, he instructed Xianxia on some matters to deal with. Looking at the time, it had already been more than an hour. The women who were drinking tea in the tea house in Nijo town must have been waiting anxiously. Thus, he asked Xianxia to disguise herself as the new version of Kawanako and return to the tourist team. They would talk about other matters after that. Luckily, taking over the Yamada sect's work was very simple and straightforward. A few important organization leaders saw that the Demon Blade village was in Xianxia's hands and quickly surrendered. Therefore, it didn't take much time. They just blocked the area where the fight took place and dealt with it secretly. Xianxia and Xianxia, who was disguised as Kawanako, returned to the team separately. Naturally, they couldn't avoid being questioned. Especially when Xianxia actually changed his clothes. This made a few women very dissatisfied. They said that Xianxia went shopping behind their backs and that it was too unkind. Lu Mingyu was more meticulous. She could tell that Xianxia didn't just go shopping. Therefore, she asked, are you okay? Of course, Xianxia wouldn't tell the truth. It wasn't that he was afraid that Lu Mingyu would tell others. It was just that it was a matter of two different worlds. There was no need for her to worry. Do I look like I'm not okay? It's just that my clothes got wet, so I changed into a new one, Xianxia said. Who asked you to run around? Did you get wet? Lu Mingyu rolled her eyes at Xianxia. She didn't ask further. She probably knew that Xianxia didn't want to say more. Xianxia, who was disguised as Kawanako, was less talkative, but at least it didn't make people feel strange. After all, she was a Japanese woman and had received professional training. It was not a problem for her to be an ordinary tour guide. Seeing that it was already evening, the group didn't plan to stay in the scenic area any longer. They returned to the minibus one after another. However, as soon as Xianxia sat on the seat, he frowned. He felt a stabbing pain in his heart and internal organs. Moreover, his head was a little dizzy. Noticing the abnormality, Yangqing looked into his body and his heart sank. He originally thought that since he had reached the rebirth state, the radioactive substances that could suppress him previously wouldn't work anymore. He didn't expect that after he suppressed the substances, they didn't dissipate completely. They were still entrenched in his body like a malignant tumor. The only difference was that the drug's effect had weakened a little. Just now, he had been operating his internal force, so the drug's effect wasn't obvious. However, now that he had entered a relaxed state, the disease that hadn't been removed appeared again. Yangqing knew that it wasn't a small problem. After all, even though his internal force had reached the great completion, he still couldn't get rid of the drug in his body. It was obvious that it was difficult to deal with. That damn Nariko Okawa, the drug that he gave me really restrained me. Yangqing pondered for a moment. He was considering if he should get Jane, the medicine expert, to take a look at him. After all, it was more convenient to leave scientific things to the scientists. He could use his internal force to expel the toxins, but it might not be possible to expel the radioactive elements. As he thought of this, Yangqing switched on his phone. Although he couldn't make phone calls, he could send an email through the internet. The Japanese would let him send it. The remaining few days of the trip were peaceful. Xianxia, who was disguised as Kawanako, followed the itinerary and acted like a tour guide for 5 days. However, during the trip, Lu Mingyu felt that Yangqing had changed a little. She couldn't pinpoint the specifics, but she felt that Yangqing's temperament was a lot more mature than before. Could it be that she could see through him more clearly after spending more time together? Just as Yangqing said that day, they still had a lot of time to understand each other. Their relationship would definitely deepen as they got to know each other better. This made Lu Mingyu feel more confident. However, what surprised her the most was that Yangqing didn't request to do that kind of thing at night in the next few days. It wasn't that she felt that it wasn't good. After all, there were so many people around. It would be a headache if they were exposed. However, she still felt a little regretful. She didn't blame Yangqing for giving her the cold shoulder. Yangqing, on the other hand, felt bitter. That day, he felt that there were still remnants of the radioactive drug in his body. Furthermore, he couldn't get rid of it with his inner force. This drug was like a small bomb attached to every cell in his body. If he wanted to get rid of it by circulating his inner force, there would be a strong reaction. If he wasn't careful, it might cause a chain reaction and cause his body to suffer serious internal injuries. At the same time, this was an element that was harmful to ordinary people. He had drunk concentrated polonium that was worth $40 million. Yangqing checked the international market price and toxicity of polonium. He realized that each gram of polonium was enough to kill 10 million ordinary people, and the amount he drank was enough to kill 60 million people. Yangqing was a little impressed with himself. He was even more impressed with the miraculous endless resolve restoration scripture. From the 8th to the 9th level, he was able to resist the toxicity that 60 million people couldn't handle. This was something he didn't even dare to think about in the past. It seemed like his strength had indeed risen to a new level. This didn't include the other lethal elements. After Yangqing understood the situation, he could only give up on forcefully circulating his inner force to expel the poison. He could only do his best to suppress the drug in his body. He planned to wait for Jane to rush over from Europe, and then let her think of a way. Yangqing really didn't dare to touch scientific things. However, this also made him not dare to get close to others, let alone have sex with Lu Mingyu. If a trace of poison entered Lu Mingyu's body, wouldn't he regret it for the rest of his life? The day of the end of the trip soon arrived. The group of female public relations didn't have much fun. Unfortunately, their wallets and credit cards were all empty. A group of women wouldn't go to the extent of taking a loan to buy bags and cosmetics, so they could only sigh and return. The last stop was Osaka. The flight from Osaka Kansai International Airport back to Zhonghai was scheduled for the morning. This airport was built on the sea. It was a typical land reclaimed from the sea. However, the road to the airport through the sea bridge was very beautiful. When the group came to the electronic ticket collection point, Yangqing said to Lu Mingyu next to him, "I won't go back with you this time." I still have something to do in Japan. I have to take another plane to another city. Lu Mingyu was stunned. She didn't know about Yan Cheng's sudden change of plan. She frowned and said, "Are you serious or joking?" "Of course I'm serious. A friend of mine in Japan wants me to stay there for a few days. Anyway, it's still a holiday. You go back first. I booked the ticket. I'll leave later." Yanqing laughed. Lu Mingyu knew that Yanqing returned from overseas. It was not surprising that he had a friend in Japan. Although she wondered why Yanqing didn't say it until now, she thought that Yanqing was not the kind of person who would act recklessly. She just asked with slight suspicion, "Is it a beautiful friend?" Yanqing's eyes widened. "How did you know?" "Humph, with your little trick, I guessed it immediately." Lu Mingyu couldn't wait to bite Yanqing's hand to vent her anger. She wondered if he had been thinking about other women these days. Yanqing laughed and patted Lu Mingyu's perky back. "Don't think too much. There is something serious, but it's not convenient to say it. You are not an unreasonable woman. Go back and don't think too much." "Who said I'm not unreasonable?" Lu Mingyu finally felt a little better. She glanced at Yanqing with a little sadness and said, "Then take care of yourself." Yanqing nodded. He really had to take care of himself. The other colleagues were very dissatisfied with his sudden change of plans. They scolded Yanqing for being stingy and saying that he should have brought them along to continue playing. This scared Yanqing so much that he hurriedly left. After parting with the group of people, Yanqing went to the lounge of his flight. As soon as he sat down, a graceful black-haired lady wearing a black waistcoat, a purple low-collared sweater, and tight-fitting jeans walked over. It was Xianxia who had transformed back into her original form. Xianxia said in a respectful tone, "Your Majesty Pluto, do you need to use a private plane?" Yanqing blinked. "What private plane?" "Our Yamada sect has a private plane in every airport in Japan. It's just that it's a secret. We can serve you at any time," Xianxia explained. Yanqing pointed at Xianxia and couldn't say anything. After a long time, he finally said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so, I wouldn't have needed to book a plane ticket and I could have saved 1,000 yuan. Do you know that?" Xianxia said aggrievedly, "Your Majesty Pluto, you didn't tell me where you were going and you didn't ask me if there was a plane." Yanqing then recalled that he really didn't mention this to Xianxia. This female ninja was also frightened by his violent killing that day. Even Noriko Okawa, who was like a god in her eyes, couldn't do anything to this guy. How would she dare to ask for no reason? Her life had just been saved. Yanqing waved his hand, all right, bring me there quickly. I want to go to Sapporo in Hokkaido." "I'll go. Be more quick-witted in the future." Xianxia repeatedly agreed in a yes-man manner. She didn't look like a cold ninja at all, and was more or less like a maid. This made Yanqing feel rather unaccustomed to it. However, he didn't know that since he spared Xianxia's life, Xianxia had already treated Yanqing as her new master. Naturally, she behaved in a gentle manner. Together with Xianxia, a beauty whose appearance could instantly kill most men, he walked into a VIP passageway in a flashy manner. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the private plane of the Yamada sect that Xianxia mentioned. This was a small private passenger plane. It was a luxury model custom-made from Airbus and it was expensive. According to Xianxia, all the airports in Japan had Yamada sect's planes. Yanqing couldn't help but feel that he had underestimated Yamada sect's wealth. Although they didn't have as many masters as the mysterious organization in Takamagara, Yamada sect was obviously more confident. This world wasn't a world where pure force could settle everything. After Yanqing sat in the spacious cabin, he found that it was full of Italian sofas made of deerskin, various mahogany and mahogany furniture, and a dazzling array of foreign wine. This didn't look like a plane, but a hotel. Corruption. When he was called God outside, when he returned to Xianxia, he only drove a small BMW M3 around the streets. He even had to step on the gas pedal himself. He didn't even have a driver. What was worse was that he borrowed the car from his wife. Yanqing felt that he was too conservative. When he returned to China, he insisted that he didn't need to bring the money with him and that he could make his own food and clothing. Although it made him seem more virtuous, wasn't it quite stupid? Yangqing felt that he had to consider this issue of life values when he returned. Hanya followed Yangqing into the luxurious cabin. She changed into a lavender kimono with a pink belt tied into an exquisite style. Although according to the customs of Japanese kimono, unmarried women's lapels had to be pulled together, Hanya purposely pulled open the V-neck of the kimono, making the turbulent inside more eye-catching. It was unknown whether it was to make Yangqing feel comfortable or if there was some hidden meaning. Hanya walked over with a plate, bringing with her a rich fragrance of natural flowers and plants, which made Yangqing, who was lying on the sofa, feel refreshed. Your Majesty Pluto, this is the sake specially made by our Yamada sect. It's completely different from the sake outside. We use Hokkaido rice and Michigan water, and with our special brewing techniques, it's very suitable for drinking on the long journey. Hanya placed the tray in front of Yangqing and personally poured the wine for Yangqing carefully. Yangqing had long smelled the fragrance of this rice wine. After secretly cursing the corruption in his heart, he didn't care who was corrupt and picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Yangqing saw that Hanya, who was kneeling beside him, was actually snow-white skin under her kimono. She wasn't wearing any underwear at all, and a stretch of her strong cleavage was already very obvious. How could this be? Wasn't he waiting for him to commit a crime? Yangqing felt that although she had that intention, it wasn't worth it for him to pounce on her so easily, so he waved his hand and said, "Go do your own thing, don't sit beside me, I don't need to serve you." There was a slight disappointment in Hanya's eyes, but she still stood up gently, bowed, and turned to leave. But after a few steps, Yangqing called out to her again, "Hey, wait." A trace of joy flashed between Hanya's brows, and she turned around to ask, "Your Majesty Pluto, what other orders do you have?" Yangqing smacked his lips, lowered his head, and poured the wine while saying, "Since your Yamada sect is so resourceful, go and talk to the airline company and ask them to help me return the 1,000 Huaxia dollars that I booked. I didn't even take the plane, just ask them to return the money to me." Lady Hanya, who was in the realm of Jinnin and killed without batting an eye, felt her legs go soft, and she almost staggered and fell to the ground. It turned out that gods could also be so stingy. Anshin's damned wedding was going to be held 2 days later in Otaru, Hokkaido, on the Liu family's cruise ship at Ishikari Bay. This news was confirmed by Maekdan after careful investigation. After Yangqing understood it, he wasn't in a hurry to cause trouble. He arrived at Sapporo in Hokkaido in advance to meet up with Jian, who had just arrived. Jane had just finished a conference organized by the Royal Academy of Sciences. She didn't speak, but was the final judge. When she received Yangqing's email and learned that Yangqing needed help, she was very anxious. However, Yangqing said that there was no problem for the time being. She suppressed her impatience and came to Japan after the conference was over. Yangqing had just left Sapporo's airport. Jane, who was wearing a brown coat and a red scarf, was already waiting next to a white Nissan Z370. She seemed to have been waiting for a while. Jane's slightly curly amber hair was always so eye-catching in the crowd. Her special family background and extraordinary wisdom made this young girl look quite mature and charming, like a European and American woman. Her exquisite and impeccable appearance made most men feel that it was luxurious at first glance, so in most cases, no lascivious men would mess with her. Seeing that Yangqing was walking out of the airport with another Japanese woman, Jane clearly frowned. However, she was obviously helpless about Yangqing's interest in that aspect. "Is it your new lover again?" Jane glanced at Hanya and didn't look at her anymore. Yangqing laughed. "Do I look like that kind of person?" "You don't, you are," Jane said straightforwardly. Yangqing touched his nose. "Get in the car first." He turned around and said to Hanya, "Get your people to pick her up. I have something to deal with." Hanya bowed respectfully and watched Yangqing enter Jane's car. After Jane drove out of the airport, Yangqing said, "That's the new leader of Yamada sect. Her name is Hanya." Jane didn't seem to expect this at all. A trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. "Isn't the leader of Yamada sect Noriko Okawa?" Immediately after, she thought of something and opened her mouth. "Yangqing, don't tell me you killed that old man Tokugawa?" Yangqing curled his lips. "He's dead. But I didn't kill him. We'll talk about the details later." First, take me to a place to check my body condition. I feel uncomfortable all over. Jane nodded, but she still didn't believe it. How did you get poisoned? I don't even think it's possible to poison you. It's a long story. Xianxia sighed. Before I came here, I asked one of my students to empty out a bioengineering research institute. We can go there immediately for a comprehensive inspection. Jane did not continue to ask. You really have students all over the world. Xianxia gave Jane a strange look. This little girl was so young, but she had a lot of uncles and aunties as her students. Jane was a little proud. I didn't want to accept them. I couldn't do anything even if they begged me to. Xianxia looked at Jane, who looked relaxed, and wondered. Why do I feel that you're a little different from the last time I saw you? Jane smiled playfully. As it was a private meeting, she didn't put on any makeup. Her flawless face looked fresh and cute. She turned around and winked at Xianxia. That old woman said so too. Maybe it's because I'm a year older. You know, a woman's psychology changes easily. I used to feel a little scared when I saw you in the past, but ever since I saw you in Hong Kong, I don't think you're that scary. Instead of saying you're our benefactor and leader, you're more like a very strong friend. Xianxia smiled. She's your mother indeed. Catherine has a good eye. But I've never said that I want to be your leader and benefactor. It's you guys who think too highly of me. In fact, I'm very unsophisticated and poor. Most importantly, my name isn't as long as yours. It seems that you know yourself very well. Jane said seriously. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. When I saved you and Catherine 8 years ago, I really didn't expect a little girl like you to be so helpful to me. Don't call me a little girl. Jane suddenly glared at Xianxia. I'm not younger than you. After that, Jane stepped hard on the accelerator. The Z370 coupe was like a white arrow, speeding across the highway. The research institute that Jane mentioned was located on a mountainous area of a bay. A silver-gray building was built on a huge piece of flat land. It was the research center owned by Jane's student, but her student had been driven away by this unscrupulous beautiful Frankenstein teacher to who knows where. After Xianxia followed Jane all the way into the sterile workshop of the research institute, Jane skillfully collected a blood sample for Xianxia. However, ordinary tools couldn't obtain Xianxia's blood. After all, Xianxia's skin was too tough. Xianxia specifically cooperated with it and let a drop of blood enter the test tube. In about half an hour, I can analyze all the information inside. You wait outside. Jane entered the working state and immediately became extremely serious. She directly asked Xianxia to wait outside. Xianxia also knew this woman's character. Geniuses always had a kind of crazy paranoia in the field they were good at, so they could succeed. After walking out of the research room, Xianxia looked for the nearest corridor and walked to the top of the research institute. The top of the building was a rooftop with wooden floors. The open field of vision could see the distant sea and a large number of Japanese classical houses along the coast. Although the winter in Hokkaido was very cold, it was not a big deal for Xianxia. He enjoyed the dry and cold sea breeze and quietly waited for Jane's analysis results. In less than half an hour, Jane, who had changed into a white coat, walked to the rooftop with a report. Xianxia turned around, only to see that Jane's expression was unexpectedly dignified. A pair of blue eyes were full of suppressed anger, as if looking at Xianxia to eat Xianxia. Looking at your face, it seems that the situation is more serious than I thought. Xianxia asked Xianxia with a smile. At this moment, he was a patient, and Jane was his doctor. How could he not be timid? Jane spread out a stack of documents, flipped through them, and asked coldly, "Tell me the truth, what happened to you? Why did you drink that thing?" Jane's voice was slightly trembling, as if she was very agitated. Xianxia knew that he couldn't hide it from her. After all, it was related to his life. Thus, he slowly told her about his trip, meeting 17, and how he was lured into a trap set by the two monsters, Noriko Okawa, Blue Storm, and Takamagara. When he was drinking the tea brewed by the fake 17, he lost control of his emotions and carelessly drank all the tea that had the drug in it. As for the fact that he had a breakthrough in the endless resolve restoration scripture, Xianxia didn't mention much about it. After all, he had killed all these people, and Hanya had stabbed the defenseless Okawa to death. After that, she took over the Yamada sect and swore her loyalty to him. Jane was only halfway through the story, but her beautiful eyes were already watery. She looked at Yangqing with reddened eyes, bit her lips, and said coldly, "Is 17 really that important to you? So important that you can't even see through such a shallow plot? So important that you don't even want to believe that she's really dead?" Yangqing didn't dare to look into Jane's eyes. Indeed, his heart had always been shrouded in a layer of shadow, but there was also a hidden glimmer of hope that 17 wasn't dead. Obviously, the nine-tailed Arctic fox was using his own psychology to deal with him. Do you know that if you fall, how many people will be baptized by the enemy's gunfire because they won't have your protection? How many areas will become hell on earth because they won't have their spiritual leader? How many people will kill and pillage for the God Stone because of your death? When Jane reached the climax, she suddenly slapped Yangqing's face. Slap. Yangqing didn't dodge, but silently took the slap. Jane's tears flowed. You only think about yourself. Have you ever thought about how sad the people who cared about you and loved you would be for your death? Your 17 is already dead. She's long dead. Are you going to let the people who love you suffer forever because of 17's death? No one can exist forever. You're a god, you can live forever, but we can't. We only hope that when we're alive, we can see you by our side. Whether it's love, hate, sadness, or sadness, don't avoid us. Because no matter if we're in danger or dead, we're willing to trust you. But you went back to Xianxia alone and left us behind. Do you think you're protecting us? You're hurting us. Yangqing. You're too selfish. Yangqing stood rooted to the ground in a daze. He looked at Jane, who was sobbing uncontrollably. His mind was filled with frenzied thoughts. Was it because he was too selfish? He silently returned to Xianxia, even though he said he was tired of the life of killing. Although he said that he was tired of the life of killing, he was also afraid of seeing the people around him die because of him. Whether it was his friends or his subordinates. How could he watch these people he cherished die because of him? Of course, there were also the people he loved and the women who loved him. Yangqing thought of the woman who had the same gaze and aura as 17. She must hate him now. Just like what Jane said, he was too selfish. Yangqing. Jane wiped her tears and calmed herself down. Do you know, you're really, really likely to die. After listening to Jane's conclusion, Yangqing didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Of course, he knew what Jane meant. If something really happened to him, it could only be that his body would be completely destroyed. But in a sense, it was no different from dying in this life. Is it very serious? Yangqing asked cryptically. Jane nodded. Every drop of blood in your body is mixed with countless deadly toxins. There are heavy metal toxins, radioactive elements, and many complex compounds. Any one of these elements can kill most people, especially radioactive elements. Especially the radioactive elements. Conservatively speaking, the elements in your body right now are enough to develop 10 atomic bombs. Yangqing gulped. It can't be. Do I have 10 atomic bombs in my body? What do you think it is? Otherwise, why would I be so angry? Do you know that I feel incredible when you stand in front of me normally now? Jane no longer cared about the elegant demeanor of aristocratic education and yelled. Yangqing secretly thought that the kung fu that Song Tianqing passed on to him was really amazing. It could even suppress this. Come to think of it, the martial arts of the East, when cultivated to the extreme, was really more domineering than the divine power of the Lord. He just didn't know if he still had the chance to develop to a higher level. After all, he had already completed the last level of the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture, and there was no method to cultivate. Then according to what you said, it's so serious, can it still be saved? This was the question that Yangqing was most concerned about. Jane frowned and said, if it's purely to eliminate these harmful substances, it's completely possible. Although Blue Storm's technology level is the world's top, as long as it's a substance that has been discovered in this world, I have the confidence to solve it. The problem is that the drugs in your body have spread throughout all your blood vessels, and even a large number of tissues have been affected. Even if I want to configure a targeted antidote to neutralize these substances, it's impossible to neutralize your whole body. After all, this is equivalent to fighting poison with poison. Although it can solve the elements you have now, it will bring other harmful substances to your body. Xianxia thought about it. Then if I can concentrate all the harmful substances in one place, can you help me get rid of them? Jane was stunned and looked up in surprise. Can you? How was this possible? There's no scientific theory that can do it. This isn't science, Xianxia said proudly. This is inner force. Nigong? Jane thought for a moment. You mentioned before that you're practicing Huaxia's kung fu? That kind of magical thing indeed has no scientific basis. That's right. I had a breakthrough 2 days ago. I think I can do it if I give it my all. Although my body will be in severe pain if I do that, I'm confident that I'll be able to forcefully circulate these drugs to a certain organ after a while. Xianxia said. He only dared to say this because his inner force had reached the 9th level of the restoration scripture. In the past, he was completely powerless. Jane heaved a sigh of relief. If you can really do that, then the only problem left is to formulate a neutralizing antidote. This isn't a big problem for me. Many of the scientists in Blue Storm are my students. Xianxia smiled stiffly. The good student you taught has caused me trouble. You should be glad that my students don't have the traditional Chinese medicine that your Huaxia mentioned. Jane seemed to be relieved and smiled. Traditional Chinese medicine? Why? Jane explained, because in this world, only the drugs developed by traditional Chinese medicine are difficult to explain using scientific theory. Many of the drugs developed by traditional Chinese medicine have unimaginably complex molecular structures. I once tried to analyze a traditional Chinese medicine pill, but in the end, I realized that if I wanted to analyze the drug's composition, it would take me 10 to 15 years, and it might not be accurate. You can imagine how terrifying something that even I can't analyze is. So, if you were poisoned by a traditional Chinese medicine toxin, you might really have to live with 10 atomic bombs for more than 10 years. Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed like he couldn't underestimate these toxins in the future. If there was really a pervert who combined the theory of traditional Chinese medicine to poison him, and he still took it, wouldn't he be unable to touch women for the rest of his life? Poor Jane. She would never have guessed that Xianxia wasn't worried about the atomic bombs in his body, but about not being able to sleep with women. Since she had already thought of a solution, and Xianxia had to deal with things the day after tomorrow, Jane didn't waste any more time. She contacted the raw material supplier as soon as possible and planned to develop the antidote in 2 days. Only Jane dared to say that she could complete it in 2 days. After all, the people who developed the drug were all at the level of her students. After listening to Jane's reprimand, Xianxia couldn't calm down for a long time. More than a year ago, because of 17's death, his violent and bloodthirsty heart had calmed down. His brain had also finally become controllable under the severe stimulation. It could be said that if it wasn't for 17's departure, Xianxia might have become a walking corpse that only knew how to kill, or a ferocious beast. However, that unforgettable pain made Xianxia feel a fear that was worse than death. And now, after breaking through the rebirth level of the endless resolve restoration scripture, he understood more of the true meaning of life, and after personally killing the 17 that the 9-tailed white fox had transformed into, Xianxia actually gradually understood that his 17 was really gone. What Jane said just now was like a warning bell that dispelled the dark clouds in his mind. Hurting the people around him because of his own fear, and hurting the people around him because of him were undoubtedly a form of harm. Then, why should he retreat? He had lost it before, so was he going to let it go now? In the blink of an eye, it was as if a new world had appeared in Xianxia's mind. Xianxia suddenly had a strong urge. He wanted to listen to that ice-cold woman's ice-cold voice. Even if he was scolded or ridiculed by her, it would be an enjoyable thing to think about at this moment. How did I become a masochist? Xianxia smiled bitterly and took out his phone. But just as he was about to make a call, he cursed, "Baka, Japan doesn't allow international calls." Xianxia anxiously paced a few rounds on the rooftop. He immediately remembered that he could still order around Hanya from the Yamada sect, so he directly sent an email to Hanya's contact address. Quickly contact the telecommunications company and let my phone number be able to make international calls. He didn't know what expression Xianxia had on her face. She was probably speechless at this master who always did such trivial things, but she still quickly replied with a confirmation message. With a somewhat joyful mood, Yangqing dialed Lin Ruoxi's phone in the faraway Hainan. After a few beeps, the phone was picked up after a long time. Although it was picked up, Lin Ruoxi didn't say a word. She seemed to be waiting for Yangqing to speak. Yangqing cleared his throat and shouted with a smile, "Honey, did you have fun?" Lin Ruoxi still didn't speak, and he didn't know what she meant. Yangqing frowned, thinking that this girl had started to play the iceberg game again. He continued, "Ruoxi baby, originally I was going back to Zhonghai today, but because of a friend's invitation, I came to Hokkaido to play. I will go back after a while. When you get home, give me a call to tell me that you are safe. Oh, by the way, do you want any gifts? I will buy them for you. Do you want a diamond as big as a cow's eye? A gold bracelet as thick as a toe? Or do you want Japanese glutinous rice balls? That thing is not easy to carry, and it will easily expire and deteriorate." There was still no sound from the phone. Yangqing suspected that Lin Ruoxi had picked up the phone and walked away. In the end, Yangqing was helpless. After saying a bunch of nonsense, he said bye-bye and hung up the phone. Yangqing sighed. It seemed that Lin Ruoxi hated him to the bone. They hadn't seen each other for so long, and she didn't even say a word when he called her. It was obvious that she didn't want to talk to him. However, he didn't know that in the suite of a 5-star hotel in Hainan, it was a different scene. Lin Ruoxi had just taken a shower in the morning and was wearing a thin silk nightgown. Her hair was still wet, and her beautiful and fair face was full of red. Her bright eyes were wide open, and she looked at the phone in her hand with a strange expression. After confirming that it was the man who called, Lin Ruoxi turned around and threw the phone on the bed with all her might. The phone bounced a few times on the soft bed before it stopped. Lin Ruoxi pointed at the phone with one hand and put the other hand on her waist. She said angrily, "You only called after 10 days to half a month. Do you think I will give you a good attitude? Damn Yangqing. Stinky Yangqing. I won't say anything. You'll suffocate to death. Just wait for the divorce. A diamond as big as a cow's eye? A friend from Hokkaido? Go coax your little Japanese girl. Who said that glutinous rice balls go bad easily? Can a 4-hour flight go bad? If you don't want to bring it, just say it. You don't need to wait for half a year. I'll divorce you when I get back." At this time, Mo Qianni, who had also just woken up and was wearing her pajamas, took a glass of water from the other room and walked back to the bedroom. She happened to see Lin Ruoxi with one hand on her waist and the other pointing at the phone on the bed, scolding Yangqing. She was instantly petrified on the spot. For the next 2 days, Yangqing obediently stayed in the research center and listened to Jane's instructions, cooperating with her to concoct the antidote. At the same time, he also got the Yamada sect to investigate the Liu family's situation in Ashikari Bay. On the evening of the second day, in the laboratory of the research center, under the combined effect of Yangqing's domineering inner force and Jane's newly concocted antidote, all the time bombs in Yangqing's body were neutralized and disappeared without a trace. After expelling the antidote from his body, Yangqing suddenly felt the restoration scripture's vital energy circulate more smoothly in his meridians, and his various organs were much more sensitive than before. Only then did Yangqing understand that the improvement he felt previously was not the complete power of the rebirth realm. Now that he was no longer under the influence of the antidote, he could be considered to have truly grasped the power of the 9th level. Jane also watched with trepidation as Yangqing recovered his health, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Yangqing looked at the haggard woman in front of him, who had not slept for 2 days, and felt rather touched. He had once saved the mother and daughter back then, and they had already repaid this kindness more than once or twice. Not to mention that his brain disease had been suppressed by Jane's treatment back then, the mother and daughter had also helped him a lot in other aspects. "Thank you. You always help me solve the most troublesome problems," Yangqing said sincerely. If not for this amazingly talented woman, he might have had to put in a lot of effort to do many things. Jane's lips were a little pale, and she forced a smile. "If you want to thank me, don't do stupid things like that in the future. You're the Pluto king, not the stupid king. It's just a codename. Gods are humans too, and humans are bound by emotions. But I admit that this time I was indeed too obsessed with the past. Not only this time, but I've also made many mistakes in the past. Xianxia smiled, a hint of nostalgia flashing across his eyes. I've thought it through. It just so happens that Hokkaido is a good place to relax and vacation. This time, I'll let them gather here. I miss them quite a bit too. Jane didn't ask who they were, obviously very clear about it. Instead, she asked, how do you plan to deal with Blue Storm, the Vatican, and Takamijiehara? Start a war with them? Xianxia shook his head. I'm not afraid of them. But in this world, if the Vatican and Blue Storm were to suddenly be attacked by me, it would obviously disrupt the balance of the entire world. As you said, the flames of war will be reignited because of me. The Vatican was also the main force in Europe that could restrain the Covenant of Darkness. This situation had been maintained for centuries and could not be broken. As for Takamijiehara, forget it. Who knows if I can find all of them? They didn't even have a leader, and each of them lived their own lives. This time, the nine-tailed white fox and the 9 lives demon cat are here to seek revenge for their elder sister, the Snow Lady. There's no need to kill so many people at once. Are we just going to let them go? Jane was obviously a little angry. They will do anything to get the God Stone. Xianxia smiled. I've already asked Xianxia to send the corpses of the 3 from Blue Storm and the 3 from the Vatican to the gates of the United States Department of Defense and the Vatican, all in my name. This is my final warning to them. I think they understand what I mean. Jane pouted. What if they still don't understand? Then I don't mind killing the United States Department of Defense, then going to the Vatican to kill the Pope. A cold glint flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He laughed coldly. Even if the seal is unsealed, there's no resistance if I want to massacre their headquarters now. Suddenly, Jane leaned over and kissed Xianxia's left cheek. Feeling the cold and soft touch on his face, Xianxia was stunned. He looked at Jane, who was not embarrassed at all, and did not understand what was going on. I like you now, just like how you were when you saved us when you were 15 years old, Jane said with a gentle gaze. With that, Jane stretched and walked out of the lab. Go do what you need to do, I need to sleep. Xianxia touched the wet marks on his face and sighed. Lu family's Lu Yun's wedding was arranged for the next morning. Xianxia felt that it was time to set off, so he asked Xianxia to prepare an inconspicuous Honda sedan for him and went to the seaside hotel in Otaru City alone. According to the report from Maekton's spy, Anshin was locked up in a 4-star hotel by the seaside in Otaru City. The Lu family was watching over her all day and did not allow her to go out. Fortunately, she was not bullied, so Maekton's spy did not expose himself to rescue Anshin. When he drove into Otaru City, it was already a starry night. Xianxia came to the side of the hotel building where Anshin was staying. He felt hungry, so he ate 2 bowls of ramen at a traditional ramen shop by the roadside. Then, he thought about how he should go up. After all, this was Japan. It was not difficult to rescue Anshin and kill the Lu family. The most important thing was to make this show exciting. If he only wanted to end this impossible wedding, Xianxia could just ask the ninjas of Yamada sect to knock them out and rescue Anshin. At the same time, in a spacious and bright presidential suite in the hotel, Anshin, who was wearing a white wedding dress, stood in front of a huge mirror. She was holding a bouquet of flowers in her hands, and 2 wedding attendants stood beside her, helping to arrange Anshin's style. An Xianxia's gentle and charming face looked even more pure and beautiful under the contrast of the pure and holy wedding dress. Her snow-white skin, glossy face, and exquisite facial features were displayed to the extreme at this moment. The superior environment she grew up in and that trace of pride made an Xian look as radiant as an imperial princess under the lights. However, Anshin's expression did not look good. Her watery eyes were filled with suppressed anger. She pursed her rosy lips tightly and did not say a word. When the 2 wedding attendants saw Anshin in the mirror, they revealed an extremely envious look. In their opinion, it was unreasonable for the bride to be in such a bad mood. She was able to marry an elegant young master like Lu Yun and was also from a wealthy family, but she still looked so unlucky. She really did not know what was good for her. However, they would not say what they thought in their hearts. They only asked, "Miss Anqin, is there anything else you need?" Anqin let out a long breath. "No, you can leave." "Yes." The two attendants did not dare to stay any longer and obediently walked out and closed the door. When the two people left, Anqin directly threw the flowers behind her and forcefully undid all the buttons and belt of the wedding dress on her body. After throwing the dress that was worth more than 100,000 yuan on the ground, only the thin white silk pajamas were left inside. Anqin felt a burst of bitterness in her heart. Ever since she was forcibly dragged into another plane by her father and came to Japan, her life had been monitored. She was forced to do this and that to prepare to marry that Lu Yun. Anqin was also puzzled. She had already ruined her reputation. Why was the Lu family still so persistent in accepting her as a daughter-in-law? Although the Yin family's financial resources were not small, the Lu family obviously had more choices. If there was one reason, it would be that the Lu family sincerely wanted to take revenge on her and not let her successfully escape from the marriage. Looking at the misty night outside the window, Anqin's heart was sour and her eyes could not help but turn red again. If she had known earlier, she would have left with that bad guy. She even said that she would wait for fate to decide whether or not she would become his woman. She had already given her body to him. She couldn't help but want to do that kind of thing with him on the plane. Wasn't that because she liked him? Why did she have to be romantic like a little girl? Alright, now that she didn't get the romance, she threw herself into it. However, where was that man now? He once stood in front of her like a brave knight. Would he still be like that now? Thinking of this, Anqin felt that she was too ridiculous. She did not grasp the opportunity at the beginning. Now that she was abducted to this corner of Hokkaido, could it be that she still hoped that he would be here? Besides, even if he knew that she was forced to marry someone she didn't like, he wouldn't have the ability to stop such a big marriage. In this life, she would probably regret it for the rest of her life. But, she hoped that the man could have a happy life. Just that. Does he still remember me? At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Anqin suddenly thought of something. She turned around in surprise, followed by disappointment. The person who came was actually Lu Yun in a white suit. Lu Yun saw the change in Anqin's expression and laughed in his heart. "Bitch, are you disappointed to see me?" Looking at the wedding dress on the ground, Lu Yun's eyes became more and more gloomy. "Anqin, we are going to get married tomorrow. Are you satisfied with the wedding dress?" Lu Yun walked forward with a fake smile and asked. Anqin subconsciously retreated to the bedside and looked at Lu Yun nervously. "If you want to talk, then say it. Don't come close to me. We are about to get married. After tomorrow, we will be legal husband and wife. On the eve of our wedding night, can't we get intimate?" Lu Yun looked at Anqin's voluptuous figure under her silk pajamas, and a sinister flame appeared in his eyes. What a beautiful and charming woman, but she actually let a beast drink the first drop of soup. Seeing that Lu Yun was getting closer, Anqin suddenly took out a knife from under her pillow. The silver knife was pointed at Lu Yun, and Anqin shouted, "If you come any closer, I will cut your face. Then commit suicide." Lu Yun's footsteps paused, his heart was burning with anger, but he still calmed down. He was extremely good at enduring. When he saw Anqin and Yangqing together, he also endured like this. "Alright, don't be agitated, I'll leave now," Lu Yun cursed in his heart. "Bitch. Pretending to be a virtuous woman, after tomorrow, you still have to obediently be beaten up by me. When I'm done playing, I'll directly throw you to those bear-like bodyguards. Let's see how you're going to live to see people in the future. What you gave me, I will return to you 10 times, 100 times. Oh right, don't even think about getting all the Yin family's assets." With these thoughts in his mind, Lu Yun quickly put on a spring breeze-like smile again, said good night to Anqin, and walked out of the room. Anqin finally let out a sigh of relief. As if she had used all her strength, she put the knife back under her pillow. However, tears of grievance still couldn't help but flow down, dripping down along her smooth face and onto the bedsheet. Right at this moment, the door was opened again. Anqin's nerves tensed up again, and she suddenly took out the knife from under her pillow, pointed it at the person at the door, and screamed, "Get out, get out! I told you to get out!" Otherwise, I'll die in front of you. Just as Xianxia found an Xian's room, he sneaked into her room with a smile on his face. Just as he entered the room, he saw an Xian in her pajamas holding a utility knife and telling him she wanted to commit suicide. Hey, don't get too worked up. If you don't want to see me, I'll go out, okay? Don't commit suicide. Yangqing said gloomily. Anqing heard this voice. Why does it sound so familiar? Isn't it Lu Yun? She opened her watery eyes and took a closer look. Her delicate body trembled, and the utility knife in her hand fell to the ground. She looked at Yangqing, who had a playful smile on his face, in disbelief. Yang. You. Why? Anyone who saw someone they couldn't possibly see in such a situation would be completely dumbfounded. It was rare that Anqing didn't faint immediately. Yangqing quietly closed the door and locked it. He walked 2 to 3 meters in front of Anqing and opened his arms. When Anqing saw the man she thought about day and night, she pouted. Like a wronged little girl looking for someone to dote on her, she jumped into Yangqing's arms and wrapped her arms around Yangqing's neck. She buried her head in Yangqing's chest and cried out loud. Yangqing felt sorry for her. He patted the woman's back and smelled the natural fragrance on Anqing's body. He listened to her crying and knew that she must have suffered a lot of unfair treatment these days. She must be full of negative emotions that she wanted to vent. She was kidnapped by her biological father to Japan and thrown to the Liu family. She was locked in her room all day and surrounded by surveillance. She was like a kidnapped wife who had no human rights. Other than living like a pet canary, she had to be on guard against Lu Yun's sudden mischief. For more than 10 days, an Xian, who had been filled with a yearning for freedom, could not help but go crazy. After sobbing for more than a quarter of an hour, Anqing finally calmed down. She wiped her red eyes and blinked at Yangqing, worried that she had mistaken him for someone else. Yangqing grinned, "I'm not mistaken. Baby Anqing, it's your husband." Anqing's face reddened. "I can tell. Other than you, no one else would be so thick-skinned as to claim to be someone else's husband." Then Anqing asked, "Why are you here? Didn't anyone notice you coming up here?" Yangqing thought to himself, "How could those good-for-nothings discover me?" He said, "You don't need to know how I found it. Last time, you said that if I wanted to possess you, it would depend on fate to let us meet again. I kept waiting, but in the end, I suddenly found out that you were going to marry Lu Yun. That was basically breaking the rules of the game. I thought that I couldn't give my woman to a gigolo, so I went to the temple and asked a Taoist to read my fortune. Knowing that you were here, I went through a lot of hardships to find this place, intending to save you from the abyss of suffering. By the way, your theory of fate still counts, right? Now that we've met, you're not allowed to run away." Anqing giggled. What a glib tongue. How can there be a Taoist in a temple? Tell me the truth, have you been spying on me? How could you find me so easily? You even knew that I was going to be married to the Liu family. How could the Liu family let you know? Even if I'm spying on you, it's still better than letting you be snatched away by Lu Yun. Yangqing pecked the tip of Anqing's nose. Look at you, you're crying like a cat. An Xian wrinkled her nose and looked at Yangchen with a happy yet angry expression. In the end, she tiptoed and kissed Yangchen's forehead. Thank you, Yangqing. I've always been praying that you would come to save me, just like in the past. Now that you've really come, I have to thank you for making my dream come true. Yangqing smiled weirdly. You're so quick to thank me. Why don't you ask me how I'm going to save you? Anqing said with a mischievous expression. I'm not an idiot. You can even find me, and you can easily go up to the presidential suite on the top floor without being discovered. You definitely have your ways. I can't be bothered to ask you. I'll do whatever you say. Looks like you're very aware. You're already following your husband's tune? Yangqing said in amusement. Anqing smiled charmingly. Fate brought us together. Now, even if you chase me away, I'll still stick to you. I'll follow whatever you sing. Looking at the beauty who was more beautiful than a flower whispering in his arms, Yangqing suddenly had a fiery impulse. As he breathed, Anqing's body fragrance was like a drug that could make people commit crimes. Yangqing unconsciously rubbed one hand on Anqing's back while the other moved to Anqing's perky buttocks. The soft and bouncy feeling made Yangqing involuntarily grab it. Ing! Anqing softly moaned. Her eyebrows were like crescent moons, and her eyes were like spring water. Her tender and beautiful oval face revealed a seductive expression, as if she was enjoying Yangqing's rough movements. "You're hurting me," an Xian said as she breathed out. "Do you want to pinch me a few more times? I think you like it a lot," Yangqing said with a smirk. Anqing rolled her eyes at him bitterly. She suddenly thought of something and said, "Wait, let me do something first." Yangchen was startled. How could he interrupt her when she was in high spirits? Anqing forcefully pushed Yangqing away and said, "Turn around. Wait until I'm done before you turn around." Yangqing saw Anqing's serious expression and wondered what she wanted to do. However, he didn't want to go against his woman's will, so he slowly turned around. He heard some rustling sounds behind him. After about a minute, he heard Anqing say, "All right, turn around." Yangqing leisurely turned around and was immediately dumbfounded. He saw that Anqing had already put on the pure white wedding dress and turned into a radiant bride. However, the difference was that Yangqing could clearly see Anqing's snow-white arms, delicate collarbones, and the smooth and beautiful calves. Anqing had actually taken off her pajamas and was only wearing a thin wedding dress. The wedding dress's lace patterns and various hollow designs made Anqing's entire body vaguely attractive. Coupled with Anqing's shy expression, Yangqing momentarily forgot to breathe. No wonder people say that the moment a woman puts on a wedding dress is one of the most beautiful moments in her life. Yangqing finally believed this sentence. "Hubby, am I beautiful?" Anqing shyly called out, and as soon as she finished speaking, she immediately blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at Yangqing. Yangqing's entire heart was about to melt. How is this a woman? This is a demon. Femme fatale, ah, but why is this fatale so tempting? Darling Anqing, ah, you don't need to sleep tonight. I feel like I have endless energy. Yangqing didn't say anything more. He walked forward and hugged Anqing tightly in his arms, and kissed her heavily. Although the two had only met twice in total, both times they had been intimate. The coordination between them was incomparable, and they quickly entered a state of entanglement. As the two kissed passionately, they slowly moved to the soft side of the big bed. Following that, Yangqing gently threw the bride in the wedding dress to the center of the big bed. When Yangqing pounced on Anqing, Anqing's eyes were already like silk, and she was extremely aroused. Her heart was filled with joy and longing for a man, coupled with the current special environment, under various stimuli, Anqing couldn't wait to make love to Yangqing. Yangqing kissed Anqing's delicate collarbone and said vaguely, "Darling, just wear the wedding dress. I haven't tried this kind of uniform yet." "Oh, this is not a uniform." Anqing mumbled softly, "Don't be afraid of breaking it, it's the Liu family's anyway. If you want to tear it, it's okay." This sentence was like throwing a match into an oil can, and Yangqing's pair of eyes were about to turn red. It's okay to tear it? If Yangqing didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, he would have lived for so many years in vain. This was clearly seeking violence, seeking excitement. Yangqing laughed evilly, and shouted, "Little lady, I'm coming." He used his strength to turn Anqing's soft body over. Anqing's perky buttocks were arched very cooperatively, and the fluffy wedding dress brought along a burst of fragrance. Yangqing didn't hold back, and looked at the white dress in front of him. His hands casually pulled on both sides, and suddenly, with a crack sound, the dress was torn into several pieces. Anqing's small white underwear was also revealed, and wrapped around her round and beautiful buttocks, it seemed a bit small. Yangqing's desire had already reached the peak, and he bent down to press on her from behind. Not long after, the big bed in the presidential suite began to shake violently. As for the lingering moans, it was even louder, and it stirred people's hearts. If Lu Yun, who was complacent and full of endless fantasies, knew that his bride was in the room, wearing a wedding dress specially prepared for her, and was crazily exercising with another man, he would probably directly vomit blood to death. This continued for more than 2 hours, and Yangqing saw that the pitiful little bride under him was about to faint from the stimulation. Only then did he immediately put away his wildness, and after releasing all of his savings, he hugged Anqing in his arms and lay down. Anqing's little face was flushed, and she was on the verge of collapsing for a long time before she could open her mouth to speak. She punched Yangqing's chest. Yangqing. You bullied me. Isn't this what you want? I tore the dress, and worked so hard, it was all for you. Yangqing said seriously. I only said that you could tear the dress. You did it for 2 hours. But you didn't say to stop. I heard you moaning, and in the end, you stopped moaning, so I thought you hadn't played enough. Anqing was speechless, and she simply didn't say anything. After resting for a while, Anqing remembered and asked, Yangqing, you haven't told me what to do next. Yangqing said indifferently, you don't have to do anything, just continue to be your bride tomorrow. Huh? Anqing was clearly confused. Yangqing smiled strangely, anyway, do what you have to do, and be your bride on the cruise tomorrow. As for the wedding, it's definitely going to be special. Anqing blinked her eyes, and seeing that Yangqing wanted to keep her in suspense, she didn't ask any more. She let out a cute yawn, and her head drilled into Yangqing's chest. I'm going to sleep, be my pillow, don't move. Yangqing pulled the quilt to cover Anqing, and then picked up the phone on the bedside table. There was already a text message from an unknown number. The mission has been successfully carried out. In a high-class private clubhouse in Otaru, Lu Yun and one of his assistants were doing an essential oil massage, doing the last bit of maintenance for tomorrow's wedding. The assistant was a middle-aged refined man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was lying on the soft white bed with his boss, Lu Yun, enjoying the professional treatment from 2 Japanese masseuses. While the masseuse was serving the 2 of them, she would occasionally rub her plump breasts on the man's back and arms. This kind of suggestive action was not rare, and Lu Yun and his assistant were used to it, so they did not have any special expressions. They were not interested in women of this level. 2 of Lu Yun's bodyguards stood at the door majestically. They were the elite special forces that the Lu family had poached from the special forces. Lu Yun would never leave the house alone. Being cautious, he brought 2 bodyguards with him at the very least. Just as Lu Yun was about to hum a tune from the comfort of his body, the assistant's phone rang. The assistant looked at the number. It was a call from the clubhouse's front desk. She must have something to inform him, so he picked up the call. The assistant spoke in Japanese and asked the front desk what was going on. A lady at the front desk said in a hurried tone, Sir, a group of people are rushing in to look for you. We can't stop them. The assistant asked a few questions and hung up the phone. He said to Lu Yun, Boss, there are more than 10 people looking for trouble with us. The front desk said they seemed to be from Yamaguchi-gumi. Yamaguchi-gumi? Lu Yun frowned. Even though he was young, promising, and calm, he was confused. Yamaguchi-gumi won't cause trouble for no reason. We have business dealings with their businesses in Japan. Logically speaking, they won't harm us. Don't act rashly for now, Lu Yun said as he got up from the bed. He put on his suit jacket and prepared to meet the members of Yamaguchi-gumi. In less than half a minute, a group of at least 10 men and women walked into the room under the lead of a bearded bald man. The group of people had tattoos on their arms, necks, and other parts of their skin. Lu Yun was immediately sure that they were from Yamaguchi-gumi. Japan was the only country in the world that recognized the underworld as legal. This was not unrelated to historical reasons, but it was certain that the Yamaguchi-gumi had developed very well in Japan. Everyone who joined the Yamaguchi-gumi, regardless of gender, had to be tattooed. Moreover, it wasn't just a small tattoo. Their entire body was covered with all kinds of seductive totems. 2 bodyguards had already stood in front of Lu Yun on both sides, ready to protect Lu Yun at any time. You are Jade Clouds Corporation's Lu Yun? The baldy stared at Lu Yun with his beady eyes, rubbing his chin as he asked. Lu Yun smiled calmly and said in Japanese, That's right. May I know what the Yamaguchi-gumi friends are looking for? Who's your friend? The bald man glared at Lu Yun. I'm the leader of Yamaguchi-gumi's Otaru City branch, Iduro. My men have reported to me that you're doing heroin business in my territory. Heroin? Lu Yun was confused. When did I do a heroin deal? Iduro snorted coldly. Don't quibble. If you didn't do it, my men wouldn't have reported it to me. Although we, Yamaguchi-gumi, are a triad, we won't allow people from other countries to poison our people with drugs. You're a cunning businessman. If you really didn't do it, do you dare to let us search you? Lu Yun felt that something was wrong, as if someone wanted to harm him. He thought for a while and said, Mr. Iduro, I know your District Chief Hashimoto. Can you allow me to make a call to District Chief Hashimoto before deciding if I want to be searched? After all, I think there's some misunderstanding. It wouldn't be good for our relationship to be strained. Jade Clouds Corporation was, after all, a multinational corporation. The district chief of Yamaguchi-gumi, Hashimoto Hirohiko, was one of Jade Cloud's partners. Lu Yun guessed that an enemy from the business world wanted to harm him. However, Lu Yun wasn't afraid. Even if it was Yamaguchi-gumi, he didn't care about ordinary city leaders. Iduro hesitated for a while and nodded. Make the call quickly. Lu Yun got his assistant to call Hashimoto Hirohiko. After a few rings, Hashimoto's voice came from the other end. Mr. Lu, why are you calling so late at night? Is there anything important? Lu Yun smiled and said a few words. He then told Hashimoto about his subordinate Iduro wanting to search him for heroin. He hoped that Hashimoto would be tactful enough to take his stupid subordinate away. Hashimoto Hirohiko said, since Mr. Lu doesn't think that you're in the heroin business, then you don't have to care about being searched. Our cooperation is based on integrity. It's only right for us to accept each other's supervision. Iduro is defending the honor of Yamaguchi-gumi. Please cooperate, Mr. Lu. After that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Lu Yun to say anything. Lu Yun's face darkened. He felt that there was something fishy going on. Hashimoto seemed to have known about it and had prepared an excuse. Lu Yun didn't know that as soon as he hung up the phone, another scene was happening in Hashimoto Hirohiko's luxurious villa in Sapporo. Hashimoto Hirohiko was kneeling in front of a woman in black with a graceful figure. With a flattering smile, he said, Chief, the matter has been settled. All that's left is to capture that Lu Yun. This lady was Xianxia, who continued her mission after separating from Yangqing. Xianxia nodded indifferently. You know what to do next, right? Yes. I'll definitely complete the mission given by the chief without a single mistake. This is the mission given by my master. If you make even the slightest mistake, your head will fall to the ground the moment you make a mistake, Xianxia said with a cold glint in her eyes. Hashimoto gulped nervously and shouted, yes. Yamaguchi-gumi, one of the top mafia organizations in the world, was a part of the Yamada sect. The situation in the club was very clear. A trace of mockery flashed in Iburo's beady eyes. He waved his hand and said, go and search carefully. A group of Yamaguchi-gumi hoodlums responded loudly and immediately went up violently, ready to rip off Lu Yun and his assistant's clothes. Lu Yun's two special forces bodyguards couldn't hold back anymore. They went up and wanted to beat up these Yamaguchi-gumi members. Unexpectedly, although these members looked ordinary, they were actually carefully selected experts in judo and karate. All of them were at the level of a black belt. At the same time, they had experience in fighting. The two special forces soldiers didn't even manage to resist before they were beaten up by 7 to 8 members. They bled from all 7 orifices and were half dead. Lu Yun and his assistant naturally didn't have any strength to resist. After being grabbed by the members, their clothes were forcefully ripped off. 2 female members searched the pockets of Lu Yun and his assistant's suits. Suddenly, they took out 3 to 4 packets of white powder. It was heroin. Lu Yun's face turned pale. He glared angrily at the 2 masseuses who gave him a massage. However, they lowered their heads and didn't make a sound. This heroin isn't mine. It must be these 2 women who stuffed it into my clothes. Lu Yun shouted in shock. Just because you say it's theirs, it's theirs? Why would these 2 masseuses want to harm you for no reason? Also, how could they have the ability to obtain such a large amount of heroin? Iburo said with disdain. At this moment, one of the masseuses raised her head and shouted, Sir, you can't slander us. We don't know you at all. Lu Yun was about to go crazy. Thinking back, the reason why the 2 women rubbed their breasts against him wasn't to seduce him. Instead, they were trying to divert their attention so that they could stuff the heroin into their clothes. What a deep scheme. The important thing wasn't the scheme itself, but the fact that someone had such a perfect grasp of the entire situation. Cold sweat appeared on Lu Yan's forehead. Who exactly did I offend? Why did something like this have to happen at this moment? I need to make a phone call, Lu Yan hurriedly shouted when he saw that the few people wanted to grab him. He wanted to report to his father, Lu Kongbai. Only his father could help him clear his name. However, Iburo snorted coldly, Mr. Lu, you've already lied to us once. Do you think we'll be lied to again? Take them away. Lu Yan's phone was snatched away by a female member. Even his assistant's belongings were taken away. A group of Yamaguchi Gumi members grabbed Lu Yan and his assistant and taped their mouths shut. After leaving the high-class clubhouse, they boarded a white Toyota business car. 20 minutes later, the car door opened again. A well-dressed Lu Yan and his assistant walked onto the street calmly and walked back to their car. However, the two bodyguards didn't follow them. On the sparsely populated street, no one noticed anything amiss at all. The next morning, before the afterglow of the morning sun dissipated, guests from the Lu clan's luxury cruise had already boarded the ship at the port of Ishikari Bay. As the hosts, Lu Kongbai and Zaihuan had already brought a group of subordinates with them. They stood on both sides of the entrance and welcomed the guests with smiles on their faces. As they chatted with each other, even the ice-cold sea breeze didn't feel cold anymore. After an hour or so, a white helicopter with the logo of the Jade Clouds group slowly landed on the apron on the top floor of the cruise ship from afar. Under the watch of everyone, Lu Yan, who was dressed in a well-ironed groom's tuxedo, walked down from the helicopter in high spirits. His face was radiant and handsome, and many guests who saw him whispered to each other, praising his good looks. Soon after, Anxin, who was dressed in a glamorous outfit, alighted from the helicopter. Her black hair was tied up high, and she was wearing a cold-proof red windbreaker. She walked into the cabin under the protection of a few bodyguards. Anxin felt that Lu Yan, who was walking in front of her, was a little strange. Ever since they met this morning, he hadn't spoken a word to her at all. He also looked at her as if she was a stranger. Recalling what Yanqing said last night, Anxin couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Yanqing fed Lu Yan some kind of magic potion that made Lu Yan become an idiot? After all the guests boarded the ship, the luxury cruise set sail towards the center of the sea at Ishikari Bay. The cruise would stay at sea for 2 days to celebrate the wedding. The wedding hadn't officially started yet, but the banquet hall of the cruise was already bustling with noise and excitement. Hundreds of guests were toasting and chatting with each other. Around the hall, there were dozens of large LED screens that were broadcasting romantic music. The melodious melody made everyone happy. However, most of these guests were the relatives and friends of the En and Lu clan, as well as their business partners. As for the few big clans in Zhonghai, such as the Yuan clan and the Kai clan, they didn't participate. The reason was simple. Since the Lu clan planned to annex the En clan, there was no reason for them to make such a big deal out of it. Even inviting these guests was just to make En Zaihuan lower his guard. Moreover, Anxin wasn't willing to get married in the first place. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to come to Japan to get married. Lu Kongbai and En Zaihuan went up the stage together and started to give their pre-wedding speech. When Lu Kongbai walked down the stage, he turned around and glanced at En Zaihuan, who was beaming with joy on the stage. His lips curled into a sneer. Calling an assistant over, Lu Kongbai asked, "Have young master and that Anxin arrived yet?" The assistant replied respectfully, "Young master said that we can officially start the wedding. Everything is ready." Lu Kongbai glanced at the second floor opposite the banquet hall and saw his son, Lu Yun, raising his glass to him from afar. Lu Kongbai felt proud in his heart. In terms of being ruthless and not bothering about trifles, his son was definitely better than him. He would rather give up his reputation and marry the woman who settled down. Then he would legitimately annex the property of Settled Down. Even if he knew that the woman had been ruined by other men, he would not hesitate. Once the plan was completed, the Lu family's assets would be on par with the Yuan family of Zhonghai. Unfortunately, the Yuan family had Yang Jieyu. The Lu family was destined to be unable to surpass the Yuan family in terms of official background. However, Lu Kongbai felt that he had no regrets in his life. Lu Kongbai received a glass of champagne from a waiter and raised his glass to Lu Yun. Then, he said to his assistant, "Let the pastor go up the stage. The wedding will officially start." "Yes, Chairman." Not long after, the guests began to return to their seats following the announcement from the radio. On both sides of the red carpet in the middle, the flowers that were transported from Holland bloomed. The lights in the hall started to dim. The dozens of huge screens in the surroundings also stopped playing music and switched to the sonorous melody of the wedding march. When the MC announced, "The groom is entering the stage," everyone's gaze turned towards the entrance. Lu Kongbai had already taken his seat and was waiting for Lu Yun to enter the stage like everyone else. On the other hand, An Zaihuan went to the backstage and prepared to hold on to Anqin's hand to enter the stage. However, after waiting for almost a minute, Lu Yun's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Lu Kongbai frowned. Just when he was about to ask what was going on, he saw Lu Yun's makeup artist running downstairs hurriedly. He came to Lu Kongbai and whispered anxiously, "Master, young master, he's gone." Lu Kongbai shouted in a low voice, "What nonsense are you talking about? I even toasted him from afar just now. How could he be gone? He's really gone. He was still in the dressing room just now. I turned around to look for a bow tie, but when I turned around, young master was already gone." The makeup artist was so anxious that cold sweat started dripping down his forehead. "Bastard!" Lu Kongbai's face instantly turned red. He stared at the makeup artist fiercely, "If you dare to lie, I'll throw you into the sea." How could I dare to lie? The makeup artist was so anxious that he almost cried. What's going on? Is he performing magic or what? How could he disappear just like that? A few uncles of the Lu family asked anxiously, "What happened? What happened? Where's Lu Yun?" Lu Kongbai couldn't wait to slap these retarded old fellows to death. He felt that something was amiss, so he ignored his uncle's silly questions and waved his hand to summon a few security guards. "Search every corner of the ship immediately. The ship is on the sea, how could it be possible that the person disappeared just like that? Search now." Lu Kongbai's voice wasn't soft at all. Many people nearby heard it. Immediately, the news spread across the entire venue, the groom had disappeared. The moment before the wedding, the groom couldn't be found. Apart from being a joke, it was also a rare thing. And Zaihuan, who was waiting in the backstage, also heard the news. His face instantly turned ugly as he looked at his daughter, who was wearing a wedding dress and had no expression on her face. He frowned and asked, "Did you play some tricks? Where's Lu Yun?" An Xian raised her head and sneered at her father, "I'm playing tricks? I was forced to come to Japan by you. I've been under surveillance for the past few days, and this is the Lu family's territory. What tricks did I play? He's a living person, and a man at that. What can I do to him?" And Zaihuan only said it casually. After asking, he knew that it definitely wasn't related to Anqin. He looked around anxiously. He had been busy for so long in order to marry into the Lu family. Now that the groom had disappeared at such a crucial moment, how could he stand it? Anqin looked calm, but she was actually delighted. She was originally worried that Yang Cheng's plan had failed. After all, she was almost brought into the wedding venue, yet there was still no movement. So the problem was with Lu Yun. Although Anqin didn't know why Lu Yun disappeared, she knew that Yang Cheng definitely had it all under his control. At this moment, Anqin wasn't worried about whether she would be dragged into the wedding. Instead, she was looking forward to what would happen next. After more than 10 minutes, the entire boat had been searched. However, none of the Lu family's security guards could find Lu Yun's shadow. Instead, the entire venue was in a mess. Lu Kongbai's face turned gloomy. He tried calling Lu Yun's phone, but it was turned off. Even Lu Yun's assistant didn't make any sound. Suddenly, one of Lu Kongbai's subordinates seemed to have seen something horrifying. He pointed at the nearest big screen and shouted, "Chairman, look." Lu Kongbai was annoyed. When he raised his head and looked at the big screen, his eyes widened and he almost fainted from blood rushing to his head. Unbeknownst to everyone, the dozens of huge screens in the entire venue started to play a video, and the main character in this video was the missing Lu Yun. Under the attention of everyone in the venue, Lu Yun was in a dark room on the screen. A searchlight shone on him, highlighting his body clearly. Lu Yun was naked, revealing his white flesh. His 4 limbs were fixed on a recliner, and he couldn't move at all. On the other hand, a plump Japanese woman, who was covered in bright banshee tattoos and weighed at least 100 kilograms, was also sitting on Lu Yun's thighs naked. What was even worse was that the woman who resembled a man was currently engaged in an intense fertility exercise with Lu Yun. The woman's unrestrained screams filled the entire venue. Regardless of gender, age, or gender, everyone could hear the flirtatious madness and even the brutality of a wild beast within it. The most tragic and funny thing was that Lu Yun seemed to have used up too much of his ejaculation. His originally handsome face was sunken, and his eyes were bloodshot. In a close-up of his face, Lu Yun's eyes were lifeless, his face was sallow, and his lips were pale. He looked half dead, as if he was going to die at any time. Yet, with such a body condition, Lu Yun's dick was exceptionally firm. It was being played with by the woman whose butt was like a millstone, yet it didn't fall down. This. Lu Kongbai really wanted to smash his own head with a brick. It was as if he had been angered to death and then revived. Turn it off. Turn it off. What is this? It's all fake, it's all fake. Lu Kongbai scolded his subordinates crazily, hurry up and call someone to turn off all the screens. Yes. A subordinate who was in charge of the venue's audio and video equipment hurriedly tried to contact someone, but the signal was suddenly cut off. There was no response at all. Chairman. It can't be turned off. The people in the control room can't be contacted. That person was about to cry. Wasn't this asking for his life? And Zaihuan, Anqin, and the others who were backstage also saw Lu Yun's wonderful performance on a small screen. And Zaihuan's eyes rolled up, and he was stunned on the spot. Anqin, on the other hand, covered her mouth as she laughed so hard that she almost choked on her breath. The other guests at the scene naturally had nothing to say. They had all entered a state of madness. All kinds of vulgar words and mocking laughter filled the entire tanker. Even some of the Lu family servants couldn't help but laugh at the image on the screen. On the screen, Lu Yun seemed to have reached his climax again. His eyes rolled up, and he was foaming at the mouth. Then, he fainted on the screen. However, the fat woman on top of him was scolding Lu Yun in Japanese and slapping his face, trying to make him continue to have sex with her. Lu Kongbai already had difficulty breathing. He held his chest, pointed at his son on the screen, and murmured, unfilial son, unfilial son. Bastard. Are you trying to anger me to death? However, before Lu Kongbai could continue scolding them, a bodyguard ran in hurriedly and reported while gasping for breath. Bad news. Bad news. Chairman. A guided missile destroyer is approaching from the sea. It's pointing at our back, and it's sending a signal saying that it's going to launch a missile at us. Lu Kongbai's eyes rolled up, and with a kick, he fainted on the spot. As Lu Kongbai fainted, Lu Yun's explosive performance also came to an end on the screen in the hall. The screen turned black again. However, the hundreds of guests in the venue could not remain quiet. News that the cruise ship had been targeted by a destroyer began to spread in all directions. At this moment, regardless of whether they were men or women, young or old, they couldn't care less about the wedding. They all ignored the Lu family's security and rushed out of the banquet hall, arriving at the top deck of the cruise ship. At this moment, the pale sunlight shone on the vast ocean. The cold wind was raging, and the waves were surging. The Lu family's cruise ship had already slowed down and was moving forward slowly. Behind it, there was indeed a smaller warship following it. On the silver-gray guided missile destroyer, there was an eye-catching flag that was fluttering in the wind. From afar, it could be seen that it was actually a flag with a skull on it. Some people might not even see such an ancient flag even once in their lives. However, even if they hadn't seen it before, they knew what it represented: pirates. Pirates had also kept up with the times. They actually came to rob with an advanced guided missile destroyer. The guests looked at the main cannons, warheads, and various missile launchers on the ship. Most of their faces turned pale, and their legs trembled. If any of the cannons were to hit the ship, a large number of people would die. What's worse was that their ship was a cruise ship. It didn't have any defensive measures or means of counterattack. What was even more depressing was that the freaking ship stopped. The guests started fleeing in all directions. The scene was extremely chaotic. Some people even started to consider whether they should run to the lifeboats and escape from the cruise ship. At this moment, Lu Kongbai, who was saved by his personal doctor, walked out of the cabin and onto the deck. He took a megaphone and shouted, "Everyone, be quiet. Don't panic." Lu Kongbai's face turned green. He was extremely furious. This was obviously a trap set up by someone, and it wasn't an ordinary person. To be able to capture Lu Yun without a sound, arrange everything in such a way that it was impossible to defend against, and even threaten a pirate ship at this moment, this was definitely not an ordinary person. However, Lu Kongbai was also someone who had experienced many things. After thinking for a long time, he knew that he had to calm down. Otherwise, if he was in a mess, the guests would definitely be running around like headless flies. As for Anqin, she was pulled to a corner by her father, and Zaihuan. And Zaihuan nervously looked at the destroyer behind them, then at Lu Kongbai. His face was covered in dirt, and he didn't know what to do. Anqin had already taken off her wedding dress. She put on a coat and walked out of the cabin. She was not nervous at all. She was just curious. How did Yangqing bring a warship here? This was too exaggerated. Everyone, listen to me. There is no need to be afraid. Even if it was a pirate ship, there was only one. I've already sent someone to contact the Japanese self-defense forces at Ishikari Bay. As soon as they receive the news, they will immediately come to support. We are in their territorial waters, they will definitely come to rescue us. At that time, the pirates will be doomed. Lu Kongbai shouted. After hearing Lu Kongbai's words, the guests finally quietened down. They whispered to each other and nodded. They felt that what Lu Kongbai said made sense. Japan couldn't possibly allow pirates to wreak havoc in their territorial waters, right? At this moment, a male assistant that Lu Kongbai sent to contact the Japanese self-defense forces ran over. Lu Kongbai laughed and said, "Look, everyone, there is a reply so quickly." Unexpectedly, as soon as Lu Kongbai finished laughing, the man cried and shouted, "Chairman! Chairman! Bad news! I don't know what happened to our ship, but it has already left Ishikari Bay and entered the international waters. The Japanese self-defense forces scanned the area with their radar and said that this place isn't under their jurisdiction." Boom! The scene turned chaotic again. The guests were shocked. The glimmer of hope that just rose was shattered again. According to international law, around 22 kilometers away from the mainland belonged to the non-territorial waters. For an island country like Japan, it was indeed a matter of a blink of an eye for a cruise ship to enter the international waters. Once it entered the international waters, it would be unclear whether the law was illegal or not. Lu Kongbai scolded angrily, "Don't they care about humanitarianism? We've run into pirates." Pirates? There are hundreds of people on our ship under the threat of gunfire. The man said with a crying face, "Chairman, you know that Japan's military is restricted by the US. Without the US's approval, they wouldn't dare to send their troops into the international waters. Plus, we aren't Japanese, we are all Huaxia people. Japan asked us to contact the Huaxia Navy. Son of AB *TCH Japanese." Lu Kongbai cursed. Then, he thought of something and asked, "Where's the captain? Where's the captain? Why did he drive the ship into the international waters?" The male assistant said helplessly, "Chairman, I forgot to tell you. I just received news that the captain and the crew members are all gone. We can't contact them at all." What? Lu Kongbai's legs softened. He only didn't fall down because of the support from the two bodyguards behind him. He said with a trembling voice, that means. Yes, our ship can't move now." The male assistant's expression was distorted. Lu Kongbai widened his eyes. He felt the world was spinning around him, and he couldn't say a single word anymore. As for the other guests, many women started crying and shouting that they didn't want to die after hearing the news. The situation was far more chaotic than one could imagine. At this moment, the destroyer that had been silent all this while sent a voice signal. The cruise ship's broadcast system was suddenly switched on automatically. A man's deep voice could be heard. He was speaking in English, but it wasn't very authentic. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Don't feel surprised when you hear this voice. I'm the commander of the missile destroyer Hadakase behind you. I'm Balbert Hussein Maekdon. You can call me Captain Maekdon. I'm solemnly announcing the reason why missiles were aimed at the cruise ship that you're on today. The reason is actually very simple. There's only one reason: the father and son from the Liu family did something that made one of my respected friends feel dissatisfied. Now, I'll give my friends on the cruise 5 minutes to make 2 choices. The first choice: you can think of a way to let Mr. Liu Kongbai from the Liu family leave the cruise ship immediately. That way, the missiles that were aimed at him won't hit the cruise ship. As for the second choice, you can be brave and accompany Mr. Liu to die in the sea together. Oh, right. This is the international waters where tiger sharks frequently appear. That kind of shark only needs 2 bites to eat an adult. Perhaps you can see it if you have the chance. Hee hee. Alright, I've finished my speech. 5 minutes, countdown starts now. Although Maekdon's English wasn't very good, more than half of the people on the cruise could understand him. Many of them revealed a terrified expression after hearing what he said, and stared at Liu Kongbai with hatred in their eyes. Even the subordinates and bodyguards of the Liu family looked at Liu Kongbai with a strange gaze. As for those who didn't understand English, once they heard the translation, they started crying and cursing. However, the target of their cursing wasn't Maekdon, but Liu Kongbai, who brought them such misfortune. Liu Kongbai swallowed his saliva. Looking at the strange gazes of the hundreds of people on the deck, he started to feel guilty. He didn't know who Maekdon was at all, nor did he know who his friend was. However, it was obvious that everything was targeted at the Liu father and son. "Everyone, calm down. They're trying to sow discord between us. I'm the owner of this ship. I definitely won't abandon everyone and let everyone fall into danger. You have to believe me. I'll immediately send someone to contact the navy of our Xianxia. They definitely won't dare to launch missiles. They're just scaring us." Liu Kongbai shouted loudly. However, the guests on the deck obviously didn't trust him. In fact, the ruthlessness in their eyes became more and more obvious. At this moment, Anqin, who had been staying in the corner silently, cleared her throat and suddenly said loudly, "It's not about whether you'll abandon us or not. It's about how we should treat you. Should we all die for you, or should you sacrifice yourself for us all to live?" Liu Kongbai's nerves tightened. He turned around and pointed at Anqin, scolding, "Stupid girl. How can you talk to your elders like this? And Zai Huan, take care of your daughter. We're going to be in-laws. How can you speak so coldly?" Unfortunately, at this time Zai Huan had already understood the reality of the situation. Although he wanted to marry into the Liu clan, he was about to lose his life. How could he care about these things? Therefore, when he heard Liu Kongbai talking to him, Zai Huan immediately turned his head away, closed his eyes, and pretended that he didn't hear anything. Liu Kongbai's heart turned cold. He knew that the situation was urgent, so he hurriedly ordered the bodyguards beside him, "Quickly command all the staff to hide in the lower floors of the ship. It'll be safer there for now. We'll wait for the rescue army to arrive." However, after he finished speaking, the bodyguards and the management staff all revealed awkward expressions. They didn't move an inch and didn't react at all, as if they were intentionally unwilling to look at Liu Kongbai. Liu Kongbai's face was as pale as ash. He finally realized that in the face of life and death, no matter how much money he spent to buy people's hearts, it was all starting to crumble. Suddenly, Maekdon's voice sounded from the broadcast again, "Dear guests, there's only 3 minutes left. Our missile has already been sent into the launcher. Oh, I forgot to remind you that this is a missile with a nuclear warhead. It's powerful enough to destroy 5 passenger ships. Therefore, when you bid farewell to this world, you shouldn't feel any pain, hee hee hee." Once this voice was heard, the deck was instantly filled with commotion. Many guests, especially the young and strong men, directly pounced on Liu Kongbai without caring about anything else. "You old man. Are you trying to get all of us killed? You've offended your enemy, yet you're here to hold a wedding. Go to hell." Everyone, quickly throw him into the sea. Don't throw him into the sea. What if we throw him into the sea? The people there won't be able to see him. Throw him into the lifeboat and let them see him. The group of men shouted one after another, completely ignoring Lu Kongbai's desperate resistance. They lifted Lu Kongbai up and dashed towards the nearest lifeboat. A few bodyguards and servants of the Lu family didn't stop them, tacitly allowing the guests to do so. When they saw Lu Kongbai shouting help at them, they subconsciously turned their backs. Many of them even tore off their uniforms and mixed into the crowd, afraid that they would be hated by the other guests as well. Lu Kongbai watched himself being thrown into the lifeboat. When the rope of the lifeboat was lowered, Lu Kongbai felt as if he was being thrown into hell. No. Don't leave me behind. Finally, Lu Kongbai couldn't care about his face anymore. He cried with tears and snot running down his face. Due to fear, his pants were soaked with his tears. The lifeboat eventually fell into the sea. Lu Kongbai laid on the bow of the lifeboat and shouted for people to pull him up. However, no one cared about him at all. Suddenly, the cruise ship let out a woo-woo sound of steam whistle. It had actually started moving. Damn it. Didn't they say that the captain is missing? Lu Kongbai cursed, but his curses were covered by the whistle. As the cruise ship moved, huge waves were stirred up. Lu Kongbai's small lifeboat was hit by the waves and was instantly pushed far away from the cruise ship. It was getting harder and harder to reach. When the guests on the cruise saw that Lu Kongbai had been shaken off, they couldn't care less about why the cruise started moving again. They hurriedly jumped and shouted, hoping to tell the people on the destroyer behind that they had already thrown Lu Kongbai into the sea. Maekden's voice was heard from the broadcast, "I'm very satisfied with everyone's cooperation. Everyone is safe now. The countdown timer for the missile launching system has stopped. The cruise will arrive at the port in about an hour. I hope everyone has a pleasant journey." This news made everyone on the cruise heave a sigh of relief. Everyone, regardless of whether it was the guests, the bodyguards, staff, or servants of the Lu family, all felt lucky that they managed to survive. As for Lu Kongbai, who was on the lifeboat far away, they had already forgotten about him. Scram as far as you can, don't get yourself implicated. As the atmosphere on the cruise became better, the guests started cursing the father and son of the Lu family loudly. Some of them were discussing who the Lu family had offended, etc. At that moment, a military helicopter suddenly flew up from the destroyer behind them. In less than a minute, it was hovering above the cruise ship. The guests on the cruise were a little afraid. They were worried that the two machine guns of the helicopter would spit out bullets, and the ruthless pirates would go back on their words and kill them with guns instead of missiles. "Quickly hide inside." A few people shouted. Only then did the guests react, and they started squeezing into the cabin in a panic. The deck of the cruise was in a mess. As the helicopter lowered its altitude, the loudspeaker on it started speaking, "Miss Anqin and Mr. Nzaihuan, please step forward. The captain is waiting for the two of you." The voice spread across the cruise, and the guests immediately fixed their gazes on Nzaihuan and Anqin, who were standing in the corner. Anqin had already expected this, so she wasn't too surprised. On the other hand, Nzaihuan was sweating profusely. Could it be that after getting rid of the people from the Lu family, they were going to attack the N family? Was it because the two families almost got married, so they were going to deal with them together? Nzaihuan was so regretful that his intestines were going to rot. What kind of sin had he committed? He had gone through so much trouble to marry his daughter, yet he still encountered such a thing? He immediately shouted, "Everyone, don't look at us like this. We aren't relatives yet. We have nothing to do with the Lu family." But how could this group of guests care so much? The other party had just retracted the missile. What if they disobeyed and wanted to launch it again? "If I want you to leave, then leave. Hurry up. Are you trying to kill us? Get over there." The helicopter was only about 20 meters away from the deck of the cruise ship. A soft and solid ladder was lowered from above, obviously waiting for the father and daughter to board the helicopter. Nzaihuan didn't know what to do when he saw the group of people glaring at him. Just as he was about to ask his daughter, Anqin, what to do, he saw that Anqin had already ignored him and was walking towards the rope ladder. "Anqin! Don't go. We'll die if we go. And Zaihuan hurriedly pulled Anqing's hand and said, My dear father, do you think we'll be fine if we stay here? Besides, how do you know we'll die if we go there? Maybe the captain knows us and wants to catch up with us? Anqing looked at her biological father with slight mockery. In the past, she only complained about him, but ever since he forcefully kidnapped her to Japan and forced her to marry Lu Yun, Anqing finally understood her position in her father's heart. A father who used his daughter as a bargaining chip and didn't consider his daughter's feelings, although she couldn't hate him enough to sever the relationship between father and daughter, but obviously, he wasn't worthy of her respect. And Zaihuan's face turned pale and green. Seeing the group of guests around him rushing to tie him up and board the helicopter, he could only follow Anqing with heavy steps to climb the rope ladder. Under the relieved gaze of the group of guests, Anqing and Zaihuan boarded the helicopter one after another. The helicopter didn't stay for long and directly flew back to the missile destroyer behind it. As soon as Zaihuan boarded the helicopter, he felt the atmosphere was different from what he had imagined. Whether it was the white soldier in camouflage uniform who picked them up or the soldier who piloted the helicopter, they all smiled at them and were very friendly. Could it be that they were really acquaintances catching up? And Zaihuan couldn't help but think so, but he couldn't figure it out. Who would be so fierce and still be a pirate? Captain Maekdon? He didn't know him at all. However, Anqing's face was full of joy. Although she knew that the wonderful wedding mentioned by Yangqing would be very special, she didn't expect it to be such a domineering wedding. They even brought a nuclear warhead. This was too exaggerated. While the helicopter was flying, the destroyer had already stopped on the sea, far away from the cruise ship, and was parked alone in the sea. When the helicopter landed on the helipad of the warship, a group of people was already standing on the deck, waiting. And Zaihuan followed behind Anqing and got off the helicopter with an uneasy heart. As soon as they got off the helicopter, and Zaihuan saw his restless daughter, like a happy bird, quickly running to a man opposite her. Her whole body was in the arms of the man, and her two arms wrapped around the man's neck. She actually kissed him passionately in front of everyone. And Zaihuan suddenly froze on the spot, and he didn't care who else was around. He stared at his daughter flirting with a man in public, and his mind went blank. Yangqing was also a little caught off guard. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Anqing, who was wearing a coat and still had her hair in a high bun, with a gust of fragrant wind, jump into his arms like a koala. Her body's center of gravity hung on his body. The cold lips and the hot tongue made Yangqing feel comfortable and excited as he kissed her generously. His two big hands touched Anqing's buttocks, and he squeezed them hard, which made the beauty even more excited. Yangqing could feel Anqing's ecstasy and turbulent love from the kiss. It was a kind of rich atmosphere full of gratitude and intoxication, which made Yangqing enjoy it very much. Baby, let's stop kissing here first. We can't do exercise on the deck. Yangqing touched Anqing's white face and said with a smile. Anqing's charming face was crimson. She was also too excited. When she got off the plane and saw Yangqing, it was as if he was the only figure in the world. She didn't think too much and rushed to kiss Yangqing. At this moment, Anqing realized that there were a few men and women with different appearances standing behind Yangqing. She shyly separated from Yangqing and nodded to those people. Only then did Zaihuan see clearly who his daughter was hugging. That young man wearing a simple black jacket and light-colored trousers could only be considered average. Wasn't he the man who stayed overnight with Anqing in the hotel and was later arrested and taken to the police station? And Zaihuan's heart shook. That day, he thought that this was just an ordinary arrogant young man, but now it seemed that it was completely not the case. Could it be that everything that happened today was orchestrated by him? Then who was he? Yangqing half-hugged Anqing's soft waist and turned around to introduce the people around him to Anqing. However, he spoke in English. After all, these people came from all over the world. As an international flight attendant, Anqing naturally knew many foreign languages. This red-haired ghost is called Sauron. You can call him Red Hair. The red-haired Sauron was expressionless, but he sincerely nodded to Anqing. For this steel-like man, bowing his neck was already the greatest respect. This bald fatty is Maekdon. This ship was stolen by his subordinates, and we'll have to return it later, Yangqing said as he pointed at Maekdon who was grinning. Make Don, who had a cigar in his mouth, looked unhappy when he heard this. He put down the cigar and said, Ming. Oh no, Yang, I think it's better if you say borrow. The Hatticase is too small. There's no need to keep stealing it back. Our Mossad wants cruisers at the very least. We don't want junk like destroyers even if you give it to us. We're just using it temporarily. Anyway, the self-defense forces didn't say anything against it. They didn't find out, Sauron added. Yangqing ignored them and continued to point at a tall, blonde, and handsome white man. The man had a gold coin-like object hanging from his earring. It was quite strange. This guy is called Edward. He's the type who always looks for trouble. He's also very stingy. He flew all the way here from England just to freeload. You can completely ignore him. Yangqing said. Edward didn't care at all. He smiled very gentlemanly and said, Miss Anqin, I don't have a gift for you since we first met. I'll definitely bring you a gift next time. Humph. After hearing Edward's words, Jane, who hadn't been introduced yet, rolled her eyes at him. Cousin Edward, you've already owed me a birthday gift for 7 years. Since you can't bear to give me a gift, don't always say that you want to give me something. After that, Jane ignored Edward's awkward expression and smiled at Anqin. This is the first time we've met. You can call me Jane. Anqin smiled and greeted the four of them. Finally, she took a few more glances at Jane. This young Western woman was dressed casually, but it couldn't hide her elegant temperament. In particular, her beautiful blue gem-like eyes revealed wisdom. She was definitely not an ordinary character. Obviously, in the eyes of women, Jane was an enchanting beauty that made people jealous. What was her relationship with Yangqing? After a brief chat, Yangqing asked Maekdan to sail the Hatticase to a port. The group of people got off the ship, and Maekdan's subordinates would send the destroyer back to the self-defense forces. When she saw the Japanese flag raised on the Hatticase missile destroyer, Anqin opened her mouth. She couldn't believe that it was really a warship stolen from the Japanese self-defense forces. And Zaihuan didn't say a word because he could vaguely feel that the people around Yangqing were all arrogant and confident at the same time. However, this group of people had a sense of submission to Yangqing from the bottom of their hearts, which made Zaihuan more and more unable to understand Yangqing. Anqin, on the other hand, wouldn't think so much. Although she gradually understood that Yangqing's background was unfathomable, she was very considerate and didn't ask anything. Obviously, she knew that Yangqing wouldn't be willing to explain too much. She only needed to know that the man beside her was the one she loved. As a holy land for leisure and holidays, Hokkaido was even more picturesque in winter. The verdant forest was covered with white snow, and at the foot of the mountain was a small town with a simple Japanese style. Yangqing thought of something and asked Edward, Ron didn't come with you? Edward smiled and said, Ron said he was old and Hokkaido was too cold. He would rather hide in the Mediterranean Sea and bask in the sun. He asked me to convey his apologies to you, and at the same time, I hope that you can meet him before he goes to heaven to meet the Lord, and take back the things you left with him. Yangqing said helplessly, he's still so lazy. Not really. At least Ron has already arranged for you to eat, drink, and play in Hokkaido, Edward said. Speaking of which, I'm really hungry. Where are we going? Maekdan asked. After the group got off the ship, they followed Edward to the small town by the sea, but they didn't know where to stay. I bought a resort here. It has the purest Japanese Hokkaido leisure facilities and food. I'll entertain everyone this time. Jane glanced at Edward in disbelief. Cousin, how much did you take from Ron? Edward looked embarrassed and coughed a few times. Jane, my honorable sister, can't you save me some face? You've said it before, for the sake of money, I don't care about face or anything else. Jane smiled playfully. Edward smiled awkwardly but did not refute. As Anqin listened to the laughter of the crowd, she felt much more relaxed. This group of people obviously had strong backgrounds, but in her eyes, they were much more adorable than many small characters. Anqin finally understood why Yangqing always had an indifferent attitude. Even the people around him could steal the warships of the Japanese self-defense forces at will, let alone Yangqing himself. Standing at such a high position, the matters of the Liu family and the Yin family were really a mess. They were insignificant and not worth mentioning at all. When she thought about how she got to know such a person in a bar, and how they hugged each other after meeting for 3 times, Anqing suddenly felt that fate still existed. Yangqing, how are the 2 people from the Lu family now? Anqing asked curiously. Yangqing smiled mysteriously. They should be very exciting. In the high seas, it was boundless and boundless seawater. A small lifeboat was floating on the sea. 2 men, one old and one young, were sitting on the boat. They were Lu Kongbai, who was thrown off, and Lu Yun, who was naked and only had a thin towel over him, was just thrown onto the lifeboat. At first, when Lu Kongbai was thrown into the middle of the sea, he shouted for help for a long time. Then, a small yacht finally appeared. Unexpectedly, it was the people from Yamaguchi-gumi who escorted Lu Yun over. Lu Kongbai still wanted to shout for help, but he saw his son, who was already completely withered, being thrown onto the lifeboat by the people from Yamaguchi-gumi. Not only that, the people from Yamaguchi-gumi completely ignored Lu Kongbai's cry for help. They took out a few big plastic barrels from the yacht, opened the barrels, and threw them around the lifeboat. Lu Kongbai was shocked to see the scarlet liquid flowing out from the barrels, and gradually spreading in the seawater. Then, the people from Yamaguchi-gumi left with a big smile. Lu Kongbai didn't understand what was going on. He pounced in front of Lu Yun and flipped him over to take a look. Lu Yun's eyes were deeply sunken, his face was pale, and his entire body was filled with whipping marks. What was more disgusting was that the thing below Lu Yun was already unrecognizable. Lu Kongbai recalled the scene of Lu Yun being played by the fat Japanese woman on the yacht. He knew that Lu Yun must have been tortured to the point that he was completely disabled. Lu Yun's body was extremely weak. When he regained some consciousness, he called out, "Dad." Then, he couldn't speak anymore. When Lu Kongbai saw his son, who was extremely proud of himself, suddenly in such a state, he felt hatred and sadness. However, he didn't know what to do. What annoyed him the most was that he didn't know who he had offended. Therefore, Lu Kongbai pushed the blame onto Lu Yun and scolded, "You unfilial son, it's all your fault for not doing anything good. After offending such a powerful person, how are we going to go back? There's no food or water on this boat. Are we going to starve to death or freeze to death?" Lu Yun rolled his eyes, but he couldn't say a word. At this moment, some triangular fins suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea, and the seawater became extremely turbulent. Lu Kongbai was stunned at first, then he turned pale with fright. "Aren't these sharks?" When he thought of what Captain Maekdon said on the boat, tiger sharks frequently appeared here. That's right. The water barrels that those people threw just now were obviously filled with fresh blood. They purposely used fresh blood to lure the tiger sharks here. After a group of tiger sharks discovered the small lifeboat, they immediately started circling around it. Obviously, they were interested in the fresh blood on the lifeboat. Lu Kongbai trembled in fear, but he didn't know what to do. At this moment, some of the tiger sharks finally couldn't wait any longer. They used their heads and tails to slap the lifeboat. The lifeboat shook violently. Lu Kongbai's face turned pale. Hearing the sound of the waves caused by the tiger sharks, he felt as if his soul had left his body. Seeing that the lifeboat was about to capsize, a hint of fierceness flashed across Lu Kongbai's eyes. He pounced towards Lu Yun, who was lying on the ground, and carried him up. Then, he said coldly, "Son, in order for your father to live, you should sacrifice yourself. I've raised you for more than 20 years. Since you're already like this, living is also a kind of torture. Don't worry, when I find my enemies in the future, I'll take revenge for you." After he finished speaking, Lu Kongbai pushed Lu Yun out of the lifeboat and into the sea resolutely. Lu Yun's gaze finally stopped on his father's hideous face. The heart-wrenching and bone-deep hatred on his face made Lu Kongbai shiver. Very soon, Lu Yun, who had fallen into the water, became the target of the tiger sharks. They started biting each other crazily. The sharp white teeth of the tiger sharks opened their bloody mouths. Lu Yun, who had no strength to resist, was instantly bitten off his head. Seeing that his son was gone just like that, Lu Kongbai didn't have the time to be sad, regretful, or sad. His thoughts had entered a state of madness. Lu Kongbai clenched his teeth. He knew that this method could only temporarily attract the attention of the tiger sharks. He still had to leave this bloody area as soon as possible. Therefore, he picked up the oars on the lifeboat and started rowing with all his might. However, Lu Kongbai underestimated the number of tiger sharks and the speed at which they ate humans. Lu Yun's bone dregs were completely devoured in less than 10 seconds. Even more blood drifted into the ocean, causing the tiger sharks' wild cells to wreak havoc even more. A group of tiger sharks once again charged towards the lifeboats with bloodshot eyes. The strength of the tiger sharks wasn't something that a small lifeboat could withstand. After a few attacks, the lifeboat finally capsized. No. Lu Kongbai only let out a whimper, then he didn't make any other sound. The sea regained its calmness, leaving only an upside-down lifeboat floating in the sea. The resort that Edward bought was not big. It was located at the edge of an unnamed mountain range. It was a group of older buildings with an antique charm. The Japanese palace-style garden design made people who walked in feel a peaceful atmosphere. Podocarpus decorated the quiet corners, and triangular plum blossoms stood in the wind. As they walked past a pool in the center of the resort, Zai Huan, who had been carefully observing his surroundings, suddenly saw a stone tablet standing in the middle of the pool. There were no words on the stone tablet, only a pattern that looked like an emblem. It was a picture of 5 arrows tied together, but all of them had been broken. It looked a bit like a family crest. Zai Huan vaguely felt like he had seen this emblem somewhere before, but he could not remember which family it was. Before he could think about it, the group had already walked to the Japanese barbecue restaurant. Although the sparrow was small, it had all the essentials. Under the guidance of a woman in a kimono, the group came to the VIP dining room and enjoyed the meticulously prepared lunch. The main dish for lunch was Japanese Kobe beef. The traditional cooking made the beef melt in the mouth. It was like the best foie gras in France. Zai Huan was nervous from the moment he entered the restaurant because there were other guests in the resort. Seeing a man like him following behind a group of people, he felt out of place. No one talked to him along the way, which made Zai Huan feel even more awkward. Until now, Zai Huan sat at the end of the table. He took a bite and looked at the others present, as if he was worried that the food was poisoned. He ate the dishes that cost a few thousand Huaxia dollars, and he had no appetite at all. Anqing sat beside Yangqing. She had not eaten or drunk since early in the morning. She was already starving. After eating a large piece of steak, she finished 2 grilled eels and drank 2 bowls of miso soup to quench her thirst. "Miss Anqing, how do you like the taste?" Edward asked with a smile. Anqing nodded. "The taste is very good. I was too hungry, so I ate a little faster." "Hee, no problem. Miss Anqing, do you need more steak? If you do, I can get someone to send it in." Edward was very attentive. Anqing hurriedly waved his hand. "That's enough. If you eat any more, you'll get fat." Rubbing her already bulging belly, Anqing's bright eyes glanced at Yangqing, who was calmly eating his steak. "My dear, you still haven't told me what happened today. Why did Lu Yun suddenly become like this when he was fine this morning?" Yangqing smiled and was about to explain when someone knocked on the door of the dining room. After the wooden door was pulled open, a man with green bean-like eyes walked in. It was the Yamaguchi Gumi's hide bureau who had captured Lu Yun that day. Ingwu Lang knelt on the ground and prostrated himself in front of Yangqing. He said solemnly, "Your Excellency, the Lu family's father and son have been executed. Do you have any other orders?" Yangqing replied casually, "You're in charge of Lu Yun's matter, right?" "Yes, Your Excellency," Ingwu replied. "Change into Lu Yun's appearance," Yangqing said. Ingwu Lang was stunned for a moment, but he still turned his head away without hesitation. When he turned his head again, his face had completely changed. He had indeed become exactly the same as Lu Yun. Everyone present, except for Yangqing and Jane, had a bewildered look on their faces. Anqing and Zai Huan were even more dumbfounded. After Ingwu Lang changed back to his original appearance and walked out of the door, Yangqing then explained, "Although the Japanese ninjas' genjutsu are all illusions, there are still some rare and interesting things. The transfiguration technique is indeed very advanced." That Ingwu Lang only had a small achievement in the transfiguration technique. The truly powerful transfiguration technique can completely pass off the fake as the real one. Anqing came to a realization. No wonder that Lu Yun didn't seem right this morning. His gaze was different, and his speech was a little more restrained. So he was impersonated. Ingwu Lang was the chief commander of this cruise incident. He transformed into Lu Yun's appearance and changed back to his original appearance before the wedding. He mixed in with the guests and commanded the rest of the Yamaguchi Gumi's underlings to control the cruise. Everything seemed easy and efficient. And Zaihuan, who was sitting at the end, wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This was too terrifying. No wonder the Lu family's father and son didn't even know how they died. Even the legendary transfiguration technique had appeared. It was too easy to control a cruise. Fighting with this group of people was like an old man with arsenic. He was courting death. Chairman and Yangqing suddenly looked at An Zaihuan, but he didn't call him uncle. This was because Yangqing didn't think that this man was worthy to be his elder. If he wasn't Anqing's biological father, he wouldn't mind killing him. And Zaihuan's body quivered. He smiled apologetically and replied, "Mr. Yang. Is there anything? Now that the Lu family's father and son are no longer in this world, may I ask, what plans do you have next?" Yangqing asked with a smile while cutting the beef on the plate. And Zaihuan swallowed his saliva and smiled awkwardly. I don't know. Then do you still want to help your daughter, Anqing, find a man for her? Yangqing looked at An Zaihuan with a playful gaze. An Zaihuan only felt his hands and feet turn cold. He broke out in a cold sweat. No, and Anqing's future is her own. The person she likes, I think it's good, it's definitely good. Hee. Seeing An Zaihuan wagging his tail and begging for pity, the people around him revealed a look of disdain. Although Anqing's hatred was vented, she still felt that her father was a bit pitiful. Who didn't want to climb higher? Who didn't have selfish motives? It could only be said that her father's selfishness had blinded too much of his conscience. Yangqing also didn't want to embarrass Anqing too much, so he didn't continue to ridicule An Zaihuan. He directly said, "Previously, you wanted to marry Anqing to Lu Yun, most likely for the Lu family's support, so that the An family could be promoted from a second-rate family to a first-rate family in Zhonghai. But Anqing was my woman, and you and the Lu family still wanted to make things difficult for her, so I couldn't just stand by and watch. Lu Yun once threatened me, saying that he would make me lose everything. I returned this boast back to him." And Zaihuan's heart jumped when he heard this. So Lu Yun had said this to Yangqing. No wonder he was so embarrassed even when he died. But, you are Anqing's biological father after all. Although I don't have a good impression of you, as the saying goes, don't let goodies flow to outsiders. Since you like the Lu family's assets so much, then I will hand over the Lu family's Jade Clouds Corporation to you, how about it? Yangqing said casually. And Zaihuan almost fainted from excitement. Jade Clouds Corporation to me. What does that mean? Even Anqing looked at Yangqing in surprise. She didn't expect Yangqing to have such an idea, but could he really do it? Yangqing continued, the Lu father and son are no longer in this world, not even their bones and dregs are left. The current Lu family of Zhonghai only has a few small shareholders who don't have any shares. They exist in name only. However, because the news of the Lu father and son's death can't be confirmed, if the Lu father and son return to Zhonghai in a few days, no one can say anything. But they are already. And Zaihuan was about to say something, but he suddenly remembered, disguise. It was the disguise. Yangqing knew that An Zaihuan had already guessed it, so he nodded, I will send someone to disguise as the Lu father and son to accompany you back to Zhonghai. That way, the transfer of Jade Clouds Corporation's shares can be completed smoothly. At that time, you will be the sole leader of the Jade Clouds Corporation and the An family's enterprise. I think that kind of result is much more comfortable than attaching yourself to the Lu family. And Zaihuan had already seen an unprecedented grand blueprint. If it was really as Yangqing said, the An family would become an existence that could rival the Yuan family in terms of economy. Anqing also looked at Yangqing in surprise. She didn't expect Yangqing to be so willing to help her father. But thinking about it, it wasn't to help her father, but only for her. Otherwise, Yangqing could kill An Zaihuan in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Anqing's eyes became even more affectionate. She didn't care much about the rise and fall of the An family since she was young. What she cared about was Yang Cheng's love for her. But Yang Cheng changed the topic and said, Jade Clouds is a huge business empire after all. If you want to take over, you can't just rely on two fake Lu father and son to succeed. I think you should understand this point. And Zaihuan was no longer in the mood to eat. He put down his knife and fork, nodded and said, yes. Not to mention other things, such a big change is very likely to make the hearts of the people below unsteady. Moreover, the Lu family has been operating for so many years, and there are many potential business secrets that we don't know. This will seriously affect the future development of the group. Yang Cheng gave Edward, who was leisurely enjoying his beef, a look. Edward understood and clapped his hands. A blonde office girl walked in from outside and handed a thick black leather-wrapped document to An Zaihuan. Take a look at this document. As long as you sign it, my friend Edward will help you solve all your problems. You only need to wait for the money. Yang Cheng said. An Zaihuan nervously looked at the mysterious Edward, and then looked at the document in his hand. On the leather surface of the document, it was the pattern that he saw on the stone tablet in the pool, the family crest. At this moment, the crest totem of the 5 broken arrows was especially clear. And Zaihuan's mind suddenly flashed. Yes. It's the Rothschild family. Almost in an instant, and Zaihuan's whole body stiffened like a stone statue, and he even forgot to breathe. If a successful entrepreneur didn't know about the Rothschild family, it would be like a soldier not knowing about Napoleon or a scientist not knowing about Einstein. It was the same ridiculous thing. This family that grew up during the French Revolution had become a legend in the world's financial history. They never appeared in a high-profile manner, but they were everywhere. Their businesses were never listed, so they didn't need to declare their assets. In fact, since the 80s, many historical books and writings about the Rothschild family mysteriously disappeared. It was easy for people to deduce that this had something to do with the Rothschild family's behind-the-scenes operation. To this day, all kinds of news about the Rothschild family, no matter if it was positive or negative, couldn't be confirmed. Many people thought that after World War II and the Cold War, a large amount of the Rothschild family's assets were destroyed. But how could the true strength of this family that rose in the war be so easily guessed? Moreover, after hundreds of generations of operation, the family's businesses had spread across the world, so it was unknown how much potential they had. And Zaihuan's hands were almost trembling as he flipped through the document. After reading the general content, An Zaihuan finally understood what Yang Cheng meant. Because the Rothschild family's businesses weren't allowed to be listed, so if Edward, a direct descendant of the family, wanted to send someone to help An Zaihuan take over Baiyun, he wouldn't appear as the leader of Baiyun. He would only help An Zaihuan settle the business issues behind the scenes. But at the same time, he would have to pay half of Baiyun Corporation's profits. This was a huge number for An Zaihuan, but as long as the Rothschild family was willing to help, then did he have to worry about Baiyun's future? Even if he could only take half of the profits, it would still be much better than Baiyun in the past. When An Zaihuan anxiously wanted to take out a pen to sign, Yang Cheng and Edward looked at each other and smiled. This matter had finally come to a successful conclusion. After An Zaihuan signed the consent document, Edward walked up and shook hands with the cowering An Zaihuan. Mr. In Xianxia, our family doesn't have many assets. I hope our cooperation will be a good start. Edward appeared dignified in the face of serious work. And Zaihuan's expression was still very stiff. Mr. Edward, I know the power of your family, but I'm worried that there will be outsiders infiltrating the company, and it will cause the other shareholders to have rebellious thoughts. Mr. In, do you know our family's teachings? Edward asked strangely. And Zaihuan shook his head. Once money makes a sound, bad words stop. Abruptly. Edward smiled brightly. The following matters were much easier to handle. After asking for An Zaihuan's opinion, An Zaihuan decided to immediately return to Zhonghai. He did not intend to stay in Hokkaido for a few more days to relax. After all, once many domestic guests returned to Zhonghai, they would definitely hype up the Lu family's wedding. If the Lu family's father and son returned to Zhonghai earlier, the Jade Clouds group would not be in such a mess. Yang Cheng didn't really care about An Zaihuan's choice. He only asked if Anshin wanted to go back early as well. Without hesitation, Anshin decided to stay in Hokkaido for a few more days. Obviously, she was not willing to take the same flight back to Zhonghai as her father. This had already left a shadow in her heart. Edward arranged for 2 assistants to follow Nzaihuan back to Zhonghai as his direct contact in the future. Yangqing asked Hanya to send 2 clever members of Yamada sect to pretend to be the Liu family's father and son. When the Liu family's father and son died in an accident, the 2 ninjas would then return to Japan. Before sending Nzaihuan off, Nzaihuan hesitated for a moment. He walked up to Yangqing with a flattering smile and said, "Mr. Yang, I don't know if you can let me talk to my daughter for a while." Yangqing smiled. "Of course. You are Anshin's father, and I am not a robber. Why can't I let you 2 talk?" In his heart, Nzaihuan said, "You are much more tyrannical than a robber." However, the smile on his face became more and more flattering. Pulling the indifferent Anshin to a secluded corner, Nzaihuan said proudly, "My precious daughter, I am very satisfied with the son-in-law you found for me. I, Nzaihuan, can finally stand out. The An family will be the top family in Zhonghai in the future." Looking at her father's face, Anshin felt annoyed. Previously, he asked her to marry Lu Yun for the sake of the An family and his reputation. Now that she was with Yangqing, he was still thinking about his reputation and his career. However, he didn't say a word to express his blessings or expectations for her future. Anshin's delicate and pretty face didn't show any abnormalities, but her heart was bleak and bleak. "Is this all you want to say to me, my dear father?" Nzaihuan didn't feel anything strange at all. He continued to smile and said, "When are you and Yangqing getting married?" Anshin smiled mockingly. "Don't you know that Yangqing has a wife? Your daughter is just a mistress, a mistress." Nzaihuan was stunned for a moment. He frowned and thought for a while. Then, he relaxed his brows and said with a smile, "Be a mistress then. For a man as capable as him, it is normal for him to have multiple wives and concubines. Since he treats you so well, you won't be at a disadvantage. Don't throw a tantrum at him. Go along with him and serve him well. I, your father, will also benefit from it. Do you understand?" Anshin clenched her hands into fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She sneered and said, "Is this all you want to say? More or less. I am just afraid that you will anger him. He doesn't seem like a good person." Nzaihuan sighed. Then, he suddenly said, "My daughter, my good daughter, do you think it is possible for you to snatch the position of Yangqing's wife? Do you want to be his real wife? Maybe if he likes you to the point of being infatuated with you, he would really be willing to divorce you." Enough. Anshin could no longer listen. She suppressed her anger and said, "I am his lover because I love him. When I thought that he had nothing, I thought of him in my heart. It is not because he can bring glory and wealth to your family and give you face that I am willing to stay by his side and be a mistress. But it is also true that people like you cannot understand what true feelings are. Go back and behave yourself in the future. If you do anything wrong, even if Yangqing wants to kill you, I will not even frown." Anshin turned around angrily and left, leaving Nzaihuan stunned on the spot with a puzzled look on his face. For the next 3 days, everyone stayed in the resort and could be considered to be free and unfettered. Yangqing brought Anshin to the beach to fish and go skiing. Anshin didn't know how to ski, but she liked to let Yangqing carry her on his back and glide quickly through the forest. At night, the 2 of them, who were deeply in love with each other, were naturally entangled and glued to each other. Yangqing finally understood what it meant to be born with a seductive bone. Anshin's stamina and desire in bed were definitely one of the best among all the women he had seen in his life. During the day, she would boldly request to come once or twice when she was free, and at night, she would fight until late at night before she was willing to sleep soundly. If it wasn't for his special physique, ordinary men would not be able to handle this charming and beautiful woman. In fact, Anshin also had her own reasons. After all, although she and Yangqing knew each other's feelings, their true understanding was still too little. Now that she had decided to be with this man for a lifetime, Anshin also began to plan how to fight for points for herself. Even if she was a mistress, she had to be a fighter among mistresses. Especially when there was a Western beauty like Jane next to her, it was really difficult for Anqing. What if more beautiful women wanted to compete with her for men in the future, and she fell out of favor? Anqing also clearly knew that although her appearance and figure were outstanding, there was still a gap between her and a woman like Jane, whose appearance and temperament could be said to be extreme. Therefore, how to let Xianxia fall in love with her was the most important thing for Anqing to consider. After thinking about it, only by letting go of her inner reserve and completely playing the role of a seductress in front of men was the most suitable. Xianxia also vaguely guessed Anqing's intention. He couldn't help but think of the imperial concubines in the harem of the ancient emperors. The concubines fought for favor, probably just like Anqing's mentality. However, the empress of the ancient emperors at least let the emperor sleep with them. His sister Lin, since answering his call that day, had never answered the phone again, let alone open the door for him to be intimate with her. Xianxia wondered if he should take a tough attitude when returning home. No matter what, he should first execute her on the spot and use a steel gun to submit to the rose. But after thinking about it, with Lin Ruashi's stubborn mind and stubborn temper, she might directly hit the wall and die. Thinking about it, he broke into a cold sweat and decisively gave up. The leisurely holiday was finally over. Xianxia and Anqing still had to return to China for the Spring Festival, so they had to go to the airport in the morning of the fourth day. The night before departure, in Jane's luxury suite in the resort, Edward, as her cousin, sat on the sofa, facing Jane, who was standing in front of the window and looking at the night sky. Jane's long amber hair seemed to have just been washed. It was radiant like the most precious silk. Edward held a glass of captivating red Lafite in his hand, and after taking 2 sips, he said, "Jane, for the past 3 days, Xianxia has been with Miss Anqing. This is a bad sign for you." "This is my business. I've already said that how I get along with Xianxia is up to me," Jane said calmly. Edward shook his head. "The problem is, you didn't even talk to Xianxia. How can this promote your relationship? One day, you won't be able to win his heart in time." "I'm his doctor, he can't leave me," Anqing said. "But if his illness doesn't flare up, then he can leave you." Edward's tone was a little heavier. "My dear sister, you should know that the family is paying attention to you. What I've done for the family has exceeded most of the family members. Do I have to treat my own life as a mission to complete?" Edward narrowed his eyes, and a flash of light flashed, but then he sighed. "Jane, you should be very clear. In our Rothschild family, there are almost more than 30 couples who are close relatives within the family. Our noble bloodline has gradually deteriorated. We need a brand new, absolutely noble blood to mix into our family. You are our proudest female member, and Xianxia will be an important chip to stabilize our family's position in the world. Only by letting him have a substantial relationship with our family, can he be counted as one of us. We can also get deterrence from other families from him. You should be very clear about this. The expectations of the elders for you are much greater than you can imagine." "Edward." Jane turned around and looked at her cousin with a gaze as sharp as a knife. "As Xianxia's friend, do you only want to make use of his influence?" "Of course not, but other than being his friend, I'm also an honorable member of the Rothschild family. At the same time, I'm also an elder brother who wants my sister to be happy." Edward said seriously, "Jane, don't be afraid, this is not like you. Since you love him, you should say it. Even if he already has Persephone, the queen of the underworld, and other lovers, it doesn't mean that you can't get his love at the same time." Jane's face was as calm as water, and she didn't say a word. After a long time, she said faintly, "Edward, I'm tired, you can go." Edward sighed, drank the wine in one gulp, got up and left the room. The flight back to Zhonghai was a direct one. This time, Xianxia could finally book business class. After all, he booked it himself and not the company. This was the second time he took a flight with Anqing. But this time Anqing wasn't a flight attendant, but a lazy cat sleeping in his arms, ignoring the strange looks around her. Xianxia looked at the sumptuous business class food and could only shake his head and sigh. Because Anqing was lying on him, he didn't even have the time to eat. If Xianxia's thoughts were known by the surrounding male passengers, they would probably be more than happy to exchange their lunch with Xianxia. After a few hours, they returned to Zhonghai. Because of the time difference, it was only afternoon. Neither of them had any luggage. When they arrived at the exit of the airport, Yangqing had to take a taxi to pick up his car because he took the bus to the airport. So, he asked Anqing, "Why don't you take a taxi with me, and I'll drive you back?" Anqing shook her head, "No, it's not like I don't have the ability to take care of myself. I know you've been hungry for the whole afternoon on the plane. You should go back and eat something. So you're awake. You deserve a spanking," Yangqing said gloomily. Anqing pouted, "It's time to separate. I don't know when you're willing to play with me. Of course, I want to lie on your body for a while." Yangqing was speechless. He almost had the urge to take this girl home, but it would obviously cause a certain iceberg to explode, so he gave up. After hugging Anqing affectionately, the two of them left the airport in two separate taxis. Yangqing came to the parking lot of Yulei International. After picking up his car, he went straight to the villa in Dragon Garden. He didn't feel much at the airport before, but now that he was really on the road home, Yangqing had an urge to go home. This feeling of longing and happiness was so strong that it made Yangqing step on the gas pedal especially hard. Yangqing finally felt that he really regarded that place as his home. In other words, he had subconsciously treated the two women at home as his own family. More than half a month ago, he had forced himself to ask Lin Ruashi for a divorce, but now Yangqing had no such thoughts at all. During the trip to Japan, when he killed the fake 17, Yangqing finally realized that the dead could not be revived. Jane's slap and her tears of anger made him understand that he shouldn't be obsessed with the sadness of the past. In her heart, since it was difficult to let go of that person, why should she give up for an unpredictable future? However, the problem in front of him was also very obvious. How could he take back his words and appease Lin Ruashi's anger? That girl obviously wouldn't shed a tear until she saw the coffin. She was stubborn and would walk down the dark road to the end. It seemed that it would be even more difficult for her to accept him than in the past. There were so many calls, but she didn't answer any of them. Didn't that mean that she wanted to cut off all contact with him? Thinking about these headache-inducing problems, Yangqing's car had already returned to the villa in Dragon Garden. Once he got out of the car, Yangqing opened the door with the key and walked into the living room in the blink of an eye. Although he said he would be home today, his sudden return startled the two women who were watching TV at home. However, Lin Ruashi wasn't among them, only Hui Lin and Mother Wang were. Resting at home. The two of them were watching Beijing opera and Mother Wang was humming along with the tune with a smile. Seeing Yangqing barging in, Hui Lin was still fine, but Mother Wang, who was immersed in the drama, slapped her chest and scolded jokingly, "Young master, you're exaggerating too much. You're like Sun Wukong wreaking havoc in heaven when you come home." Mother Wang's metaphor is so vivid. Yangqing sweated and looked around. "Where's Ruashi? She should have come back long ago. Isn't she still on holiday? Did she go to work again?" Hui Lin saw Yangqing asking where Lin Ruashi was the moment he arrived home and felt strange. He was talking about a divorce just now. How did he become a good husband who misses his wife? "Sister went to a small town to inspect a factory. I heard the workers are rebelling," Hui Lin said. Yangqing frowned. "Factory? Rebelling?" Mother Wang sighed. "She left less than an hour ago. If you had come home earlier, you would have seen her." Yangqing faintly felt that something was wrong. Because Yulei International produced all kinds of products, there were many extensive factories under them. However, why would Lin Ruashi, the CEO of the headquarters, go and inspect the lowest level of management? "Mother Wang, tell me what happened in detail," Yangqing asked. Mother Wang nodded and told him the general situation. As it was nearing the Lunar New Year, a garment factory under Yulei International had a problem with unpaid wages. The factory's reason was that it lacked funds and had suffered losses this year, but the workers did not believe it. They began to surround the factory's director and some cadres, and even gave the local township cadres a headache. Most of these workers were migrant workers who came to Shanghai to work. They wanted to take some money and go back to their hometown for the new year. There was only 1 month left, and they had not received more than half of their salary. Of course, the workers were not happy. Lin Ruashi, the CEO of Yulei International, didn't have to deal with such an incident. However, the headquarters of Yulei International had already started their year-end holiday and vacation. The main people in charge of the HR and marketing departments weren't around, and some of them weren't qualified enough. In the end, the matter reached Lin Ruashi's ears. Lin Ruashi thought for a moment and decided to personally resolve the matter. Actually, Miss Xianxia said that she wanted to go, but I don't know what happened to her. She said that she didn't want to stay at home all the time, so she fought to go, Mother Wang said helplessly. Don't want to stay at home? Yangqing smiled bitterly. She just didn't want to see him, so she wanted to avoid him. In addition, she didn't go to work these days, so she deliberately found something to leave the house and didn't want to see him. She didn't go alone, right? Yangqing asked. Who else could she go with? Miss said she could handle it, so the other managers in the company didn't dare to offend her, Mother Wang said. Yangqing was a little anxious. He was worried about Lin Ruashi far more than he expected. He couldn't sit still at all. Going to the lowest level of the factory to face the anger of hundreds of low-level workers, how could a young woman like her handle this? He wasn't an intellectual who would reason with you. What he wanted was money. Other theories were useless without money. If it was so easy to solve, the local government leaders would have solved it long ago. Why would the headquarters send people over? Moreover, although Lin Ruashi was very smart in business, her EQ was obviously very low. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a cold face all day long. She would let the public relations department handle all the social engagements, and she only had a few friends. It was harder than reaching the sky for her to solve this problem in front of a group of uncouth men, gangsters, and sly local officials. The more Yangqing thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He asked Mother Wang, which town did Ruashi go to? Oh, Yuping town. It's only an hour's drive from Zhonghai City, but the road is quite circuitous. There are many small villages, so it'll probably take 2 hours. Mother Wang said. Yangqing stood up and said, I'm a little worried. I'll go and see what's going on. Mother Wang, don't wait for me for dinner. Brother Yang, why don't I go? Too? I'm worried about my sister too. Hui Lin's eyes were filled with worry. Yangqing thought for a while and shook his head, I'm worried about Mother Wang at home alone. You should spend more time with her. Moreover, you're a girl too. You won't be a deterrent even if you go. Hui Lin knew that what Yangqing said was the truth. She couldn't possibly point a sword at the workers and shout, this heroine is here, don't rebel. Moreover, she didn't bring her sword with her, so she didn't say anything else. Yangqing's BMW had its own GPS navigation system. Naturally, Lin Ruashi's car had it too. Therefore, Yangqing wasn't afraid that he couldn't find Lin Ruashi. If he drove faster, he might be able to catch up with her. Before leaving, Yangqing asked for the name of the factory, Yuping Garment. After checking the address, he set off immediately. 20 minutes later, the car entered a provincial road in the suburbs. It was no longer a smooth highway. There were many forks on both sides of the road. It was difficult to go fast. There were often pedestrians and non-motorized vehicles passing by. Yangqing guessed that based on Lin Ruashi's personality, she wouldn't dare to drive too fast. There was a high chance that he would catch up with her. However, Yangqing underestimated the fate between him and Sister Lin. After a quarter of an hour, Yangqing entered a village at the edge of Zhonghai. In front of a small private supermarket by the village road, Yangqing was shocked to see Lin Ruashi's red Bentley parked there quietly. Yangqing parked the car in front of the supermarket. After he got out of the car, he looked around. He didn't see Lin Ruashi. Just as he was about to walk into the supermarket to ask, he saw a tall woman wearing a beige British-style coat and a brown Gucci bag. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She was talking on her phone as she walked out of the supermarket. Seeing the familiar cold beauty, Yangqing revealed a comforting smile and waved at Lin Ruashi. Lin Ruashi was talking to the person on the phone. Her brows were slightly furrowed. When she saw Yangqing suddenly appear in front of her, she almost forgot to speak. She was obviously stunned. A few seconds later, Lin Ruashi hung up the phone and walked in front of Yangqing without saying a word. She stared at Yangqing as if she was studying something. Being stared at, Yangqing felt a little weak and smiled awkwardly. Although I don't think I'm ugly, I'm not very handsome either. I'll be proud if you look at me like this. Lin Ruashi ignored Yangqing's joke and asked coldly, who asked you to follow me? My wife, Ruwashi, how can I rest assured if you go to the village alone to deal with such a group of men? Yangqing said truthfully. Mr. Yang, please pay attention to your words. Who is your wife? Lin Ruwashi's pretty face was like frost. Her eyes were like a knife that cut across Yangqing's face. And whether I can deal with them or not, it's none of your business. We're just a contract couple. We don't interfere in each other's private affairs. We'll be divorced in a few months. You'd better stay away from me. I don't want to see you. Yangqing was embarrassed. He knew that he must have been cold-shouldered, but he wasn't angry. He asked directly, aren't you going to Yuping Town? Why did you stop here? It's none of your business. You can go back. I'll solve my own business. After Lin Ruwashi finished speaking, she turned around and walked back into the supermarket. Yangqing was helpless. He walked around the car and immediately found the problem. It turned out that one of the front tires of the Bentley had been punctured by a nail. This kind of thing was indeed inevitable on such a small road in the countryside. No wonder Lin Ruwashi couldn't move. Although the Bentley Elegance was not a super rare car, it was not something that could be repaired by any tire mender. What's more, this was a village. There might not even be a motorcycle tire mender, let alone a high-end car tire. Yangqing caught up and asked Lin Ruwashi, have you contacted the repair shop? Although Lin Ruwashi didn't want to pay attention to Yangqing, she was not an unreasonable and crazy woman. So, when Yangqing asked seriously, she would answer. She said coldly, Wu has already asked someone to come and load the car. What about yourself? Are you going to leave the car behind? I'll call someone to pick me up. Lin Ruwashi said coldly. Who? Are you looking for? Aren't I right here? Yangqing said. I want to go to Yuping. I'll take you there. I'll be your assistant and also your bodyguard. You know I'm very good at fighting. Those people won't be able to get close to you. Yangqing winked at Lin Ruwashi. Lin Ruwashi hesitated. She didn't want to forgive Yangqing so quickly. She wanted to compromise with him and break the deadlock. However, she would be lying if she said she wasn't afraid of going to the low-level processing plant alone. In the face of nearly 1,000 workers, Lin Ruwashi was indeed worried that violence would happen. Even if Lin Ruwashi didn't think that Yangqing could be of much help, 2 people were still better than 1. If it weren't for her assistant Wu being on vacation, Lin Ruwashi would have definitely brought her along. You wanted to go, I didn't force you to go. Lin Ruwashi didn't want Yangqing to feel that she needed someone to accompany her, so she added. Yangqing secretly laughed in his heart. He was still holding on to his face, so he said, yes, I'm going as a public official, not as a private person. General Lin, are you satisfied now? Lin Ruwashi knew that her little thoughts had been seen through. Her pretty face blushed, and she coldly snorted and turned her head to hide her embarrassment. But who knew that just as she finished hiding it, Lin Ruwashi's stomach made a rumbling sound. Lin Ruwashi hurriedly covered her stomach with one hand. Her face was burning, and it was so red that juice could drip out. I'm going to die. Why did I have to continuously embarrass myself in front of this guy? Yangqing was also stunned. He immediately knew that Lin Ruwashi hadn't eaten lunch when she went out, so she was hungry now. Seeing her depressed look, he smiled and said, what's there to be shy about? Whether it's a president or a beauty, you're still a human. Humans have to eat. If you don't eat, your stomach will growl. This is the same logic as humans fart. Lin Ruwashi bit her lower lip and pretended not to hear anything, but she felt a little better in her heart. She had never been so embarrassed in front of a man since she was young. Her car had a flat tire, her face was exposed, and even her stomach was growling with hunger. This was too miserable. Yangqing didn't laugh at her. This kind of small matter in the eyes of ordinary people might be very troublesome for Lin Ruwashi, who had an extremely high self-esteem, especially in front of him. So he smiled lightly and said, let's go into the supermarket and buy something to eat. The supermarket in the small village was naturally not very big. From the beginning to the end, there were only 3 shelves. After looking around, apart from dried tofu and biscuits, only instant noodles were acceptable. He didn't know which manufacturer the beef jerky was from, but just looking at it made his heart ache, so he didn't plan on buying it. Yangqing directly pulled out a 100 yuan bill and bought 7 or 8 packets of instant noodles, as well as a few packets of dried tofu. He asked the owner of the small supermarket for a pot of hot water and borrowed 2 bowls. He then went to the window of the supermarket and sat next to Lin Ruoshi, intending to eat. Because Lin Ruoshi had Mother Wang to cook at home, she had never eaten instant noodles since she was a child, so she didn't interfere. She minded her own business and opened a packet of dried tofu, taking small bites. Even if her stomach was growling, her family upbringing didn't allow her to wolf it down. After Yangqing made a bowl of instant noodles, he made another bowl, and put 2 pieces of bread in the second bowl. When Lin Ruoshi saw this, she hurriedly stopped him and said, "1 packet is enough for me. Why did you buy so much? Return it." Yangqing helplessly smiled and said, "Old. Oh no, General Lin, 1 packet is enough for you. I have to eat several packets." "You also want to eat?" "I also didn't eat lunch, so of course I have to eat," Yangqing said gloomily. Lin Ruoshi's hand that was holding the dried tofu stopped moving, and she was stunned on the spot. Yangqing must have only found out that she had come to Yuping town when he got home, which was around lunchtime. She had left home for more than an hour, and he immediately rushed over. At this speed, he really didn't have time to eat when he got home. He was so worried about her that he didn't even have time to eat and rushed over. Lin Ruoshi only felt her heart go numb, and her charming face unconsciously became a bit hot. When Yangqing saw that Lin Ruoshi suddenly turned silent and didn't know what she was doing, he was puzzled. He was too lazy to think about it, so he just opened a packet of dried tofu, poured it all into the instant noodles, and ate it together with the noodles. When the noodles were ready, Lin Ruoshi ate while looking at Yangqing, who was fiercely eating, and suddenly felt that this guy's rude manner of eating was not as unbearable as before. After a late lunch, the tow truck had arrived. Lin Ruoshi, after all, didn't know much about these things, so Yangqing timely went out to arrange a series of procedures. When Lin Ruoshi got into Yangqing's car and set off again, Lin Ruoshi finally realized how accurate Lin Ruoshi's words were, "There has to be a man at home." There was still a long way to go to Yuping town, and it would be good if they could get there in the evening. After all, it was rush hour, and many villagers were going home, so the traffic was not ordinary. Lin Ruoshi looked at the dense pedestrians, bicycles, and battery-powered scooters on the road, and her scalp went numb. If she drove, wouldn't it be difficult to move? Looking at Yangqing, who was calmly honking and moving forward, Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but admire this guy who didn't have a driver's license. His driving skills were really first class. Of course, Yangqing also noticed Lin Ruoshi peeking at him from time to time. Seeing her careful and cute appearance, which she was afraid of being seen by him, Yangqing couldn't help but smile and say, "Ruoshi, let's reconcile." Lin Ruoshi's delicate body trembled. When she received Yangqing's call in Hainan last time, she felt that Yangqing was deliberately trying to be friendly with her, and then he kept calling her. Lin Ruoshi also saw that Yangqing seemed to have changed his mind and didn't want to separate from her. However, hearing him say that he wanted to reconcile with her so bluntly, Lin Ruoshi was still confused and couldn't say anything. "I said some things before, and they might have hurt you. I know you hate me, and I also feel that I'm useless, always being influenced by other things. This time I went to Japan and experienced some things. I think it's better for us to reconcile. Let's not talk about divorce. It's so hurtful, isn't it?" Yangqing looked at Lin Ruoshi with hope, waiting for her to speak. Lin Ruoshi only felt that her heart had jumped to her throat. After being silent for a long time, she cleared her throat, turned her head to look out the window, and said, "If you want to divorce, then I will divorce. If you want to reconcile, then I will reconcile. Am I a doll who listens to you? I have my own ideas. Besides, who is on good terms with you? Is there a need to reconcile?" Yangqing's words were about to come out of his mouth, but he was stunned. He sighed helplessly, knowing that things couldn't be rushed. He could only find a chance to talk to her next time. However, he didn't know that after Lin Ruoshi said these words, she also regretted it in her heart. She was reserved as a woman, and it was also a matter of self-esteem. After all, if Yangqing said that he wanted to reconcile, she would immediately listen and obediently become his wife. It would be too worthless. Lin Ruoshi hoped that Yangqing would beg her again, persuade her, even if it was just a sad look. But, this unromantic guy. He actually pretended that nothing happened and continued to drive, not saying anything. Lin Ruoshi almost went up to Yangqing and gave him a few slaps. In the past, when she didn't need him to be mushy, he would call her dear baby, good wife, and Ruoshi baby all day long. Now, at such a critical moment, this blockhead. Blockhead. He actually didn't say a single word more. Thinking of this, Lin Ruoshi gritted her teeth in anger. She hated him to the bone. Reconcile? You go and reconcile with yourself. As Yangqing was driving, he felt that Lin Ruoshi's body seemed to be surging with a bone-chilling aura, as if her whole body had merged into the darkness. His heart trembled, and he thought to himself, did my words offend this CEO again? It couldn't be. Yangqing was very distressed, and he didn't dare to mention anything about reconciling anymore. He didn't speak again the whole way. When they arrived at the Yuping garment factory in Yuping town, the sun had already set, and the cold wind was blowing. There weren't many people on the street. Although Yuping town was close to Shanghai, because of the large foreign population, social security and average living standards weren't very good. Most of them were temporary residents or migrant workers. The local government's tax revenue was relatively abundant. After all, there were many factories, so there was still money. There wasn't much life in a place like this. It made people like Lin Ruoshi, who was used to living in the city, a little nervous the moment they entered this area. When the car stopped at the entrance of Yuping Clothing on the opposite side of the road, the two of them saw that there were many tents set up by the wall at the entrance. Many men and women in tattered clothes were eating from porcelain bowls. They were even cooking their food on the road. Many banners were erected there, with all kinds of words like black-hearted factory defaulting on wages, heartless, Yulei Corporation is a fraud, and so on. There were even some filthy words that cursed at Lin Ruoshi herself. It was obvious that they were a group of workers who stayed outside the factory to ask for their wages. Seeing this scene, Lin Ruoshi was so angry that her pretty face turned pale. Yangqing knew that she must be feeling bad. Yulei was passed down to her by her grandmother, and it was a business empire that she had painstakingly built up. Now that it was being scolded and insulted like this, as the owner of Yulei, it was the same as sticking filthy words on Lin Ruoshi's face. As long as the matter is properly resolved, they will take back these words. They are all uncultured people. They are just expressing their anger directly and have no intention of slandering anyone. Don't be too angry, comforted Yangqing. Lin Ruoshi didn't reply. She took a few deep breaths and closed her eyes for a while. Then, she took out her phone and dialed a number. A man's voice came from the phone. He sounded a little confused. Who is this? I'm Lin Ruoshi. The person on the other end of the phone obviously didn't speak for a long time. Finally, with a flattering smile, he said, so it's General Lin. He. What a surprise. May I know why General Lin is calling me personally? Wu Liangzhu, as the factory director of Yuping, are you trying to tell me that everything is fine now? Lin Ruoshi said coldly. The man called Wu Liangzhu sighed bitterly. General Lin, there's nothing I can do about this. No matter how much those workers make a fuss, I'm still a human being, not the god of fortune. If I had money, I would have distributed it long ago. But the factory really doesn't have any. Whether we have money or not, it's not up to you to decide. Immediately bring the factory's main staff to see me. I'll be outside the factory, said Lin Ruoshi. Lin. General Lin, you're outside the factory? Wu Liangzhu was obviously stunned. Then, he said, I thought some department head would come down to help us solve this problem. I didn't expect General Lin to come down personally. How can I take responsibility for this? But General Lin, if those workers see me now, they'll smash me to death with bricks. My car was smashed yesterday. General Lin, why don't you go to the Yuping Hotel in town? I'll wait for you there. I'll also call the other staff there. We can also have a meal there to welcome General Lin. Lin Ruoshi sneered. You can't distribute my salary, but you have the money to treat me to a meal. Wu Liangzhu, I don't need you to treat me to a meal. Just get the accountant to email all the accounts for this year to my mailbox at headquarters. You can skip the meal. Don't, General Lin. It's rare for you to meet small workers like us. Do me the honor and discuss this matter in detail. I'll pay for the meal personally. It has nothing to do with the factory. Please give me some face, General Lin. Wu Liangzhu seemed to be wronged. Lin Ruoshi knew that she was too heartless if she rejected him like this. After all, he was an employee under her company. So, she agreed. Alright, but tell the accountant not to forget to send the accounts immediately. Alright. I'll go right now. See you at the hotel later. Wu Liangzhu finally heaved a sigh of relief and agreed happily. After asking a few passers-by in the center of Yuping town, Yangcheng drove to the entrance of Yuping Hotel. Although it was called a hotel, it was actually just a 3-story corner restaurant with 2 big red lanterns hanging at the entrance. The vermilion carpet was already full of dirt. Because the farmer's market was right across the street, there was a fishy smell in the air. As soon as Lin Ruoshi got out of the car, she felt a little nauseous. She frowned, but didn't say anything. She walked into the hotel with Yangcheng. In the lobby of the hotel, Wu Liangzhu, the factory manager in a gray suit, was already standing at the stairs waiting. When he saw Lin Ruoshi, he paused for a moment like most people before he showed a flattering smile. Welcome, General Lin. It's a pity that our place is too small, and we don't have any good restaurants. We can only treat General Lin to a meal in this shabby shop. General Lin, please treat us. Wu Liangzhu saw Yangcheng following behind Lin Ruoshi, but he didn't pay much attention. He only thought that Yangcheng was Lin Ruoshi's assistant. He smiled at Yangcheng in a slightly friendly manner. Lin Ruoshi's mind was filled with the scene at the factory entrance. She was in a bad mood and didn't like Wu Liangzhu. She didn't say anything along the way and followed him to the largest private room on the 2nd floor. There were already 4 men in formal clothes sitting inside. Wu Liangzhu introduced them one by one. They were the deputy factory manager Qian Hao, the union president Wang Zai, and the chief accountant Meng Fan. There was also a young man named Xiao Lu, who was Wu Liangzhu's assistant. These people looked quite rough, but they were probably born and raised here. Lin Ruoshi wasn't too surprised and simply greeted them. When she introduced Yangcheng, she only said that he was her assistant and driver. The large table was very spacious for 6 people. Lin Ruoshi sat at the head of the table with Yangcheng and Wu Liangzhu beside her. Accountant Meng, have you sent out the accounts? Lin Ruoshi asked Meng Fan as soon as she sat down. Meng Fan was taken aback, seemingly not understanding what was going on. It's the factory's account for this year. Didn't I call you just now? Did you forget? Wu Liangzhu glared at Meng Fan with dissatisfaction. Meng Fan slapped his forehead and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, General Lin. I thought that you would come to our small place for an inspection, so I rushed over immediately. Don't worry, I'll send it to you immediately after dinner. Lin Ruoshi frowned again, but did not ask any more questions. General Lin, although work is important, you still have to eat. Wu Liangzhu took out 2 brand new bottles of Maotai from the counter in the private room. It was probably something he brought from his family. Otherwise, this kind of restaurant wouldn't sell it. Although Lin Ruoshi didn't like to drink, she would still drink a little. If she didn't give any face to these low-level employees of the factory, people would gossip about her. Thus, Lin Ruoshi did not stop him and let Wu Liangzhu fill her glass. Wu Liangzhu smiled and asked Yangcheng, Assistant Yang, do you want a glass as well? Yangcheng waved his hand and placed Lin Ruoshi's glass in front of him. I'll drink General Lin's wine on her behalf. She still has to look at the accounts tonight and think of a way to deal with the factory's problems. Furthermore, General Lin doesn't like to drink, right, General Lin? Lin Ruoshi never expected that Yangcheng would be so considerate to drink for her, but she did have a lot of things to deal with tonight. Thus, she nodded her head. It won't be too late to drink after the factory's matters are settled. Let's have a simple meal today. You guys can also tell me about the factory's situation. Wu Liangzhu awkwardly smiled. Alright, we'll drink next time. After the others had filled their glasses with Maotai, the 6 of them began to eat. Wu Liangzhu saw that Lin Ruoshi only ate a few mouthfuls and kept staring at him. Thus, he could only put down his chopsticks and said, "General Lin, you can't blame us for this matter. General Lin, you also know that the clothing industry has been sluggish these few years, especially for a garment factory like ours. Although we have business all year round, many of them can't even be recovered by the end of the year. In addition, in the past 2 years, Boss Lin, you have greatly expanded the workshop and created hundreds of new jobs. With more internal employees, we have to build a dormitory, a cafeteria, and 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Our Yulei International is a formal enterprise, and we can't just refuse to sign a labor contract. Once the contract is signed, a lot of money has to be paid, and we can't deny it. Most of the employees in our factory are women, and women from other places don't use contraception. Basically, there will be a few of them taking maternity leave every month. But the local government doesn't dare to do too much, as they are afraid of causing public resentment and being exposed on the internet. It will affect the government's image. Just like that, we spent a lot of money to feed a large group of people, but they didn't achieve much in the end. Furthermore, we didn't even recover half of the money, and we only got half a year's salary this year. We are really stretched. The bank still owed a loan, which was tens of millions of yuan. How could it be given out so easily? I wanted to tell those workers that we will slowly repay them when we return to the city next year, but they insisted that they don't have the money and won't go home. My car was smashed by them, and we are more innocent than anyone else. Wu Liangzhu kept complaining, and on the other side, Yangqing was toasting with Wu Liangzhu's assistant, Xiao Lu. It seems like your factory director is having a hard time. Yangqing smacked his lips. He hadn't drunk authentic Maotai wine since he returned to the country, and the taste was indeed good. Xiao Lu's skin was a little dark, and his accent was that of a northerner. That's right, these bastards, they only owe 20,000 yuan, and they're making such a ruckus. If they want to celebrate the new year, we have to as well. Yangqing held back his laughter and nodded, "What you said makes sense." Xiao Lu laughed, then suddenly thought of something and asked, "Assistant Yang, how do you feel now?" "What do you mean?" Yangqing asked with a smile. "Do you feel uncomfortable?" Xiao Lu said with a bit of a smile. Yangqing rubbed his temples. "I feel that the alcohol content is a bit high. Why do I feel dizzy and want to sleep?" "Hey, Assistant Yang, if you feel dizzy, you can sleep for a while, it's fine." Xiao Lu grinned with a proud look on his face. After listening to Wu Liangzhu's long speech, Lin Ruoshi's face was as cold as ice, and her gaze could freeze people into ice cubes. "Wu Liangzhu, it seems like I don't even need to look at the accounts anymore. Do you think I'm a fool, or do you really think you're so smart? These are all the normal expenses of the factory's operations. If they can't collect the remaining payment, aren't they afraid of being sued and forced to default? The development of the factory was planned by me at the beginning of the year, and it was over the budget. If this is all, there will be a deficit. Don't tell me that you used all the money I gave you to buy milk powder for the female workers' children." Lin Ruoshi sneered. Wu Liangzhu's face froze, all his words became pale and powerless under Lin Ruoshi's mocking gaze. At this moment, Wu Liangzhu's face lit up, and he pointed at Yangqing who was next to Lin Ruoshi. "General Lin, look, Assistant Yang doesn't seem to be feeling well." Lin Ruoshi was stunned. She turned her head and saw that Yangqing was actually lying on the table, asleep without a sound. "Yangqing, what's wrong?" Lin Ruoshi stretched out her hand and pushed Yangqing's arm, but Yangqing didn't react at all, as if he wasn't sleeping, but in a state of unconsciousness. Instinctively, Lin Ruoshi felt that something was wrong. She turned her head and looked at Wu Liangzhu again, and as expected, he had changed into a playful expression, as if he was looking at some diluted collection, and scrupulously sizing her up. Wu Liangzhu's lustful gaze made Lin Ruoshi immediately understand what was going on. It was obvious that Yang Chen had been drugged. This was a trap that had been set long ago. Xiao Lu, who had just toasted with Yangqing, also walked to the door of the private room and stood guard there, blocking Lin Ruoshi's way. As for the other 2 vice directors and the union president, they also revealed a lustful expression that didn't match their job title, staring greedily at Lin Ruoshi's chest and pretty face. "Brother, this girl is 2F*King beautiful, We can still play with such a beautiful girl before we leave. Will we be reluctant to leave in the future? Meng Fan licked his lips and laughed. Why don't we tie her up and run with us? Lin Ruoshi clenched her teeth and glared at them. They aren't the factory's cadres, are they? From the ugliness shown by these people, they obviously weren't intellectuals who could manage a large factory. No wonder when she asked Meng Fan if the accounts were issued, he didn't seem to understand at all. Turns out he was a fake chief accountant. You just realized? That's too late. Wu Liangzhu stood up, supported himself with one hand on the table, and ran his fingers through his hair with the other. Lin Ruoshi, you sent yourself to me. Originally, if you had just sent someone over, I probably would have left, but since you came personally, I won't be polite anymore. Lin Ruoshi's heart trembled. She pushed Yanqing, who was leaning next to her, with all her might, hoping that Yanqing would wake up, but when she pushed hard, Yanqing directly fell to the ground and continued to sleep. It's no use, he's drugged, he'll sleep for at least an hour. You should have been the one lying down, but who knew that he would block the alcohol for you like an idiot? That's good too, it's a good thing if one of you falls. Seeing Wu Liangzhu approaching her, Lin Ruoshi stood up abruptly and took 2 steps back. She looked at him vigilantly. Wu Liangzhu, if you dare to do anything, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in prison. Haha? Prison cell? Wu Liangzhu smiled evilly and said, when I'm done with you, I'll take my brothers abroad to have fun. When will it be your turn to catch me? So all the money was embezzled by you. Lin Ruoshi finally understood why she couldn't pay her salary, and why so much profit had disappeared. It was Wu Liangzhu who wanted to escape the country with the money. Although he didn't know where he was going, as long as he got his way without anyone noticing, it would be very difficult to catch him again. What's more, Wu Liangzhu's escape was obviously premeditated. Perhaps he had already laid a foundation abroad. With such an escape, the chances of him being repatriated were very small. Wu Liangzhu snorted coldly, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to take such a risk and run away with the money. All of this is because of you. Karma. Finally, you've fallen into my hands. Looking at Wu Liangzhu's gloomy eyes in front of her, Lin Ruoshi was finally a little scared. No matter how calm she was still a young woman. She rarely participated in social occasions. Facing such 4 vicious guys, Lin Ruoshi's legs were a little weak. What did I do? Why do you hate me so much? Lin Ruoshi really couldn't understand why Wu Liangzhu deliberately came to deal with her. Logically speaking, since he was ready to escape, he should have left earlier. Why did he stay when he heard that she was coming? Wu Liangzhu's eyes were full of the flames of revenge. He grinned and said, are you still pretending not to know? You think about it carefully. 3 years ago, how did you treat our family? 3 years ago? Lin Ruoshi thought for a moment and frowned. 3 years ago, I bought your family's Liangyu garment and changed it to Yuping garment under my Yulei. But is that a reason for you to hate me so much? Bitch. What do you know? Wu Liangzhu roared. Do you know? Liangyu garment making was founded by a few brothers from my grandfather's generation who worked hard to build it. Ever since I was a child, I had watched my grandfather and my father work so hard for this factory that they became sick all over. The gravel road in the factory was built by my grandfather and the workers. The trees in the factory were planted by my father and I. Everything was the blood and sweat of my family. When my grandfather died, he specifically told me that I must guard this foundation well and not let anything happen to it. I have been working so hard to let this factory continue to be passed down, to be worthy of the hard work of my 2 generations of ancestors. 3 years ago, the economy was in a slump. I had no choice but to borrow a few million from the bank. I wanted to use the funds to continue developing. But you? You are the CEO of Yulei International. You actually used your connections with the local government leaders and colluded with the president of the bank to put pressure on me to repay the loan. You forced me to integrate the factory into Yulei's factory system. Only then would you stop. If Yulei wants to develop, why don't you build your own factory? Why do you have to swallow the blood and sweat of 3 generations of my family? Is your conscience eaten by a dog? Do you know that just because the government leaders want to curry favor with you, the mayor and the secretary of the party committee all came to my house and forced my father to integrate the factory into Ulay Group? Back then, my dad died of anger before the end of the year. Before he died, he told me not to make life difficult for you. He said that I can't win against you. That's right, I can't win against you. In this society, whoever has money is the boss. As long as Ulay wants to invest and expand, not to mention our small government officials, even the leaders of Xianxia City have to give you face. But so what? You're just a beast who eats people without spitting out the bones. Wu Liangzhu's face turned red from the scolding. Then, he smiled coldly and said, I was wrong. You're so beautiful, how can you be a beast? Now is also good. These 3 years, I tried my best to hide most of the money I earned. This year's money is even worse. This money is enough for me to live happily abroad for the rest of my life. You made our Wu family lose face. Like a drowning dog, we can only crawl under your feet and work for you. In the end, you still have to fall into my hands. Hearing this, Lin Ruoshi's thoughts calmed down. She looked a little sad. What you said is not what you think it is. Lin Ruoshi said, I am sorry about your father's death. But, believe it or not, I decided to buy your family's factory. That year, I only thought that a small private factory like yours would be better off under Ulay and let us manage it. And if I built the factory myself, it would be a waste of resources and inefficient. And if it was built, your factory would still close down. I just wanted to invest as rationally as possible. I didn't expect that because of what I said, the leaders and the bank would treat you that way. That wasn't my intention. I didn't force them either. It was just that they were in the wrong, but I didn't know about it. Humph, that's all bullsh*t. At the end of the day, if it wasn't for you, why would those dog officials treat my family like that? Wu Liangzhu said fiercely. But you've seen the development of the factory in the past 2 years. According to the route I set, the number of employees in the factory has increased by more than 5 times. Originally, you could only earn a few million a year. Now, you can earn more than 100 million. And Yuping Clothing is already the biggest clothing factory in town. Isn't this what you owe to your ancestors? Lin Ruoshi said. Wu Liangzhu laughed loudly. Are you really stupid or are you pretending to be? Yuping Clothing. What I want, my grandpa, my dad, we want is Liangyu Clothing. Liangyu Clothing. That's what belongs to our family. What we want is our dignity, not your smelly machines and messy factories. Do you know how a son feels when he sees his own father kneeling in front of the bank president? You're a cold-blooded and heartless B*TCH who only knows how to expand and earn money. Do you understand? His words made Lin Ruoshi's eyes widen, but she couldn't say a word. She didn't know how to refute such a ridiculous statement. At this time, the 3 people who had been waiting by the side and coveting Lin Ruoshi could not wait any longer. Big brother, what's there to say to this kind of big family miss? She doesn't even know fart. Let's just get on her and run, I can't wait any longer. Wang Zhe laughed sinisterly. Wu Liangzhu looked at Lin Ruoshi who had already retreated to the corner and laughed contemptuously, useless thing, do you think she can still run away? If you guys want to do it, then do it. It doesn't matter if you guys do it together. I'll just watch here and see what kind of expression the rich and beautiful CEO will have when she gets F***ed by 2 hoodlums. Ha 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 ha. Look, her legs are still so tight, maybe she's still a virgin. That would be really profitable. I would be willing to live 10 years less. Seeing that Meng Fan and Wang Zhe were about to pounce on her, Lin Ruoshi could no longer think about anything else. She looked left and right, and even considered whether she should jump out of the window. But this was the 3rd floor. If she jumped, even if she didn't die, she would be half crippled. However, being crippled was still better than being defiled by these people. At this time, a voice came from behind Wu Liangzhu. Hey, you guys, if you want to curse then curse, if you want to take the money then scram. Why do you have to have thoughts about my woman? Aren't you trying to make me not be able to pretend to be asleep? The 4 people's attention was completely focused on the silent Lin Ruoshi. When they heard the voice, they turned around in shock. They only saw that Yangqing, who was lying on the ground a moment ago, had slowly stood up. There was not the slightest trace of confusion on his face, as if he was completely fine. He was just muttering helplessly. You. How did you? Meng Fan pointed at Yangqing, unable to say anything. How did you wake up so quickly? Yangqing smiled faintly. The main reason is that the drug you guys bought has expired, so the effect is not obvious. Also, your acting skills are too bad. You guys look like hoodlums, not like cadres. Look at your faces, they're as tanned as those who set up stalls on the street. You don't look like you're an accountant in an office. Quick, capture him. Wu Liangzhu grew anxious and quickly directed the three of them to hold down Yangqing. Xiao Lu, who was guarding the door, also rushed up, wanting to knock down Yangqing. However, these people were naturally not Yangqing's cup of tea. After decisively knocking all of them unconscious, Yangqing slowly walked to the front of Lin Ruoshi, whose face was covered in cold sweat. He reached out to pinch Lin Ruoshi's already ice-cold hand and asked, "You must be quite frightened, right?" "It's all right, I'm here." Only then did Lin Ruoshi return to her senses. Although she was puzzled as to why Yangqing suddenly woke up, looking at the situation in front of her, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if she had taken a trip to the gates of hell. "I'm fine." Lin Ruoshi immediately withdrew her hand from Yangqing's palm and looked at Yangqing suspiciously. "You didn't faint at all. You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Since Lin Ruoshi knew that Yangqing's background was extraordinary and his skills were extremely swift and fierce, she also wondered how Yangqing was easily drugged this time. At this moment, thinking about it, she estimated that she was also deceived by him. Yangqing touched the back of his head awkwardly. "I just wanted to see what kind of medicine they were selling in the gourd. I thought they were very pitiful, and I wanted to let them go and let them spit out the money. But now, I think it's more practical for them to go to jail." While Yangqing was speaking, Wu Liangzhu, who saw that the situation was not right, had already quietly walked to the door and wanted to rush out. However, how would Yangchen let him have his way? With a dodge, Yangchen had already kicked him to the ground before Wu Liangzhu could react. Following that, he kicked Wu Liangzhu again. Although it was a skillful move, Wu Liangzhu still fainted from the kick. Seeing this guy's terrifying strength again, Lin Ruoshi was not as surprised as the first time. Looking at the four unconscious guys on the ground, she sighed, "Let them stay here. I'll call the police to deal with them. As for the legal matters, just leave it to lawyer Zhang and Wu Yu." An hour later, the local police station's director took the depressed Wu Liangzhu and the other three away through the police report and began to contact the higher-ups to investigate Wu Liangzhu's crime of embezzlement and misappropriation of public funds. Wu Liangzhu was, after all, not a high-end criminal, and his criminal plan was quickly investigated. His escape route was actually a bit ridiculous. He just took a large sum of money and entered Myanmar from Yunnan province. In a country with military control, everything could be done with money. Moreover, he was not a government official, and the country would not negotiate for his repatriation. After all, it was Lin Ruoshi who personally called the police, and this was a big deal for the higher-ups in Yuping town. After all, apart from Yuping Clothing, Yulei International had 3 to 4 other companies set up in Yuping town, and the economic profits they brought were incomparably impressive. How could they dare to neglect this goddess of wealth? At around 8 o'clock at night, Lin Ruoshi finally saw the real key executives of Yuping Clothing. These people could be said to be crying and scolding the factory manager, Wu Liangzhu, for threatening them with force to keep these dirty deeds a secret. They also hoped that Lin Ruoshi would forgive them and allow them to continue working in the factory. However, Lin Ruoshi did not agree to it generously. Instead, she dismissed the key executives without saying a word, and completely changed the management of the factory. Yangqing also understood her intentions. After all, if these people did not even dare to show their faces and respond to such an important scandal in private, it was definitely not as simple as threatening them with force. There must be other personal reasons, and it was hard to guarantee that they would also get a share of the profits. Therefore, it was necessary to get rid of them directly. By the time everything was settled, it was almost 10 o'clock at night. The remaining follow-up work, including the reorganization of the factory and the payment of wages, were not something that could be done in a day or two. When Lin Ruoxi sat back in Yang Cheng's car, looking a little tired, Yang Cheng could easily sense that there was a thick, dark cloud surrounding her that could not be dispersed. "Are you going home?" Lin Ruoxi responded softly, and then there was no more sound. She sat quietly in the passenger seat, like an ice sculpture, so cold that it seemed like she was not breathing. Because it was already night, the road was smooth. There were not many pedestrians and vehicles, which made Yang Cheng's driving speed become even faster. However, Lin Ruoxi did not ask Yang Cheng to slow down like before. Instead, she sat there without a sound. Yang Cheng looked at her and asked, "Are you still thinking about what Wu Liangzhu said just now?" It was not known if Lin Ruoxi did not hear it clearly, but she made an ah sound, as if she admitted it, and asked, "Do you know why I clearly heard him scolding you just now, but I didn't immediately get up and beat them up?" Yang Cheng asked. "Don't you think that person is pitiful?" Lin Ruoxi said casually. Yang Cheng smiled and did not deny it. He said to himself, "In fact, from Wu Liangzhu's point of view, he does have a reason to hate you. Our nation has been passed down for thousands of years in this world. Although many of the things that we regard as glorious traditions have been unknowingly worn away and slowly abandoned, there are still many deep-rooted innate qualities that are difficult to erase. For example, resettling the land and bringing honor to our ancestors. Many times, when people from capitalist countries, such as the Americans, come to our country, they will feel that the people here are especially humane. This is because we have our own things that we scrupulously abide by, such as our family, our ancestral home, our hometown. These things are much less important in developed countries. Many people will not have a house of their own in their lifetime, let alone a factory like Wu Liangzhu's 3 generations. Some things are more valuable than money. So at that time, I felt that it was not a big deal for you to be scolded by him a few times. Of course, it was only measured by my values." Lin Ruoxi silently turned her head and glanced at Yang Cheng. In the dim car, the orange light of the BMW reflected on the man's familiar face. That ordinary face, in his calm narration, actually made her feel a little moved. Lin Ruoxi could not help but ask, "So, what are you trying to say?" "Actually, it's not a big reason. Maybe because you're in a low mood and complicated, you didn't think of it for a while." "I think so. What you did indeed make Wu Liangzhu's family suffer for 3 generations, but at the same time, there will be countless families who will be grateful to you from the bottom of their hearts. Have you ever thought about those migrant workers who came from thousands of miles away to work? Those migrant workers' families. They don't have any cultural knowledge or connections. In this unfamiliar city, even in a small town at the edge of the city, they are a lonely group. This is not their hometown. There are no relatives, no home, and some people don't even have a legal identity. These people want to support themselves and even get married and have children. What they need is a job. And the original Wu family's factory does not have the ability to accept nearly 1,000 workers at once. Only when you take over that factory and lead it to grow, those people will have a stable job. You saw the situation of those people at the entrance of the factory. They dragged their families just to ask for half a year's salary. They just showed up and held a porcelain bowl to eat. They basically gave up their so-called dignity in the hope of getting a survival capital that belongs to them. For such a group of people, just the social security provided by the state is not enough. Because they are not people who know how to run a business. Only by providing stable jobs that can lead them to continue to develop is the best choice. And you are precisely that person. So, what you did is a great and incomparable good deed. Although you let Wu Liangzhu's family down, your actions are worthy of them." Many thoughts flashed in Lin Ruoxi's eyes. Gradually, it became clearer. She chuckled, which was rare for her. "Are you trying to enlighten me?" Yang Cheng shrugged. "I'm just expressing my opinion. After all, there are always good and bad people. It's impossible to cover everything. Nothing is absolute." As he said that, Yang Cheng immediately seized the opportunity and said with some anticipation, "Darling Ruoxi, do you think what I said makes sense?" "I think it makes a lot of sense. For example, when I said that I wanted to separate from you last time, it must have been something wrong with my brain. It's the same as the pros and cons of your acquisition of the factory. Nothing is absolute. People can't be perfect. Just treat those words as farts and let it all go. How about we reconcile? This time, when she heard Yangqing say that he wanted to reconcile, Lin Ruoshi didn't evade anything anymore. After all, Yangqing had mentioned it once before. However, Lin Ruoshi stared at Yangqing for a while and asked playfully, "Is that so? Since you said that nothing is absolute and people will always make mistakes, then what if after I agree and you come to me again and say that you are afraid of watching me die? Do I have to listen to you saying that nothing is absolute again? How could that be? Nothing is absolute, you said it." Lin Ruoshi said innocently. Yangqing frowned and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Why did he feel that he had dug a pit for himself? Lin Ruoshi glared at Yangqing fiercely. "Think carefully before you talk to me. I am not trash that no one wants. You can pick me up and throw me away if you want. Even if you don't want to divorce, I may not agree. You have to think carefully about this." Yangqing looked bitter. "No need, dear, we are so familiar with each other. Even the address of our house is the same, and we live on the same floor. You are still so ruthless." "That is my house." Lin Ruoshi said angrily. "Nothing is absolute. Maybe one day when I am in a good mood, I will not be ruthless. Now, I am ruthless. That is what you taught me." After Lin Ruoshi finished speaking, she turned her head and no longer paid attention to Yangqing. Yangqing frowned along the way. His mind was in a mess. Unknowingly, the car drove into downtown Shanghai. When he saw the bright lights and tall buildings around, Yangqing came back to his senses. At his level, driving was just instinct. Even if he thought about other things, it was very safe. As the car drove past the business district, Yangqing suddenly thought of something. Although he had a car for dinner, he didn't manage to eat much before he fainted while acting with the four fellows. Until now, his stomach felt empty. Not to mention Lin Ruoshi, who didn't even eat a few mouthfuls of cold dishes. Looking at the time, it was already 10:30 at night. Many restaurants were open, but they were relatively deserted. Going home to eat was definitely not an option. Even if Mother Wang was willing, Yangqing was reluctant to let her get up and cook. Therefore, he drove the car directly into an underground parking lot. Seeing this, Lin Ruoshi asked, "Why did you stop the car?" "Of course it's to eat." "You didn't eat much, you can't go back to sleep hungry," Yangqing said casually. Lin Ruoshi did feel a little hungry, but she didn't think about eating with Yangqing at night. She felt a little strange in her heart, but she didn't show it. Walking on the street, Yangqing was looking for a restaurant slowly in front. He was looking carefully as if he was looking for expensive treasures. Lin Ruoshi followed behind with a gloomy face. Compared with other couples walking side by side, the strange combination of the two was always incongruous. Moreover, because Lin Ruoshi couldn't hide her graceful temperament, almost everyone who passed by would look at them in surprise. This made Lin Ruoshi have the urge to go up and walk with Yangqing. It was too awkward. "Hey, have you found a restaurant?" "Just find a random one." Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but complain. Yangqing stopped and turned around with a smile. "This is the first time I came to a formal restaurant with you alone. I have to choose carefully so that I can keep a good souvenir." Lin Ruoshi was stunned. She didn't expect Yangqing to say this. A formal restaurant? Lin Ruoshi just remembered that it had been more than half a year since they first met. They didn't get along with each other all the time, but they still saw each other frequently. For such a long time, the two of them, who were legally husband and wife, actually didn't have a formal meal alone. If there was, it was only the time when Mother Wang was sick, and Yangqing took her to eat crayfish. But thinking about it, in such a small shop, Yangqing didn't think it was a formal restaurant. As for the movie date, it wasn't a meal, but a cake. Yangqing was also quite embarrassed. He blushed and said, "Actually, when I was looking for a restaurant just now, I thought about it. I don't seem to be a likable man. I think it's reasonable for you to be so fierce to me." As they spoke, Yangqing saw a hangbang restaurant in front of them. The light and delicious dishes should be Lin Ruoshi's favorite. There weren't many people in the restaurant, and it was relatively quiet. He didn't pay much attention to Lin Ruoshi's expression and waved his hand. "Let's go to that one." Hurry up and go in before they close. The two of them were the last two customers in the restaurant, but the waiter still welcomed them with a smile. He let the two sit by the window and let them order. Yangqing knew that Lin Ruoshi didn't like to order, so he ordered Auntie Song's fish soup, longjing prawns, gladiolas, and steamed pork with dried vegetables. Then, he asked the kitchen to make them first. Sitting at the table, facing each other, the two of them didn't know what to talk about. Lin Ruoshi had always been a quiet person. She lowered her head and didn't say a word, but she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. But when Yangqing was quiet, his mind was filled with all the past and the memories between the two of them. That night at the bar, the passionate kiss that was like glue, the night of lingering sorrow. On the balcony of the cafe, the stubbornness of facing death and insisting that he marry her. The helplessness and tenacity in the face of his heartless father. The cuteness of lying on the hospital bed and secretly eating glutinous rice balls. The shyness of hiding when she bought books. The coldness of spending a lot of money without fear when she stood up for her employees. The playfulness when she set a trap for him to get into work. And the decisiveness and coldness when she destroyed her opponent. And the gentleness and sweetness when she faced the children. And the heavy burden of his fate, the beautiful figure that struggled, hesitated, lonely, and closed herself off. Some people say that women are diamonds. You'll never know their true brilliance without polishing them. Yangqing suddenly realized that his original thoughts were a bit ridiculous. Lin Ruoshi was Lin Ruoshi. She would never be another person in his mind. She was so unique, just like no diamond in the world would have the same pattern after polishing. She was so complicated that people couldn't understand it, but it also tortured him to not think about her. Perhaps even she didn't know that some feelings in the world had no source and only an ending. Unknowingly, while Yangqing was thinking, the dishes that he ordered were served. Lin Ruoshi picked up her chopsticks, picked up a small gladiolus, and put it in her mouth to chew. Seeing that Yangqing had been silently looking at her, her delicate face slightly blushed. Fortunately, there were no people in the restaurant, so it wasn't too awkward. What's wrong with you? Eat, didn't you say you were hungry? Lin Ruoshi was a little uncomfortable under his gaze, especially the strong emotions that were constantly surging in Yangqing's eyes, which made her feel uneasy. Was he making a decision? Yangqing took a deep breath and said in a heavy tone, Ruoshi, although I said that nothing is absolute, I think some things, even if not absolute, are already fixed in people's hearts. What do you mean? What kind of man do you think I am? Yangqing asked with a smile, I'm talking about you, not the woman who lives in the same house, not the boss in the company, and not the woman who had some sex because of an accident. I'm just talking about a pure woman. What kind of man do you think I am? The chopsticks in Lin Ruoshi's hand trembled slightly, and she didn't hold them tightly, so they fell on the table. She looked at Yangqing's sincere eyes with a complicated expression, but she didn't say anything. Yangqing saw that Lin Ruoshi didn't want to say it, so he laughed at himself. If you don't want to say it, then I'll say it myself. Yangqing pondered for a while, then slowly said it as if he was talking about someone unrelated to him. I lost my parents when I was a child. I don't know if they abandoned me or left me behind. In short, I don't have any family upbringing, nor do I have any background or bloodline. If I didn't have some experiences that ordinary people don't have, I would be as inconspicuous as a mouse in a ditch. Unlike you, who was born with a great-grandmother and was the CEO of a multinational company the moment you started working. I'm not good-looking, of course, I'm not ugly. But when I stand with a beauty like you, I'm like the outer stone shell on a raw jade that has been cut off. No one will notice me at all. As for my education level, let me tell you the truth. I've never been to school. My Harvard diploma was forced on me. You might not believe me, but I've never touched that thing before I joined the company. I heard that you skipped a grade when you were in school. I don't even know what that means. My ambition doesn't need to be mentioned. I don't have any ambition at all. If eating and waiting to die is an ambition, then I think I'm a little more noble. I still want to hug more beauties while eating. Compared to entrepreneurs like you, who bring jobs to thousands of people and boost the economy, I'm really a scum. Then I came to the question of my feelings. I'll tell you the truth, I did a lot of ridiculous things when I was abroad. On many occasions, I might have a few women in a day. On few occasions, I would have a lot of women around me. After returning to China, I wanted to settle down and sincerely wanted to find a woman to live with. But I didn't expect to meet you and some other women that I couldn't resist. I'm a very soft-hearted person, but I'm also very useless. I really won't refuse them. Although there are thousands of reasons, I think it's because I'm too selfish. I like each and every one of them, so I'm not willing to abandon any of them. In the past 6 months, I did things that many men would definitely despise and curse at. I have a wife like you by my side, but I still go and fool around with other women. This definitely wasn't because of my physical needs. I wasn't the kind of person who couldn't control my thirst. It was simply because I was promiscuous and shameful. I really have a lot of shortcomings. I don't have money, and my salary is paid by you. I don't have a car or a house. My car and house were given to me by you. In addition, I was always thinking about slacking off. Maybe it was because I was too busy in the past, but now I always wanted to rest and play games. I was unwilling to do anything serious. What's more likely to make you feel shameless is that I don't think my life is bad. This is how I live my life. I don't harm others. Occasionally, if you want me to do something, I'll definitely do it for you. But for me, I'm too lazy to move. At this point, Xianxia paused and sorted out his thoughts before continuing. If you want to talk about my strengths, I don't think it's necessary. Fighting and whatnot, even if it's a strength, it can scare people to death. My cigarettes are very cheap, only 2 yuan a pack. I don't smoke them often, and it's even cheaper when I drink alcohol. I'm not addicted. As for gambling, even if I gamble, I'll definitely win money, but I'm not interested. Xianxia thought hard for a while, but couldn't think of anything else at the moment. Smiling bitterly, he said, "That's about it. It sounds like I'm rotten to the core, don't you think? Sometimes I feel like I'm F***T. Why do people in their 20s live so lifelessly? Every time I see you working so hard, I feel like we're in a different world." Enough. Lin Ruoshi abruptly stood up and picked up her handbag. Her almond-shaped eyes glared at Xianxia, as if a cold wind had blown past. Her eyes were slightly red, and she clenched her teeth as if she wanted to glare at Xianxia. Due to anger and agitation, Lin Ruoshi's hands trembled slightly. "Xianxia, you said so much about yourself. Aren't you trying to tell me that you and I are two completely different people? That it's definitely a mistake for me to be with you? You don't have to explain so much to me. Since you've already thought it through, and you're such a rotten man, then I won't judge you anymore. You're right, nothing is absolute, but there are some things that we've already decided in our hearts. We're not suitable for each other, so we should leave. You don't have to be so long-winded. You know I'm very busy, and I don't have time to talk about these crooked ways with you." After saying that, Lin Ruoshi turned around angrily and was about to leave the restaurant. But the moment she left, she couldn't help but cry. It was filled with all kinds of speculations and expectations. After experiencing all kinds of uneasiness, joy, and loss today, it was still the same result. Since they were going to say goodbye in the end, why did they come looking for her? Lin Ruoshi quickly walked out of the restaurant and came to the street. She tried to stop her tears, but she couldn't wipe them off no matter how hard she tried. Under the curtain of the night, the lights on the street were like raindrops, and the north wind was bleak. People were coming and going, and cars would fly past her from time to time. People almost couldn't help but look at this extremely beautiful woman who couldn't stop crying, but no one would suddenly go up to comfort her. It was a sense of distance. Although it was pitiful, it was daunting. Lin Ruoshi gave up on wiping her tears. Ever since she was young, she had almost forgotten how to cry. But after meeting this person, she always cried in her heart, and tears fell from her eyes. But in the end, it was like trying to fish the moon out of the water. However, just when Lin Ruoshi was planning to go far away from this person and find a secluded corner to cry by herself, Xianxia suddenly rushed out. Looking at the figure that was about to go far away, Xianxia took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "Lin Ruoshi! It's such a rotten man, me in another world with you. This kind of me. Can I like you?" On the street, it was as though everyone's ears were occupied by this sudden and strange confession. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Lin Ruoshi's tears fluttered in the wind. Her entire body seemed to be frozen in place, turning into a wooden figure. Standing on the street, she couldn't move an inch. Lin Ruoshi didn't turn around. Although the street was still noisy, she could hear the man's voice approaching her. It was so vigorous, so powerful. Two arms slowly wrapped around Lin Ruoshi's shoulders from behind, hugging her entire upper body tightly. It was as though the two of them were fusing into one. Lin Ruoshi was still crying. She felt that she had already lost all her face tonight, but how could she not cry? The blazing heat behind them, the familiar scent of the man, and they could hear each other's surging heartbeat. At this moment, the entire world only belonged to the two of them. Suddenly, sparse applause came from the surroundings, and there were a few whistles and cheers of praise. Following that, more people began to laugh and applaud. The entire street was filled with enthusiastic applause, as though it was in a theater. Don't hug me. Everyone is laughing at us. Then tell me, can I like you? How can you ask someone a question like that? I won't let go if you don't tell me. Lin Ruoshi bit her cherry lips and lowered her head. Her eyes were like spring water, and she let out an almost inaudible end sound. What? I can't hear you. Xianxia pretended to say. Lin Ruoshi pouted. If you do this again, I'm going to get angry. Xianxia smiled helplessly and let go of his hand. He turned Lin Ruoshi around and rubbed his hands on her soft face. Got it. Why are you still so shy after such an old couple? Let's go home, wifey. As he spoke, Xianxia held Lin Ruoshi's hand and walked towards the garage. Ah, but you haven't eaten yet. Lin Ruoshi hurriedly said. Xianxia waved his hand. I'm full just by hugging you. Why would I need to eat? What about me? I'll cook for you when we get back. Lin Ruoshi pouted and held back her laughter. Under the cheers of a group of passers-by, she quickly walked to the garage with Xianxia. One of her hands was tightly held by Xianxia. For the first time, Lin Ruoshi didn't want to let go. When the two of them returned to the underground parking lot hand in hand and got in the car, Xianxia did not start the car immediately. Instead, he turned his head and silently looked at Lin Ruoshi, who was still blushing. Lin Ruoshi's heart was still beating violently, and her breathing was a little rapid. Being stared at by Xianxia in the dark, her face became hotter and hotter. After more than a minute, Lin Ruoshi finally couldn't help it. You. Stop looking at me. Hurry up and drive. Xianxia pretended not to hear anything, and a hopeful smile appeared on his face. Honey, let's do something memorable. To commemorate that we don't have to divorce and get back together. Oh no, it should be considered that we're really in love. Who's really in love with you? Lin Ruoshi was thin-skinned. How could she admit it so straightforwardly? Didn't you just agree to let me like you? Xianxia said with a smile. Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him. I didn't say that I like you. Why are you so proud? Xianxia let out an ah sound, and then chuckled. It's okay. It doesn't matter if you don't say that you like me for the time being. I like you. Come on, sweetheart, how about kissing your husband? It's such a meaningful night. We should do something more meaningful. As Xianxia spoke, he moved his face closer and aimed his lips at Lin Ruoshi's thin lips. He was about to kiss her. Lin Ruoshi was shocked. She pushed Xianxia's head away and shrank her body. Don't do this. You. I'll get out of the car if you do this again. Although she had silently admitted that the two of them were in a relationship, she was still a little afraid that Lin Ruoshi would immediately do something intimate with Xianxia. More importantly, there seemed to be some distance between them, which made her not want to develop to that point so quickly. Lin Ruoshi also felt strange and helpless. Logically speaking, since she had no intention of divorcing this man, and he also loudly said that he liked her, their relationship as husband and wife was set in stone. The problem was that she always felt that something was missing between the two of them. She couldn't abandon everything to fulfill her responsibilities as a wife. As for what it was, she couldn't figure it out. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "It's just a kiss." There's no need to hide from me like this. I don't like it. Lin Ruoshi said. Yangqing asked playfully, don't tell me this is your first kiss? No, it shouldn't be. Ruoshi baby, who did you give your first kiss to? Lin Ruoshi felt a burst of shame and resentment. This guy clearly knew that all of her firsts were given to him, yet he still deliberately asked such a question. It was obvious that he wanted to make her speechless. I forgot. Lin Ruoshi said bitterly. Yangqing looked serious. According to the research of scientists, a woman's first kiss is more memorable than her first night. How could you forget it? Lin Ruoshi gritted her teeth and then coldly snorted. You've become like you're very knowledgeable. Then let me ask you, do you know why people kiss? Yangqing blinked. What else could it be? Of course, it was the most normal thing when love was strong. But at this moment, his strong feelings had long been diluted by Lin Ruoshi's repeated rejections. You don't know. Lin Ruoshi said with slight pride, in primitive society, humans had already learned to kiss. But at that time, men and women would kiss each other. There was not much reason. It was just to spread the germs between each other and strengthen everyone's resistance. Mothers and children kissed. At the beginning, it was the same reason. It was like a vaccine. Yangqing opened his mouth wide. There was such a thing? But what did this have to do with me wanting to kiss my wife? Lin Ruoshi continued, I see that your body is very good, and I am also very healthy. Things like spreading germs should be avoided if possible. It was a very romantic thing, but after being mentioned by Lin Ruoshi, it became a tasteless business. Yangqing's heart was gloomy. He asked gloomily, wife, tell me the truth. How do you know about this kind of thing? Do you think the pile of books in my study is for decoration? Lin Ruoshi chuckled. What's so good about reading more? If you read more, kissing will spread germs. No wonder women are virtuous without talent. No wonder it's hard for women to get married in this world. Yangqing sighed with self-reproach. He then started the car and began to go home. Lin Ruoshi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Yangqing had insisted on kissing her just now, she didn't know if she could have avoided it. But on second thought, she did feel sorry for him. After all, they were husband and wife, but she always avoided him. But she couldn't let go of those little knots in her heart. Before she figured out all the reasons, she would just treat it as being willful and selfish for once. Lin Ruoshi glanced at Yangqing apologetically and thought to herself. When they returned home, they found that Mother Wang and Hui Lin were still downstairs. They hadn't gone upstairs to sleep. Miss, son-in-law, you're back. Is it done? Mother Wang didn't seem relieved, so she had been waiting for them. Well, it's almost done. Lin Ruoshi replied, Mother Wang, didn't I tell you many times not to wait for me at night? It's too tiring. What's so tiring about it? Huilin is here to accompany me. We were just talking about when you guys would be coming home and whether we should make a call, and you guys arrived, Wan Ma said with a smile. Huilin didn't say anything when she saw Yangqing. She ran into the kitchen and asked, Brother Yang, what's wrong? I'm looking for food. I haven't had dinner yet, Yangqing replied. Mother Wang was stunned. Why haven't you had dinner yet? Son-in-law, let me heat it up for you. There's still food. But before she could take a step, Lin Ruoshi said, Mother Wang, I'll do it. You and Hui Lin can go upstairs to sleep. Mother Wang didn't say anything this time. A strange look flashed across her eyes. Then, she smiled and replied, okay. Hui Lin thought that the two of them weren't good at cooking, so she said, let me help you. Sister Ruoshi, I'll cook 2 dishes for you. I'm afraid Brother Yang won't have enough. But before she could finish, Mother Wang pulled Hui Lin's arm. Miss knows how to cook. She's learned how to cook. Hui Lin, come upstairs with me. Mother Wang said and kept winking at Hui Lin. Hui Lin immediately understood that Mother Wang wanted to create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone. So, she followed Mother Wang upstairs. However, Hui Lin was extremely puzzled. The two of them had said that they were going to divorce before, and they had been in a cold war for so many days. Why did Yangchen want to go to the kitchen to cook dinner so intimately on the first night he came back? And it was the conservative Lin Ruoshi who took the initiative to help Yangqing. Hui Lin didn't know what she was feeling. She was a little happy, a little bitter, and a little envious. In short, looking at the two of them in the kitchen, Hui Lin suddenly didn't know what she was thinking. Before and after the Spring Festival, it was Yulei's holiday. So, Lin Ruoshi and Yangqing didn't need to go to work. Of course, if there was anything important, Lin Ruoshi would immediately go to the company to deal with it. After a night of ups and downs, bitterness and sweetness, when she went downstairs the next day, Lin Ruoshi saw Yangqing lying on the table, eating porridge and eating buns. She couldn't help but blush. Yangqing didn't feel much different. He just didn't have to face Lin Ruoshi's cold face, and he felt a lot less pressure. As for how to harmonize their relationship in the future, Yangqing felt that he had to do it step by step. As long as the iron tree didn't bloom, it would be fine. Thinking of this, Yangqing smiled at Lin Ruoshi, who was walking down the stairs. Lin Ruoshi held back her laughter and glared at him. "What are you smiling at? Eat your food." Yangqing almost choked on the bun. It seemed that their relationship didn't improve much. At this moment, the door of the villa opened. Hui Lin, who was wearing a thin long shirt and sports pants, had just come back from jogging. There were small beads of sweat on her forehead. Because she had been practicing martial arts since young, Hui Lin always felt that she had nowhere to vent her energy after living in a big city. So, jogging in the morning became her favorite way to expend her energy. But this time, when Hui Lin opened the door, she wasn't the only one who walked into the house. "Brother Yang and Sister Ruoshi are having breakfast." "You're a little early," Hui Lin said to the couple who walked in with a smile. Then, she shouted into the house, "Brother Yang, sister, there are 2 guests who want to give you a New Year's greeting." "New Year's greeting?" With chopsticks in one hand and a bun in the other, Yangqing looked up and was surprised. He didn't expect it to be Yuan Yi and Tang Tang, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Ever since this couple got together, they didn't really contact him. He didn't expect them to come to his house together this morning. Tang Tang, who was wearing a red jacket, seemed to have grown a little taller, and her small appearance looked more and more feminine. When she saw Yangchen, she happily shouted "Uncle," and rushed forward. She didn't care that Yangchen was eating breakfast, and directly pounced into Yangchen's embrace and hugged him tightly. "Uncle, I missed you so much," Tang Tang said with a smile. "Why didn't you give me a call or something if you missed me?" Yangqing said with a frown. Tang Tang stuck out her tongue, "I've been busy with my studies. I'll be taking my college entrance examination in the first half of this year." "How could I not? My mother has been keeping a tight leash on me. I can't even see Brother Yuan Yi." As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Tang immediately shifted her gaze to Lin Ruoshi, who was only wearing a loose woolen sweater. Her eyes lit up. "Big sister, you must be Uncle's wife. You're so beautiful." Lin Ruoshi was unhappy when this lively girl rushed into Yangcheng's arms. She thought that a mistress was here to challenge her. Who knew that Tang Tang would grab Yangcheng and call out, "Uncle"? Later, when she heard Tang Tang say that she was still a high school student, Lin Ruoshi was relieved. She was a junior and a student, she wouldn't be here to have an affair with a married man. However, when she heard Tang Tang call her big sister, Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but smile at Yangcheng. As expected, Yangcheng was in a dilemma. He almost squeezed the bun in his hand into dough. At this moment, Yuan Yi placed the 2 big bags that looked like gifts in a corner, hurriedly walked over, patted Tang Tang's shoulder, and softly said, "Tang Tang, why are you calling her elder sister? You call Yangchen uncle, and call his wife elder sister, then doesn't that mean Yangchen married his own daughter?" Tang Tang pursed her lips and said indifferently, "What does it matter? This sister obviously looks younger than uncle." "Uncle, you're an old cow that eats young grass. You're amazing." At this moment, not to mention Lin Ruoshi, even Hui Lin looked at Yangcheng with a strange smile. She even felt that Yangcheng was quite pitiful. He had suddenly become an old cow. The corner of Yangchen's lips curled into a smirk. He took the glass of milk that Wang Ma prepared for him and gulped it down in one gulp. Only then did he feel a little better. Pointing at the door, he shouted at Tang Tang, "This brat, you can't even say something pleasing to the ear this early in the morning. Get out. Get out. I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you. Yang Qing's yelling didn't have any effect at all. Instead, it made Lin Ruoxi, Hui Lin, and Tang Tang look at him with ridicule. Yuan Yi helplessly walked up to Yang Qing and patted him on the shoulder. Brother Yang, what's there to be angry about? We're of the same generation. If Tang Tang calls you uncle, doesn't that mean she's younger than me? I didn't mind it at all. Oh no, oh no. Yang Qing didn't feel much about Yuan Yi suddenly calling him brother. He just waved his hand. Seems like I don't have any human rights in this family. You just found out. Lin Ruoxi didn't forget to add insult to injury. She couldn't be bothered with Yang Qing's gloominess anymore. She asked Yuan Yi, you're the eldest son of the Yuan family, right? Yuan Yi seemed to be a little nervous facing Lin Ruoxi. He smiled shyly and answered, yes, I'm Yuan Yi. Nice to meet you, General Lin. Lin Ruoxi smiled. You don't have to be so nervous. You're Yang Qing's friend, which means you're of the same generation as me. You're not my subordinate. Before I came here, I've heard a lot about General Lin. My dad often used General Lin's business operations as a model for me to listen to. Actually, I've always admired General Lin. I'm not good at business, so my dad always preached to me. He always said that if I was half as good as General Lin, he wouldn't have to worry about the rest of his life, Yuan Yi said sincerely. He didn't seem to be spouting nonsense. Lin Ruoxi was slightly surprised. Although she had seen Yuan Hui a few times including the Lu family's banquet, she didn't expect him to praise her in front of his son. Tang Tang blinked her big eyes, which were filled with starlight. So you're so awesome, big sister. Uncle Yuan rarely praises people. Your father overpraises me. I'm not that powerful. We didn't prepare anything since you came so early. Go sit down on the sofa and I'll make some tea for you, Lin Ruoxi said and went to the kitchen to ask Mother Wang for tea leaves and hot water. Since they didn't usually drink tea at home, they didn't always have a water dispenser. They even had to boil some water for guests. After Yuan Yi and Tang Tang sat down, Hui Lin went to the table and started eating breakfast with Yang Qing. Seeing the angry look on Yang Qing's face, she smiled and said, Big brother Yang, don't be so petty. Tang Tang is obviously a straightforward girl. Just now, outside the door, she still. Yang Qing noticed that Hui Lin was blushing as she spoke. He asked curiously, what do you want to say? Just say it. She even treated me as your wife, Hui Lin said and lowered her head, not daring to look at Yang Qing. Yang Qing was stunned. He knew that Hui Lin was thinking about the mission that Abbess Yun Miao had given him. That Taoist nun really didn't care about leaving her granddaughter with him. Yang Qing was also speechless. He smiled at Hui Lin and said, don't think too much. Let's eat. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would get angry over such a small matter? Oh. Hui Lin felt a little disappointed. When Lin Ruoxi came out with a kettle with Mother Wang to make tea for Yuan Yi and Tang Tang, Yuan Yi suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Ruoxi nervously, that. General Lin, can I? Looking at his blushing face, Lin Ruoxi said sweetly, just say it. I'm not a man-eating monster. The iceberg between her and Yang Qing had melted. Lin Ruoxi's smile grew wider. Can I call you sister-in-law? Yuan Yi asked with a stiff smile. In fact, before they left, Yuan Ye's mother, Yang Jieyu, had told her son to call Yang Qing big brother when he saw him, and to call Lin Ruoxi sister-in-law. Yuan Yi thought it was weird, but he assumed that his mother wanted him to treat Yang Qing like an older brother. Moreover, Lin Ruoxi was one of the wealthiest women in Zhonghai, so it wouldn't be a problem for her to be his sister-in-law. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxi immediately blushed, and her heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Yang Qing, who was eating, and thought to herself, did that guy ask me to call him big brother? On the other hand, Mother Wang was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Young Master Yuan, why can't you call him that? That's so intimate. Really? Yuan Yi touched the back of his head in a silly manner. Then I'll call you sister-in-law from now on. This matter seemed to be settled just like that. Hearing this, Tang Tang murmured to herself. Then she smiled and followed Yuanye's example, calling Lin Ruoshi sister-in-law sweetly. This time, Lin Ruoshi had the urge to run out of the door. In front of 2 guests, she blushed all the way to her ears. Her heart was both embarrassed and a little happy. She couldn't explain it clearly, but in a daze, she seemed to like it very much. Yangqing, who was eating breakfast, subconsciously thought of something when he heard Yuanyi call him sister-in-law. His brows furrowed a little, but he didn't say anything and continued to eat. Yuanyi and Tang Tang immediately became friendly with Lin Ruoshi, as if they had really become a family. Their sister-in-law chatted with her brother and sister-in-law, asking them what they usually did, how they got to know Yangqing, and how their families were like. Lin Ruoshi didn't have many friends to begin with. Suddenly, there were 2 children of the same generation who called her sister-in-law, and they were very intimate. She couldn't help but feel a little more excited. When Mother Wang saw this, she smiled contentedly and went back to the kitchen to continue preparing food. It seemed that she was planning to let Yuanyi and Tang Tang stay at home for lunch. When Yangqing saw that Lin Ruoshi was just sitting there and chatting with the 2 little fellows, he called out and asked, "Wifey, aren't you eating breakfast?" Lin Ruoshi was having an interesting conversation with Tang Tang, so she casually replied, "You eat it yourself." Yangqing rolled his eyes. "It's only been 1 night and I've been thrown into the cold palace again." However, before he could open his mouth to eat a bun, the doorbell rang again. Yangqing took a deep breath. It can't be so strange. Is someone here to pay a New Year visit again? Looking at Yuanyi and Tang Tang, who were at a loss, Yangqing asked, "Did you guys collude with someone else to intentionally disturb my breakfast?" "Big brother, we're not that bored," Yuanyi smiled bitterly. Hui Lin stood up. "I'll go open the door," she said and ran to the door to open it. However, the moment she opened the door, Hui Lin seemed to be frozen on the spot, as if she had seen something extremely shocking. She was so stunned that she couldn't say a word. The crowd followed his gaze and saw a tall, muscular man in a tight black leather outfit, with a handsome face, short black hair, and fair skin, walking into the room. The man's gaze was extremely focused, as if his gaze could penetrate anyone's soul and was irresistible. His entire person was like a peerless famous sword, dazzling the eyes of everyone. What made everyone in the house even more surprised was that the cold and elegant woman with long hair in a light-colored windbreaker, Kai Ning, followed behind the man and walked into the house. She looked at everyone helplessly. "I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him from coming here to look for Hui Lin," Kai Ning said. Everyone present recognized Kai Ning. They knew that she was the eldest daughter of the Kai family and had a high status. Who was this man? How could he make her say that she couldn't stop him? "Why are you here?" Hui Lin looked at the handsome young man, and finally spat out a few words, and said faintly. The man's eyes were burning with passion. Why are you here? What does my whereabouts have to do with you?" After Hui Lin finished speaking, she seemed to not want to see this man and turned to run away. But the man's hand moved like lightning and grabbed Hui Lin's arm. "I won't let you leave me again." "Yang Lai. What right do you have to control me?" Hui Lin seemed to be angry as well. She exerted more strength in her hand, as if she was trying to break free from Yang Lai's restraint. However, Yang Lai's hand was like a tiger's mouth. No matter how hard Hui Lin tried, she couldn't break free. One should know that Hui Lin had been practicing martial arts since she was young. Even though she wasn't proficient in it, she was still a true disciple of Abbess Xun Miao. Even if there were dozens of ordinary men, they wouldn't be able to defeat a woman like her. However, this strength was nothing in Yang Lai's hands. "You're the woman that I, Yang Lai, like. Of course I have to control you," Yang Lai said in an extremely domineering manner. He then turned to look at the others, as if he was the creator looking down at all the living beings in front of him. "I don't care who you are. What does this have to do with my Huier? I have to bring her away from here today," Yang Lai said, intending to leave with Hui Lin immediately. Hui Lin knew that she couldn't break free. She turned her head and looked at Yangqing, who was holding a bowl at the side of the table. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and anxiety, making her look so pitiful. Yangqing sighed in his heart. Initially, he had a weird feeling about this guy named Yang Lai. However, he didn't have the time to think about other things now. After all, he had a good relationship with Hui Lin. Moreover, she was blood-related to Lin Ruoxi. How could he allow her to be taken away by a man who liked her? If this happened to Lin Ruoxi, wouldn't most men on the streets want to take her away? Let go of Hui Lin, Yang Qing said to Yang Lai, who was about to leave. Yang Lai stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Yang Qing. On the other hand, Hui Lin's face lit up. She knew that although she wasn't a match for Yang Lai, Yang Qing was definitely in existence who could suppress everything. Why? Yang Lai sneered. Yang Qing put down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up and frowned. You think you're so powerful that no one can stop you from doing what you want to do, right? Isn't it? Before Yang Lai could finish his sentence, Yang Lai suddenly felt a huge pressure sweeping through his blood vessels. The terrifying pressure even caused the qi in his body to become chaotic. This is... Before he could think about it, Yang Lai released Hui Lin's hand almost instinctively. He gathered all the strength in his body and slapped forward. However, the result was that he was completely powerless. He only felt a seemingly gentle force brushing past his body. Unknowingly, Yang Lai's body was pushed out of the door by a mass of air. Yang Lai turned a few laps in a row to remove the strength on his body. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the man who had already protected Huilin behind him. He didn't know when he had stood in his original position. Yang Qing's endless resolve restoration scripture had reached stage 9 great completion. He was no longer the same as before. His terrifying strength stunned Kai Ning. Although she didn't know how strong Yang Qing was, she could clearly feel that he was much stronger than when she saw him in action before. However, Kai Ning was finally convinced that Yang Lai was stronger than her. If it was her, she wouldn't have been able to remove the surging force with just a few rounds. Unfortunately, so what? Facing this man who was known as a god, it seemed like he could only look up to him forever. Who are you? How can there be someone like you in Zhonghai? Yang Lai seemed to be in disbelief. He turned to the silent Kai Ning and asked, Flower Rain, this guy, who is he? He's the one that you think is undeserving and unworthy. Kai Ning replied faintly. Yang Lai squinted his eyes. So it's you. I heard that you did a lot of things for the dragon team in Tibet. Sky Dragon said that you are very powerful. It seems that you are indeed capable. Yang Chen was a little surprised. This Yang Lai seemed to be aware of the huge difference in power between them, but he didn't seem to be afraid of Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't understand if he was blindly arrogant or had something else to rely on. The fight at the entrance had attracted Lin Ruoxi and the others to Yang Cheng's side. They were relieved when they saw that Hui Lin was fine. They looked at Yang Lai, who was still glaring at them. However, when Yuan Yi saw Yang Lai up close, he felt that he looked familiar. When he recalled how Hui Lin called him Yang Lai, Yuan Yi became even more suspicious. Yang Qing, you better mind your own business. This is between me and Lin Hui. Don't interfere, Yang Lai said domineeringly. Her grandma asked me to take care of her, so I have to take care of her. As for whether you like her or not, it has nothing to do with me. I only saw that she didn't want to leave with you and asked me for help. I have no reason not to help her. So, if you really want to do something, just do it. Don't waste your breath on me. Yang Qing was a little impatient. This young man looked a few years younger than him, but the way he spoke made him sound like a superior. Yang Lai scoffed, do you think I don't dare to? Do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you're stronger than me? Let me tell you, there are many powerful people in this world that you'll never meet in your entire life. Your strength is nothing in my eyes. In a few years, I'll be a few times stronger than you. You better keep your hands clean. Don't beg for mercy when the time comes. Do you think I don't know that you have bad intentions towards Huier? Otherwise, why would you attack her and force her to stay in your house for no reason? She has nothing to do with you. Do you think I'm a fool? His words made Yang Qing angry. Yang Qing was not interested in the powerful people that Yang Lai mentioned that he had never met before. Yang Qing only knew that this kid was not very smart. Don't you know how to lower your head when you're under someone else's roof? Do you believe that if you say another word, I will make you disappear from this world? Yang Qing already had the intention to kill. Even if he really didn't like killing people, It would be a disaster to keep such an arrogant and rude young man alive. Hearing what Yangqing said, Kaining immediately frowned and said, Yangqing, don't mess around. He just doesn't understand the situation. That's right, brother Yang. Just chase him away. Don't kill him. Huilin knew the difference in strength between Yangqing and Yang Lai. If Yangqing said that he wanted to kill Yang Lai, there was no way to save Yang Lai. However, Yang Lai didn't seem to be afraid at all. He laughed loudly and said, You think I don't dare? You've shown your true colors now, and I pointed out your malicious intentions towards Hui-er, haven't I? Hui-er's mind is pure and innocent, she was bewitched by you. You're an ugly creature that lives in the dark. Without waiting for Yang Lai to continue speaking, Yang Cheng's figure instantly appeared in front of him. Yang Cheng's face was gloomy, like a dark cloud in the middle of a thunderstorm. His entire body was like an overwhelming force, oppressing Yang Lai. You deserve to die. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Cheng's palm had already landed on Yang Lai's chest. Yang Lai didn't expect that once Yang Cheng got serious, his speed wouldn't give Yang Lai any time to react. With such a huge disparity in strength, when Yang Cheng's palm landed on Yang Lai's chest, he still had an arrogant smile on his face. Bam! With a muffled sound, Yang Lai's body flew out 7 to 8 meters like a kite with a broken string, tumbling a few times before landing on the grass. In reality, how could Yang Cheng's strength only allow him to fly such a short distance? It was only because Yang Cheng's internal energy had entered Yang Lai's body that Yang Lai's body was only able to fly such a short distance, but it was already extremely shocking. Yang Lai violently spat out a mouthful of extravasated blood. With his eyes wide open, he raised his trembling finger and pointed at Yang Cheng in disbelief. You dare. Yang Lai was already unable to complete his sentence. He discovered that his internal organs felt as if they were being exploded by countless miniature bombs. His meridians were filled with chaotic energy, shaking his internal energy to the point that he was like a mouse that was fleeing in all directions, unable to withstand a single blow. Yang Cheng's eyes were as cold as ice, and his entire body seemed to be immersed in darkness. Even though it was bright outside the house, Yang Cheng's surroundings seemed to be a dark area. Oh, your body seems to be very tough. You actually managed to block my palm and didn't die. Yang Cheng sneered as he walked closer to Yang Lai. Kaining turned pale with fright. She didn't expect Yang Cheng to hit her just like that. If that palm had landed on her body, Kaining believed that 3 of her would have been killed. However, Yang Lai actually didn't die. There was indeed a huge difference in power between them. But, she absolutely couldn't let him die. Kaining hurriedly ran in front of Yang Cheng and blocked Yang Cheng from approaching. Her cold and elegant face was filled with anxiety. Yang Cheng, that's enough. You can't kill him. Something bad will happen. At the door, Lin Ruoshi and the rest who saw Yang Cheng's sudden outburst were also dumbfounded, especially Yuan Yi and Tang Tang. Although they knew that Yang Cheng's kung fu was good, they didn't expect him to be this strong. Lin Ruoshi didn't say a word, but her face was pale. She didn't pay much attention to whether Yang Cheng was going to kill someone. However, she just heard Yang Lai call Hui Lin. Hui Lin. Lin Ruoshi quietly looked at the anxious Hui Lin and fell into deep thought. Get out of my way. Yang Cheng looked at Kaining indifferently. You know you can't stop me. Kaining gritted her teeth. Her eyes were filled with determination, but also a little pleading. Yang Cheng, don't do this. He really can't die. Why? Yang Cheng sneered. His background isn't ordinary. If something happens to him, what can I do? Who can do anything to me? Yang Cheng laughed. I've already tolerated him, but he still offended me. First, he was rude, then ignorant, and now he's stupid. What's the point of keeping him alive? Yang Lai, who was lying on the grass, had never been insulted like this before. He was so angry that he spat another mouthful of blood on the grass. He pointed at Yang Cheng and opened his mouth. You dare to scold me? Kaining's face turned green. Kaining's face turned green. How could this guy not know the situation? Was he really an idiot? Sure enough, Yang Cheng didn't waste any more words. He swept his hand in front of Kai Ning and she was slapped to the side. Yangqing took a step forward and arrived in front of Yang Lai. He looked down at the resentful Yang Lai. I like the look in your eyes. I'll feel good after I kill you, Yangqing said and kicked Yang Lai's head. However, halfway through the kick, Yangqing furrowed his brows and turned his body in an instant, kicking the air with his leg. Bang! There was a loud bang, as if a bomb had exploded in midair. A greenish-gray figure suddenly appeared in midair. Its leg collided with Yang Cheng's, then it somersaulted in midair and landed behind Yang Lai. The greenish-gray figure pulled Yang Lai away and protected him behind him. Only then did everyone see who it was. It was an old man dressed in a green robe. His black hair had some streaks of white, but his complexion was rosy and his skin was smooth. It was hard to tell his exact age, but his expression was extremely solemn at this moment. He stared at Yang Chen, who remained unmoved as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Kai Ning was stunned when she saw the person. Then, she thought of something and let out a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but think, with this senior's skills, he might be able to stop this killing god? Master. Yang Lai coughed up blood. When he saw the person, his pale face immediately showed a hint of joy. The old man bent down and hit a few important acupuncture points on Yang Lai's body. Then, he stood up and continued to face Yangqing. Young man, let people go when possible. My disciple is so young, but you hit him so hard. Don't you have any virtue? The old man asked with a frown. Yangchen looked at the old man with great interest. Just now, he suddenly felt a huge force attacking him. Although he could resist it, he was more or less injured, which was why he clashed with the old man first. Yangqing didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to meet someone who could fight with him. He sneered, he is young, and I am not old. If he didn't provoke me again and again, I wouldn't have made a move. So he's your disciple. Don't you think that you should discipline him first before saying these words to me? My disciple is in the wrong, but you're too ruthless. The old man's eyes glowed brightly. According to my observation, your cultivation has already attained the perfection stage of the congenital realm, and such a cultivation is something even I'm inferior to. I don't know how you have such skills at such a young age. However, with great power comes great responsibility. With your ability, why do you have to be calculated with my disciple? Hearing this, Yangqing didn't care. Kai Ning and Yang Lai were shocked. Kai Ning didn't expect that Yangqing had reached the legendary Xianxia full circle. No wonder he was so strong. Yang Lai was unwilling to hear that even his master wasn't a match for this man. He originally thought that his master would be stronger than Yangqing. But the old man's words shattered his dream. He finally realized that he might really die in the hands of Yangqing. Old man, don't think that I can't kill you just because you can take a kick from me. Let me tell you, your disciple has provoked me. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will kill you too. When Yangqing saw that the old man was using logic, he immediately lost his patience. If you want to fight, then fight. If you want to save someone, then save him. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? There was no fairness in this world. In the end, strength would always come from one's fists. There would never be any ethics or morality. Whoever believed that everything had to be reasonable and that God was fair, whoever believed that was stupid. But at this moment, Yuan Yi, who had been observing Yang Lai and suspecting something, suddenly ran out. He came in front of Yang Lai and asked hesitantly, "You are the Yang family's cousin Yang Lai?" Yuan Yi's sudden appearance and simple question caused Yangqing's murderous aura to dissipate. He suddenly thought of something and frowned as he looked at Yang Lai, who was gasping for breath. Yang Lai also frowned and looked at Yuan Yi carefully. "You are?" "I'm Yuan Yi, we met when we were kids." Yuan Yi pointed at himself, a little excited, but the current situation made him unable to smile. "You are Aunt's son?" Yang Lai seemed to have thought of something and asked suspiciously. "Yeah, my mom is Yang Jiu. I was wondering why it sounded so familiar and you looked like uncle." "So it's cousin. But we haven't seen each other for so many years, I couldn't recognize you and I couldn't think straight." Yuan Yi turned around awkwardly and said to Yangqing, "Big brother, can you give me some face?" He is my cousin, please don't kill him. I heard that he went to find a master to learn martial arts at a young age, so he might not know you that well. He's enough now. Yangqing was shocked. Although his expression didn't change much, the moment Yang Lai admitted it, Yangqing's murderous aura had long been washed away. A negative emotion of sorrow and loneliness made his heart feel cold. Even without thinking too much, Yangqing more or less understood why he had such a strange instinctive feeling when he saw this young man. Yangqing looked at the unwilling Yang Lai on the ground with a complicated expression, then looked at the vigilant old man and let out a long sigh. Let's go. I won't kill you for the sake of this little brother of mine. Yangqing's letting go made Kai Ning, who was at the side, look surprised. She knew that this guy wouldn't give a damn when he made a move, but Yuan Yi actually had the face to stop Yangqing from killing people. This was too unusual. However, since Yang Lai did not have to die, Kai Ning heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the Kai family was still too weak compared to the Yang family. If something happened to Yang Lai in Zhonghai, and it was the Kai family who brought him here, the Kai family would definitely not be able to escape the blame. Moreover, they would not even have a place to cry to. The elder squinted his eyes. He was also slightly surprised by the speed at which Yangqing's murderous aura dissipated. However, he was still relieved that there was no need for him to fight with Yangqing. He thought that Yangqing was being kind. He cupped his fists and said, I'm Yujizi of Kunlun. Thank you for letting me go. After he finished speaking, Yujizi turned around and helped Yang Lai, who was in a daze and couldn't move at all. With a leap, they left the villa district. His qinggong was indeed at the peak. Even Yangqing might not be able to defeat him in the air. If he didn't save Yang Lai and just ran away, Yangqing wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At this moment, a figure flashed. Even though he was carrying someone, Yujizi disappeared in an instant. Kai Ning glanced at Yangqing, nodded her head, and said, thank you. Then, she left the scene as well. To Yuan Yi and Tang Tang, such a bizarre thing happened so early in the morning. It was as if they were in a dream. Fortunately, Yangqing had shown his skills before, so they didn't faint from the shock. Hui Lin looked depressed. At the same time, Hui Lin noticed that Lin Ruoshi kept looking at her strangely. Although she didn't express any feelings directly, Hui Lin had a feeling that Lin Ruoshi knew something. Yangqing wasn't in the mood to stay at home anymore. He walked to the door and said to Lin Ruoshi, Ruoshi, I'm going out for a ride. You take care of Yuan Yi and the rest. Lin Ruoshi was slightly startled. She rarely saw Yangqing so solemn. She didn't know how to react and even felt a little heartache. However, she still nodded her head meekly. I understand. Come back early. I'll be waiting for you for lunch. Yangqing responded and walked to the garage to get his car. Then, he drove away from the villa. He needed some time alone to calm down. His mind was in a mess. The feeling of love and hate made him feel like he was being tormented. There were many things that when you think about it, and when you actually meet it, there's a world of difference. Just like when he met Yang Jieyu in the cafe, Yangqing couldn't look at things rationally. He had tried so hard to forget things that he didn't feel belonged to him. After Yangqing left, the atmosphere in the house became a little awkward. Yuan Yi and Tang Tang didn't expect that their New Year's greeting would turn into such a scene. Fortunately, Yang Lai was Yuan Ye's cousin who he hadn't seen for many years. Otherwise, blood would have been spilled all over the place, and they wouldn't have a good ending. However, the matter was temporarily put aside, but the problem still remained. At the very least, everyone, including Yuan Yi, felt strange that Yang Lai liked Hui Lin. Yang Lai wasn't an ordinary person. But what about Hui Lin? Especially, although Lin Ruoshi didn't have much contact with the Yuan family, she knew that the reason why the Yuan family was the top family in Zhonghai was largely due to Yuan Ye's mother, Yang Jieyu, who was from the Yang family in Beijing. Since Yang Lai was Yuan Ye's cousin, he was from the top family in Huaxia, the Yang family. Without a doubt, he was very capable and had such a domineering master. Although his master could barely exchange a few blows with Yangqing, it was all because of his extraordinary family background. Why would such a man from an extraordinary family come here to look for Yangqing's cousin, the seemingly ordinary Hui Lin? Although Hui Lin was also a rare beauty, standing next to Lin Ruashi, she seemed like a foil. At most, she could be considered as beautiful. It was almost impossible for a man to be infatuated with her, especially one from a wealthy family like Yang Lai. What kind of beauty hadn't he seen before? Even when he saw Lin Ruashi, he didn't seem excited at all. Therefore, Yuan Yi couldn't help but ask Hui Lin, "Miss Hui Lin, how did you know my cousin? I heard that my cousin went to learn martial arts from a very young age. He should be that Taoist priest Yujizi. Are you also a disciple of a master from Kunlun sect?" Hui Lin's face turned pale. She was innocent and naive. She didn't expect that Yang Lai would come to look for her. Now, she was exposed. As expected, after Yuan Yi finished asking, Lin Ruashi looked over coldly. After all, she was the CEO of a multinational company with tens of thousands of employees. She was a person who gave others pressure. Now that she was looking at Hui Lin seriously, Hui Lin's face turned bitter. I didn't mean to, I just... Hui Lin didn't know what to say. She wasn't good at lying. Now that she said that she was Yang Cheng's cousin, it was someone else who said it for her, it was hard for her to hide it. She didn't know how to cover up her lie. Forget it, don't say it. This isn't a problem. Lin Ruashi suddenly spoke. She made eye contact with Hui Lin. Hui Lin, go and help Mother Wang cook. Yuan Yi and Tang Tang, stay for lunch. Hui Lin was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Ruashi to let her go so easily and even helped her to change the topic. But why didn't she ask about her identity as Hui Lin? Regardless of the reason, Hui Lin nodded immediately and ran to the kitchen. Yuan Yi didn't have to ask about it. Since she didn't want to talk about it and she wasn't the woman he liked, he couldn't be bothered to ask. Hui Lin ran to the kitchen and felt slightly relieved. She helped Mother Wang wash and cut the vegetables, but her mind kept drifting to the living room. She really couldn't figure out what Lin Ruashi was thinking. With her intelligence, there was no way she couldn't figure out the problem. Moreover, the look in her eyes just now was enough to prove that she knew something. It was all that damned Yang Lai's fault. It turned out that Hui Lin's sect, Mount Amei, and Yang Lai's sect, Kunlun, were ancient sects that had relations. In addition, Hui Lin's Lin family had some relations with the Yang family. Although the Lin family wasn't as powerful as the Yang family, they were a good match. When Yang Lai first met Hui Lin, it was the first awakening of love in his youth. He immediately fell in love with her at first sight, and had always been overbearing that Hui Lin would inevitably become his wife. However, Hui Lin didn't like Yang Lai, who was arrogant because he was talented, had a rich family background, and was a Xianxia realm master as his master. That was why the scene just now happened. While Hui Lin was busy thinking, Lin Ruashi came into the kitchen after chatting with Yuan Yi and the others for a while. Lin Ruashi came in to get some dried fruits for the guests. When she saw Lin Ruashi, Hui Lin immediately wanted to explain. "Sister, I actually..." "Say no more." Lin Ruashi looked at her quietly. "You don't have to say anything. I don't know anything. You're Yang Cheng's cousin, so you're also my cousin, right?" Looking at Lin Ruashi's suppressed emotions, Hui Lin suddenly felt a sour feeling in her heart. She bit her thin lips and nodded. "Yes." Lin Ruashi forced a smile, took the dried fruits and walked out of the kitchen. Hui Lin stood there in a daze. She couldn't calm down no matter what. Her eyes were slightly red, but she forced herself not to cry. When it was almost lunchtime, Yang Cheng returned home on time. There was no longer a heavy expression on his face. He looked very relaxed, as if he had already adjusted his emotions. Seeing that Yuan Yi and Tang Tang were still sitting at the dining table, Yang Cheng looked at the couple with disdain. "I told you guys to stay for lunch and you guys really stayed. I was just being polite and you guys took it seriously?" Tang Tang felt that Yang Cheng had returned to his usual undisciplined self. She pointed her middle finger at him. "I heard from sister-in-law that this house belongs to her, not uncle." "Uncle, you're the one who lives off a woman." Yang Cheng broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at Lin Ruashi, who was moving the dishes out of the kitchen bitterly. "Wife, you can't reveal everything. I don't have any human rights in this house." Lin Ruashi saw that Yang Cheng had returned safely and started joking again. Her heart was relieved, but she ignored him. She turned around and went back to the kitchen to continue carrying the dishes. Uncle, look, sister-in-law doesn't even want to talk to you. Tang Tang stuck out her tongue at Xianxia and said. Xianxia felt a wave of bitterness. As a husband, his welfare needed to be improved. Everyone sat down to eat. The atmosphere was harmonious. Mother Wang seemed especially excited, especially when she heard Yuan Yi and Tang Tang call Lin Ruoshi sister-in-law. Mother Wang's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Big brother, I have a request. Yuan Yi suddenly said to Yangqing. Yangqing was eating in big mouthfuls. He nodded at him and asked him to speak. Can you teach me martial arts? Yangqing was about to spit out a mouthful of rice to express his shock, but the moment he was about to spit it out, he was met with Lin Ruoshi's cold gaze and he immediately choked again. I say, you should just play your esports. Fighting isn't suitable for you. Yangqing said, if you want to deal with some hooligans, just learn some boxing or something. I won't teach you martial arts. But big brother, you know martial arts. That person was so strong just now and he said he couldn't beat you. If I were to learn from you, wouldn't I be super strong too? Yuan Yi said excitedly. Yangqing put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked at Yuan Yi sternly. I don't know kung fu. Big brother, stop joking. Everyone saw it. Yuan Yi thought that Yangqing was unwilling to teach. I don't know kung fu, but I know how to kill people. Do you want to learn how to kill people? Yangqing asked. Yuan Yi was stunned, and the other 4 women at the table also stopped what they were doing. Lin Ruoshi looked at Yangqing reproachfully. Yangqing's words scared Yuan Yi silly. Yuan Yi looked troubled for a while, and finally shook his head. Forget it. I don't think I can't stand it. Don't think that I'm stingy. There's nothing to be stingy about, but when I teach people, I'm at least at the level of training special forces. You don't have that foundation, so don't learn it. Yangqing said. In fact, Yangqing also had the endless resolve restoration scripture, an inner force skill that could be taught, but Song Tianqing didn't say whether it could be taught to others. Therefore, Yangqing showed respect to the deceased and his teacher, and would not easily teach others such martial arts. What's more, this martial art could only be practiced so smoothly by people with a special physique like him. It was estimated that it was extremely difficult for ordinary people to practice the first level. Yuan Yi didn't care too much. Although he felt it was a pity, he didn't go to the extent of arguing with Yangqing and thinking that he was hiding it. Then, he chatted casually. When they were about to finish eating, Tang Tang suddenly suggested, sister-in-law, uncle, let's go outside to KTV in the afternoon, okay? Anyway, everyone is on holiday. Let's go out and play together. KTV? Lin Ruoshi frowned. I haven't been there before. No way. Tang Tang looked shocked as if she had seen an alien creature. Sister-in-law, you're the president of a big company, and you haven't been to KTV before? Lin Ruoshi's face was slightly red, and she nodded. Yangqing didn't feel strange. He felt that Tong Tong's proposal might be a good way to help him and Lin Ruoshi improve their relationship, so he agreed, let's go. We'll go after resting for a while. Our Yuan family has a KTV with good decoration and conditions in all aspects. When the time comes, I will take you guys there and apply for a platinum card. Next time, you can go for free. Yuan Yi said with a smile, I don't mean anything else. Just treat it as filial piety to the elders. Yangqing snorted, the more you say, the older you get. When Lin Ruoshi heard that Yangqing had agreed, she was actually a little moved. She turned to Hui Lin and said, sister, you should go too. Hui Lin had been feeling a little depressed. When she heard that Lin Ruoshi suddenly invited her, she almost dropped her bowl. I can go too? Of course, we'll go together as a family. You're our family too, aren't you? Lin Ruoshi said. Hui Lin's heart ached. She wasn't sure if Lin Ruoshi was 100% certain about their relationship, but when Lin Ruoshi mentioned family, she felt guilty. She had been lying to her all along. Although it wasn't malicious, from her perspective, it made Hui Lin feel very embarrassed that she was so tolerant of her. Okay, Hui Lin agreed. She knew that Lin Ruoshi needed company, although she had never been to a KTV before. After dinner, they rested for a while. Lin Ruoshi and Hui Lin put on their jackets and left the house. Lin Ruoshi's car was still in the process of changing its tires, so she got into Yang Cheng's car and followed Yuan Ye's R8 to the Yuan family's Yuan Main KTV. In the car, Yang Cheng said to Lin Ruoshi while driving, "Honey, do you know where I was just now?" Lin Ruoshi glanced at him. "I don't want to know." Yang Cheng smacked his lips. "Ah, you're so uncooperative." "I went to look for Xianxia." "Xianxia?" Lin Ruoshi finally became interested. "How is she doing?" Yang Cheng nodded. "I asked her to sign up for the National Higher Education Entrance Examination this summer. I went to take a look today, and there were a lot of books in her room. It seems like she's serious." Lin Ruoshi looked at Yang Cheng with satisfaction. "Finally, I did something good." Yang Cheng was depressed. When did he do something bad? Although Hui Lin knew about Xianxia, she didn't care much about her. But when she saw Yang Cheng's bitter face, she found it quite funny. When the five of them arrived at the KTV, Yuan Meng's general manager had already rushed out to welcome them. Yuan Yi had called him, and it turned out that the young master and Yulei International's CEO were here to have fun. As if he had eaten gold carrots, he immediately got people to empty the largest private room, and picked two of the best-looking waiters to help serve them. "Young master, what brings you here?" the general manager asked with a flattering smile. Yuan Yi pointed at Yang Cheng and Lin Ruoshi beside him. "My brother and sister-in-law happened to be free today, so we came to have some fun." "Manager, don't do anything unnecessary. Just continue working. We don't like trouble." The general manager stole a glance at Lin Ruoshi, and suddenly realized that she was the CEO of Yulei International. He was slightly stunned, but quickly nodded in agreement. After entering the meticulously prepared, extra-large private room, a large number of fruit platters and snacks were already placed on the table. Under the lead of Tang Tang, the lively cell, the atmosphere immediately heated up. Tang Tang held the microphone and sang a passionate, fast-paced song. Following that, she dragged Yuan Yi along to sing a lip-synced love song. Yuan Yi's singing was a little out of tune, but at least it was audible. The two of them sang the song, "Sometimes I Love," quite well, relaxed and natural. After two consecutive songs, Yang Cheng and Hui Lin clapped their hands in encouragement. Lin Ruoshi's expression was slightly unnatural, as if she had seen something that made her nervous. "Uncle, do you want to sing a song?" Tang Tang passed the microphone to Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng took the microphone and placed it in front of Lin Ruoshi. "Ladies first." Lin Ruoshi hurriedly returned the microphone to Yang Cheng. "You sing first." "Who asked you to give way?" Yang Cheng helplessly picked up the microphone and said to Yuan Yi. "Kid, help me choose a song." "Choose what song?" Yuan Yi asked. "Choose a song that you know and think is good." "Any song." Yang Cheng said. Lin Ruoshi looked at him suspiciously. "Don't brag. What if you don't know how to sing it?" "Haha, I can sing all the songs that the kid knows," Yang Cheng said proudly. Yuan Yi did not believe him. After thinking for a while, he picked a younger song, "Rolling in the Deep." It was a famous song by Adele, a Grammy Award winner for Best Pop Singer. Because of its unique voice, many people could not sing it well even if they wanted to. Hui Lin, on the other hand, was enjoying it. She was a fan of music and singing, and she was excited by the things in the KTV. When she saw Yang Cheng was going to sing, she was full of anticipation. Following the melody, Yang Cheng opened his mouth and started singing. His slightly hoarse voice matched the style of the song. "There's a fire starting in my heart reaching a fever pitch and it's bringing me out the dark. We could have had it all rolling in the deep, you had my heart inside your hands." The leisurely and explosive voice filled the entire room with a kind of free and unrestrained emotion. Yang Cheng even used a pure British-American accent, which was exceptionally unruly. Yuan Yi and Tang Tang were fascinated by the song. Hui Lin looked surprised. Only Lin Ruoshi looked more nervous. She clenched her fists and trembled slightly. When Yang Cheng finished singing, he handed the microphone to Lin Ruoshi with a smile. "Honey, it's your turn. When Lin Ruoxi saw this, she quickly passed the microphone to Huilin and said, "Sister, you sing first." Ah? Huilin blinked. Although she wanted to sing, she did not expect that Lin Ruoxi would let her sing again. Looking at Lin Ruoxi's serious and anxious face, Huilin took the microphone and stood up. Huilin didn't know how to use the equipment in the KTV, so she blushed and asked Tang Tang to help her choose a song. "Sister Huilin, what song do you want?" Huilin pursed her lips shyly. "I don't know how to sing new songs. Can I sing an old one?" Tang Tang nodded her head. "Sure. It's an old classic. It sounds good. I want Yi Chanwen's Possibility of Love," Huilin said. Tang Tang quickly chose the song and looked at Huilin curiously. Yuan Yi had never heard of this song before, so he was also looking forward to it. Huilin's voice was highly praised by the famous musicians in Yulei Entertainment. Since she was a singer with great potential, it was not difficult for her to sing the song she liked. "You appeared by my side, like a miracle, I didn't expect it to be you, made me lose my soul, the feeling in my heart. Because you have your life, and I have my journey, there are people waiting for you in front of you, you will cry, laugh, love, and be sad." A classic love song was performed by Huilin vividly. Huilin's voice was especially delicate and beautiful, which made it even more fascinating. After waiting for one song, Tong Tong's little hands turned red from clapping so hard. Huilin smiled shyly and passed the microphone to Lin Ruoxi. "Sister, sing a song for me." There was no smile on Lin Ruoxi's face. She looked a little bitter. But she couldn't say that she didn't sing since everyone else had finished. "Wifey, don't tell me you're scared of singing?" Yangchen noticed that Lin Ruoxi didn't seem to want to sing. Was she shy? Lin Ruoxi rolled her eyes at Yangchen angrily and picked up the microphone. "Why wouldn't I dare? It's just singing." After saying that, Lin Ruoxi stood up, walked to the display and began to choose a song. However, after 5 minutes, Lin Ruoxi was still choosing, unsure of what to sing. "Why don't we choose 2 tigers?" Yangchen joked. Lin Ruoxi glared fiercely at Yangchen, mainly because she really had the urge to choose 2 tigers. Of course, Lin Ruoxi wouldn't do something so stupid. So, after thinking for a long time, Lin Ruoxi chose Mo Wenwei's Cloudy Sky. The song itself was not difficult to sing, but Mo Wenwei's special singing style made the song particularly moving. Yangchen had never heard Lin Ruoxi sing. After all, she was a woman who rarely spoke. How could she sing for him? Lin Ruoxi's back was facing everyone. Her forehead was covered in sweat and her hands were covered in cold sweat. Her body was stiff and her expression was full of melancholy. When the lyrics started to turn red, Lin Ruoxi gritted her teeth and began to sing. Cloudy Sky. In a person's room. The moment Lin Ruoxi finished singing the first line of the lyrics, the other 4 people in the room all revealed a horrified expression. This was because Lin Ruoxi's first line was not sung correctly. It was like getting a person to score 0 in an exam was actually more difficult than getting full marks. It was much more difficult to sing every word of a song crooked than to sing every word correctly. However, Lin Ruoxi did it, and she sang every word in a completely different tone. Yangchen and Huilin looked at each other. Yuan Yi and Tang Tang also stared at each other, completely dumbfounded. However, Lin Ruoxi didn't care about the expressions of the people behind her. She continued to use her beautiful voice to sing the melody that was completely out of tune. In fact, Lin Ruoxi's strength in singing was not that she was completely out of tune. It was just that the tune she sang was completely noisy. To put it bluntly, even if she were to read the lyrics, it would still be better than singing. In this world, there were really people who could speak better than sing. Yangchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know that his wife had such a fierce side to her. No wonder she didn't want to sing just now. It was obvious that she had stage fright when she heard that the 4 of them were better at singing. Now, she had to bite the bullet. It was indeed as Yangchen had guessed. Lin Ruoxi had originally thought that an uncouth man like Yangchen wouldn't be able to sing, so she agreed to come. She felt that even if she didn't know how to sing, she wouldn't be the only one making a fool of herself. Who knew that Yangchen could sing? In this way, Lin Ruoxi was in an awkward situation. She couldn't possibly run away, right? In her dictionary, there was no concept of cowering or running away. So, even if it was embarrassing, she had to calmly go forward and sing. When Lin Ruoxi finished her song and turned around, Yuan Yi and Tang Tang were already sitting there with their foreheads darkened. They didn't make a single sound. Hui Lin, on the other hand, turned her head away in embarrassment. She didn't dare to look Lin Ruoxi in the eye. She felt that it was a great respect for her not to say anything. Yangqing smiled stiffly. You sang well. It was deafening. Lin Ruoxi snorted coldly. Don't put on an act. Let me tell you the truth. Ever since I was young, I've always been at the bottom of my class for music exams. My teacher said that I was tone deaf. When I was in middle school, my music teacher gave me free time. I didn't need to attend classes. You guys didn't run away. That's already a testament to your endurance. Yuan Yi and Tang Tang looked at each other gloomily. Actually, it wasn't that they didn't want to run away. It was just that after hearing Lin Ruoxi's terrifying singing, their legs turned to jelly. Yangqing smiled at Xianxia. Honey, don't worry. There are fewer people who can sing every word perfectly than those who can sing well. You're a precious animal. I'm not a singer. If I don't know how to sing, I don't know how to sing. You don't have to comfort me. Lin Ruoxi's face was as cold as ice. She walked to the sofa and put down the microphone. Tang Tang quietly took the microphone away and passed it to Hui Lin. Sister Hui Lin, sing another song. They urgently needed a voice to comfort their wounded hearts. Hui Lin smiled awkwardly. She didn't dare to look at Lin Ruoxi, who was exuding a cold aura. She chose Liang Jingru's song Warmth. The meaning of the song's title was self-explanatory. For the rest of the time, Lin Ruoxi didn't sing anymore. She just sat there quietly and listened to Hui Lin sing. Although she didn't say it out loud, there was a hint of envy in her eyes. Yangqing laughed at the side. This woman was really a clown. When she started singing, her cold and beautiful image was completely shattered. After singing for another hour, it became Hui Lin's solo performance. When they were done listening to the song, they left the KTV under Yangqing's suggestion. Yangqing knew that if they continued listening to her, Lin Ruoxi would be devastated. After bidding farewell to Yuan Yi and Tang Tang, the three of them returned home. Hui Lin went to help Mother Wang with the housework, while Lin Ruoxi went upstairs to work with an indifferent face. Yangqing went up to her and said with a smile, Babe Ruoxi, let's go to the KTV tomorrow. With that, Yangqing took out the platinum card given by Yuan Yi and waved it. Lin Ruoxi's face turned red. She glared at him angrily. Do you want to see me make a fool of myself? No, it's just the two of us. I'll teach you and train you to sing. You have such a beautiful voice, there's no reason you can't sing well. You can't let it be your sore point for the rest of your life, right? Yangqing said. So what? I can just stop singing in the future, right? Lin Ruoxi said indifferently. What if our friends invite us to go together in the future? Are you going to make up an excuse every time? Moreover, there might be a lot of employees asking you to sing in the company's activities in the future. You can't just not give them face every time and kill everyone with your cold gaze. Yangqing said. Lin Ruoxi hesitated. It seemed that singing was something that had a high chance of happening. She thought for a while and said, then promise me one thing, and I'll go with you. Yangqing was puzzled. What is it? You have to work seriously in the future. You can't just disappear without a trace. Leave everything to Wang Jia and Zhao Ting. Lin Ruoxi said seriously. Yangqing sighed in his heart. It turned out that Lin Ruoxi had been monitoring him. She was really worried about him. Okay, I promise. Yangqing felt that if a couple wanted to live a good life, they had to compromise. Only then did Lin Ruoxi nod her head in satisfaction. She agreed to learn singing with Yangqing. But just when she was about to go upstairs, her phone rang. Lin Ruoxi took out her phone and looked at it. She frowned and hesitated whether or not she should pick it up. What's wrong? It was rare for Yangqing to see Lin Ruoxi thinking for a long time before answering a call. Lin Ruoxi faintly sighed. It's Jingjing. After speaking, Lin Ruoxi picked up the phone. Ever since they parted at the hospital, Li Jingjing had never contacted Yangqing again. As for whether she had contacted Lin Ruoxi, Yangqing wouldn't ask. From the bottom of his heart, Yangqing didn't blame Li Jingjing. She was just an ordinary girl. Humans would always have positive and negative emotions. Not many people were truly evil. From the last time when she was used by Xing Xinlin, although Li Jingjing had her own reasons, a hateful person must have a pitiful side. At that time, Yangqing was only angry and didn't pursue the matter further. In this aspect, Lin Ruoxi, who was also a woman, must be more open-minded. Thus, she picked up the phone. Li Jingjing seemed to have said something that surprised Lin Ruoxi. It was rare for Lin Ruoxi to reveal a trace of astonishment on her calm face, followed by a slight sadness. "Have you decided?" Lin Ruoxi asked on the phone. After a while, she said, "Since it's like this, I'll send you off at the airport tomorrow." "He will go too." "Don't say anything, I'll be there on time." Seeing that Lin Ruoxi had hung up the phone, Yangqing frowned and asked, "What happened to Jingjing?" Lin Ruoxi looked at Yangqing with a complicated expression. She said that the school has a plan to send outstanding young teachers to the US for further studies. She was chosen and she also decided to go. The flight is tomorrow, and the visa has already been applied for a long time. She felt that if she didn't say anything, it would make us feel that she didn't respect us and that she was running away from something. Thus, she called me to tell me. I've decided to send her off at the airport tomorrow morning. You should go too. After all, you're the closest to her. Going to the US for further studies? Yangqing was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, his heart felt dry. After thinking for a long time, he sighed and asked, "Did she say how long she'll be gone for?" "I think it's 1.5 to 2 years. She's majoring in English at UC San Diego." Lin Ruoxi said lightly. Yangqing nodded. "I understand. I will go." Seeing that Yangqing agreed, Lin Ruoxi didn't say anything more. She turned around and went upstairs. Yangqing stood at the top of the stairs, his eyes filled with mixed emotions, but he was unable to calm down. Although Li Jingjing had stopped contacting him, and he didn't know how to face this girl who used to be like his own sister, they were still in the same city. Now, this young woman was going to the United States to study alone. Although it was a good thing, Yangqing still felt a faint sense of loss and reluctance in his heart. Even if she wasn't his lover, she could still be considered half a relative. Yangqing shook his head and stopped thinking about it. At the same time, in a military compound in Zhonghai, the Kai family's mansion was a different story. Although the Kai family used to be a big family in Yanjin, they had gained a lot of influence in Zhonghai due to the fact that the family head, Kai Yunqing, had been working in the Zhonghai region for many years. At the same time, they had a good relationship with both Yanjin and Zhonghai. At this moment, Kai Yunqing, who was wearing a dark green military uniform and a lieutenant general, was standing in front of the door of a simple room. He looked at the young man lying on the bed in the room. The young man was Yang Lai, who was injured by Yangqing. Luckily, he didn't die, but he was severely injured. Yang Lai's master, Yu Jizi, was still wearing a green robe. However, on the way back, Yang Lai's blood had splashed on his clothes, and he looked a little disheveled. Yu Jizi frowned as he looked at his disciple who was sleeping soundly. His face was pale, but he was at his wits' end. Daoist Yu Jizi, is Yang Lai really that badly injured? If he can't participate in this battle, it will be a great loss for our camp. Kai Yunqing said solemnly. Yu Jizi shook his head and sighed. Kunlun Sect's secret arts focus on offense, not defense. It focuses on dispersing, not healing. I don't have much skill in healing. Lai has been cultivating with me since he was young. If I had a way, I would have used it long ago. However, his internal organs have been injured, and he's bleeding everywhere. His injuries are too severe. How could he have such a terrifying injury? Even in the group of 8, Yang Lai's combat power is only second to Abba Xinmiao. Kai Yunqing said in confusion. If I didn't use the secret medicine from Kunlun Sect's Heaven Mountain to build his foundation when he was young, as well as the medicinal baths to cleanse his meridians and refine his bones, Lai wouldn't have suffered such a simple injury. Yu Jizi's face was pale. Even I, an old Taoist, would have ended up like this after being hit by that young man's palm. And he didn't even use his full strength. If he, sigh. In the whole of Xianxia, the only people who can match him are those who don't come out of their seclusion. At this moment, a disdainful female voice came from outside the door. Humph, even if those old fellows come out of their seclusion, they won't be Yang Cheng's match. Moreover, do you think that Shu Mountain's endless resolve restoration scripture is that easy to deal with? Dressed in a grayish-purple Taoist robe and a nun's hat, it was Abbess Xianxia who walked in slowly. Behind her was Kai Ning, who went to welcome her. Endless resolve restoration scripture? Yu Jizi was shocked. Abbess, you said that the young man is cultivating Shu Mountain's endless resolve restoration scripture? How is that possible? Isn't that divine art only learned by your senior brother Song Tianqing? Is that young man an esoteric disciple of Shu Mountain? Abbess Miao glanced at Yang Lai, who was lying on the bed, with disdain. Yang Qing is the disciple that my senior brother Song took in when he was overseas. His endless resolve restoration scripture is much stronger than my senior brother Song's. He has long reached level 8 full cycle. You coward, even if my senior brother Song was at level 7, he might not be able to withstand it, let alone Yang Qing, who is at level 8. Level 8. Yu Jizi wasn't angry at Abbess Miao's mockery. He only mumbled, the internal force of endless resolve restoration scripture at level 8 can allow someone to reach Xiantian full cycle? What? Xiantian full cycle? Abbess Miao was shocked. You're saying that Yang Qing has reached Xiantian full cycle? Yu Jizi was stunned. Abbess, you don't know? When I saw him make his move this morning, I immediately concluded that he has reached Xiantian full cycle. If he were to take another step forward, he would be a legendary figure. Abbess Yin Miao pondered for a moment before replying seriously, even though endless resolve restoration scripture at level 8 can allow one to enter Xiantian full cycle, it has to be level 9 in order for one to reach Xiantian full cycle. Moreover, it has to be at the peak of level 9. This time, Yu Jizi was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that, the creator of endless resolve restoration scripture, that senior from Shu Mountain, had only reached that level? That's right. Since then, almost no one has reached level 8. Abbess Yin Miao revealed a proud smile. It seems like our Shu Mountain has gained another supreme expert. Yu Jizi pondered for a moment before asking in confusion, but even if he has reached Xiantian full cycle, how can you say that those experts who don't leave the mountain are no match for Yang Qing, Abbess Yin Miao? Abbess Yin Miao looked at Yu Jizi as if she was looking at an idiot. Before you leave the mountain, don't you know that the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade has provided you with the current strength distribution in the country? What do you mean? Yu Jizi indeed didn't pay much attention to it. Abbess Miao said impatiently, don't you know that Yang Qing is the inheritor of Pluto's ring? What? Yu Jizi felt that his brain wasn't working properly anymore. He couldn't care less about his posture as a Xiantian full cycle anymore. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. You're saying that he has comprehended God's power? According to the intelligence, that was the first time in history that he killed a god. At the same time, he obtained a god's position and inherited God's power. In other words, he is the first human in history to kill a god and become a god. If he only used martial arts, those old fogies who don't leave the mountain might be able to fight him to a draw. But in terms of real strength, unless those old fogies break through the legendary limit, they won't be his match, Abbess Miao said. Kai Yinqing, who was listening to Abbess Miao and Yu Jizi talk about Yang Qing's strength, couldn't understand most of it. After all, even though he was a core member of the military, he wasn't a cultivator. Thus, Kai Yinqing could only ask his eldest daughter, Kai Ning, who was standing beside him, Ning is that Yang Qing really that invincible? Even when facing her father, Kai Ning's expression was still indifferent. She nodded and said, if it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't do anything to him, I believe that in this world, almost every powerful organization would want him dead, including our general. Why? I heard that after he returned to Xianxia, he didn't provoke anyone. Kai Yinqing was puzzled. Because he has something that too many people want. A trace of melancholy flashed through Kai Ning's eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left, unwilling to stay any longer. Kai Yinqing looked at his eldest daughter's cold back and sighed softly. His eyes were filled with tenderness. The next morning, Yangqing arrived at Zhonghai International Airport in Lin Ruoxi's car. Lin Ruoxi's Bentley was finally repaired. The tires of the car were shipped all the way from England. Lin Ruoxi wasn't sure if it was because there wasn't any stock in the country, or because the car's design was different from other cars, but she wasn't in a good mood. Yangqing wondered why this girl didn't change her car when she had so many cars. The reason given by Lin Ruoxi made Yangqing feel very emotional. She had feelings for the car and didn't want to change. Yangqing thought that it would be great if the feelings for the car could be used on him. When he arrived at the departure hall of the international airport, Li Jingjing, who was wearing a pink sweater and a white jacket, was holding a small suitcase and waiting silently. When she saw Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi together, Li Jingjing's eyes were slightly moist and she smiled. "Sister Ruoxi. Brother Yang. Thank you. Thank you for seeing me off." After the phone call yesterday, Li Jingjing didn't really believe that Lin Ruoxi would really come to the airport to see her off. But who knew that it was true? Yangqing sighed and patted the back of Li Jingjing's head. He wouldn't avoid Lin Ruoxi from doing this. It was a kind of love for his sister, and he knew that Lin Ruoxi would understand. "When you go there, you'll be alone. Don't believe in the words of others, especially those who seem to treat you well. Don't be reluctant to spend money just because US dollars are more expensive than Huaxia dollars. You have to spend what you need to spend, or else you won't be able to live. Take care, and have a safe trip." Lin Ruoxi said lightly, as if it was a very easy task. Li Jingjing couldn't hold back her tears. Other than nodding, she couldn't say anything else. Lin Ruoxi suddenly smiled. "You are one of the few friends I have here. I will wait for you to come back so that you can continue to teach me how to cook. Oh right, when you come back in 2 years, there will be some new cute children in the orphanage." Li Jingjing smiled through her tears and nodded vigorously. "Thank you, Brother Yang and Sister Ruoxi. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Li Jingjing didn't say anything more. She turned around and pulled her luggage, walking in the direction of the exit without looking back. Lin Ruoxi was the first to turn around and walk out of the airport. Yangqing caught up with her and said with a smile, "Ruoxi, my little darling, I think you're cold on the outside but warm on the inside. A woman like you is too charming. Don't talk nonsense with me. Say those words to other women." Lin Ruoxi rolled her eyes at him. Apparently, sugar-coated words had little effect on a rational woman like her. Yangqing chuckled. "Then let's go to KTV. You promised me yesterday that you would learn singing from me. It's a vital skill for your future." Lin Ruoxi stopped in her tracks and looked a little embarrassed. "Can I not go?" "No." Yangqing quickly refused. "You can't go back on your promise. Look at me, I've done what I promised you." Lin Ruoxi curled her lips and didn't say anything else. She quickly walked to the parking lot. More than half an hour later, the two came to Yuan Main KTV that they had been to yesterday. The manager naturally wouldn't forget Lin Ruoxi's appearance. Yangqing didn't even take out his platinum card, and the manager vacated a large private room for Lin Ruoxi and Yangqing to use for free. Yangqing realized that he had been tricked by that brat Yuan Yi. It was obvious. This platinum card was a useless thing. With Lin Ruoxi's face, she had enough capital to enter this place for free. Yangqing felt that he had to extort money from that brat next time. He shouldn't have tricked his big brother like that. But right now, the most important thing was to teach Lin Ruoxi how to sing. There was another big reason why Yangqing insisted that Lin Ruoxi come, and that was because of his own reputation. His wife was awesome in everything, but when it came to singing, she became the executioner who killed everyone in seconds. Wasn't that embarrassing her husband? Just like how women hoped that their men were handsome and charming so that other women would be envious of them, men also hoped that when their women sang, other men would be envious of them. Although it was fine as long as Lin Ruoxi didn't sing, Yangqing would always have a knot in his heart. So, Yangqing taught Lin Ruoxi very seriously, starting from the most basic vocalization and explaining the plainest music theory. As for this professional knowledge, Yangqing just had to read a few books and memorize it. It wasn't difficult at all. So, there were all kinds of complicated conversations in the KTV room. Ah, 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 ah. Use your throat, not your nose. The nose doesn't make any vocalizations. Cloudy sky is. Stop. Stop. How can you sing the first word out of tune? Even if you sing cloudy sky, you won't go away, right? Cloudy sky is. Stop. I said you wouldn't go away if you sang it, and you really did it. Sing it. Cloudy sky. The first word is out of tune again. In the end, Xianxia finally taught Lin Ruoxi how to sing the first line. Although the speed was as slow as reading, at least it was in tune and accurate. Xianxia thought for a while and remembered a method from a book. So, he moved his hands up and down and his feet left and right. His whole body started to dance rhythmically. He nodded and said, "Come, do this with me." Lin Ruoxi pouted and looked at Xianxia's bear-like posture. She shook her head and said, "No, it's too ugly." "What are you doing? Didn't you say we were going to sing?" "This is called rhythm. When your body has a rhythm, you will feel it when you sing. Now, you have to find a rhythm and follow the music. 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4, 3 2 3 4. Just like this, follow me, 1 2 2 1 2. Hurry up." Xianxia moved his limbs like a panda and shouted for Lin Ruoxi to follow him. Lin Ruoxi was shocked by Xianxia's shout. She looked at Xianxia's serious face, and he seems to treat her as his student. Lin Ruoxi made up her mind and clenched her teeth. Since no one in the room could see them, she put down the microphone and followed Xianxia as she stood up and swayed her limbs like a panda. As a result, the young couple were like pandas bumping into each other, swinging their limbs while singing along to the songs on MTV. Lin Ruoxi felt that such a strange movement could really bring out a sense of music, so she gradually became immersed in it, and started singing along with it. After 3 songs, just as Lin Ruoxi and Xianxia were swinging and singing along with the fast-paced songs, the door opened. A waiter was standing at the door of the private room with a plate of fruits. When he looked up, he saw a man and a woman swinging their limbs like turtles. It couldn't be helped, it just so happened that it was their turn to become turtles. Lin Ruoxi was like a startled rabbit. She threw herself into Xianxia's arms. She wanted to bang her head against the wall to kill herself. How could she face others in the future? The waiter seemed to realize that he had seen something he shouldn't have. Although he wouldn't be killed, he still put down the fruit plate and slipped away. Xianxia was delighted by this sudden interruption. Lin Ruoxi had taken the initiative to jump into his arms. With a soft and fragrant body in his arms, and Lin Ruoxi had been moving for a long time, her body was slightly sweaty, so her body fragrance was overflowing. Xianxia enjoyed a few breaths of the rich fragrance. "Hee, I told you, singing like this will improve quickly," Xianxia said happily, his hands hugging Lin Ruoxi's soft waist. Lin Ruoxi suddenly realized what she was doing. She pushed Xianxia away angrily. Her pretty face was pink. "It's all your fault. I don't even dare to go out." "What's wrong with that? We have a marriage certificate. No one can stop us from getting a room at a hotel," Xianxia said gloomily. "I'm not talking about that." Lin Ruoxi was about to cry. "That waiter will definitely go out and say that we did that weird posture." Xianxia curled his lips. Was that strange? Who cares if it was strange, it was effective. Suddenly, Lin Ruoxi's phone vibrated on the table. Lin Ruoxi couldn't care less about the awkwardness. She walked over and picked up the phone. She frowned and immediately picked it up. "Hello, Wu Yu. What's up?" It was her secretary, Wu Yu, who was on vacation. Lin Ruoxi listened for a while. The flush on her face faded and was followed by a solemn expression. End of chapter 358. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.